Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Hyunjin narrowed one eye, thinking about how this happened. He was kneeling in the middle of the enemies and thought that everyone had died except for him, a low-ranking hunter. The skeletons looked at him ominously. One of them opened its mouth. The guy thought that he could not see the exit, because the entrance to the dungeon suddenly closed, and then wondered what those high-ranking monsters were doing there. He frowned sternly, reached for the and decided that he did not want to die meaninglessly. Hyunjin touched the handle with his fingers, thinking that if only he had incredible strength, he would at least have a chance to get out. He swung his blade, frowned, and heard a voice saying that his past life went beyond the limitations and intervened in the situation on its own. The guy suddenly recognized this voice. In the air above him, the image of a blonde man appeared. An unknown voice said that Seton Miller condescended to him. The young man looked at the bright light and thought that everything was just like a dream. He looked down at his opponents, thinking that this was one of his past lives and now it was inside his body. He smiled confidently and held the sword in front of him. Hyunjin opened his eyes slightly, seeing the strength of the men who woke him up. He suddenly opened his eyelids, taking a deep breath. The guy jumped up from the floor and screamed loudly. One of the men said that he was going to London because he stupidly ran away while they were clearing the dungeon and then fell asleep. The bald guy frowned deeply and said that he didn't want to say this, but they didn't have much money to give it to small creatures like him, so if Hyunjin woke up, then he should get lost quickly and not look for another team anymore. The boy looked at him in surprise, asking what he meant by not having much money. The man laughed and said that the guy was not an F rank, he was just retarded. The man remembered how he looked at the guy leaving, bleeding, confused, after which he said that he was injured in the dungeon and drank all their potions. Suddenly, a stone flew at the guy's head. The man added that after that, he passed out. He frowned in displeasure, stood in front of the guy and said that because of him, they spent much more time. After which he asked if he even knew how much the potions he drank cost, because if he had an ounce of conscience, he would understand why he didn't get anything. Hyunjin gritted his teeth and lowered his head. The girl asked what he was doing while they were clearing the dungeon. He stood up, pointed at them and shouted that it was all because they told him to provoke all the monsters, and that he wasn't saying that he did everything right, but not paying him was illegal. The man stepped forward and asked if he meant that he had lost all the remnants of his brain after that blow. The boy recoiled in fear. The man reminded him of the words that although he was low ranking, he could do anything, and how he asked them to join the team. Standing close to the boy, the man gritted his teeth and asked if he happened to know whose words those were before joining the team. The young man looked down. The bald boy added that he was the one who said the bait too, offering to provoke the monsters, but he hadn't even managed to do that, and after they saved him from death, he decided to express his gratitude with such words. The man added that if he was still not satisfied with something, he could go and report it to the association, but he should think about who she would believe. He turned away from the boy and said that if he understood everything, he should leave. The boy felt sorry for lack. The woman said that that was why she said that it was not worth taking hunters of such a rank, and that the man listened to his chatter for 30 minutes, and even her brother did not prepare such a long speech for his interview. The boy bowed after them and thanked them for the work they had done. The boy remembered the blue lamps in the cave and thought about the world in which raids, dungeons and monsters appeared, and people in whom abilities awakened became hunters clearing dungeons. An image of skeletons popped into his mind. He added that based on the levels of their abilities and achievements, they are assigned ranks. He imagined the silhouette of 3 people and thought that he was a low-ranking hunter in a world where he was the one deciding everything, because low-ranking hunters were treated like trash, but he was used to it because even someone like him had a ray of light. The boy sent a greeting message to his girlfriend. The bright rays of the sun fell on the white building. The boy put his head on his hand with a smile, looked at his beloved and thought that he was able to endure something quite easily. The girl with blonde hair crossed her legs and looked at the phone screen. The boy finished the thought by saying that it was all because the person he loved most, his girlfriend Hyejin, was next to him. The boy closed his eyes and said that he was very glad to see her, because a lot of time had passed and she was so busy that they did not even have time to go on dates. The girl, without taking her eyes off the phone screen, replied that it was better than being unemployed, but the problem was that she was the only one busy. She put the phone down and interrupted him, saying that his rank was still too low, and then asked if he knew that today was exactly 1 year since they had been together. The guy raised his eyebrows and said that he couldn't forget it. He took out a small box and said that he even prepared something. The girl interrupted his speech, calling him by name. With a calm expression on her face, she said that she had an appointment with another person, so they would get straight to the point. People passed by them. The girl crossed her arms and suggested that they part ways. She stood up from her seat and added that it was time for her to go. The young man grabbed her, asking her not to leave. Hyojin pulled her hand away and asked him to let go. She looked at him with disdain and said that a year ago they were both F rank, but now she is C rank, so he should stop trying to act like a hunter when he is completely talentless, and it is time to realize his place. He is too pathetic, and she can no longer stay with him. She began to walk away. In the end, she said that she no longer wants to have anything to do with him. The guy was confused and said her name. The girl told him not to call her anymore and then said goodbye. The guy pursed his lips, looked at them after them and thought that he was talentless and untalented low-ranking trash, and even retarded, after which he added that he thought that if he worked hard, he would eventually see the fruits of his labor. The girl got into the black car. The guy thought that in the end everyone only sees him as an incompetent loser. He sadly lowered his head. A dialogue with Seokju was open on his phone. He was looking sadly ahead while sitting on the street. Someone called out to him. Seokju approached him and said that he thought the guy was meeting his girlfriend today, then asked if something went wrong. The boy smiled slightly and said that he had a lot on his plate today. Seokju smirked slightly and asked if the guy wanted him to cheer him up. The boy replied that he just wanted to see a familiar face. The friend came closer to the bench. The boy added that he couldn't get the looks of people looking at him out of his head. Hyunjin looked angrily at his friend who teased him and said that he already told him to work harder because everything is good only for those who try their best. Mick asked if he could not scold the one who was already extremely desperate. There was a bottle of alcohol on the bench. Seokju said that he of course understood that he had just been dumped, but the guy was sitting in front of the river and pouring soju into himself. Hyunjin asked if he knew what it was like to be so poor that he couldn't buy anything to eat. His comrade looked at the store and said that since he wanted to see him so much, he would buy him something from the convenience store. The boy smiled slightly. Seokju said that he heard that the river was very cold, so the guy shouldn't even think about swimming. Hyunjin agreed and said that he didn't have the strength to do it anyway. The next second, he frowned angrily when he heard To say that his comrade was sure that the guy felt worthless compared to a full-time worker at the Hunters Association, so he should relax and cry because he was an F rank working part-time. The hero shut up. He looked down and thought that even though his friend said it as a joke, he was still right. Mick remembered the bald man and thought that he always thought that everyone had at least one talent, but he just hadn't found his. He then remembered the moment his girlfriend left and added that he hoped that he would eventually discover a talent, even though he didn't have a talent, but he tried to achieve something with his efforts and hard work. The words Hyojin education rushed through his mind like a storm. He looked at the sun and wondered if all his efforts were worth it, and if he should just give up when someone called him as a hunter. The young man looked at the light man and asked if he was talking to him. The stranger said in confusion that the guy was probably just an F rank. The guy slightly lowered his head. The man added that he saw great potential in him. Just looking at his face, the guy asked how he knew he was an F rank. The stranger smiled ominously and said that it did not matter, then asked if the guy believed in a past life. He spread his arms out to the sides and looked at the bright light, explaining to the guy that he felt the past lives of incredible people inside him, and that these were not just past lives, but each of them had the status of the strongest. The man lowered his head and grinned slightly. The guy asked what he was talking about. The stranger explained that if the young man thirsted for strength, then he should not have any problems. An image of a man appeared above the young man's head. The guy frowned slightly. The man added that he could see his past life even now. He smiled softly and said that if the guy didn't believe him, he would soon understand everything himself. As he was walking away, he looked back and said that was all he could tell. The boy looked after him in shock. Seokju sat down next to him and asked what he was doing. Hyunjin jerked in fear and squealed. His friend said that he bought drinks, then asked who the man was. The hero frowned in displeasure and said that he didn't know, then asked if his friend believed in a past life. Seokju asked him what he was talking about. Suddenly a voice rang out in the guy's head, telling him that he now knew about the existence of past lives, and that his 990,000 past lives began to watch him, as well as the 478 lives of the Shield of Justice watching him. The voice in his head rushed like a storm, telling about those watching him in life. He turned to his friend and asked if he heard something. Seokju asked him what he meant and if he was talking about an overgrown child whining. The hero replied in the negative and said that he heard some pompous voice. He looked into his friend's eyes and said that it didn't matter, then asked if he heard anything about the squads that needed porters. Seokju raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if the guy was serious and why he wanted to do this hard work. The hero replied that he needed to pay the rent, and besides, the orphanage was going through hard times. Clouds were floating across the night sky. His comrade replied that there was a C-rank squad looking for shelter, but the people in it weren't very friendly, so he needed to be careful. Hyunjin replied that he just needed them to pay, then thanked his friend, saying that it was great to have a comrade working in the dungeon administration. The guys were walking down the hallway. Seokju was yelling at his friend. He was holding a drunk guy and yelling that they were already at his house, so he should come in quickly. Hyunjin unrelatedly asked how they had already arrived. He pressed the button and said discontentedly that everything had started off very well, after which he offered to drink another glass because he could handle it. His friend reminded him of the words that the guy wanted to go to work as a porter the next day, after which he said that he had already spent too much time on him. Seok-ju waved his hand at the guy and said that it was time for him to leave, and that he would call him later to tell him what time it all started. So the guy should be in touch. The hero unrelatedly thanked him. Seok-ju said that if he was so grateful, then he should succeed and treat him to something. Hyunjin grabbed the door handle and said that although he only had one friend, he was the best, and that his new colleagues would most likely call him retarded for not being able to take care of himself. The door opened slightly. The guy opened it wide and added that he would give it his all and would do everything 100 times better than anyone else. Suddenly, he was transported to another space. A bright flash blinded him. He looked at his hand in fear and wondered where he was, because he could swear that he had just entered his home. A man in an ancient helmet suddenly appeared behind him. He menacingly said that they had finally met. The man frowned and called the guy by name. Hyunjin turned to him and asked how he knew his name and where he was. The man lowered his head and introduced himself as Carthago, the shield of justice that protected the northern part of the kingdom. He extended his hand to the side and created a golden spear. The next second, he grabbed the shaft of the spear. Extending it with the tip towards the guy, he added that he was also his past life. Hyunjin raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion what he was talking about. Suddenly, he frowned in shock. The guy remembered the stranger who talked about past lives. I thought that it turns out that what he said back then was not nonsense, and the person in front of him was a past life with the status of the strongest. The warrior struck the ground with his spear and said that it did not matter whether the guy believed him or not, because very soon he himself would feel it. Lightning struck behind him. Carthago added that now that he had paid attention to the guy, even if his body was torn into pieces 1,000 times by this spear. He extended the tip towards the guy and finished the sentence by saying that he would still place his will into his body. The young man recoiled in fear and asked him to wait, wondering if he was really his past life, then said he didn't understand anything. The warrior frowned angrily and said that even when he was facing death, he was still dodging. He swung his weapon and said that if the young man intended to drag their honor into the mud, he would wash his ears in his blood. Carthago threw his spear, covered in aura. The boy was surprised that he threw the weapon so suddenly. The spear pierced the young man's stomach, throwing him back. A sharp pain pierced the boy. He bent over, kneeling. The man walked towards him and said that the boy was very pathetic because he was making such a face from just one blow. Hyunjin asked him why he was doing this. The man took hold of the handle and said that such pain was like an old friend to this body. The young man said that he was bleeding and he needed to get away quickly or he would really die. Carthago pulled the spear out of his chest and said that he was being tormented by unnecessary thoughts again. The boy touched his body. Finding no wound, the man asked him if he was afraid of death, after which he said that he should not be afraid of it, because in this world he would not die without his permission, even if he wished to. Hyunjin looked ahead in confusion, wondering if this meant that he would be tortured forever. He looked away in fear. The boy noticed the door and thought that it had been there since he got there. He ran towards it with all his might, thinking that he should escape. The warrior looked at him menacingly and said that the boy was running away again, and that due to the lack of strength to defend himself, he did not even have the courage to face death. Hyunjin started to tug at the door handle. Carthago said that he was sorry because the boy had lost his love and honor. The boy frowned and clenched his jaw when he heard these words. The man added that he could leave because someone like him could not be a vessel, and then said that he could not hide his pity for the boy. Hyunjin remembered how the children hugged him and said that the man did not know anything about him. He remembered how he played with them with a smile and added that he may not have talents or skills, but he had faith that after much suffering, one day everything can change. He turned to the man and said that for those who do not have strength, suffering is just suffering, and that no matter how bad he was, he could not retreat. The boy clenched his fist and said that the warrior should not say such things so easily if he did not know what it was like to be powerless. He frowned deeply and added with a shout that he knew nothing, so he dared not speak to him like that. Carthago looked him in the eyes and said that there was finally fire in his eyes. The man raised his spear and added that he was the boy's past life, so he had to pass on his will to him. He held the spear out in front of him. Lightning appeared in the air. The man said that he would do this so that no one could take anything away from him again. Hyunjin listened to his words with his mouth open. The man finished the sentence by saying that he was doing this so that the boy could climb to the top. Shining silhouettes of people began to appear around them. A voice sounded in the boy's head, explaining that his past life was sending him congratulations. Carthago pointed his spear at the boy. His past lives continued to send their congratulations. The warrior said that they would all help him, after which he also sent his congratulations to the boy. A shield appeared at Hyunjin's feet. The warrior said that without trials and tribulations he would not achieve results, so if he wanted to gain the strength to face his destiny, then he should pick up the shield and fight. Hyunjin frowned and said that he did not fully trust the man. He took the shield and added that he was not even sure that the warrior was his past life, but if he could really become stronger. Carthago looked at him, interrupted his speech and said that it does not matter how much the boy trusted him, he just needs to know that he is their reincarnation. The man pointed his spear at the boy and added that the boy can only use any move once to nullify his attack. He swung his spear, the boy thought that he could block the blow. The next second, the warrior's blow knocked him off his feet. The man frowned deeply. He threw the spear at the boy's shoulder. The boy frowned slightly, a sharp pain pierced his body. He thought about how he could not even see the spear. The man glared at him and told him to get up and fight, not letting his mind get clouded by just 2 attacks, then asked where his fighting spirit went. The youth looked down exhausted. Blood was dripping from his butt. He thought that he was losing his mind, then wondered how long he had been hanging by a thread from death, because it seemed to him that he would succeed on the 50th try, but the spear had already pierced him 100 times. But he looked up at his opponent. The man said that this was a regrettable result, because after 25-0 he still could not use the shield properly, and that for such a weakling one more time would be too much. He swung his spear and said that he would kill the guy. The warrior's weapon flew at high speed towards the youth. The guy thought about how the first time he defended himself, he felt fear, and that he was still not used to the disgusting feeling of being pierced. Hyunjin gritted his teeth. From behind the shield, an approaching spear was visible. The youth added that he had become accustomed to one thing after countless encounters with death. He looked at the tip of the spear and added that he had gotten used to the possibility of dying. The next second, he lowered his body, dodging the spear, and pushed it away with his count. Looking to the side, he thought he was able to block. The warrior looked at this and said that his work was done, that the guy tried hard, then said that he used the basic 24 techniques like me and the ability to understand the enemy's attacks, so he did not need to explain them, because the guy's body will remember them. Hyunjin reached for the ringing phone. The man's phrase about how when he wakes up, many things will change rang in his head. The young man answered the call. Seokju asked how he was feeling, then said that the schedule appeared. The guy turned over on his other side. His comrade asked if he would be okay, and if he thought he could handle it, then said that he warned that this was a C-rank dungeon. Hyunjin said that he needed money anyway. He got up from the bed and scratched his head, then asked if he could go there right now and where the dungeon was. The interlocutor replied that he sent him the address and also sent him information that the guy should look at before going. The sun's rays penetrated the room. The young man thanked him and promised not to be late, after which he thought that he had a strange dream. The guy raised his hand and with his mouth open added that in the dream he was pierced by a spear without stopping, and although there are no wounds on him, he still feels them, and, to be honest, it was so realistic that it is hard to call it a dream. The young man put on his equipment and said that the dungeon is only a 10-minute walk away. He walked to the exit when suddenly he noticed a shield standing by the wall. The sun slightly illuminated it. The guy said that this is the shield that he received when he registered as a hunter and that he has not seen it for a long time. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise, remembering the man's words that if he wanted strength, he should raise his shield and fight. The boy put the shield on his back and turned to the sunlight. He was standing in the middle of a clearing at the entrance to the dungeon. Hyejin took a step towards him and asked why he was there. She frowned in annoyance and muttered something. The boy raised his eyebrows, recognizing her. The girl came close to him, looked into his eyes with disdain and asked if he was stalking her. She took the arm of the man in red armor, who asked what happened. The girl replied that there was nothing serious because this guy was just annoying her. Hyunjin silently looked ahead. The girl asked Sangcheol not to pay attention to it. The man came up and looked menacingly into the boy's eyes, asking him why he brought the shield, and how he was going to carry the crystals if he was dragging such a heavy bill. The guy looked at him angrily. The man insulted him. A voice rang out in the boy's head, saying that the Shadow Master, having seen the evil in his soul, conveyed his congratulations, and that impenetrable darkness was beginning to grow inside him. Hyunjin lowered her gaze and apologized, saying that it was his first time working as a porter. The team approached the gate. The guy in armor said that they needed to line up and that he would go first. Sangcheol put his hands on the gate and said that he would open it. Hyunjin looked warily through the gap that opened and thought that something was wrong. He raised his eyebrows tensely and thought that everything was just like in a dream when he was about to be pierced, and that this feeling was weaker, but he clearly felt the desire to kill. Suddenly, a spear flew out of the door with an aura. The team members dodged the attack one after another. Hyunjin did not notice the approaching weapons. The spear struck him, sending up a cloud of dust. A voice in the boy's head said that Carthago was protecting him. An image of a warrior glaring menacingly appeared in the boy's mind. Hyunjin put his shield in front of him, blocking the attack. The system announced that as long as Carthago was protecting him, nothing could harm him. The dust slowly cleared. The team captain asked if everything was okay. The girl replied that the porter was hurt, and one of the team members added that the guy was right before the strike, and most likely, he was dead. A bright red eye of the monster lit up in the darkness. The skeleton jumped up, swinging its saber at the squad leader. The man ordered everyone to take the first formation. Sangcheol looked at the monster and slowly added that there might be another attack. One of the team members covered his face with his hand and asked why they were attacked as soon as they entered. The skeleton cut his body in half with one blow. Sangcheol looked at this with confusion, recognizing the skeleton knights. The monster turned to him. The girl with the magic staff created a fireball and asked the commander what he was waiting for. The next second, she launched a projectile at the monster's head. The skeleton leaned back. The mage said for everyone to attack it. Sangcheol shouted loudly, rushing into battle. The mage put her hand in front of her and created a magic projectile again. The room was covered in flames. The team sat in the cave, keeping their heads down. The commander looked up and said that it was strange, because skeleton knights should only be in B-rank dungeons, but part of their team was already dead. The mage frowned slightly and said that she thought the dungeon administration made a mistake because this sometimes happens. Hyunjin stood up. The girl added that this was most likely an elite dungeon, a rank higher than C, after which she said that the porter was able to somehow evade the attack, but with their strength they would not go further. The young man extended his hand to the door, listening to the words that it was true and that they needed to surrender and go back. And although they could be punished, but it was better than death, Hyunjin thought that the commander was right because he was saved by a mysterious voice. The young man rested his hand on the door and added that there was no guarantee that this would not happen again. He looked at the gate in horror. The commander asked him what he was doing, to which the guy replied that the door was locked. The girl turned around to look at him in horror. The guy in armor scratched his head and said that they had no choice, because if this was a dungeon with a door that locked after entering, then they could only loot it. Hyejin took the man's hand and said that she was scared. The commander said that she shouldn't worry because he would protect her. Hyunjin looked at them and thought that she already had a new boyfriend. The commander said that they would clean out this dungeon, so everyone should stay close. A blue glow covered the room. The commander said that they could rest for a while. The mage put her hand out to the side and stopped it. Rays of blue light illuminated the room. The commander asked what it was. Hyunjin quickly looked back. He saw an enraged skeleton. The monster stretched out a bony hand towards the woman. The skeleton smashed her to the ground, swinging his saber. The commander frowned in horror and screamed loudly. Blood gushed through the woman's hair. Her eyes bulged. The skeleton lowered his hand, looking at the corpse. Hyunjin frowned tensely and thought that it was a skeleton sergeant. Sangcheol turned back and asked the girl what she was doing, then said that she had scared him. The girl looked ahead in confusion and said that they were doomed because they would all die a meaningless death. The skeleton rushed into battle at the hero. The guy thought that they were advancing. He parried the monster's blow and thought that it was dangerous, but he could still defend himself because their movements were simple and he could calculate them. The boy turned his body, swinging a punch. He thought it was him, that the warrior's training was paying off, because the boy could fight back and aim straight for the bullseye. He hit the monster with his shield, throwing it back, and decided that the skeleton was weak. Hyunjin frowned angrily, raised his hand up and decided that now was the right moment. The monster looked up at him. The next second, the boy smashed it into pieces with one blow. Another skeleton cut the team member's body. The man's eyes bulged, looking ahead. The skeleton, splattered with blood, turned to the left. Hyejin frowned tensely and wondered if it was Hyunjin. The boy quickly turned around, thinking that he could do it. He made 2 dashes, destroying the skeletons. He looked at the bright light and thought about what he had done. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if he was really the Hyunjin who was the lowest ranked. The boy turned to her and asked how the others were. The girl replied that they were the only ones who survived. She took a step forward. Looking into the boy's eyes, she asked how he managed to defeat C-rank monsters. The boy raised one eyebrow in confusion when he heard the questions about what he did and what was going on, and then told her to just be glad that she was alive. Small glowing particles were flying near the ceiling of the cave. The girl jerked her hand and told the boy that she was sorry for being so harsh that day. She smiled nervously and asked the boy not to leave her because they loved each other, and then said that they would cope together. The boy narrowed his eyes and said that of course he would not leave her. He frowned and thought that even in such a situation, she could only think about herself. The guys walked on. They came to a stone gate. The girl asked the guy if this door was the end. The boy replied that he was not sure. He opened the door a little. Hyejin told him to be careful. She frowned and thought with a smile that the guy was just a brat because she needed his shield to protect herself. She looked at his back with a sly smile and mentally apologized to him, after which she thought that she would use it to get out alive. Behind the door was a bridge leading over a green liquid. The girl served as a hand and suggested that the guy go first because something could attack them from behind, so she would keep an eye on him. Hyunjin looked at her and agreed. The girl thought about using him as bait because something could jump out from below. The boy stepped onto the bridge. Walking along it, he dropped something into the water. The boy moved further and further. He looked back and said that he thought everything was fine, and then called the girl to follow him. She raised her eyebrows and awkwardly agreed. Hyejin took a step onto the bridge and thought about whether everything was okay, and then decided that she didn't have to worry because until they got out of there, she would hold on to the young man because he was the kind of guy who would do anything for her if she just flattered him a little. The girl walked carefully across the bridge and thought that she would figure out the rest as soon as she got out of there alive. Suddenly, an unknown creature woke up in the water. She took a wide step forward and thought that it was easy as pie. She frowned slightly and decided what she would do when she crossed this bridge. Suddenly, she noticed something from the side. A giant fish jumped out of the water, opening its mouth. A shark with holes in its belly bit her on the neck. The girl turned her gaze to the guy and quietly asked for help. Hyunjin reached out to her, made a lunge and screamed loudly. Suddenly, his vision became cloudy and his body was enveloped in an aura. The girl fell into the water, the guy watched it. The shark would have been inhaled in the water, gnawing at the girl's body. The boy grinned and said that it was a great pity. He winked with one eye, looking ahead. Above Hyunjin, the image of Hassison appeared, which took over his body. The man on behalf of the boy said that he would never get out of there alive if he was so sensitive. He approached the gate and said that Carthago and Seddon Miller both believed that being morally stable was the only way. The man opened the door slightly and looked inside. He frowned and added that the boy was still too invisible, so there would be some difficulties with this. Coming out of his body, he smiled and said that this was wonderful, because spoiling him would be a lot of fun, but for now he should leave. The man in the boy's body took a step forward, entering the room. His vision became cloudy again. The young man frowned deeply, opening his eyes wider. He took a step forward. Quickly looking around, the boy did not understand where he was and where the girl had disappeared to. Hyunjin began to knock on the gate, saying that the back doors had closed again. Suddenly, he felt something and turned around. The image of a skeleton was shining in the darkness. A crowd of monsters appeared from the shadows. The boy gritted his teeth, cursing mentally. He squeezed the hilt of his sword. Standing in front of a crowd of monsters, he thought that he just wanted to check who would win. The next second, he delivered a sweeping blow to the skeleton's body. The boy twisted his body, putting his shield in front of him. He made a dash and hit the skeleton with his shield. Hyunjin dropped and dodged the attack. The monster's blade cut off a couple of his hairs. The boy struck the monster's shoulder. Suddenly, one of the skeletons hit him in the back. A bright glow appeared in the monster's eyes. A powerful explosion occurred at the place of the impact. The guy was thrown several meters away. He rolled over onto his stomach. The young man was bleeding. He closed one eye and thought about how it all came to this. The monsters surrounded him. The guy rose to his knees and added that everyone died except for him, a low-ranking hunter. Hyunjin looked at the crowd and thought that he did not see the exit, and the entrance to the dungeon suddenly closed. The skeletons looked at him angrily. The young man wondered what these high-ranking monsters were doing there. He frowned sternly. The young man reached for his sword and thought that if only he had that incredible power, then he would have at least some chance. Suddenly, a voice of the system sounded in his head, congratulating him on the fact that one of his past lives independently intervened in his situation. A silhouette of a blonde man appeared in the air above him. The system announced that Seddon, the last patron of the sword, was now in his body. An ominous aura began to emanate from the guy. The skeletons were very surprised by this. One of the monsters swung his blade to strike. He lunged, delivering a sweeping blow. The guy did not move an inch. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a blue glow. The tip of his blade stopped the monster's sword. The skeleton's hand trembled. The guy said that the pathetic undead did not dare point a sword at this body. His body was covered in energy. Seddon, on behalf of the guy, called it insolence. The monster looked at this in surprise. The guy took a step forward. He made a wide lunge and delivered a blow, cutting all the monsters in front of him. His eyes continued to shine with a bright blue light. Interference began to appear in the guy's head. He lost his orientation in space. The man wondered what was happening. The blonde emerged from his fallen body and said that they would meet again. Some of the boys' past lives were sitting at a round table. Carthago slammed his fist on the table and asked why they went first, since it was his turn. The blonde put his head on his hand and said with a smile that it was a critical situation. Hassison added with a grin that he could not just stand and watch, after which he apologized for being rude. Carthago took hold of his helmet, lowered his head and said that he was the only one the boy needed now, since he had to train, since he would never grow up if they were always helping him. Hope extended her hand and said with a smile that the microphone was finally working, after which she said that she wanted their reincarnation to hear her singing. She put her hands on the table and asked if there was any chance for this boy. The woman touched her chest, closed her eyes and suggested that they give up and sing. Hassison sighed in displeasure and told Carthago that he had to go, otherwise the number of their past lives would grow to 1,000,000, and that he thought they should give this reincarnation a chance. The blonde crossed his arms and said that the guy had quite a fighting spirit, especially for a child, but he did not agree with Carthago's opinion. The girl ran to the exit in the confusion. She put her hand on the door with a smile, thinking that men could talk about this forever, but she, the magnificent hope, would solve everything peacefully. Carthago's friend put his hand on her shoulder. In one movement, he knocked the girl off her feet. The warrior opened the door and said that this time it was his turn. The man took a step towards the light. His body began to dissolve in a bright glow. The doors closed. Hyunjin looked ahead in surprise. He suddenly saw the very place where he was pierced by a spear over and over again. The man appeared in the air behind him and didn't say that it turned out that the boy had already arrived there. The young man frowned tensely and asked what was happening to him. The warrior lowered himself and said, Hyunjin is asking the wrong questions, because instead it would be better to ask what he should do. The boy clenched his fist and asked to ask a question, then asked what he should do. The man lowered his head and said that the boy should become stronger than anyone in this world. The boy frowned and said that he was only F rank and that he really became stronger after their training, but the man interrupted his words by hitting the ground with his spear, then drew his attention to himself. He made a straight strike with his spear. The boy watched the movements in surprise. A crack appeared in space. The sky behind the boy opened up in two. The boy was very surprised by this. Carthago looked at him and said that the boy would be able to stand on the top. A blue mana crystal appeared in the air. The man crossed his arms and said that this is the core of monsters and people in his world use it as fuel. He extended his hand to the crystal. Biomass began to form on the stones. The man added that something else can be done with it. A monster appeared in front of the boy. He was very surprised by this. The troll with the club stood with his head down. Carthago turned to the boy and asked if it mattered, then told him to raise his shield. The boy looked at him blankly, asking what he meant. The man frowned and said that this would be his second training. The troll rushed in. The warrior suggested that he try to survive. The boy frowned and raised his shield in front of him. The man looked at what was happening and said that the boy was in a disadvantageous position, then asked the boy if he thought he was one step behind. The troll quickly approached him. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The monster swung his club to strike. The attack knocked Hyunjin off his feet. The monster struck again, hitting the boy in the face. Then the troll hit him in the head again. The man counted 5 times. The monster pinned the boy to the ground with its blow on the 20th time. The troll's club hit the boy under the jaw on the 50th time. The young man was kneeling tiredly. The warrior said that at this rate he had already died 80 times in a row. Hyunjin thought that attacking with a shield required a huge swing, so it would be difficult for him to even injure the troll, which meant that he was in a hopeless situation. The boy exchanged glances with his opponent, thinking that he was much stronger than him. The troll struck again. The boy dodged it and thought that the monster changed the trajectory of its attacks very quickly, so if he did not kill it with one blow, he would not win again. Hyunjin raised his shield back, enveloping it in an aura, and thought that although it would be weaker than defense, he had to try. The boy jumped up, preparing for the blow. The troll swung his club. The boy frowned angrily, looking at the monster. The boy's blow approached the troll. The monster tried to stop the attack, but his club flew here into pieces. The troll raised one eyebrow in surprise. The next second, the boy's blow pierced his body through. Hyunjin dropped to one knee. The monster behind him was torn apart. The boy turned to the mentor and said that he did it. The warrior took a step forward and said that he was impressed by his skills. The boy, breathing heavily, began to mumble something. He fell to the ground and asked the man why he was helping him. The warrior hung over him and answered that in time the boy would understand everything himself. Hyunjin suddenly woke up in a cave. He sat with his legs folded, wondering if he passed out at this place. The boy touched his body. He lowered his hands and said that even after those beatings, his body was unharmed. He found a skeleton mana crystal in front of him. Taking the stone in his hand, he said that he would get quite a large sum for it. Hyunjin stood up and said that he was already confused about what was going on, but first he needed to get out of there alive. At the end of the cave corridor was a door made of stone. The young man said that it looked like a boss room. He opened the gate slightly, looking inside. The young man entered a hall full of columns and said that everything inside was surprisingly clean. Suddenly, 2 scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness. The ground shook violently. The young man wondered what that noise was. Suddenly, a skeleton landed in front of him with a crash. The young man looked back at it, scared. A monster in armor and holding a weapon appeared in front of the young man. The young man thought that it was a champion skeleton. He grabbed the shield behind his back and said that the association definitely screwed up evaluating this dungeon. The monster took a step forward. The young man covered himself with his shield. He looked at it from behind his defense, scared, wondering if he could defeat it. Suddenly, a bright aura began to emanate from his shield. Carthago asked the guy if he doubted, and then said that he had enough of being afraid. The man frowned angrily, transferring power to the guy, and then told him to never doubt his power again. Bright lightning began to emanate from the guy. The system announced the activation of protection at full power. The young man clenched his teeth, an aura began to emanate from his eyes. He rushed towards the monster at high speed. Surrounded by radiance, Hyunjin approached the boss. His shield was glowing. He stood in front of him, thinking that it was useless to fight him closely. The skeleton's eye glowed red. The hero ran, holding a glowing shield, and thought that therefore he should keep his distance so that it would open. The eyes opened wide in amazement. A trace of an attack appeared nearby. The hero thought in shock that the radius of his attack was so huge. He put forward a shining shield and was able to block the skeleton's attack with it. An explosion was emitted from the weapon. Hyunjin crashed into the wall and sat on the floor with his head down. He thought it was crazy. He was so strong. It was unfair. The guy tried to get up. The shield was attached to his hand. He thought his mana was running out. He could only withstand a few hits. The hero flew to the side. The boss swung his sword. His blow left a bright mark near the guy's head. He barely managed to dodge, thinking that each of his attacks was fatal. But he managed to dodge. Opening his mouth, the skeleton swung his sword and quickly struck from top to bottom. Hyunjin clenched his teeth, thinking, what now? With a blow from the shining shield, he broke the skeleton's arm. Angrily looking forward, he thought, did it work? The monster looked at him with burning eyes. In his remaining hand he held a sword. Hyunjin thought, since he was not receiving damage, it was unprofitable for him to drag out the fight. He could at least pretend that he was in pain. The champion skeleton swung his sword. He struck sharply, but the guy covered himself with a shield. Swinging, he held the sword in his hand. The image of the skeleton blurred, leaving bright traces. He attacked. The hero angrily looked out from behind the defense. The boss swung his sword again. Bright traces remained from his rapid attacks. The guy thought, is he getting faster? A bright flash collided with the shield. The guy thought that if compared to Carthago's spear, it was still bearable. He leaned on one leg in a jump. A golden trace remained from his movement. He approached the monster, thinking that he would pierce it through and through. The skeleton moved his hand with the sword to the side. Hyunjin looked at him with burning eyes. His fist blazed with golden flames. A bright blow crushed the bones of the skeleton. The brunette was breathing heavily. The boss fell to his knees. His head hit the floor. A shadow appeared nearby. Hyunjin stood there, holding his shield up in a warlike manner, looking at the monster with determination. He said that it was all over. The man stood by the shining blue portal, speaking on the phone, saying that it had been 3 days since the gates to the dungeon had opened. Considering that there was no news of them being cleared, he dared to assume that all of the squad members had died. Closing his eyes, he said that if that was really the case, then the monsters might come out, so they needed to prepare everything they needed to besiege the dungeon. The other man replied that he had sent a rapid response team to them, and as soon as they arrived, he should tell them to go inside. The man noticed a silhouette in the portal. Holding the phone, he said that it looked like someone had just cleared the dungeon. The guy's legs appeared. A bloody Hyunjin with a shield on his back walked out of the dungeon. Looking at him in shock, the man asked where the other hunters were. Breathing heavily, the guy replied that they were all dead. The man extended his hand and introduced himself as Jongho from the dungeon management and asked to see his hunter card. He held the guy's card in his hands and thought in shock, is this an F rank? The setting sun illuminated the buildings. The man was eating a donut. The door swung open and someone called the manager. Jongho ran into the office, interrupting his meal. The manager asked with displeasure what happened. Looking at the management employee, he said that he had just sent out a squad to clear the dungeons and he had already returned. Breathing heavily, Jongho said that most likely a hunter who was able to awaken again appeared. The man slapped the table, standing up, and asked what. The guy handed him his phone. When he asked again, he said that the F-rank hunter Hyunjin was the only one who returned alive from the elite B-rank dungeon. He introduced the blood-stained brunette. The manager said that he could barely stand after coming back from the dungeon, and he claims to have awakened for the second time. Jongho replied that to confirm this, they would have to do some research. The boss leaned back in his chair, saying that even among C-rank hunters, only a few were able to awaken a second time, so he should just go back to work. Turning around, he asked, does he even know how much it costs to reawaken a hunter? Can he take responsibility for his words? Looking forward, Jongho heard that instead of making useless efforts, he should just do as he was told. The man turned to the window. The employee headed towards the exit of the office, thinking that if this is not a reawakening, then this is all just meaningless. Rather than trust this manager, he would do it himself. There was a light on the ceiling. Hyunjin reached out his hand and thought, did he survive? He looked at the light, thinking that he was very tired and wanted to rest. The guy closed his eyes. He wondered what this feeling was. In the purple haze, he saw the image of a hooded man who greeted him. Hyunjin thought in surprise, again, isn't this Carthago? He turned around and asked if he was also one of his past lives. The man smiled, closing his eye, and said it didn't matter, he could have died. Hyunjin angrily exclaimed that he already knew that and asked who he was. The hooded man laughed, saying that this reincarnation was funny. Even though he looked weak, he had plenty of courage. The man folded his hands and said that it was understandable why Carthago was interested in him. The man's face was scarred. He said that it seemed like it was worth it to come here instead of Seddon. His name was Hassassin. He took the shortest route to meet him. Hassassin crossed his arms, telling the boy to know that the other lives also wanted to see him first. But when he faced the coming dangers, he would prove himself much more useful than them. Enough talk. They would begin the lesson. The warrior looked at the boy resolutely. Fog surrounded him. Hyunjin looked ahead in shock, thinking that his form. In the darkness, only glowing eyes remained. Words were heard that he would aim for the heart. If he could avoid his attack even once, the lesson would be over. Sharp swords appeared around the hero. Hassassin said that he was already very curious about how many times he would die. A zigzag of a blow appeared in the darkness. The tip of a sword appeared next to Hyunjin's body. Hassassin clapped his hands and said that they would end the lesson here. The man with the scar said that the stronger he became, the more vile actions he would be caught doing. For example, the director of the Shadow Guild. Hyunjin stood at the reception desk with a shield behind his back. The girl greeted him and asked what brought him here. The brunette thought that he wanted to go home. The girl looked at the outstretched bag in surprise. Blue bright crystals were peeking out of the bag. Pointing behind him, he said he wanted to sell these mana crystals and appraise the value of his shield. The employee said that it looked like he had cleared a B-rank dungeon. It would be a little over 20 million won. Looking at the stones, she said that the appraisal fee was 1 million won. There was no appraiser available right now. Would he like to wait? Hyunjin thought it was a bit expensive. The employee looked at him and asked for her hunter license. She took the card and thanked the hunter Hyunjin for his cooperation. Looking at the guy, she asked if he could sit down and wait for a while. They would let him know when it was ready. The hero sat on the chair, and the girl on the phone said that yes, Hyunjin was the survivor he was talking about. Her finger tapped the table. On the screen, there was a dialogue with Hyejin, who said that she was going to a C-rank dungeon. The interlocutor asked if it was too early, should he go with her. In response, he received laughter and words about how if he went, the others would be so shocked that they wouldn't even be able to line up for a raid. It's okay, she'll go with her friends. He told her to come back safe and sound. The last message from him was today and was addressed to the girl. The man frowned and said that Hyejin hadn't responded for a long time. He looked at the man who bowed and told Hyungseok to check on the dungeon Hyejin had gone to, and he agreed. The bald man picked up the phone and said that he would send a message to the dungeon administration. Guild director Seongmin was sitting at the table. Hyungseok turned to the director standing by the window and he asked if he recognized him. The bald man replied that all the hunters who entered the dungeon had died. Seongmin turned around angrily and asked again. The worried man replied that they said that there was one survivor. The man glared at him, asking again, and he received the answer that yes, they were sure of it. Hyunjin yawned and heard himself being addressed. He looked at the man who approached. He recognized the man, who said that he saw that he remembered him. He was Jongho. They had met before. The man said that he had something important to tell him. Would he mind moving to another place? There was a tree growing near the buildings. The heroes were sitting in a gazebo. Jongho slammed the folder shut and said that with this they would finish the investigation and thanked him for his help. He reached into his jacket pocket, saying what else. He handed Hyunjin a business card, asking him to take it. The hero was holding a C-rank hunter's license in his hand, issued in his name. The man scratched his head, saying that he thought he was much stronger, but this was all he could do. Holding the card in his hands, Hyunjin said that this was enough for now. He looked at the man and thanked him for his concern. The man turned to Hyungseok, who responded. Looking out the window, Seongmin said that he hated losing something that belonged to him the most. Was he sure they said there was a survivor? The man confirmed it. Standing by the window, the director said that this was a survivor. Turning around, he ordered that he be brought to him. There were pieces of meat on the frying pan. Seokju held a glass and congratulated the C-rank hunter. The guys clinked glasses. A question was heard. How did he know? He was not in the hunter department. The friend answered that he was quite famous in the dungeon administration. The guy said that everyone was talking about the only surviving F-rank porter in the elite C-rank dungeon. Hyunjin looked at the guy questioningly and asked what was wrong with that. Seokju realized that he did not know. Closing his eyes, he said that there was another case similar to his. In general, this kind of thing rarely happens, only to awakened hunters. The most famous of them is the SS-ranked hunter Jinwoo. He introduced a glittering golden dragon. In their days, when people say Asura, they think of the country's top guild. However, he presented the image of a warrior, saying that it was founded by Jinwoo, the only survivor of the dungeon recognized as an awakened hunter. He is the first and only SS-ranked hunter in their country, who helped the guild become famous. Hyunjin asked, the Asura Guild is now called Diamond Tier Guild, right? His friend replied that yes, there are rumors that Jinwoo is an extremely unpleasant person. Sitting opposite him, he said that it seems like he is being taken care of well since he does not leave the guild. Seokju asked, what about him? Has the dungeon administration contacted him yet? He should have received a special job offer. Hyunjin asked in surprise, a job offer. He didn't receive anything like that. The friend drank and said that their manager had no manners. Usually someone like him would receive a message from them. Pouring more alcohol, the guy said that he shouldn't let the management treat him like that. See rank, what is it? After Jinwoo survived, he was promoted straight to a rank. Holding a glass, he said that Hyunjin had already suffered a lot, starting with being an orphan. The guy held a bottle in his hands, pouring alcohol. He asked not to talk about it. Seokju sat on a bench, looking in the same direction as his friend. Hyunjin helped his drunk friend get into a taxi. Seokju put his hand on the guy's shoulder and called him. Smiling drunkenly, he said that everything will be fine now. The yellow taxi moved forward. Hyunjin watched it drive away, then turned around, saying that he needed to rest too. He walked down a dark street, surrounded by a purple glow. Looking closely, he said that the two had been following him for a long time. The guy surrounded by a purple haze stopped and told him not to hide. His eyes were glowing. Hyunjin, with Hassison appearing in him, told him to show himself. Two people appeared on both sides of the hero. One of them said that he didn't look like an ordinary guy. The bald man held a cigarette and said that Hyunjin should go with them. Looking at him, the guy asked why. The man took out a katana from the blue fog and said that if he didn't want it the good way, he would have it the bad way. The brunette was surprised and thought that it was a spatial pocket. He waved his hands in fear and said that there was no need to take out a weapon. Where should he go? Hyungseok was smoking and said that it was great, at least he was thinking sensibly. Hyunjin smiled slyly and continued. So what did they think he would say? They are all the same. Looking at the man with purple eyes, he said that they made a huge mistake today. The bald man was surprised and responded to Chinho, who immediately moved forward. The masked man jumped up, taking out a weapon from his spatial pockets, and said that it would be better if he just went with them silently. He squeezed the handle, saying that it was nothing personal. The masked man stabbed crosswise. He frowned, thinking that he was sure that he had hurt him, but the knife did not receive any recoil. Hyunjin's silhouette was cut as if he was ethereal. Holding a knife in his hand, Hyojin said that although he was an F rank, he seemed to know a few moves. A bright trace appeared from his attack. He frowned and thought that he definitely injured him, but why? He was startled when Hyunjin appeared behind him and asked where he was looking. The guy's palm glowed with a purple glow. Hyungseok was surprised to see this and thought that he was an F rank. How did he know how to use aura? Hyunjin swung his palm surrounded by aura and slammed it into the man's body. Chinho was startled. The man fell. Hyunjin took the knife from him and said that he would lend it to him for a while. Hyungseok took out a sword from his spatial pocket. The brunette turned and asked what he was doing there. The man charged, thinking that he was an unusual guy. He swung the sword, thinking that he was superior to him in a real fight. The bald man moved quickly, leaving bright marks, and thought that he would not give him a chance to strike back. Hyunjin smiled, dodging. He stepped forward. The man looked at him in amazement. The hero was behind. The bald man thought, when did he have time? His hand was cut. He thought that he was fast and only hit the painful points. The man crouched, and Hyunjin stood next to him and told him to say who sent him, then he would spare his life. Hyungseok grinned, saying that he thought he would say, let him kill. The assassin in Hyunjin's body said in his ear that he expected so. He crouched next to him and said that he asked out of politeness. Towering over the prone body, Hyunjin said that this is great, it would be a little inconvenient if there were any evidence left. Dark rays surrounded the man's body. The darkness of the assassin removes all the evidence around him. The bodies lying down and Hyunjin were surrounded by a dark purple haze. Hyunjin walked away, saying that as he thought, it was easy. He smiled. There was a tree growing near the building. Hyunjin stopped at the door and thought about why he drank. He didn't even remember how he got home. He lay down on the bed, saying that he thought that since he got there safely, everything was fine. Blushing, he looked at the ceiling, saying that he was so tired again. He closed his eyes, thinking that all he could do was rest. The phone lying on the stove rang. Hyunjin was making ramen after a shower and asked Seokju if he got home okay yesterday. He looked at the food with satisfaction when he heard that he found him a group, and his expression darkened angrily when he heard him say that he should come right away. The hero held the phone in his hand in displeasure. He put on his jacket. He took the shield in his hand. He waved his hand, calling a taxi. Hyunjin sat in the passenger seat with his arms crossed. The driver turned around in surprise when he saw the glow. The guy's eyes were wide open. The fire was burning brightly. The taxi was on fire. The guy grabbed the door handle. Cursing, he jumped out of the car. The car crashed into a pole. The hunter raised his head and frowned. In the dark smoke stood a silhouette. Hyunjin saw an orc sorcerer. Behind the monster were his minions. With his eyes wide open, the guy thought that this simply couldn't be. Looking at the crowd of monsters, he wondered if they were really from the gate. The sorcerer held the flame in his palm and muttered. He launched a fireball. A bunch of orcs rushed forward. They began to grab the locals. The hunter watched this, thinking that at this rate he would be late for the meeting. He stood in front of the monsters. Taking off, Hyunjin mentally noted that he needed to deal with their leader quickly. The orc tried to hit him. The guy dodged the monster's attack. The brunette hit him in the face. The hunter clenched his teeth, mentally noting that there was no end to these small fry. He took a few steps forward. The sorcerer turned around. Hyunjin was jumping on him from above. He hit the orc with his shield. His hand trembled. The guy knocked down the monster boss. He lunged forward. The locals turned around in fear. The sorcerer was lying on the ground. The brunette lowered his head and muttered that if he continued like this, he would definitely be late. Someone praised him. A girl in a blue jacket stood next to him and said that she saw that he was not a member of any guild. The brown-haired girl with a smirk on her face added that his abilities were too good to waste. She added that they didn't have much time, so they should get down to business right away. Hyunjin looked at her tensely, quietly asking who she was. The girl handed over a black business card and offered to join her guild. When the guy took it, she asked him to think about the offer and call her. The hunter tried to stop her. The brunette quickly ran away. Looking at the business card, the brunette muttered that the Ace Guild was quite famous. Looking ahead, he thought that for starters, a crowd of people ran out of the building, loudly asking for help. The locals with frightened faces shouted that they did not want to die. Hyunjin froze tensely and wondered if monsters had really appeared in the shopping mall as well. Crossing his arms over his chest, he reasoned that although there was a mandatory clause that hunters were required to intervene if a gate suddenly opened, but the guy furrowed his brows and muttered that no matter how strong he was, fighting all those orcs face to face was too risky. He remembered hanging out at the bar and how Seokju had told him that Han Jinwoo had been promoted to a rank right after he came back alive. The brunette smiled wickedly, thinking that if he could. Standing there with a smirk on his face, he mentally noted that he would be promoted to a rank just like Han Jinwoo back in his time. The hunter stopped. He was looking at the burning mall. The guy asked with a surprised expression, "Was there anyone here?" Frowning his dark brows, he muttered that the fact that there were no orcs here made him wary. Looking at the empty burning hall, Hyunjin mentally noted that it felt like someone got rid of all the corpses. Tensing up, he asked who could have done such a monstrous thing. A sound was heard from the side. The brunette turned his frightened gaze and asked what was that. A man was walking towards him holding his shoulder, asking if he was a hunter and asking him to run since it was too dangerous here. The guy wondered if the orcs had attacked the man. The man sank to the floor and said that this sudden opening of the gate was different from what usually happened in the world, and most likely someone was involved. A crowd of people entered the hall, saying that it seemed like Hyunjin was already here. The hunter turned around abruptly, and the man asked if they were hunters. The brunette smiled wryly. Looking at the people with weapons, he noted that they did not look like hunters at all. Frowning his dark eyebrows, the guy asked who sent them. The man in the hazmat suit and mask asked why he needed to know that if he was going to die soon anyway. The injured man asked if they were a special squad of the Ace Guild. The masked man gave him an angry look and told his men not to leave anyone alive. The crowd looked at Hyunjin. One of them swung his sword. The guy dodged the blow. Another squad member tried to attack him. A dark purple aura appeared around him. The hunter jumped to the side, wondering if he was using an aura. The commander loudly ordered his comrades not to relax. The brunette reached for his sword. He dodged another attack. Hyunjin maneuvered, avoiding the blade of the swords. He ducked, realizing that these guys had killed before. The man kicked the floor with his foot. He jumped at the hunter with his sword, shouting curses. The blade of the blade hit the shield. The guy blocked the man's blow. The masked guy's face twisted in shock. Hyunjin's red eyes flashed and asked if he was done. Two fighters to the side suggested attacking together. They pounced on the hunter. He threw one of them back with his shield. The guy grabbed his sword. He slashed at the man. He glanced to the side and asked the man if he was going to attack. The man perked up. He jumped at his opponent. The sword sank into his skin. The fighter hung on the tip of the brunette's blade. Hyunjin swung his weapon to the side. He clenched his teeth tightly and asked the man if he was the last one. The man frowned and thought that he was a monster. He clutched the sword tightly and mentally noted that his identity had been exposed and now the guild would not be able to protect him. Looking at the man behind the guy, the fighter decided that he would take the hostage with him. A smoke grenade flew past. The hunter froze with a puzzled expression. The man ran towards him. The wounded man tensed up. Suddenly, the blade pierced his skin. The warrior's body trembled, and he asked how this was possible. Hyunjin, with a sly grin on his face, replied that he was already used to this kind of thing. He slashed with the blade. The man on the floor muttered in shock that he had dealt with the special forces on his own. The guy put his hand behind his head when the man began to thank him and ask his rank. He glanced at the wounded man and asked if it was important. The man smiled and answered in the negative, and then asked him to at least say his name. Turning his back to him, Hyunjin introduced himself and said goodbye. The man asked him to wait for him, noting that the dungeon clearing team should have arrived by now. The guy looked away in irritation. He grabbed the man on the floor by the shoulder and said that even though he looked pathetic now, he was the head of the guild department. And said that he would personally make sure that the brunette was awarded, so he should come to them later. The hunter put his hands on his hips and said that he would think about it. The man said that his name was Kim Taemin. Hyunjin muttered that at least he said that he would think about it, but he stood in the middle of the street, noting that the man claimed that he would definitely be awarded, so there was no reason to refuse. A grin spread across the brunette's face. He stopped in front of a tall building. He brought the phone to his ear and called Taemin. The man in the black shirt replied that he immediately recognized him by his voice. The guy said that he was right in front of the building now. Hyunjin sat with a puzzled face. The head of the department sat opposite him, asking if he wanted anything else. Sitting at a table with drinks and food, the hunter replied that this was enough. The man looked away and said that there was something else. He put a small bag on the table and asked him to take it. The brunette asked with a surprised face if it was a spatial bag. Taemin said that it was a special type of spatial bag. The hunter looked at the head of the department and wondered how a bronze guild could give such a valuable thing to an ordinary hunter. The brown-haired man laughed and said that they noticed his abilities, but he carried a weapon with him. Hyunjin frowned and noted that it seemed like they had something to offer him. The man closed his eyes and noted his intelligence, after which he suggested getting straight to the point. Looking at his interlocutor, he asked him to help his guild. The guy with a surprised face began to ask how he could help them if he was only a C-rank hunter. Taemin smiled and said that it was not a problem, since he had already seen everything that was needed. The brunette froze on the chair. The man lowered his head and began to ask for help for the race guild. The hunter heard a voice remarking that he smelled death. An old man in a suit with sparkling eyes was telling him to help him. Hyunjin perked up and wondered who it was, since the voice was different this time. He turned around abruptly, but no one was there. With a crooked smile on his face, the guy said he was ready to listen. The brown-haired man put his hands on the table and said that they would soon have an unofficial war with the Echo Guild. The guy asked him what an unofficial war meant. The man imagined two warriors and explained that an unofficial war was a battle between special forces from both guilds. Imagining the warriors' defeat, he added that, however, unlike an official war, where there are judges, in an unofficial war there are none, and therefore it is possible to kill your opponents. The embodiment of a past life and sparkling eyes smiled. The voice in the hunter's head said that Reaper advised him to accept this offer. The brunette mentally noted that he should be rewarded for this, and he really should understand the offer. He wondered if he should ask more now. Hyunjin placed his palm on the table and said that he refused the offer. He crossed his arms and said that the dimensional bag was a good thing, but he would have to put his life on the line. He thought that the guild seemed to be desperate to ask for help from a C-rank hunter. Taemin said that he understood with a gloomy face. He clasped his hands together and asked how about having their special squad help him whenever he needed. The guy mentally noted that this was a great offer. He smiled nervously and asked if the man was sure that he could trust and empower a loser like him. The brown-haired man looked at him and said that the guild master had already given his consent. The hunter smiled contentedly. He slammed his fist on the table and said that if that was really the case, he would gladly accept their offer. The girl in uniform apologized with a smile. Opposite her stood Hyunjin, listening to the words that due to the long waiting list, it would be difficult for him to enter a C-rank dungeon. He asked if there was a possibility to enter a dungeon of a higher rank. The brunette bowed her head and said that according to the rules, he must give hunters of a rank and above, or part of a professional group, to enter a high-flying dungeon. The hunter looked at her sadly and said that he understood everything. He thought about the professional group. In his hands was a business card of the Ace Guild. A voice behind the guy greeted him. The brunette waved her hand at the brunette. Sitting down at the table next to him, she told him that she was waiting for him to contact them. Hyunjin frowned and asked if they had a schedule of raids for a professional group. The girl propped her face on her fist and muttered that she thought he wanted to join the guild. She slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming that he should give it a try first. The brunette said with a smile on her face that their group was planning a raid on a B-rank dungeon that he could join. She said that they were leaving tomorrow. The guy put on a black long coat. A black car drove up to him. The brunette was surprised when a voice from the side began to shout his name. The man pointed to the car and asked him to sit down. The hunter in the car crossed his arms and mentally noted that professional groups were different. The girl next to him smiled cheerfully and asked if he wanted to join them now. The black car cut through the road. When they arrived, Hyunjin stepped onto the green grass. Looking at the group of people standing there, he wondered if this was the professional group Ace. Noticing one man among them, the brunette mentally noted that there was even a rank hunter Choi Hanseok among them who used magic. The brown-haired man in the blue cloak turned his attention to him. The girl raised her hand and addressed him informally. The man frowned, recognizing the voice. He happily ran to her, and the girl said that the guy next to her was the Hyunjin she had told him about. The brunette realized that they were getting along well. Hanseok extended his hand and said that he had heard about him from Yesul. When they shook hands, the man said that he was the leader of the professional group Ace and it was nice to meet him. The brown-haired man smiled stupidly, asking if he had really decided to join their team. The guy mentally noted that he had not said a word about joining just now. Yesyul said that he would join them soon. Looking at the enthusiastic guys, the hunter thought that everyone in this guild was some kind of crazy. The man from the side asked him to come over. Hanseok turned his frowning gaze. The guild member waved his hand. A sword began to appear in their hole in space, and the man noted that he heard that this was his first B-rank dungeon. He grabbed the hilt, saying that in B-rank dungeons and above, it was difficult to attack using normal weapons. Handing the guy the sword, the man said that even though they were just borrowing it for a while, it was better than using it earlier. Bully had asked why they were doing this for him. The guild member smiled widely and said that since they had a joint order, they were now a team. The hunter looked at the sword with a smile and thanked him, saying that it was a long way to try. Hanseok frowned and said that since everyone was ready, they should go through the final briefing. In the front line were Dusik, Myeongsu, and Gwangbi, followed by Hanseok and Yesyul, and in the rear were Hyunjin. The man put his hands on his waist and said that if anything happened, follow his orders, otherwise he would get angry. The brunette mentally noted that he would be Yesyul's personal guard. The commander smirked contentedly. When he waved his hand, a blue light appeared. The hunter clenched his teeth tightly. A passage to the dungeon appeared in front of him, and the guy was surprised by the S1 spatial magic. The squad went inside. The brown-haired man noted with a smile on his face that they should start with clearing. Red spirits began to fly out of the dungeon. The brunette asked with a surprised face if these were monsters from the spiritual realm. Hanseok waved his hand, creating a blue light. He directed a stream of magic at the monsters. Hyunjin watched as Yesyul laughingly asked him why he always used useless magic chanting. The man replied that it looked cool. The fire spirits rushed forward, and the hunter noted that they seemed to have angered them. Standing behind the three allies, Hanseok suggested a joint attack. A squad of warriors together with the mage confronted the spirits. The brown-haired man furrowed his brows and loudly asked everyone to be careful. He launched a beam of light. The brunette stood with a surprised face, thinking that the pro group was not on a different level. Looking at the squad leader in front, he mentally noted that he did not think that they were that good. The man looked at him with a smile. Hyunjin stood to the side, listening to the words that they should just move forward since this dungeon was very small. He realized that this was their tactic. The voice in the darkness said that the dungeon was short, but the boss would be much more difficult to defeat. Looking ahead, Hanseok said that there was nothing to worry about, and they could handle it. Hyunjin looked back. When the squad went inside, they noted that it was unexpectedly quiet. There was a closed door ahead. The wax candle to the side went out. Hanseok froze, warning the others to be careful. A light flashed in the darkness. Some force struck Gwangbi. When white eyes appeared in the darkness, the hunters realized that they were nightmares. Dark spirits surrounded the human team. The commander looked at the goods and exclaimed that although they were all B rank, there were too many of them. Dusik clashed with one of them. The brown-haired man lowered his gloomy face. He frowned and asked his comrades to hold on a little longer. When he clenched his fist, a blue light began to appear. The man hit the floor. The spirits began to partially disappear. The commander sighed heavily. Hyunjin mentally noted that thanks to him, the number of monsters was greatly reduced. The other two guys stood with tired faces. The brunette drew his eyebrows together, thinking that it was no wonder that they were tired. Pulling his hand back, he summoned a sword and shield, thinking that without it, they would have a hard time. A voice in his head said that Danchias would take over his body to strengthen his resolve. The hunter ran towards the spirit. Hanseok, with an indignant expression, loudly told him not to break formation. The guy cut one monster. After hitting another with his sword, he thought that there was no time to form up now. The brunette turned his head back. He put up a shield in front of him. A blue light pierced the spirit in front of him. The brown-haired man with an outstretched hand declared that he would help. Hyunjin smirked and thought that as expected, the skills were worthy of an S1 hunter. The hunter with a weapon ran forward, asking to cover him while he took care of the remaining monsters. He cut the black and purple shadow. The guy delivered the final blow. The squad gathered in the center, asking if this was all. The man noted that the boss remained ahead. The brunette perked up and exclaimed that something was approaching them. A black and purple shadow was flying towards him. The hunter put up a shield in time. Hanseok turned to him in surprise and asked if this was an aura shield. Hyunjin clenched his teeth tightly. He looked at his shaking palm, thinking that it would be difficult to continue using his left hand. A voice in his head said that Danchia's essence was strengthening, and his physical capabilities and recovery had greatly increased. The guy began to squeeze his hand, mentally noting that he felt some kind of power. He knelt down on one knee and realized that he could not miss this chance. The brown-haired man turned to him with a question. Yesyul turned around when the hunter asked how much longer she could cover him. The girl left at another 5 minutes. Hyunjin rushed forward with his weapon, shouting that this was enough. He ran towards the black and purple shadow. Approaching, the guy swung his sword. The shadow pierced his shield. The brunette tried to stay on his feet. Having deflected the means of protection, he lunged. Looking at the glittering gaze of the nightmare, the hunter mentally noted that he was too strong, and he would have to stop extracting his mana crystals and strike at the core. Hyunjin jumped up. Gritting his teeth, he rushed forward. He began to cut the monster. Seeing the crystal, the guy noted that he finally found it. He swung his weapon. The brunette delivered the final blow. The hunter froze with his hand outstretched. Hanseok froze with surprised eyes. He looked at his comrade's back and asked if this was the power of an awakened hunter. The brown-haired man frowned, thinking that if this guy was going to join their guild, then. The man ran up to Gwangbi and asked if he could move. The guy asked if it was all over, and they answered in the affirmative. Hyunjin looked away and mentally noted that most likely he would be forced to join later, so it would be better for him to leave now. He approached the commander and said that since he was no longer needed here, he would leave first. Hanseok replied that he was very sorry and wanted to say that they would see each other again, but the brunette asked him not to worry and to make sure that he would be paid. A message came to his phone about the 50 million deposit from the professional group Ace. The guy was lying on his bed, thinking that it was much more than expected. He sighed heavily and muttered that he was very tired. A large gate appeared in the darkness. A voice in his head said that the last holy sword was waiting for him. Behind the door was a sword. The brunette raised an eyebrow in confusion. Walking up to the weapon, he noted that it looked good. The blade emitted a blue light. The voice said to take this sword. The hunter stood in front of him, clenching his fists. He grabbed the hilt. The blade shone strongly. Inspecting the light blade, Hyunjin noted that it was simply magnificent. Someone approached him, saying that for a beginner, he had a keen eye. The blonde in shining armor said that he was Seddon Miller, one of his past lives. The boy with surprised eyes thought that he looked very familiar. Seddon smiled widely and asked if he could use the sword's aura. Remembering the battle he had as a skeleton, he said that he clearly remembered the moment when he was in his body. The brunette frowned, asking if it was him then. He pointed the sword at the knight, who asked him to remember this flow of energy. The hunter stood with a dissatisfied face. He looked at the weapon. Continuing to stretch his hand forward, Hyunjin mentally noted that it felt like he was using the aura of a shield. The blonde winked at him and said that Carthago was a better teacher than he expected. The blade continued to shine. The guy with a tense face said that it did not feel like a shield, and this aura was harder for him to control. Seddon placed his hand on his back and said that he would help him a little. A large aura began to emerge from the sword. The brunette froze with a surprised face while the knight told him to memorize the flow of his magic. The hunter's eyes widened. His body trembled. The blonde stood behind him and told him not to resist, but to accept it. He stood in front of Hyunjin and told him that this was a magical resonance, and in reality he would have died by now. The guy clenched his teeth, thinking that the aura was completely different now. He said that he did not care and asked the incarnation to do it again. Seddon smiled contentedly. He touched his back again. The knight looked suspiciously and muttered that the past lives were right. When the brunette got into a stance, the blonde said that he was really good. Glancing to the side, he added that it seemed like he could become a master of using the sword's aura. Seddon touched the hilt. He thrust the weapon forward and said that he would now show what he was capable of. The man got into a fighting stance, asking for a closer look. He jumped up. The blonde began to make many lunges, striking. Hyunjin stood with a surprised face. The knight swung his sword masterfully, creating combinations of attacks. He made new swings. Seddon put his sword forward. The hunter looked at the blade in front of his face in confusion. The man smiled contentedly and asked if he could repeat it. Clutching his sword tightly, the guy mentally noted that he had coped with Carthago's training. He put the blade forward, thinking that he would definitely cope with this training. Frowning, he loudly declared that he would try. The knight watched the tired hunter, saying that he was more capable than he thought. With a wide smile on his face, he said that on this note he proposed to end their training. The brunette asked with a puzzled look if they could meet again. The man answered in the affirmative, noting that he would if he was ready. Leaving the room, the hunter said goodbye. The door began to close. Seddon stood with a tense face, saying that maybe this time everything would work out. The bright sun illuminated the treetops. The guy walked through the clearing. Stopping, he asked if this was enough. Hyunjin waved his hand, summoning a sword. Squeezing its hilt, he mentally noted that he needed to remember one more time. The hunter closed his eyes. He imagined the knight's last move. His eyes widened. The brunette swung his sword. Then he made another one. Continuing to swing the sword, the guy mentally noted that the unofficial guild war was coming very soon, and he needed to continue his training. Putting his weapon forward, he thought that this was the only way he could become even stronger. The day of the unofficial war had arrived. The guy sat in the car, asking what their strength was. Teeman glanced at him and said that they had 2 B-rank hunters and 4 C-rank hunters. The brunette asked about the Echo Guild. The man said that based on the intelligence reports, their fighters don't stand a chance against them. He waved his hand and said that, as he said earlier, they can't do it without his help. Hyunjin covered one eye. The department head said that they were in a difficult situation and all they could do was trust him completely. As the car continued to drive down the road, the boy said that it sounded good and then asked to borrow a change of clothes. After changing into a protective vest, the brunette said that he felt like they were being ambushed. He glanced back and said that this all looked like some kind of performance and he wasn't very happy about it. Teeman put the mask on his head and asked the boy if he was ready. He said that once they entered this place, the hunter saw that the other people did the same. The head declared the beginning of an unofficial war. Hyunjin clenched his hand into a fist, asking if he should test it. He took off. Starting to run forward, the boy thought that he should first get rid of those who were waiting in ambush. Running up to the people, he called for a sword. The brunette slashed at the warriors. Teeman, with a surprised face, wondered if he could really deal with two enemies at once with one blow. As the hunter continued to strike down his opponents, he thought that it seemed like they really found salvation for the guild. A man watched from the side, saying that Ace hired a mercenary. He waved to his men, noting that this would not help them. The brunette pointed forward and ordered everyone to attack. Teeman pointed forward and told his comrades to help Hyunjin. Two squads of warriors clashed their swords, wishing death on each other. The guy destroyed his opponents. The leader of the Echo Guild grinned. Starting to step forward, he said that he would do everything himself. Continuing to strike at the warriors, the hunter mentally noted that their commander was also going into battle, and as soon as they got rid of him, the rest would be easy. Emitting a blue and yellow aura, he said that he would fight with all his might. The two hunters ran at each other. The man attacked with his sword. Hyunjin clenched his teeth, realizing that the leader was different from ordinary soldiers. The brunette continued to strike with his blade, surprised by the mercenary using his aura at such a level. The opponents crossed their swords. The others turned their gazes to them, wondering if they were really real people. The commander clenched his teeth, thinking about how he was being pushed back. He turned to his comrades and shouted that without the guy, the race guild is nothing, so they must continue to fight. Fire appeared on the soldier's hand. A second later, he launched it at Hyunjin. The hunter managed to cover himself with his shield. Peeking out from behind it, he asked what was that. The brunette was jumping on him from above with a sword. The guy also swung his blade. Their blades hit each other. The man opposite the brunette was telling him to surrender. Hyunjin turned around. He saw the bloody corpses of people and realized that the rest of the race guild had already been dealt with. The commander said that the outcome of the battle was predetermined and they had no chance of winning. He smiled slyly and said to surrender if they wanted to save their lives. The guy looked up at him. When his lips spread into a smile, he said that he was really tired of all this. The man clenched his teeth tightly, saying that in that case he would spare him. The hunter abruptly struck with his sword, shouting that he was tired of running away from everything. The brunette grinned and noted that he had given him a chance, but now he did not deserve the right to live. The soldiers began to create tongues of flame. They struck the hunter with fire. Hyunjin with the sword stood unharmed. He lunged and struck. The guy froze and began to breathe heavily. His face darkened when he realized that his magic was running out. He started calling Carthago, Hassassin, and Seddon. The guild members looked at him and asked if he had gone crazy. The brunette wondered with horror in his eyes why no one was answering him. The commander stood in front of him and said that no one would help him, and they chose this place for a reason. The hunter tightly clutched his sword, asking for at least someone. He raised his head and began to scream, asking for help. The incarnation of a man in a black hat appeared. A voice in his head said that his bloodlust awakened Reaper and his killing intent manifested. A bloody aura moved towards the guy, and his incarnation said that his cries could be heard even in hell. He told him to raise his sword and let him hear their damned scream. The brunette raised his head, thinking that he was a time. He looked at his hand and wondered if his mage had recovered. Raising his weapon, Hyunjin realized that it was enough to continue fighting. A spark flashed in his eyes. He pierced the warrior's body with a blow. Lunging, he cut another. The voice said that the sweet smell of blood excites the priest, and the awakened instinct makes him a killer thirsty for blood. The man smiled, muttering that after so many years, the smell of blood. He hung over the hunter, saying that he would tell him about the weak points. Reaper clenched his teeth, ordering him to kill everyone quickly. The guy saw red spots on the soldiers' bodies and realized that these were the marks of their weak swords. Putting his shield in front of him, the brunette said that in any case, this battle would be easy. He struck another guild member. The hunter dealt with his opponents at great speed. Looking at the two guys, he mentally noted that they were the last ones, and thanks to Reaper's power, he would quickly deal with them. The commander, with a shocked face, screamed that this could not be. Watching Hyunjin swing his sword, he asked what the hell they were doing. The two warriors rushed at the guy. He covered himself with his sword, mentally noting their strength. As he continued to endure the blows, he mentally noted that he could see their weak points. The hunter turned his gaze. He stabbed the man in the stomach with his sword. The man grabbed the blade, declaring that he would break the sword into pieces. A moment later, he screamed in pain. The guy stood in front of him, asking if he really thought he could grab the aura sword with his bare hands and be fine. The leader was running towards them from the side. The commander, with an angry face, shouted that he was caught. The brunette hit him with his shield, asking if he really thought he only had a sword. The man flew to the side. When his back hit a tree, his comrade was shocked that the leader, Ju Hyung-seok, was taken out with one blow. Looking at the hunter with the shield, the man guessed that he was most likely in a rank. The man on the ground was reaching out with his hand, saying that they should get out. Hyunjin raised his sword above his head, asking if he was really going to abandon his guild. Drops of blood splashed to the side. The Reaper with glowing eyes said that there was one more person alive and that he needed to be killed. The guy squeezed the hilt of the sword, thinking that in an unofficial war between guilds, the battle lasts until one of the sides is destroyed. Lowering his head, he thought that he should kill everyone, but they had already lost the will to fight. Hyung-seok was looking at the brunette. The silhouette of the Reaper appeared in the air, telling him to kill him as soon as possible. He asked why the hunter acted innocent when he had already done this. The man looked at him with frightened eyes. Hyunjin raised his sword, saying that he did not want to do this from the beginning. Blood splashed to the side. Teemin walked up to the guy with the survivors, asking if the war was over. He asked with a heroic face if they had a chance to win. The guy looked at him and said that they had, but he took them away. Behind his back, he was clenching his hand into a fist. The man looked at his interlocutor and said that he knew that he was skilled, but looking down with empty eyes, the head of the department mentally noted that at least 6 people survived in this war. He looked at the brunette and wondered if this meant that he alone dealt with everyone. He thought that although he thought about his strength, he did not assume that the hunter was so strong. Teemin grabbed his hand and began to thank him. He lowered his head and asked not to regret the deaths and to remember that there are people who are grateful to him. The man took out his phone and said that he asked to transfer him the payment. Hyunjin looked at the phone, thinking that he would not do something so dangerous anymore. He received a text message stating that 150 million won had been deposited. The bald man opened the door and told the director that he couldn't reach manager Hyung-seok. The man at the window turned around and asked him to repeat. Seongmin gritted his teeth in anger and asked if he was the only one who couldn't reach him or someone else. The employee lowered his head and said that he couldn't reach any of them. The director slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed that even though they didn't send the best people, they couldn't all disappear. The man trembled and muttered that the mercenary hired by the race guild must have been stronger. Seongmin bared his teeth and ordered them to find out the guy's name. He said that if they didn't want to anger their humble patron, they would have to try hard. The director loosened his tie with a crazy smile. The protagonist looked at his phone, realizing that he had received 150 million won from one guild war. He lay down on the bed, exhausted, realizing that he had risked his own life for this amount of money. He stared at the ceiling, dumbfounded. Then he looked at the photo of them together, thinking that if this was necessary for the orphanage, then he was capable of doing more for them. The sunny weather stood over the city. Hyunjin walked with a gift box, realizing that the children should like it. He knocked on the door. He immediately entered with a gift, turning to the director, telling him that he came to visit him. He saw a shining brunette in front of him, who recognized him. The brunette looked at Sajin with a smile, whom he had not seen for a long time, and asked her about where the director was. The girl looked at the main character with trepidation, noting that she had not been feeling well lately, so the girl decided to help. Hyunjin asked if she was getting worse again. The brunette looked sadly at Sajin, who replied that the director had not gotten any younger. Suddenly, an old woman came out of the room, angrily saying that she was very healthy and should have been young. The old woman looked intently into Sajin's eyes, asking her not to worry because she was supposed to work as a support hunter. The brunette immediately tried to calm the old woman down, asking her to think about her health. The protagonist looked at the disgruntled director, who asked the assistant not to tell her how to live, and immediately asked Hyunjin if he was okay. He anxiously put the box down and replied that he was fine, and asked the grandmother to take better care of herself. The hunter immediately looked at the brunette, asking her if she shouldn't be busy with raids. The old woman closed her eyes and sighed, saying that she had talked to her about this too, because thanks to her, Sajin became a C-rank hunter. The girl scratched her head with a smile and replied that she was fine, and she did what she liked. The protagonist understood to himself that helping out at the shelter and going on raids must have been very difficult. The guy looked at the girl and asked her not to overdo it. Sajin smiled sheepishly and said that she hadn't intended to. The old lady pointed to the gift, which made Hyunjin frown. She told the hunter that there was no need to bring anything, much less so much. The box contained many sealed packages and sweets. He said that he just brought gifts for the children, sweets and the like. The director of the orphanage frowned and said that Hyunjin had overdone it again with the gifts. The brunette turned his head away, explaining that this was not a special occasion and everything was fine. The director and Sajin looked at the guy and asked him about what money he bought all this with. The protagonist answered that he was promoted to C rank and given a generous payment. The protagonist began to tie the box with a smile when the old lady praised him for his merits, although the guy thought that he was just lucky. He continued tying the red ribbon. The hunter stood over the box as the women stared at him and asked him if he had done anything dangerous. The protagonist looked away with a smirk and said that everything was fine and asked them not to worry. He put his hand on his belt and mockingly stated that he had not done anything like that. The hunter walked with the box to the exit after Sajin, hearing that the children were outside and he had to deliver the gifts. The door closed in front of the director of the orphanage. The old woman looked out the window, noticing that Hyunjin himself had once been a baby and was now doing worthy manly deeds. The old woman saw a boy sitting on the porch. The other children were playing among themselves. The protagonist stood with a bouquet of flowers with a woman. He remembered how his eyes were covered. Then he saw a festive table in front of him and a sign congratulating him on receiving an F rank. The protagonist stood with his eyes closed, embarrassed. The old lady looked through the window at the black silhouettes, realizing that as they got older, they began to poke their noses into other people's business more and more. Sajin looked at the protagonist with concern, asking him what the director had told him and if everything was okay. The brunette held the box in his hands and told her that everything was fine and asked her not to worry about the orphanage debts because he would take care of them himself. The boy in the shirt noticed the protagonist. The whole crowd of kids rushed towards Hyunjin, realizing that he had brought them gifts. They immediately surrounded him and started pestering him, as they were really waiting for him and asked him to get the gifts faster. The kids climbed into the box to get the sweets. The brunette looked at the boys with a smile, joking that they were happier with the toys than with his presents. The boy in the shirt was puzzled when his friend smirked. All the boys immediately rushed into the protagonist's arms, shouting that they were still glad to see him and loved him very much. The old lady came out of the shelter and shouted that the guy had brought pizza and told everyone to run quickly to eat it. The boys immediately rushed to run, which made the protagonist cry, realizing that the pizza was more important. The hunter watched the boys run into the house and admitted his defeat. Hyunjin took the child in his arms and smiled at Sajin, offering her to go eat too. They all sat at the table with pizza and thanked the protagonist. The children began to grab pieces, realizing that it was very tasty. The protagonist leaned against him with a smile and asked the boys not to argue, because if they did not have enough food, he would buy more and ask them not to rush. A message from Hassassin popped up that someone was watching Hyunjin. The brunette turned around sharply. He immediately shouted to the guys to hide under the table. Suddenly, a bright flash of light lit up outside the window. The brunette put up his shield. A powerful explosion of flame occurred. A cloud of smoke enveloped the room. The brunette hid behind the shield in a cloud of dust. His shield was enveloped in smoke and he realized that his B-rank shield was not useful in the best situation. The brunette immediately became angry, taking out his blue magic blade. Carthago appeared and said that his righteous shield would protect him. Sedin was also there, holding a lightsaber in his hands, adding that his brave blade became one with Hyunjin. The protagonist put a long blade in front of him, which emitted lightning discharges. Sajin crossed her fingers, which began to glow, wanting to help the guy. The girl stood behind the main character, who without looking back ordered her to help the director and the children better. The hunter understood that although Sajin was only a C-rank hunter, her healing magic was good. The brunette squeezed his eyes tightly shut, lowering his head, because he understood that he was the only one who could protect everyone. The group of people in black looked ahead and noted that the guy was using aura, which meant that what was written in the report was true and he was at least B-rank. The brown-haired man with a sword on his shoulder looked back, saying that he agreed with this, because at first he thought that the Survey Corps had gone crazy, but it seems that he was wrong now. The crowd of people in black began to surround the protagonist, who understood that in order to capture the C-rank hunter, they sent 20 people, considering them scoundrels. The brown-haired man mockingly looked ahead, turning to Hyunjin, saying that although he did not know his strength level, he chose the wrong opponent, and their boss wanted his head. The protagonist stared ahead at the enemy. He immediately covered himself with a glowing shield and ordered them to stop talking nonsense and attack, wanting to fight them all. The guy replied that a non-entity like Hyunjin did not even understand who he was dealing with. He immediately shouted to his guys to run and attack. He furiously pointed his blade to the side when all his fighters ran to attack. They used cutting magic and a fireball, which Hyunjin managed to reflect. The brunette immediately rushed to run into battle with a shield and sword. He hit one fighter with a glowing shield, who was in shock. Then he pierced the guy's body with a lightning sword. His sword, glowing with discharges, cut through space, leaving a mark. The dead guy lay on the ground. The other fighters immediately looked at what was happening in horror. Their commander angrily extended his hand, giving the order to kill the woman and children first. Streams of fire headed for Sajin past Hyunjin. The hunter bared his teeth, realizing that he wouldn't make it in time. He immediately threw the light shield to the side. Sajin covered the children when the shield managed to take the fire attack. The enemy commander laughed mockingly, calling the hunter an idiot because he thought that now he wouldn't be able to use his shield. The fighters immediately took out their blades and sharpened the magic stone, looking at Hyunjin. The protagonist immediately began to wave the light blade, cutting the enemies one by one. Then he attacked another fighter with a lightsaber. The protagonist stood with the blade, having killed all the enemies. The brunette looked through his bangs. There were cuts on his clothes. The protagonist, out of breath and exhausted, tried to catch his breath. He looked at the remaining brigade of fighters in black, realizing that there were already 11 of them left, and he didn't think that he had the strength left to defeat them. Hyunjin opened his mouth and wanted to call Reaper. In his demonic form, the guy started screaming. A message popped up from Reaper that Reaper's bloodthirsty essence had awakened, and part of his murderous lust had been triggered. A bunch of black threads bound all the guys. The bound fighters didn't understand what kind of thing it was. The main character suddenly rushed past the guys, cutting their bodies. The brown-haired guy started waving light beams, shouting at the guys to finish off the exhausted Hyunjin. The light beams began to attack the main character's body. The squad leader rushed past Hyunjin, striking him. Then he swung his gun at Hyunjin's body. The entire wounded hunter barely leaned on his sword, realizing that his situation was dire. He immediately began to fall backwards, trying to force himself to get up. The guy was lying on the floor unconscious. Sajin ran to the brunette in horror, trying to call out to him. She put her hands with healing on the brunette's chest, not wanting to let him die. She put her glowing hands on his chest and didn't understand why her magic didn't work. The brunette continued to lie unconscious. Sajin bared her teeth and tried to heal the protagonist. The brunette began to come to his senses, feeling weak. He saw Sajin worried in front of him and understood that this was bad. The spirit told him to fight and protect those who were dear to him, and told him not to do anything he could regret later. Hyunjin thought that this was a message from another of his past lives. The spirit said that it would give him strength. The hunter stood in front of a burning gate. The protagonist stood in front of a burning house. He opened the gate, confused that he was in his past life again. He covered his face from the splash of blood. He saw a glowing man sitting on a pile of corpses in front of him. He saw an old knight bowing in front of him, noting that the guy had arrived in time. The brunette looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. The old knight looked from under his brows and said that his name was Danchi and he could not protect all those who were dear to him and lost everything. He looked forward furiously and said that he did not want Hyunjin to repeat his fate. Danchi clenched his fist and shouted that this was his reincarnation, and if he could withstand the pain that he himself experienced, he would give him strength so that Hyunjin could protect those who were dear to him. The brunette stared forward and said that he would not care what was waiting for him and that he would cope with everything. He immediately pressed his fist to his belt. The brunette looked forward with anger and said that he wanted to save everyone. Danchi looked forward with his mouth slightly open and agreed to show him his past. Suddenly, a funnel began to glow in front of the guy. The spirit of the old man told him to endure the hell he went through. The protagonist touched the glowing core. Then he found himself in a field of flowers. He held his throat and could not speak. The spirit replied that in this place he could only watch. The shadow of the protagonist followed Danchi along the path. The girl ran towards them. The blonde jumped into the arms of her dad Danchi. He looked at his daughter in his arms with a smile, calling her a little princess. His daughter said that she ran with all her might to see him. Hyunjin's shadow looked at how the dad and daughter smiled and played. Danchi asked his daughter who she was so charming after and stroked her hair. The girl replied that he would ruin her hair. Suddenly, his wife came up to them from the side and turned to Danchi, saying that Arena did not like it. His wife looked at the playing family with trepidation. Then she came closer to her daughter and husband, who asked her in surprise why she was always on her daughter's side. The protagonist's shadow watched what was happening from the side in surprise, and Anna replied that she was her mother. Hyunjin thought that Danchi's family should be safe. Danchi's entire family was nearby. Suddenly, a fighter raised his hand from the side and shouted an alarm. Danchi handed his daughter over to her mother. He and his wife looked at Craig and asked the fighter what had happened. The fighter bowed his head and said that their enemies were preparing to invade, and it looked like they would attack their kingdom. The protagonist's shadow along with Danchi looked ahead in surprise. From that moment on, all hell broke loose. Danchi was tied up in a barn with dead fighters. The captain looked at his dead fighters in shock, trying to call out to them. He bowed his head, realizing that their enemies were bastards. The protagonist looked at the floor with a downcast gaze, not understanding what the old man was talking about. He immediately walked through the barn. His wife and daughter were lying on the ground in the barn, and he was trying to call out to her. His brown-haired wife was lying breathless, and Danchi was asking her to get up. Then he tried to call out to his daughter. The captain, with his hands tied, looked ahead, wanting to realize that this was just a dream. His silhouette cast a long shadow. He looked up angrily, tied up. He bared his teeth and cried from the hopelessness of what was happening. The main character looked sadly at the screams from Danchi, realizing that if he could not protect the shelter, the same would happen to him. He grabbed his face, wanting to come to his senses. The body of a woman was lying on the ground. Other dead people were lying on barrels. Other people were lying on the ground. Hyunjin looked at the dark background, realizing that all this was not real. At this time, Denchi screamed loudly in pain. These were the outlines of an old barn. The bloody captain fell to the ground and was very angry, not wanting to forgive these scumbags. He was told that, unfortunately, he would not be able to do this. A man stood in front of the lying Denchi. The captain immediately began to furiously scream about how his kingdom deserved this punishment and why all this was happening. The swordsman placed his foot on Danchi's back and replied that it was an order and asked him not to pay too much attention to it. Danchi looked up through the blood, saying that he would kill the swordsman at any cost. The armored fighter swung his sword, ironically replying that he would look forward to this moment. The dead old man lay in a pool of his own blood. Knight Denchi rested his hand on his knee and asked Hyunjin if he understood this whole hell, and therefore decided to pass on his power to the hunter. He bowed his armored head, noting that the hatred he felt right now should make him stronger. The hunter looked at his flaming hand in shock, knowing that with this power he could win. The protagonist stared ahead. He walked out of the glowing house, and Denchi explained that he was now showing them all their power. The light from the crack shone on the old man's face. He then closed his eyes as he found himself in the shadows. A powerful beam of energy lit up the room. The fighters covered their faces with their hands from the bright light, thinking it was high-level magic. They looked at the burning silhouette of the protagonist, not understanding how he remained intact. The hunter clutched the blade in his hands, feeling incredible power on himself, and felt the blade completely different. The spirit told him that this was the determination of Denchi, the one who had lost everything, and would not allow him to give up while he had an incentive to protect someone. The protagonist held the lightsaber in his hands and closed his eyes. The spirit told him that it was the sword of courage from the righteous Sedan, which protected his sword from breaking. The protagonist looked through the lightning discharges. The fighters with knives looked dumbfounded at what was happening, not understanding how he remained alive and thought that he was a monster. The protagonist grinned mockingly, hearing the assumption about the monster. The spirit declared that the bloodthirsty essence of the Reaper had awakened, some of its lust for murder had been released. The fighters began to be shackled by a red aura, and the guy understood that if the guys wanted a fight, then they would give them one. He cut the fighter's body. The bald guy also got hit by the sword. The brunette looked sarcastically from under his brows, saying that the guys should not think that they could survive. The bald fighter angrily shouted that the guy talked too much for a corpse. The remaining guys with swords ran into battle on command. The main character looked at what was happening in bewilderment. A discharge of red thunder hit the ground. The protagonist stood in a cloud of smoke after the thunder struck himself, when the fighters thought that now only his ashes would remind them of him. The embittered brown-haired man shouted in bewilderment about how the brunette could withstand high-level magic with such a weak body. Hyunjin started to take off his jacket, and the guys realized that he was much stronger than the intelligence reported. The swordsman watched Hyunjin take off his jacket. He looked at the lightning in surprise, his mouth open. He immediately rushed past the fighters with his sword, cutting their bodies. The squad leader shouted to his idle magicians to kill the guy quickly. Two brunettes sent fireballs towards Hyunjin. The hunter dodged the attack, throwing his sword behind his head. He clashed swords with the squad leader. They looked at each other angrily, clashing blades. Hyunjin ironically asked the enemy if he wanted to trick him. The brunette looked down at his enemy. The furious commander dealt a light blow to the main character, who noticed that his enemy did not retreat. Hyunjin looked ahead in surprise after falling. The brown-haired man dealt another powerful light blow to the brunette. Sajin was looking at him from afar. The brunette looked at what was happening in horror. The voice of the spirit that the brunette had to protect them. The guy immediately stepped on the floor, realizing that this could not break him. He immediately began to wave the blade in front of the brown-haired man. Then he dealt a crushing blow to the enemy commander, who did not understand where such power came from. Then the protagonist pierced the enemy's body. The brown-haired man immediately spat out blood. The bloody commander smiled maliciously, asking Hyunjin if he really thought that their patron would leave him alone just because he killed them. The hunter stared at his enemy. Then he cut the enemy's body in half, noting that they chose the wrong opponent. Hyunjin stood covered in someone else's blood. Then he saw two frightened fighters in the distance. They tearfully began to beg him not to kill them, and they surrender. The protagonist started walking towards them, asking them why he was doing this. He swung his sword, saying that it didn't change the fact that they were trying to kill him. The dead guy was lying on the floor, his hand outstretched. The protagonist, covered in someone else's blood, looked away with a smile, telling Sajin that it was over. He then dropped his sword on the floor while they were shouting his name. He started to open his eyes, thinking that he was in a hospital. The guy was lying on the bed, coming to his senses. Teemin and Sajin looked at him worriedly, trying to find out how he felt. He turned his head to the side, recognizing the guys. Teeman bowed down to the guy, apologizing for not being there in time, even though he was the only one who saved the guild. The main character smiled at the guys, asking the girl to bring him some water. Teeman looked at the protagonist, telling him that he would leave the guards here. He stared ahead, stating that most of their guild was guarding this hospital now, and that they would not attack him. The brunette looked worried when asked about what he had told them, since he had been unconscious before. Teeman stood in front of the bed, saying that the police would question Sajin first, since she had testified about the guards' attack, and unfortunately, no evidence had been found. He bowed his head again, saying that it would be difficult to keep them since they were busy protecting his family from the orphanage. The guy in the suit looked at the hunter, who thanked him. He looked at the man worriedly, asking him about how the children and the director were now. The suited director replied that they were in the guild office. He immediately put his hand to his head while Teeman grimaced. Hyunjin didn't understand how Echo got information about him, and the man noted that most likely there was a rat among them. He looked worriedly through his bangs, answering that he wanted someone to protect his family. Teeman bowed his head, saying that they would assign guards to them. He then stared ahead, hearing from Hyunjin that he would also join his war with Echo. The man was excitedly surprised, promising that they would provide him and his family with everything they needed. The brunette glared from under his brows, realizing that they would do all this, and asked if he would figure out the rat. The director looked ahead with malicious glee, saying that they would definitely find the rat and teach it a good lesson. Hyunjin immediately plopped down on the bed, saying that he trusted them and wanted to rest now, giving the order to the team to leave. A group of guards came up behind Teeman, telling him that they had found a spy. Teeman looked forward with an angry expression, wanting to meet the spy. There were 2 guards standing near the garage under the night sky. Teeman stood next to the car, pulling black gloves onto his hands. The director had his back turned when the guard bowed to him. Teeman asked if he was inside. The guard said that they had locked it. Teeman entered the garage, seeing a man in front of him on a chair. The guard hit his leg with the hard side of his spear. The man screamed in wild pain, his mouth wide open. The director leaned towards the offender with a menacing expression. The brunette said that he had made a mistake by asking for forgiveness only that once. The director asked that if he was so afraid of death, then why did he do it at all? The director grinned bloodthirstily, taking out a weapon from his inventory. He said that since no one would help him, he suggested enjoying it together, slowly and surely. The brunette looked at Teeman in horror, his mouth open. Hyunjin stood in the middle of the room, which was filled with purple fog. The protagonist turned his head, smiling slightly. He noted that this was the room of his past life. A man's legs appeared among the fog. Hassassin looked out from under his hood with a smile, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and it seemed that he had not been sitting idly by. The protagonist looked at Hassassin with a serious face, saying that he needed his strength. Hassassin smiled maliciously, noting that he said strength, asking if he should teach him the technique of disguise as well as the technique of killing. The protagonist's past self smiled wickedly, saying that he would teach him a technique that would allow him to hide both his body and his presence in pitch darkness. Hyunjin looked at his mentor in surprise, asking if that was even possible, since even some S-rank hunters couldn't do that. The mentor looked at the hunter in confusion, telling him not to compare him to those trash since he was special after all. Hassassin looked down, looking at the black mist from his hand. He said that they would get straight to the point, adding that the technique he wanted to teach him was based on magic. Hassassin looked at the protagonist with a slight smile, saying that in simple terms, it was the same as hiding behind a curtain. Hassassin added that this ability consumed a lot of mana, just like any other high-rank technique. The protagonist looked down, looking at his mentor's palm. Hassassin said that he would soon find himself in complete darkness. The mentor smiled wickedly, his eyes flashing. He said that in order to hide himself, he must become one with the darkness, and this was a prerequisite if he wanted to learn this technique. The mentor smiled contentedly, noting that however, being in complete darkness, he could lose his mind, asking why he still wanted to learn. The protagonist looked at the mentor with a serious look, noting that he had already decided, asking him to begin already. Hassassin dissolved into black fog, wishing the protagonist good luck. Absolute darkness enveloped the protagonist. Hyunjin thought that he could not see anything at all. The protagonist grinned in confusion, looking behind him. He thought that if you were in pitch darkness for too long, you could go crazy. Hyunjin turned his head to the other side. He was slightly wary, pressing his lips together, not realizing how much time had passed. Hyunjin widened his eyes in horror, wondering when it would end. The hunter opened his mouth wide in madness, thinking that he felt like his soul was leaving his body and he was losing his mind. The protagonist widened his eyes, touching them with his hands. He was asking for it to be released, asking why he was there. The protagonist spread his hands out to the side, not understanding how much longer he should be stuck there. The protagonist grabbed his face with his hand, looking through his fingers. He wondered how much longer he should be there and when he would leave, asking what he wanted him to go crazy. The protagonist sat on his knees as the darkness began to recede from him. He looked up with an exhausted look, thinking that this was the end. The protagonist saw a copy of himself in front of him, smiling maliciously. Many clones similar to him appeared in front of the protagonist. They said that he was weak and that he was weaker than a piece of paper, adding that he should leave his soul behind. A copy of the protagonist was reflected in Hyunjin's eyes. The clone said that although he needed strength to protect his family, he was weaker than a baby. The protagonist sat in a circle of clones, looking at them in horror. The clone smiled bloodthirstily, leaning towards Hyunjin's ear, saying that this was him. Hyunjin looked at the clone in annoyance, baring his teeth. He said that this was not right, adding that he should stop playing with him. Hassison appeared from the black fog, smiling maliciously. He said that he looked too helpless, so he decided to help him, and if it hurt him, he apologized to him. Hassison congratulated the protagonist as he learned one of his hidden techniques that would make others tremble in fear. The protagonist exhaled heavily, looking at the mentor with displeasure, asking if that was all. The mentor raised his eyebrows, looking at the hunter with a slight smile. He said that although his control of darkness was not perfect, almost no one in this world could defeat him. Hassison smiled widely, asking what then. Now it was time to say goodbye. The protagonist jumped out of bed, his eyes wide. He reached his hand to his cell phone. The hunter looked at the time on the phone screen, thinking that not even a day had passed, but it seemed like he had been there for a year. There was a sound behind the door. Taemin asked Hyunjin if he was awake. The hunter said yes, asking him to come in. The director was standing next to the hospital bed. The hunter asked what brought him there. The director smiled contentedly, saying that they took care of the spy. The protagonist looked at the smiling director in confusion, asking what already. The director said that it was correct. The protagonist looked at Taemin curiously, saying that it was great, wondering what the Echo Guild was doing at the moment. The director said that they were preparing for the second attack. Taemin furrowed his brows, narrowing his eyes slightly. He said that they needed to call their hunters urgently. The hunter got up from the bed, pulling on his jacket. Taemin asked that he really wanted to attack their main office. Hyunjin said that he did not intend to sit idly by. Taemin looked at the hunter worriedly, frowning. He said that even for him, attacking their main office was crazy. The protagonist pulled on his gloves with a wicked smile. He said that he just wanted to take care of their soldiers, and if it were the previous day, he would not have been able to handle it, but it was the next day. The director stood with his back turned, looking at the protagonist in the doorway. Hyunjin asked the director to take care of his family. The night sky stretched over the city. The hunter stood near the building, covering his face with a hood. He said that this meant that this was their office. The protagonist emitted a terrifying aura when he held a blade in his hand. The spirit said that the merciless darkness of Hassison is now with him. As long as they are one with this darkness, he is hidden in the shadows. The protagonist looked at the building with a menacing gaze, thinking that as long as this darkness is with him, he is like a ghost. A purple glow emanated from the hunter's eyes. The protagonist disappeared into the darkness, noting that it was the last day for the Echo Guild. A yellow light could be seen from the windows of the building. The guard asked why the sky was so dark. It looked ominous. Two guys were standing near the doors to the building. The brown-haired man told him to stop thinking about nonsense and focus on the guard. The guard looked ahead worriedly, saying that he thought he heard something. The brown-haired man asked what he thought their magical barrier for beauty was worth, noting that he was always talking nonsense. The guard turned away from his colleague when he was slashed with a blade. The brown-haired man said that if someone had intruded, an alarm would have gone off. The brunette looked at what was happening, dumbfounded, asking what was happening and who was there. The protagonist attacked the guard in the neck. The brunette said that he did not see anything, but they were attacking from somewhere. Blood spurted from the guard's neck. The protagonist looked at the dead bodies of the guards, thinking that this was how to hide a body behind a curtain of darkness. The protagonist smiled bloodthirstily, hiding under his hood. He thought that it meant that even with the slightest shadow, he could hide his presence, asking that wasn't this magic. Hyunjin hid in the darkness, thinking that this should be easier than he expected. The hunter moved along the corridor, emitting a purple shadow. He thought that Taemin said that the night guards around the perimeter of the building were part of their special forces, and if so, he could kill them without hesitation since they dared to attack his family. The hunter passed by the people in the building. The boy asked the girl if she remembered the mercenary from the Lace Guild, noting that it was said that he killed all of their special forces hunters. The girl said that they probably just sent the weaklings, asking if he really thought that a strong hunter would join such a small and weak guild. Hyunjin hid in the darkness, moving stealthily. He thought that if he was going to defeat them all, he should put himself in an advantageous position. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a serious expression. He thought that thanks to Hassison's training, it was much more advantageous for him to fight in the dark. The protagonist walked up to the electric meter, noting that he had found it. The hunter cut off the electricity, continuing on his way with a sly grin. He noted that from then on, this was his show. The entire building was plunged into darkness. The guard asked what was going on and that the power was out. The guard looked away worriedly as the other one exhaled heavily. The brunette asked if there could be an intruder. The brown-haired man said no way, asking who would dare to invade the Great Echo Guild. The guard walked away excitedly, saying that he was restless and would go take a look. The brown-haired man said that he shouldn't linger. A purple aura attacked the brunette in the darkness. The brown-haired man looked at what was happening in horror, not understanding what was happening. The protagonist swung his blade. The brown-haired man said that there was no one there, so where did it come from? The protagonist stabbed his blade into the brown-haired man's back. Hyunjin raised his head, looking at the ceiling. He thought that they had definitely said that the office was on the 4th floor. The hunter flashed his furious gaze, thinking that they should wait, and then he would kill everyone. A crowd of hunters had gathered in Seongmin's office. Seongmin looked towards the guard with an irritated look, asking that it would take longer to fix the electricity. The guard said he was sure. He said he would go down to fix it. The boss crossed his arms, looking at the guard with displeasure. He asked how long it would take to fix the power, adding that they should at least turn on the backup generator. The guard looked awkwardly at the guild leader, saying that he would try to contact him again, thinking how hard it was to please him. Seongmin frowned, looking straight ahead. He said that it was strange anyway, noting that the lights were on in the neighboring buildings, and that it was also suspiciously quiet on the lower floors. The hunters armed themselves with swords, glaring at the office doors. Seongmin said that everyone should arm themselves and line up, as they might be attacked. The group of boys received a fatal blow to themselves in the darkness. The protagonist attacked the hunters from the shadows. Seongmin said that he was using a concealment technique and they should turn on the lights. Seongmin urged the hunters, asking what they wanted, for more people to die. The hunter nervously raised his hand, using a light skill. The hunters looked at the bodies of their dead comrades in confusion. Brown-haired did not understand how this was possible. Seongmin told them to report the situation. The chief looked at the guys in shock, his mouth wide open. The hunter said that 2 C-rank hunters were incapacitated, and due to the concealment technique, they were unable to determine the location of the intruder. Seongmin gritted his teeth, pulling his sword hand back. He thought that he did not even notice that someone had intruded, not understanding why someone with such skills would be there, since there was no point. The protagonist was hiding in the shadows, standing near the wall. He narrowed his eyes, peering at the hunters. Hyunjin wondered if the loud man was the chief of the special forces. Hyunjin quickly attacked the hunter, cutting him with his blade. He noted that he would take care of the annoying mage hunter first. The large man looked behind him, saying that he was attacking the mages and they should stand behind them. The chief extended his hand in anger just as the drones flew up from the floor. He said that their enemy was hiding in the darkness, ordering the light drones to be launched. The protagonist deftly dodged the beams of light, killing the hunters. The hunter screamed that there was no room for him to hide and that the light had to be turned on. The protagonist, with a bloodthirsty look, attacked the hunter, saying that it was useless. Hyunjin cut the hunter's body with his dagger. He began to look around the room, noting that there were 3 left. The chief, with a panicked expression on his face, turned his head, asking why he was doing this. The hunter looked at the chief with a worried expression, saying that he must be a rank hunter. Seongmin told him to shut up and concentrate, otherwise they would all die. Seongmin widened his angry eyes, thinking that he was a monster and he was definitely not a rank. Seongmin bared his teeth, gritting them, thinking that he was more likely an S rank. Hyunjin slashed his blade at the hunter. He then immediately attacked the next opponent. Seongmin was shaking in fear, standing in front of a pile of corpses, thinking that he was the only one left. The chief turned around, holding his hand out in front of him, telling him to stop hiding and show himself. The chief began to swing his sword, sending out beams of fire. The fire lit up the protagonist's legs. Hyunjin looked at the chief with a bloodthirsty expression, wiping the blood from his face. He asked that he really thought that he could hurt his family and survive, noting that he tried to take the most precious thing from him, so he should prepare to experience the same. Seongmin became furious upon seeing the protagonist. Hyunjin asked if there were any last words before he went to his comrades. Seongmin glared with his red eyes, asking what did he mean it was him. The protagonist smirked at the chief, saying that it was to be expected, asking that he knew who he was. Seongmin gritted his teeth in anger, furrowing his brows. He said that of course, since he was the one who killed Hyejin, asking how he could forget the one who was in the same dungeon as her and was the only one left alive. The protagonist looked at the chief in confusion, asking what kind of nonsense, and that he killed Hyejin. Hyunjin remembered Hyejin getting out of the car. He said that if he thought about it, that day she broke up with him. Hyunjin remembered seeing Seongmin smiling in the car. The hunter looked away, smiling sarcastically. He said that he was the one in the car with her, noting that his feelings for her had long since passed, asking why on earth he attacked the orphanage. Seongmin held his sword in front of him, glaring at the hunter. He told Hyunjin not to talk nonsense since Hyojin was a C rank and there was no way someone like him was the only survivor, adding that he had no idea how he got an S rank skill, but even with it, he would finish him off. The hunter closed his eyes, tilting his head to the side, saying that he was there to avenge his family. The chief asked that he killed so many people just because of an orphanage. Seongmin swung his sword, creating fireballs, saying that this was nonsense. The protagonist took out his sword from his inventory. He thought that it was most likely because of him that the orphanage was attacked. The sword in the protagonist's hands began to shine with a blue light. The protagonist thought that the unofficial guild war was the catalyst. The spirit said that Carthago's righteous shield protects him. As long as he is under its protection, nothing can harm him. The spirit said that he has Sidon Miller's sword of courage. As long as his courage is unwavering, the sword will not break. The spirit said that the sweet aroma excites the reaper. The awakened instincts turned him into an assassin specializing in slaughter. The shield emitted a golden aura, and the sword emitted a blue aura. The protagonist thought that as long as he is their target, his inaction puts his family in danger. The protagonist looked away with a confident look, thinking that since this was the case, he had no choice but to kill the bastard in front of him. The superior looked at the protagonist dumbfoundedly, asking him what he was using aura for, noting that he had just been promoted from F rank to see the protagonist angrily attack the superior. He said that Hyojin was the same, always talking about only those ranks, and he had had enough of it. The protagonist rammed the superior with his shield. He asked how he felt about that, noting that at that moment, he was fighting a C rank hunter, whom he looked down on as if he were a small insect. Seongmin smiled maliciously, saying that he had already realized that he was not that simple, but he was underestimating him. The wall was lit up with flames as Seongmin used Flame Rush. The hunter blocked the fire strike with his shield, gritting his teeth. He furrowed his brows, looking at Seongmin with annoyance. The boss was attacking the protagonist with a malicious expression. Seongmin told him to watch it carefully. He covered himself in flames, smiling madly, saying that it was a rank hunter skill. Hyunjin said that it was pathetic. Seongmin looked at the hunter dumbfoundedly, his eyes wide, asking what he said. The protagonist swung his sword, which was emitting a bright glow. Hyunjin said that even though he was a rank hunter, he would dispel his ability in one swing. Seongmin looked at it dumbfoundedly, saying that it was impossible. He stood with his back, pointing his finger at the hunter. He said that it was a fatal blow, asking that someone told him about it or something. Hyunjin clutched his sword, turning his attention to him. He thought that since he had been on the brink of life and death about 100,000 times in his past lives, it was bearable, and since that guy was so shocked, much more time had passed than he thought. The protagonist took a defensive stance, covering himself with his shield. Seongmin swung his fire sword, but Hyunjin dodged the attack. The hunter thought that he should hurry up and finish him off. The protagonist blocked Seongmin's attack with his shield. The protagonist stabbed his sword into the chief's palm. He said that he wanted to play with him for a while, but his time was running out. Hyunjin smiled maliciously, saying that he also had many grudges against him. The hunter slashed his sword across Seongmin's chest. The chief fell to his knees. He grabbed his stomach with his hand. Seongmin glared at the protagonist with his mouth wide open. He asked if he even knew who the sponsor of their guild was. The hunter pierced the sword through the chief's body, telling him to shut up. The protagonist looked at the dying Seongmin with a cold gaze. He wondered what they had a sponsor for, noting that if he continued, his family would be in danger. Seongmin was bleeding on the floor. He said that they would definitely find him and he would get what he deserved. The protagonist stood up, looking at Seongmin's dead body, thinking that he should become stronger. The hunter grabbed his head in extreme pain. The spirit said that since they shared their power with him, it was his turn. The spirit said that it would show him where it was, and he should hurry and bring what was rightfully his. The protagonist turned his attention to the red light, asking where he should look. The spirit said that the reaper was impatient, and he wanted to take a look at what was rightfully his. The protagonist stood with his back to the red light, asking what the light was coming from what he was looking for. Hyunjin walked up to the table, reaching out to the box. He asked if he really helped him deal with the Echo Guild just for this. The hunter opened the box, which contained a wooden box. He opened the box, which contained a dagger and a necklace. The hunter walked out of the office, taking the box under his arm. He thought that he needed to get out of there first, and he needed to use Hassassin's power. The spirit said that Hassassin was starting a plan. The shadow would erase all traces from the face of the earth. The protagonist pulled up his hood when the corridor with bodies began to burn behind him. A powerful explosion occurred in the guild building. The protagonist looked behind him, looking at the building. He said that since the building was gone, there would be no evidence that he did it. The building was blazing with powerful fire. Hyunjin thought that his family would be safe for a while. People crowded the street, looking at the burning building. People looked at what was happening with bewilderment. A small boy pointed to the side with a smile, telling his mother to look there. Police officers arrived at the building. The boy said that they were a special police squad. A man with a menacing expression turned his attention to the side. He approached a woman with a child. The man said that he would ask them some questions that would help their investigation, asking if she could tell him everything she saw. The woman said that she suddenly heard a loud explosion and went outside to see what was going on, and then she saw that the explosion had thundered in that company. The officer looked at the woman intently, asking if she noticed anything unusual except that. The woman said that she was not sure since she had not paid attention to everything else. His colleague ran up to the officer, calling him a senior officer, asking for permission to report. The senior officer looked at his colleague, dumbfounded, his eyes wide. The officer noted that they said that there was absolutely no one inside the building, not even bodies were left. The elder raised his head, looking at the burning building. He thought that there was an explosion and there was no one in the building, not even bodies. The elder looked at the woman with a smile, saying that fortunately, he was told that there was no one in the building, asking them to be careful. The man thought that without a doubt, this was too suspicious, not understanding what could have happened. The protagonist hid behind the wall of the building. The elder officer thanked the woman for her cooperation. The protagonist rested his hand on the wall. He thought that as he expected, there were no clues left, and he could relax. However, if he went straight like that, his scorched clothes might seem suspicious. Hyunjin called Taemin, greeting him. The hunter smiled slightly, looking away. Taemin said that right then, the news was reporting that a huge fire was echoing in the guild, asking if he could believe it. The protagonist said that he would tell him all the details later, asking if he could come to the place he had mentioned earlier. The protagonist suddenly widened his eyes. The hunter began to lose consciousness, thinking that his body had suddenly. Taemin began to shout into the phone, asking what was going on. A guy in a black suit was standing at the huge door. He told his boss that it was him. The boss said that he could come in. The gray-haired man was sitting on a chair, holding a glass of drink. He said that something serious must have happened since he came to him right away. The brown-haired man bowed to his boss, saying that the Echo Guild had been destroyed. The gray-haired man asked what had attacked them. He began to tap his finger on the armrest. The brown-haired man said that this was exactly it, and because of the fire, they had lost all their soldiers. The gray-haired man looked menacingly at the guy. He asked if they hadn't been pouring a lot of money into their guild, noting that he had been told that their number of soldiers had increased. Brown-haired looked at his boss in confusion, saying that they hadn't been doing too well lately, but they had been deliberately hiding it. The white-haired man looked at the boy from under his brows, asking if his money hadn't been enough for them. He asked what and if they hadn't said that their last battle was against the Lace Guild. Brown-haired imagined a boy with a huge shadow coming from him. He said that it was, and the only problem was that the Lace Guild didn't have enough forces to defeat the Echo Guild, but the mercenary that was on their side had changed the entire outcome of the battle. Brown-haired closed his eyes and bowed down in front of his boss. The white-haired man asked him what he thought, that it was his doing. Brown-haired said that he thought so. The man grinned in displeasure, tilting his head to the side. The brown-haired man said that considering he was strong enough to defeat Seongmin, the question was whether it would be a problem for him to defeat the Echo Guild itself. The man said that the Oseong Company was definitely involved. The silver-haired man smiled madly, his eyes wide. He said that other than them, there were no other possible sponsors who could do such a thing, asking if he didn't think so. The man said to contact a silver-ranked guild. The silver-haired man put his glass on the table. He smiled madly, his eyes narrowed, saying to tell them to deal with the Lace Guild and that damn mercenary. The protagonist stood near the bookcases, not understanding where they were. He looked at the bookcases in surprise, thinking that this was another room of the past life. A man in a long coat stood by the window, noticing that the protagonist had arrived. The man turned to the protagonist, adjusting his hat. Hyunjin asked if he was Reaper. The hunter winced, holding a box in his hand. Reaper asked if he had brought all his things safely. The hunter wondered how long he had been holding something in his hands. The protagonist smiled sheepishly, holding out the box, asking what he was talking about. Reaper nodded to the protagonist. He opened the lid of the box, revealing a necklace. A bright light was coming from the necklace. Hyunjin thought he was sure there was a dagger in there. Tears appeared on Reaper's eyes as he clutched the necklace in his hand. He thanked the protagonist, saying that this necklace was the last thing he would ever love. Reaper's mouth slightly opened as the girl's hand touched his face. The girl said that it had been so long since they had seen each other, asking why he was crying like a baby. An image of a young girl appeared in the air, smiling widely. Reaper looked at his beloved in surprise, calling Florian his love. Florian snuggled into Reaper's chest, saying that she had dreamed of finding him, her one and only, for so long. Florian said that her name was forgotten and her body was rotten. Reaper lowered his head, clinging to Florian's hair as butterflies flew around them. Florian said that her soul had found him after all. The protagonist watched in surprise as flower petals and butterflies flew around. Florian said that she had found him, his reincarnation. Reaper told Hyunjin that he would definitely repay him for giving him this moment. The protagonist woke up with tears in his eyes. The spirit said that they were expressing their gratitude for relieving Reaper of excruciating pain. Sympathy for his past lives had grown. The protagonist jumped out of bed. He wiped the tears from his eyes with his hand, thinking that maybe his tears were due to his growing sympathy for Reaper. The hunter imagined huge stone doors. He noted that sympathy for previous lives. The protagonist imagined an image of Carthago emitting lightning. He noted that when he entered the room of a past life, he received its power. The hunter remembered himself training with a sword. He noted that by passing through the rooms, he was able to increase the sympathy for his past lives. The protagonist imagined an old man shedding tears. Hyunjin imagined a shocked Seongmin. He noted that as coordination was adjusted, the power increased. The hunter imagined blue lines stretching from his hands to his heart. He noted that even the emotions they felt could reach him. Hyunjin slapped his hand over his face, thinking that he should stop before anyone noticed. The hunter said that this was a hospital, and Taemin must have helped him. There was a wooden box on the table. The protagonist opened the lid, which contained a dagger. He said that the necklace was missing, asking if the dagger was a gift from the Reaper. The protagonist picked up the dagger, examining it. He said that if the Echo Guild CEO kept it separately, asking that it was great. The protagonist put the dagger in the storage room, saying that they needed to go see the appraiser. The hunter turned his attention to the door. Taemin said that he was sorry. The CEO looked into the room with a smile, asking that he was feeling better. Hyunjin said that he was better, thanking him. The CEO placed a chair next to the bed, saying that his family was resting in his guild office, noting that he thought he would be interested. The hunter thought that he was worried that someone was behind this. The protagonist looked at the CEO with a smile, thanking him for his help, asking what happened to the Echo Guild. Taemin sat in a chair next to the protagonist's bed. He said that it was a hard blow, although only a day had passed, and they say that people have begun to leave. The protagonist looked at Taemin with a serious look. The director said that the police had started an investigation, but no evidence had been found. The protagonist leaned slightly towards the director, asking him to let him know if anything came to light. The protagonist awkwardly scratched his cheek, asking if he could find a home for him and his family, a safe place. He was worried. Taemin smiled happily, closing his eyes. He said that of course he would talk to the Lace Guild. Hyunjin thanked the director, asking if there was any unofficial information about the Echo Guild. The director lowered his head in disappointment, saying that he had already reported everything he knew. The protagonist looked at the director with worry. He noted that he had been told that someone was behind the attack on the Echo Guild office. Taemin said that of course someone was, but that was not the end. Taemin looked at the protagonist with a wide smile. Hyunjin said that the guild had suffered a heavy blow, which would surely be followed by revenge. The director told him not to worry, as he would do his best to track their movements. The hunter stood at the counter, placing a box on it. The protagonist opened the box, which contained a dagger. He looked at the appraiser with a smile, asking if he could appraise the item. The appraiser picked up the dagger, telling him to let him look at it. The brown-haired man brought his fingers to the weapon, emitting a blue glow. He adjusted his glasses, looking at the dagger in surprise. The hunter asked if there was a problem. Hyunjin looked at the appraiser in surprise, his mouth slightly open. The brown-haired man said that it was simply a very unusual item, and he was surprised. The appraiser looked at the hunter happily, blushing slightly, saying that it was a sealed weapon. Hyunjin asked what that meant. The appraiser brought the dagger closer to him as Hyunjin looked at it. The brown-haired man said that if it were literally, some important abilities were sealed, and he had only heard of a sealed weapon once, but this was the first time he had encountered one. The protagonist looked down curiously, asking if he could tell him more. The appraiser happily began to introduce the sealed weapon, which had its shackles removed. He said that the sealed weapon came in different types, and the true power of the dagger was supposed to be released step by step when certain conditions were met. The hunter looked at the brown-haired man in confusion, asking why the weapon was not activated at that moment. The appraiser beamed with happiness, picking up the piece of paper. He said that not really, and even then, there were options to absorb power and improve the user's physical condition. The protagonist smiled confusedly, saying that he heard that absorbing power increased efficiency and it would be a very good weapon. Brown-haired man put his finger near his neck, saying that according to the equipment information, his name was a butcher. The protagonist looked at the appraiser nervously, raising his eyebrows. Brown-haired man said that he didn't know how much he had to do to remove the seals on it, and didn't know if he could do it at all, adding that if the last seal was removed, he could get an appraisal of at least S level. Brown-haired man pressed his palm to his cheek, smiling happily. He said that there was also a recovery function, and if he shouted out the word recovery, the dagger would return to the user who shouted the spell. The appraiser handed over a piece of paper, saying that he was done with the appraisal and that he could take a look. The protagonist looked at the piece of paper where the price for the dagger was written. Hyunjin thoughtfully looked at the appraisal of the weapon, wondering if it was worth $1,000,000 and whether the rest of the weapons needed to be appraised. The appraiser folded his hands, looking at the protagonist hopefully. Hyunjin thought that it wouldn't be any better than this dagger. The appraiser called out to the hunter. He smiled sheepishly, tilting his head, asking if he wanted to pay in installments. The protagonist flashed his smile, holding out a gold card, saying it was a one-time payment. Hyunjin walked out of the building, putting the dagger away in storage. He said that if the seals weren't removed, it was at least an S tier, noting that it was as expected from his past life, asking that they use it to pay off old bills. Hyunjin took out his vibrating phone. He put the phone to his ear. Taemin greeted the protagonist, saying that he had found a suitable house for him and wanted to come check it out, asking if he wanted to join. The hunter closed his eyes and smiled contentedly, saying that of course, that would be just fine. Taemin said that a car would come pick him up shortly then. A black car was parked near the white gate of the house. The protagonist entered the house, starting to inspect it. The director and the broker met the hunter at the entrance. Taemin greeted the protagonist. The broker asked how he liked the house. The protagonist looked at the man with an indifferent look. He recalled the words that he should try to look as uninterested as possible in front of the broker. Hyunjin told the broker that it was not bad, asking when he could move in. The man said that it was a new house, and of course, at that moment it would be difficult to do so because it was not ready yet. The broker smiled widely, hinting with a gesture at money. He said that if he could give a little more. Hyunjin said that he did not care how much it cost and let him make it ready as soon as possible. The broker bowed to the protagonist, saying that he assures him that he will be able to move in within a week. The hunter closed his eyes, glowing with happiness. Hyunjin thought that as expected, money solves everything, thanking his past lives. The previous incarnations looked at the image of the guy. The three froze with shocked faces. Hope began to punch Carthago, exclaiming that he said that this reincarnation could win. The man began to flex his muscles, saying that it would be great to pump up even more muscles with this money. The girl stood next to him and they asked the others what they were thinking of pumping up. Carthago slammed the table and exclaimed that he was disappointed. He ate that they would only be allowed in case of force majeure, and training was prohibited for them. The man clenched his teeth tightly, declaring that he was made a fool of for a couple of bucks, and with this approach, all their plans would go to hell. The lights were on in the tall building. A happy child ran up to Hyunjin. With a smile on his face, he grabbed his cheek. The brunette asked if everything was okay, and the child said that the hunter uncles bought him sweets. The guy looked up when he was called out. Sajin was standing in the middle of the corridor. The hunter stood up and said that he wanted to discuss something. As they sat down on the couch, he asked her if she knew where he was, and then told her that he had bought a house for their family. The brunette asked in surprise, why did he do it so suddenly? She looked at Hyunjin with a puzzled face, saying that he couldn't just buy a house because he wanted to. The brunette looked down and said that he had a good income while he was a mercenary for the race guild. He added that the most important thing he wanted to spend the money on was protecting his family. Sajin squeezed his hand and thanked him, saying that she thought the children would really like it there. The girl with a sad look said that she was very worried because she thought he had gotten involved in something dangerous, which is why he decided to buy a house. She said that there was an attack on the orphanage recently. The hunter grabbed her wrist and asked her not to worry, as he was thinking about hiring a bodyguard and installing an unmanned security system in the new house, and the race guild promised to send a hunter. The brown-haired girl smiled weakly when he said that he just wanted to be happy with his family. She grabbed his sleeve when the guy said that it was time for him to go. Sajin asked him to stay. She put her hand on her chest and asked if he wanted to spend the night with them. Her eyes widened at her own words. The girl smiled nervously and muttered that she felt relieved that he was here. She tried to raise her voice, wondering why she decided to say it so suddenly. Hyunjin looked away, embarrassed, and agreed. The brown-haired girl smiled softly and suggested that they have ramen together for dinner. The guy carefully retreated into the room, saying that he was very tired. Sajin remained sitting on the couch with a puzzled face. She lowered her sad gaze. She stood up to remember the moments with the boy, thinking that she knew that he wanted to take care of the shelters, since it was the only place that accepted him without a family. Imagining the bloody brunette, the girl mentally noted that this was why he did so much for the family, but sitting on the couch, she thought that she did not want him to lose himself with all this blood on his hands. The hunter was lying on the bed, thinking that he had never seen Sajin like this before. He remembered how some time ago she suggested eating ramen together. The boy's face darkened, and he wondered why he was talking to himself now. He threw the pillow to the side, screaming that he was an idiot. A voice in his head said that the sergeant's insidious laughter was warning of danger and that someone was aiming for his heart. A light flashed in the hunter's shocked eyes. He abruptly jumped off the bed, mentally asking who came here. There were two blades sticking out of his mattress. Hyunjin summoned his shield, thinking that it was lucky that his room was closest to the exit. He realized that there were only 3 people here, and if things didn't calm down soon, his family would be in danger. A gust of wind flew at him. The hunter covered himself with his shield from the blow, realizing that there was a mercenary and a mage here, and then wondered who the third person was. The man with a gloomy face told Mash to act. A blue light appeared around his sword. The guy continued to cover himself with his shield, mentally noting the high speed of the spell. He hit the mercenary with his shield. A dagger flew at him from the side, and the brunette took a step. Crouching, he hit his opponent with his shield. The mercenary flew into the wall. Blood gushed from his mouth. The brown-haired man looked at Hyunjin and asked where he got such strength from. The hunter jumped from his place. He jumped on the mage, killing him. The mercenary's face was distorted with horror. He was cut by a shield. Looking at the couple of corpses, the hunter said that he was sure that there were 3 of them. A voice in his head said that he felt the spirit of death that enveloped the most precious thing to him, the spirit of someone who could not protect what was dear to him. The guy realized where the other person was. He ran into Sajin's room. The mercenary wanted to stab her with a dagger. The brunette screamed with a shocked face, his gaze distorted with anger, and he ordered her to take her hands off her. His dagger crashed into the enemy's dagger. He rushed at the man, while the latter asked if he had already managed to defeat those 2. Hyunjin swung his sword at him. The voice said that he had the brave sword set in Miller with him, which would not break until his righteous courage was broken. The guy hit the mercenary. He managed to jump aside. The hunter cut him with 1 blow. He waved his bloody blade and said that he was glad that Sajin was not hurt. He turned his gaze and muttered that she did not even wake up from the noise and assumed that she had been drugged. The brunette quickly looked at the open door and asked what the race people were doing now. The hunter froze in place, wondering if this was their goal. He decided to call Timon. When he put the phone to his ear, his answering machine answered. Hyunjin looked away, thinking that this was most likely what the man was talking about. He wrote a message to the special department saying that someone from the race guild had been assassinated and asked them to hurry. He wondered if the race people would react to this somehow. His sword glowed yellow. The guy thought that before the police squad arrived, he put up a defense scheme in front of himself, mentally noting that he would protect this place. Timon was sitting on a bench in the corridor of the race guild. The man was rubbing his eyes when he heard a question about the severity of the damage. Turning around, he saw Hyunjin behind him and answered that the guild leader had died. Lowering his head, Timon continued that they weren't aiming at him, but the leader had been wounded. Hyunjin put his hand to his chin and thought that he suspected that they weren't hunting for him, but he didn't think that they would kill the guild leader. Hyunjin, looking at Timon's depressed state, continued to think that even he, not being an official member, was shocked and couldn't imagine how bad the man's condition was because he cared so much about his guild. The brunette, looking down, said that he didn't know what to say. The brown-haired man strained his rudeness and turned to Hyunjin and said that it might seem unexpected, but could he listen to him carefully? Hyunjin in turn asked what he wanted to tell him. Turning his head to his comrade, the man said that he had already thought of the person who would become the next guild leader. The brunette asked again. The brown-haired man turned to the hunter and asked if he remembered the day of the unofficial guild battle. 2 men were fighting in the middle of the forest. Timon said that watching Hyunjin, who took a risk for the guild. He thought with a surprised face that he was not just a strong man. He imagined the guy standing with his back to him saying that he would never abuse his trust. Timon leaned over and said that all the guild members agreed with this statement and therefore asked to become his guild leader. The past life reported that the Black Mafia, the leader of the criminal organization, is interested in this offer and convinces him to accept the offer. The man was shocked and asked his past life if he should accept the offer. In shock, the guy pointed to himself and asked him about the guild leader since he was an outsider. Coming to his senses, he thought that if he became the guild leader, he would be able to get help from the hunters under his command and ensure the safety of his family even better. Turning to the bowing man, he asked if he would have any problems. Standing in a bow, Timon replied that they had no other candidates for this position. Raising his head, the guy continued to say that the other leaders besides him had already passed away and now he was the main decision maker in the guild. The hunter crossed his arms over his chest. The brown-haired man continued to say that he wanted to put Hyunjin in charge of the guild. The man looked straight at Hyunjin, listening to him say that he was accepting the offer. Timon thanked him. The guy smiled and asked to prepare all the documents concerning the guild. The past life reported that Black Mafia, the leader of the criminal organization, is satisfied. With his ruthless grip, he sees through the guild's falsehood. Hyunjin sat in a chair in front of the table. Taking one of the folders in his hands, he flipped through the pages and said that the financial situation is good. This is the only pride of the guild, but the number of permanent members is small. Taking out the documents from the folder, he noticed that the size of the executive body did not seem large. Looking at it, Timon replied that the guild was originally founded by the previous head to get all the benefits of the magic crystal, so the hunting corps was created not long ago. The hunter raised his hand to his chin and holding the documents in his hand replied that indeed, the calculation coefficient that the leaders adhere to increases with the guild level. Turning his head to his comrade, the new guild head heard that every time the guild members attack a dungeon and sell a magic stone, they receive an additional tax. Hyunjin thoughtfully replied that it is also necessary to take into account the risk of absorption by another guild. Hitting the table, the guy said that he will change the political course, now race is switching to an aggressive strategy. Crossing his fingers, the guy said that judging by this raid, he thinks that the people behind the guild are furious. The guy thoughtfully said that they immediately sent assassins. The man leaned slightly and asked Hyunjin if he was talking about increasing their strength. The hunter replied that there was no guarantee that what happened today would never happen again. The brown-haired man agreed with the guild leader. The full moon was visible in the sky. The brunette said that there was something that needed to be done first. Teeman asked what exactly. The guild leader smiled widely and said that they had to absorb Echo because he could no longer sit back and just watch in silence. Teeman was surprised and asked if it was possible. The hunter replied that it could be done through an official guild battle. The flags of different guilds fluttered in the light. Their fighters used different abilities. It all resembled a game of chess. According to the rules, 9 representatives from each guild compete against each other one-on-one. And if one of the competitors wins or does not announce a replacement for another participant during the battle, then he can continue to fight the next enemy on the battlefield. He wins only when he defeats all opponents. Both guys in the office took on an ominous look. Teeman wanted to ask, but he immediately said yes, they will defeat all 9. Brown-haired was surprised and asked again that they will do it together. The leader smiled, showing the number 2 with his fingers and assured that if he defeats at least 2, then he will deal with the remaining 7 himself. Taking another document in his hands, Hyunjin suggested discussing the composition of the Echo Guild before the guild battle. Throwing the document on the table, the guy said that to begin with, he mentioned that he has a C rank. Teeman looked at Hyunjin and asked if he wanted Echo to take the upcoming battle carelessly. There is no reason to declare a guild war. The brunette asked his comrade if he thought Echo's attack was successful this time. The guy standing in front of Hyunjin replied that the leader was killed and their hunter corps suffered significant damage. Wasn't that a success? The hunter replied that maybe half, but he called the special police before the evidence was destroyed. Teeman understood Hyunjin's plan, slammed his fist into his palm and said that he understood the plan, first to file a lawsuit based on this evidence. The brunette replied that among the corpses obtained by the special police, there should be at least one belonging to a member of Echo's executive body. With a wide smile, Hyunjin said that it would be reasonable to file a lawsuit for a large amount of damages. Sitting more comfortably in the chair, Hyunjin noted that perhaps, due to the huge compensation, it will not accept their conditions and in that case they will declare a guild war under the condition of absorption and merger. There is obvious evidence, so the main bureau will also allow the guild war. Turning in the chair to Teeman, he heard the question about when it is approximately worth starting to act. Raising his head and looking straight into the eyes, Hyunjin answered right now. A one-story brick house with a satellite dish on the wall. A rack with board games, several children nearby, 2 are fighting with toy swords, the rest are playing a board game sitting on the floor. A girl in a blue sweater and holding a toy sword in her hands happily shouts uncle. A man in a gray suit with a black tie with a smile on his face approaches the children and says that he bought some gifts on the way here. The children happily open the box with gifts. One of them grabbed the robot saying that it is now his. Another girl noticed that there are a lot of toys in the box. The man turned to one of the children and asked where Hyun was. The boy replied that he was in his room. The man ruffled the child's hair and said thank you. Teeman and Hyunjin were sitting in the room in front of a glass table. Teeman turned to the guild leader and said that they refused to pay compensation for the damage caused. The brunette laughed and replied that the result was predictable because they asked for an incredibly huge amount. Turning his head to his comrade, the guy said that now they should act according to the plan. The man confirmed. At the table with a mug of coffee in front of 2 monitors, a guy was studying a document. Naeong, the head of the Echo Guild. The veins in his arms tensed with indignation. He said that this was simply unthinkable. He grabbed the mug from the table and threw it at the wall. It flew past a man passing by and shattered into many pieces. He cursed, saying that the matter had reached the special police department. The guy calmly collected all the shards of the mug with the help of magic and fixed it. He put the mug on the table and said that there was one more not very pleasant news. And so extremely angry Naeong demanded to download what else. With a glassy look at it and could there be anything worse than this? Looking down, the assistant handed over a document and said that Ace declared a guild war on them. Not believing what he heard, Naeong asked that the General Bureau approve the request. Keeping calm, the secretary said that the evidence was obvious and they had no other choice. Combing his hair back, Naeong said that they took so much money from them. But nothing, Ace received huge damage and will they have enough strength to wage guild wars now? While Naeong was reading another document, the guy stood in front of him and said that Ace still believed in the mercenary who participated in the old unofficial guild battles. Naeong was distracted from the document and noted that mercenaries cannot participate in guild wars, to which the guy replied that he probably joined the guild as a regular member. Naeong went back to studying the document and asked how great it was that they were investing so much in it. Standing in front of Naeong's desk, the guy replied that he wasn't sure, but there were rumors that he was in a rank. Considering that Ace had won, this information didn't seem unreliable. Throwing the documents on the table, Naeong replied that if that was the case, then there was nothing to worry about. They didn't have any financial problems to continue using a rank hunters as mercenaries, did they? The assistant replied that they could afford it. He looked at the phone screen. Naeong asked him if he had received the list. The guy replied that one person was a B rank, the rest were C rank. Naeong grinned. Smiling widely, he joked that he was shaking with fear. The guy in front of him noted that they didn't need to mobilize the last remaining A rank hunter. The filled guy listened to the orders of the guild leader. He ordered to send him to conduct raids. There is no point in wasting the remaining strength for nonsense. The guy agreed and said that he would instruct to mobilize only 5 enemy hunters. Naeong laughed out loud. He said that victory was in their pocket. Shop windows on the top floor of a shopping mall. People were sitting on benches next to them. 2 guys were discussing the start of guild wars. The guy with round glasses noted how outdated Echo was these days. Did it make sense for the race guild to declare war on her? The chubby guy agreed, saying that even their leader was only a C rank. That was sheer madness. The tall guy with glasses agreed, saying that it was unthinkable. Until recently he was an F rank. It was really luck that he was able to raise his rank. The chubby brunette shrugged and said that it was complete nonsense. Every time there was some impudent guy who raised his rank thanks to luck. His friend replied that not only did he go from an F rank to a C rank, but he was also able to take the position of the guild leader. A woman's hand placed a cup of coffee on the table. People passing by were surprised that it was a girl, Jahan, a rank S hunter, the second daughter of the head of the jail corporation, sitting at the table, and noticed that these were interesting rumors. A man in a dark suit sat down at her table and asked if she was interested in him. She spread her hands and replied that nothing like that. Just because everyone constantly talks about him, she was curious to look at him. This man turned out to be a rank hunter, Park. He smiled and replied that it seemed to him that she had an increased interest in him. Calmly sipping coffee from a mug, she replied that she was not at all interested in bronze tier guilds such as Echo or Race, and unusually increasing rank and getting a place as a guild leader. Looking at the interlocutor, she asked if he said that Hyunjin was originally rank F. A man with a shield on his back walked among the cave. Park said that he became a C-class hunter with a single bonus to revival, and should he continue telling about him. The girl nodded. The man thought to himself that, as he had expected, she had been interested in him from the very beginning. The man continued, saying that he had heard that during the attack on the B-rank dungeon, the entire group had been destroyed by him. Stirring his dessert, he said that the information from the dungeon administration was almost completely reliable. The woman asked in surprise if it was true that an F-rank loner had attacked a B-rank dungeon. Park replied that it was, but the Hunters Department said that his wounds were so serious that they did not classify him as a second awakening. Pointing a finger at her interlocutor, the girl asked what his thoughts were on this matter. After eating a spoonful of his dessert, he replied that in his opinion, he really was a second awakening. At the same time, he thought that he should save the strawberry from the dessert for last. Continuing his reasoning, he said that was this a suitable talent for their newly created guild. Wiping his mouth, he continued that a second awakening was quite rare and they could not draw a conclusion based on the information they had so far. Wiping his fingers, he continued to think that the head of the second department who had determined Hyunjin's rank had made a lot of noise, so the hunter department would not act anytime soon. The red-haired girl asked if the other guilds had similar thoughts and what if he was not a second awakening and their predictions were wrong. The interlocutor pointed out that this guild war was her chance to find out if he was a second awakening. A sly smile appeared on Jan's face and she said that as soon as the check was over, they should immediately begin to act. The interlocutor closed his eyes and told her that so far, few people knew about Hyunjin's existence, but at the moment, they were not the only ones who were closely watching him. The interlocutor, feeling inner confidence, agreed with her comrade and asked him to find a way to contact him before the guild war ended. A ray of light fell on the iron door. 10 days after the declaration of the guild war and the 10th day since his previous lives had last appeared. Hyunjin was practicing with his sword in the forest. He held a sword covered in lightning. He didn't understand why they weren't appearing. The swing of the sword left a bright mark. Striking again, the boy continued to think that winning the war with such power would be very dangerous. The sweeping strike tore the grass from the ground. Striking the sword upward, he thought about how no matter how much he trained with the magic technique that Seton taught him, his previous lives didn't appear in his dreams. Another swing left a visible blue glow. He thought about how when it was convenient for them, they appeared both in dreams and reality, but when necessary, they suddenly fell silent. Gritting his teeth in anger, he asked for them to appear already, the past lives. His eyes glowed blue and he cursed that he could not be bullied like that. Grass fell. A small stone hit his head. Several children gathered around Hyunjin and discussed that there was nothing to it. He came from an orphanage. After all, he does not even have parents and no one will know. The reason why he so covets the power of his previous lives is so that he does not repeat the same thing again. The door to the classroom opened with a quick movement of his hand. Swinging her fist towards the crowd, the girl cursed so that her younger brother would not be touched anymore, and to protect those who were by his side day after day and gave him strength to endure all the hardships. The girl turned and said that they were going home. The boy smiled. In her hand was an ID, so he was really happy when the awakening was confirmed. Hyunjin held his ID in his hand. Even though it was only rank F, he thought. A happy family gathered in the room. That, finally, he can repay his family for caring and protect his loved ones. The boy ran towards his goal. He believed that if he tried his best, he kept moving forward. If he worked hard, as he had done until now, even a person like him could achieve significant growth. He fell at the edge, but would he be able to protect everyone without his past lives? All the grievances and insults that had been overwhelming him began to surface in his head. Should he return as a loser with no skills or talent and be completely ignored in this society? Facing all these questions, he thought that if this is how it will be, it does not mean that he can just sit quietly and wait for it to happen. Swinging his sword, he cuts off all doubts. Leaves fell from the swing. The tree in front of him fell, splitting in two. He threw the sword to the ground. He lay down on his back. He stretched out his hand, trying to reach for the moon. He thought about what if the strength of his previous lives was like this, if the possibilities he had were so limited. He clenched his fist. Would he be able to handle everything he had acquired so far? His expression changed from worry. If he could progress just because his previous life didn't appear, then didn't that prove that in the end, he was still as low ranking as he was before? Hyunjin slammed his fist on the ground. He couldn't go back to that time again. Night, a red brick house. The guy was climbing the stairs. The girl opened her eyes. Jumping up from the couch, she thought that she needed to come to her senses, and how could she fall asleep on the couch? Hyunjin came. Looking out into the hallway, she thought that he was returning home later and later every day. The girl felt very sorry for him. The guy sat down on the bed. Sweat was running down his face. He told himself that there was no progress today either. He looked a little haggard. Cursing, he thought that he was essentially taking one step back. Falling onto the bed, the hero thought about what to do, because he was participating in a guild war. Thinking it would be great if at least some of his past lives. He closed his eyes completely, asked to be taken to some room of his previous life. Hyunjin fell under the water, swimming closer and closer to the bottom. Soon the guy opened his eyes. He panicked, not understanding where he was, guessing that he was underwater. Grabbing his neck, the young man began to try to float up. He does not know the reason, but if this continues, he will die. He had to get out of there. He needed to escape. After 5 minutes, the guy continued to try to swim out. He was very worried, saying that it was really insanely deep there. The young man was surprised, realizing that he was breathing. The brunette looked deep, assuming that this was the room of his past life, wondering why no one was there yet. He looked around, because usually at this moment the previous life appears. One thing is for sure, that as long as he can breathe underwater, then he is really inside a dream. The guy looked around discontentedly. He did not have time to just dream. He asked for at least someone to appear, but below there was an unexpectedly lit light. He looked at his feet, noticing that his body was moving towards him by itself. Hyunjin swam towards it, realizing that this warmth did not seem familiar to him. He only felt more melancholy approaching it. The light of the sun's rays was breaking through the glass of the window. The young man was in bed. He stirred, realizing that it was already morning, assuming that he woke up. He stood up and felt the pillow, not understanding what it was. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the brunette stretched, not understanding why this time the body moved at its own discretion. Suddenly, something hit him on the back. The brunette turned around in confusion, touching his back. Sajin was in front of him, holding out her hands and closing her eyes. She said that he had just finished training and was already sleeping until noon. She reminded him that today was Sunday and she did not have any daytime work, asking him to be lenient. Grabbing him by the neck, she pointed towards the exit, telling him to stop whining and get up faster, asking if he had a premonition of something amazing. The guy was indignant at this, noting that she never woke him up. They walked through the corridor where there was a window. The girl pulled him along with her, telling him to stop grumbling and follow her, after which everything would become clear to him. She walked purposefully down the corridor. The boy's cheeks blushed as he took his first steps. Holding her hand, memories began to appear in his head one after another. He followed the cheerful girl through the corridors of the orphanage, where it was stuffy. He had not heard the words denoting adulthood for so long that he had become unaccustomed to them. Usually she was always calm, but today for some reason she looked more excited. They stopped at a room. Sajin said that he should go inside with his eyes closed. The brunette did not understand anything, asking if it was necessary. She covered his eyes with her hands and opened the door, leading him inside, having commanded before that. Removing her hands, the guy could see smiling people at the laid festive table. He was very surprised when he was congratulated on the awakening of his rank. It was a precious memory that he had to protect and in no case forget. Hyunjin, smiling and blushing, closed his eyes and asked joyfully what it was. He understood that it was a piece of his past. She watched as the girl cut the cake and scolded the children who ate strawberries straight from the cake. The guy thought about what they say, that good memories are the first to be erased from memory. He reacted to her question with embarrassment when she noted that his awakening happened at an earlier age. Then he answered that there was no need to focus on it, because he had not yet received his certificate, indignant at how he could forget these moments. The young man laughed with a wide smile on his face, saying that everything could be as she wished, because today was a wonderful day, realizing that this was definitely one of his happiest memories. The young man sank to the bottom, not understanding why he felt so anxious in his soul. He swam calmly. Some strange shadow appeared above him. The guy was very surprised and jumped back, noticing someone above him. He tried to swim away, noticing a huge demon shark, not understanding where it came from, assuming that this was a nightmare in which he would be eaten. He looked at its glowing gaze, asking if it was looking at him. Before he could think about being eaten at this rate, the demon opened its mouth wide, frightening the young man. The brunette was unconscious. Everything around him turned red. Hyunjin was unconscious, continuing to swim to the bottom. He remembered how he fell on the wooden parquet, coughing. He barely got up, holding his side, indignant. Was this another dream again? He felt unwell. Itching and terrible pain were all over his body. The brunette remembered those scary people who threatened them in Sajin's back, who blocked all approaches to them with her body to protect her family. An old woman hugged her frightened children. The light from the open door was visible on the threshold of the building. The boy looked at them in fear. Holding his side, he clearly remembered that day as if it happened yesterday. A man in a Hawaiian shirt and a nasty grin extended his hand, asking if they should return the money since they took it. Something fragile was thrown with a crash and it broke next to the girl. Next to her was a small boy. The man stated that sometimes there are people who completely forget about their obligations. The woman stretched out her trembling hand. He was going to threaten with something in case they stubbornly stood their ground. The director fell at his feet, asking what would happen to their children, asking for a little more time. The girl screamed at her not to do it. The man looked at her with displeasure and rage. Sajin got kicked by the man while he was yelling, calling the old woman crazy. She looked at him, saying that she would pay off the debt at any cost. The guy looked at it in shock, sweat pouring down his face. She told him that she was a C-rank healer hunter, so she made good money. The man lit a cigarette, dissatisfiedly stating that it was not easy to talk to these people. He started smoking. The protagonist also tried to tell him something. He leaned over, saying that he was an F-rank hunter. He promised to pay off the debt as soon as possible with fear in his eyes, asking him to wait a little longer, but he was surprised to hear what rank of hunter he was. He became indignant, looking at him, asking what kind of ridiculous nonsense he was talking, asking if he was laughing at him now. The man put his hand on his shoulder, asking what he could even do. He squeezed his hand, saying that he was just a low-ranking person who couldn't even run errands, asking if he even knew how many people were in his orphanage. The man shoved him aside, telling him to deal with the problem properly first, calling him an idiot. The boy on all fours, the table, the man ordered to search everything, assuming that they had money hidden somewhere. It was already evening outside the orphanage. The lights were on in the multi-story buildings. The girl healed her wound on her hand, happy that everything worked out. Both the children and the director were safe and sound. She looked at the boy with a smile, calling the problem that the orphanage was now a terrible mess. The girl sat under the window with the boy, declaring that together they could slowly restore order here. Turning to him, Sajin stated that she had to treat his wounds first, asking him to turn around and face her. The boy sat with his knees pressed to his body, resting his head on them. Tears were visible on his shirt. He said that he felt completely useless. Tears were streaming down his face. He said that when he woke up for the first time, he thought that he could finally protect the people dear to him. Despite his low rank, he believed that through effort, he would definitely grow. He remembered how the girl covered the headmistress when she was hit. At that moment, when uninvited people came to them, he was unable to do anything. Choking on his tears, he desperately declared that a low-ranking person like him was incapable of anything. Returning back, the boy swam to the bottom, wondering if it was helplessness that was driving him forward, considering himself an incompetent person who had no right to happy memories. Pushing himself to the edge of the cliff. Suddenly he woke up and opened his eyes. Slowly descending to the bottom, he realized that now everything was different. The young man looked up with hope, realizing that he was now driven by the helplessness of that day. His gaze became determined. He realized that he was driven forward by strength and confidence that he could protect everyone. The boy began to swim to the surface, firmly deciding that he would no longer mark time in one place. He must become even stronger. Soon the brunette hesitantly opened his eyes. He stood on dry land, looking forward, clenching his hands into fists. Carthago said that he thought he would chatter left and right about how he had gained a little strength. The boy stood opposite Carthago. Hyunjin looked at him with joy. His past life replied that he did not think that by allowing him to receive a little power, he would see his meaningless giggling and chatter. Running up to him, the guy heard how it seemed to him that they made a mistake by deciding to give him power. Carthago stood with a smile. The boy thought that he also saw his dream with happy moments. However, he looked at him in bewilderment. The boy also wondered. The brunette clenched his hands into fists, saying that he thought too much of himself, became too arrogant, because he had the power to change anything, but now he has seen the light. Hyunjin clenched his hand into a fist, stating that such great power requires a high price to pay. They stood opposite each other. The guy said that because of his power, his family is in danger. He can no longer sit idly by, seeing how his loved ones suffer. The young man pressed his fist to himself, telling him what he would do now that he had the strength and confidence to protect everyone. Carthago looked at him as he told him that he wanted to become even stronger. Standing in front of him, the brunette loudly declared that he intended to become stronger than those who threatened him. Carthago smirked. The man stated that the boy was truly desperate now. A sword appeared in the boy's hand. The man told the reincarnation to raise his weapon. He took out his shield, saying that he would begin to teach him the martial art of defensive counterattack. The brunette looked at him, grabbing the shield, asking what the art of counterattack was. The answer was that it would be different from hitting the shield. Carthago took a stance, saying that he considered it the most powerful counterattack skill. Taking a stance, he threw his hand back, saying that if he tried this technique on himself, it would be much better than any explanation. Their determined gazes crossed. The man urged to give free rein to the best attacking technique. The opponents rushed into battle against each other. The guy flew at Carthago from above. He attacked him on the shield. There were many sparks around. His gaze was surprised and amazed. He did not understand what was happening, because the opponent did not make the slightest move. Carthago, with a victorious smile, asked if his skills were still at this level, warning him to be more careful from this time. The young man turned his attention to the shield, assuming that it was now absorbing blows. The guy looked at the glowing shield in front of him, understanding that this could not be called a simple absorption. The man held his shield tightly, asking if he had noticed everything, explaining that absorbing a blow dealt by an opponent allows one to release powerful energy in double quantity. Raising his shield and thrusting it into the ground, from which numerous cracks appeared, he stated that there was only one way to obtain this ultimate skill: to fully withstand the energy without experiencing any shortage of it. The entire ground around was covered in dust and cracks. Carthago looked at all this, noting that most likely the vessel was not yet ready to receive such power. Turning away, he said that they, his past lives, did not have time to hesitate. Noticing something, the man turned his head. He noticed that the guy was standing firmly on his feet. The brunette was breathing heavily, realizing that he withstood Carthago's martial art. Raising his head, the protagonist looked at him. Carthago smiled widely, declaring that his eyes did not deceive him, congratulating the brunette. He looked at him with a big smile on his face, blush on his cheeks and sparkling eyes, because now this best counterattack technique belongs to him. On the day of the guild war, there were many people. They were in the guild waiting room. All the guild members were sitting on the couch, some on the floor. The guild leader was standing by the window. Timon tried to ease the situation a little, saying that they had nothing to worry about. Hyunjin stood with his arms folded, hearing him say that the guild leader would handle everything. He looked at the depressed guild members, assuming that the atmosphere had only worsened because of what he said. The young man became nervous, thinking what would happen if we consider their point of view. Then this is a natural reaction, because he is basically a guy who appeared out of nowhere and acts like a guild leader. Someone's foot appeared on the threshold of the room. A blonde guy with a blue headband entered the door, ironically stating how great their atmosphere was. The young man noticed the headband. He said that he felt like they were in mourning, asking where their fighting spirit had gone. The guy looked at him with displeasure, recognizing him as the Echo Guild. Timon wanted to be indignant, but the protagonist stopped him by raising his hand. The young man walked across the room to him. He stood next to him, telling the blonde to leave. The guy listened to how it was absurd to enter the waiting room before a guild battle, but he was asked for what reason he shouldn't do it. The participants sat on the couch and looked at them, listening to how the blonde guy was a member of the Echo Guild, and also that he was an assistant for organizational matters, asking what was wrong if he decided to check their readiness. Hyunjin looked at him with displeasure. He only spoke nicely once, claiming that he would not sit idly by if he continued to talk such nonsense. The blonde pointed a finger at him, saying that a C-rank hunter with a captain's armband could show him something special. Pressing his hand to his chest, the guy stated that they were B-rank. The people present tensed, noticing the aura around him. The blonde called it murderous energy. The brunette stood in the room, looking at all this. He waved his hand in displeasure, telling him to know when to stop. The blonde grimaced furiously, not understanding how he got rid of his murderous energy so easily, wondering if the main one was really C-rank. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty essence of the Reaper awakened. Part of his thirst was released. His eyes looked at the guy with displeasure. The blonde rose into the air. He did not understand what this was and what was happening. The Echo Guild member was very scared of the eyes behind him, feeling as if something was suppressing them. A huge red gas was looking at him and terrifying him, noting its murderous energy. Hyunjin looked at the young man in front of his knees with disdain. He was trembling, looking at the young man with fear. The brunette looked at him sternly and told him to leave. The blonde jumped up in fear and ran out into the corridor, running away in front of everyone. The brunette looked after him. He understood that even if it was for a split second, he really thought about whether it was really worth killing. The main character looked at his hand. The higher the level of sympathy for past lives, the less sensitive he becomes to killing. The main character turned his head, noticing something. The whole team jumped up in surprise and fear, looking at him. The brunette said with a smile that everything was fine, and that everyone just needed to stop worrying. The guild members looked at each other in excitement. The members unanimously said that they only believed in the guild leader. The man with glasses brought his fist to his mouth and coughed. He was standing at the threshold with a tablet, noting that the guild war would begin in half an hour. The guy rubbed his neck in embarrassment, listening to the others talk about how he scared them. The protagonist turned around and looked at them with a smile, being confident that they would succeed. The guys were climbing the stairs. A bright light was burning ahead. They entered the arena. Hyunjin said with a surprised face that although this was not a major guild battle, there were many more spectators than he thought. The man in the stands noted that they had arrived, and then asked again if the guild leader was a C-rank hunter. Teeman glanced in their direction, while the brunette continued to be surprised by the number of spectators. The man leaned towards him and asked if he felt it. He noted that this situation only proved that the hunter community had turned their attention to him. He turned to the side. Noticing the girl with the child, Teeman said that the guy's family had also come to support him. Sajin wished them luck with a worried face. Hyunjin waved with a happy smile, thinking that he must definitely win, at least for his family. The announcer loudly announced that they had all been waiting for the Echo vs. Race Guild War for a long time. A loud voice could be heard from the large field, asking the first participants to come up to the field. The man exhaled nervously. The guy showed Teeman 2 fingers while the latter said that he would definitely win. The brunette repeated that he only needed to defeat 2 opponents. The man showed 2 fingers and burst into flames. The hunter mentally noted that he was a very hot-tempered person after all. The brown-haired man entered the arena, and the announcer loudly announced this. From the other side, a B-rank magic-using hunter named Seo Jinsu came out. Teeman smiled nervously when the mage asked if he was the human shield of that C-rank hunter. As the two stood facing each other, the announcer announced that the tension between them could be felt even before the start. He added that from now on, guild wars would be held under the control of the Dispute Resolution Committee of the Guild General Bureau. The battle was announced to begin. The man took out his dagger. Jinsu thrust his staff forward and declared that his magic would not be able to withstand such a small dagger. A stupid smile froze on his face. Teeman jumped into the air. He struck his opponent with his weapon. Holding 2 daggers, he ran forward. The mage created a magic shield in front of himself. He grinned evilly, noting that this was much better. The hunter appeared behind him. Jinsu swung his staff, asking where he was going and summoning a fiery sword. The man twirled the dagger in his hand, mentally noting that it was already too late. He grabbed the handle of the weapon. Teeman slashed at the mage. Jinsu sat on the floor and muttered that he surrendered. The organizer put out his hand. He pushed the hunter away from his opponent, telling him to stop. The brown-haired man stood with an angry face, saying that he was just lucky, and if he met him outside. He proudly turned away, and his face shone with joy. The man showed Hyunjin 2 fingers, while he was wondering if he had spent too much energy on the first battle. The host's voice was heard in the arena, saying that the second battle would soon begin, so the participants should take their positions. Drops of blood fell on the floor. A bloody man lay to the side. Teeman stood with a broken head, and they asked him if he could continue fighting. The brown-haired man nodded in response. He turned to the team when the organizer said that his wounds were very serious. The man, breathing heavily, clenched his teeth. Hyunjin shook his head, mentally saying that it was no longer worth it. The hunter lowered his head. As he approached the guy, the host loudly said that due to the injuries he had received, a second participant, the hunter Kang Hyunjin, would replace Teeman in the third match. The brunette touched his friend's back and asked him not to be sad, because he did everything according to the plan. He handed over the phone and told him to leave the rest to him, and then asked him to make a good video for 2. As the sun shone over the arena, the host asked the hunters to stand up. The hunter came out with a sword and shield. As the aura began to sparkle around him, he mentally noted that the entire list of participants could no longer be corrected, so he would have to show his best. The spectators watched from the stands, asking if this C-rank hunter could really use aura and if the rumors were true. Someone raised binoculars, saying that it seemed like it would be fun. A guy and a girl watched from the stands. The mage girl shot at Hyunjin when the start of the battle was announced. The brunette thought that if he compared what his past lives were doing to him. After cutting with his sword, the hunter ran, mentally noting that this duel was just nonsense. The guy with the weapon ran forward while the host announced the start of the fourth battle. Hyunjin made a mental note that he had to win. He struck his opponent, thinking that he had to do this so that no one could threaten them anymore. The brunette stood in the middle of the arena at sunset. The announcer said that the fifth match would soon begin, and if Hyunjin won again this time, then the race guild would have the final victory. Han Sang-hyun walked onto the field when he was asked to stand up. The large man in armor made a mental note that he never imagined that there would be anyone using aura. He looked at the boy's back. The hunter ran towards his opponent after the start of the battle was announced. He made a mental note that no one could defeat his sword. The warrior struck, wishing death on his opponent. His face distorted in shock when there was no one in front of him, and he loudly asked where he went. A hand touched his shoulder. Hyunjin did a somersault, using the man as a support. He swung his shield. Sang-hyun extended his blade, armoring the attack. He smiled smugly, saying that he was a little surprised and asking if the boy really thought he could defeat him with such a paltry power. The brunette's lips stretched into a grin. The voice said that the Guardian of Carthago was making a fair counterattack, and that the unshakable shield became a sharp spear that was aimed at the enemies. Many shining spears began to appear above the hunter's head. With a wide smile, he swung his shield, saying that he did not know how to fight at all. He waved his hand, pointing the spear at the enemy. The man's face distorted in horror. Multiple electric shocks pierced him. The warrior fell to his knees. He sat on the broken arena and muttered that he surrendered. The people in the stands fell silent. The boy and the girl watched with interest. A shocked organizer came out. Hyunjin straightened his back with a smile when the victory of the race guild was loudly announced. The arena shook from loud applause. The woman slammed the table hard, sending curses flying. The brunette watched as her colleague ran after her, asking where she was going after breaking the table. He smiled contentedly, thinking that the Echo Guild had recovered from the guild war, so there shouldn't be any problems with the merger and acquisition. He headed towards the exit, thinking that he needed to hurry. The guy was walking down the stairs. He perked up when he was praised. Teeman was standing in front of him, smiling. He began to beam with joy when the hunter remarked that he was glad that he received proper treatment. The man thanked him and suggested that they go to the others, since they were already waiting. Hyunjin pointed to himself and asked if everyone was waiting for him. A crowd of people appeared in the hallway, greeting the guild leader. They approached the guy and began to praise him. The hunter smiled sheepishly and thanked him. He was surrounded by his comrades and began to bombard him with a bunch of questions about his strength and techniques. Teeman put his hand forward, asking them to stop. The brunette coughed into his fist and asked the commander of the special squad to give him some time. The man began to push his comrades aside, muttering that he would be there soon. After a while, they were standing together in the corridor. The brown-haired man showed the screen of his phone and said that he had already uploaded the footage. Tube is a video hosting site that hunters often use, uploading various videos from recommended weapons for raids to views of demonic creatures in dungeons. It is impossible to film normally inside the dungeon, so hunters post a lot of videos to promote their guilds. Hyunjin raised his head when Teeman said that since it was his video, he was sure that the reaction would be different, and if this continues, then their guild's efforts are only a matter of time. The guy replied that now that they do not know who is behind Echo, he can become their most effective shield. A man approached them, calling Hyunjin. The brunette in a suit smiled. The man shielded the hunter with his hand and asked what the reason was for his visit. He frowned, realizing that the man was in a rank. The stranger laughed cheerfully into his palm. He poured lollipops into the brown-haired man's pocket, saying that they had nothing to fear and that they had not come to fight. The hunter mentally noted that this meant that he had not come alone. The guy and the man tensed up when a female voice told him not to talk nonsense to the park manager. The brunette apologized for his mistress. A brown-haired woman with a braid on her shoulder was walking down the hallway when the man noted that she said that she really wanted to see Hyunjin. Her frightening aura was reflected in the guy's gaze, and he realized that she was an S-rank hunter. The girl crossed her arms and said that she was glad to meet him, noting that he looked even more interesting in person. She smiled wickedly and told him that her name was Lee Jae-hen and that she was an S-rank hunter. Hyunjin started to recall the news headlines about the daughter of the head of Jail Corporation, the second largest business company in Korea, reaching S-rank. Looking at the brunette, he wondered if she was the daughter of the head of jail that he had read about in the news. They shook hands and the brunette said that he had heard of her. The girl touched her chin with her fingers when he asked if they had come for some reason. She wondered if he hadn't figured out what they had come for yet. The guy waved his hand and said that it seemed like Jail Corporation didn't have a guild under their direct control. Jaehan replied with a smug smile that she hadn't seen much of a need for one before, but if a guild was needed, it would be easy to create one. Hyunjin curled his lips and began to ask if she really meant. The girl handed him a business card and offered him a leadership position in the guild, which would be directly subordinate to the Jail Corporation. Taemin gave his friend a frightened look, thinking about what he had just said. Looking at the brunette, he thought that if he accepted this offer, then now, having barely stood up. A dark silhouette loomed over the hunter, and a voice in his head said that the absolute Emperor Romanov was urging him to reject the offer, and if he went against the will of the Supreme Emperor, he would not receive his protection. Hyunjin realized that a new past life had come over him. He lowered his eyes. Jaehan lowered the business card in surprise when he said that he refused. The guy mentally noted that although this was a tempting offer, he could not lose the protection of one of the lives in this war. Park with an indifferent face asked if they could find out the reason for the refusal. The hunter smiled and replied that he didn't like being bossed around. Taemin was surprised and put his hand on his chest. He started to cry with a smile, thinking that he had made the right choice by choosing Hyunjin as the guild leader. The leader gritted his teeth in displeasure and asked if that was the only reason. The brunette started to laugh, adding that if they had offered him the position of guild leader, then he would have accepted the offer. He knew that they would definitely not offer him that. Jaehan grinned darkly and said that she thought he was overestimating himself. Taemin ran ahead and indignantly said that even though she was an S-rank hunter, she was being too presumptuous. The girl crossed her arm over her chest. Hyunjin asked them to stop. While the sunset was shining outside the window, he said that maybe he really wasn't that expensive now. The guy asked with a crazy smile how long they thought this would go on. The brunette touched his chin and noted that he was very arrogant. She asked if he was absolutely confident in his abilities. The hunter lifted his chin and answered in the affirmative. Turning his back to the uninvited guests, he said that today's him and tomorrow's him would definitely be different from each other. Taemin covered his mouth with his hands in shock. Jaehan watched Hyunjin with a gloomy face. Her lips stretched into a smile. Her loud laughter burst out in the hallway. The girl wiped away a tear and said that it was very interesting. Looking at the hunters leaving, she noted that since he was so confident in his abilities, she would be watching him. The brunette walked in the opposite direction and said that it was time for them to go back. The park manager walked next to her, asking if she was okay after they failed to lure Hyunjin to their side. He handed her a lollipop, and Jaehan replied that of course it would be nice to have this hunter for herself, but because of his demands, she had no choice but to give up on this idea. The girl put the candy in her mouth and began to tell that although a reawakened person can reach S-rank. The man next to her asked her why. Remembering the guy's last battle, the brown-haired girl said that no matter how hard he fought, he could only stop at S-rank. She bit into the lollipop and said in a gloomy voice that she would definitely make him regret his decision. Documents fell to the floor. Guo was lying face down on the table. The man handed him a paper and said that today messages had arrived from 3 places in the silver layer. Taemin was standing with a stack of documents. The guy took the sheet of paper and asked her to tell him that he would think about it. He mentally noted that if he was going to move to the silver layer, he would accept Jaehan's offer. The special squad leader opened one of the folders. While he was sick, asked if there were any messages from the Jail Corporation. He replied that they had not contacted him. The hunter leaned back in his chair, saying that he was not going to become the guild leader himself, but was ready to accept any unofficial sponsorship. Taemin presented gold moments and expensive crystals, saying that everything was correct, and if they were to conduct S-rank raids, the rewards for supporting the Jail Corporation would be huge. The guy crossed his legs and noted that everything was true. He asked how long it would take. The brown-haired man waved his hand and said that it would not take that long, and if the dungeon administration changed the rank, even Jaehan would change his mind. Hyunjin closed his eyes. He propped his face up with his hand and asked if anything would change if the rank changed. Taemin sighed heavily and said that it was not just the rank. The hunter glanced at him and asked what he meant. The man stood next to his desk and said that the reason why gold or platinum guilds weren't taking action was because the official rank of a guild leader was C, and despite the image. The boy furrowed his brows as he heard the words about how there were very few cases of a hunter with a lower rank than themselves being hired as a guild manager or leader. The brunette mentally noted that he knew that the walls of each layer were very high, but he didn't think it was this high. He thought that he wasn't strong enough yet. The hunter raised his head and said that if his rank was changed, the guilds above the gold layer would also take action. Taemin smiled and said that his video had received a lot of good feedback, so he should wait a bit. He started waving his hands, saying that although this was just his prediction, he thought that the administration would contact him within the day. The man added that all eyes were on him, so the inspection department would pay attention to him. He raised one finger and said that if they responded quickly, they could get in touch within the next hour. Hyunjin smiled widely. Brown-haired grabbed his phone and said that he would answer the call now and return. The clouds were gathering in the sky. Teeman ran into the room and loudly announced that the guild leader had a visitor. The guy continued to sit at the table, saying that he was not going to see the guild representatives for now. He understood the interested look at the man when he said that this case could be considered exceptional. Brown-haired smiled when the hunter asked what guild he was from. He slammed his fist on the table and said that he was from the Diamond Layer Guild, of which there are only 15 in all of Korea. Hyunjin's mouth fell open in surprise. He closed his eyes and answered in agreement. He said that he would meet with him. The man in glasses was drinking tea. He looked away. Two men entered the office. The representative said that it was a pleasure to meet him. He shook the brunette's hand and told him that his name was Im Dong-hyuk and that he was the HR manager of the innovation company. The hunter realized that he was a B rank. He smiled and replied that it was also a pleasure to meet him. Looking at the gloomy silhouette of the man, he mentally noted that he would never have thought that the HR manager of the Diamond Layer Guild would take action because of him. Teeman also shook the representative's hand and introduced himself. The brown-haired man invited them to sit down and talk. He sat down on the sofa and said that he never imagined that he would personally meet the super rookie Hyunjin, and it was a great honor for him. The brunette scratched his cheek with a smile and said that he was not a super rookie at all. Dong-hyuk glanced at him and said that it was indeed the case and that high-ranking guilds regularly exchange news. Recalling his time at the horror party, he said that everyone called him a super rookie. The representative pointed his finger and noted that besides, if someone represents a guild that is very interested in discovering new talents, then they must have seen Hyunjin. The guy smiled widely and asked if it was really that big, delivering that it seemed like the video had a great effect on everyone. He thought that when the absorption and merger with Echo happens, the number of members of the guild will increase dramatically. It would be nice if he became much stronger. Dong-hyuk started laughing, saying that he doesn't like to exaggerate, so you can trust him. He adjusted his glasses and asked to get straight to the point. The man put a document on the table, saying that all the conditions that their company innovation offers are written here. The brunette took the sheet of paper, thinking that if you are a member of the guild, there is a reduction in taxes related to magic crystals and the position of the leader. Satan squeezed the pen in his hand and asked how he likes the conditions. He noted that if he signed, he could immediately take a leadership position in their guild. The guy looked down and began to think that this was a very tempting offer, but despite the fact that the conditions were quite good. He looked up, thinking that he would eventually become a servant of the guild, and if he completed the contract, he would not be able to receive Romanov's patronage. The hunter put the document on the table and said that he did not think he could give a final answer right now. Teeman happily covered his mouth, thinking that he was doing all this only for their guild. The brown-haired man reached for the document and said that such a chance was very difficult to get. Hyunjin smiled weakly. With a wide smile on his face, he said that he knew, but his decision would not change. After a while, he was sitting at his desk. The hunter stood up, stretched, and noted that he had finished everything for today. The guy perked up, hearing the voice of his past incarnation. He closed his eyes from the bright light. The brunette squeezed them shut. He slightly opened his eyes. In front of him was a large golden door. Looking at it, he immediately realized that Romanov had summoned him. The door began to open. Hyunjin's face distorted in surprise. Seeing the huge amount of jewelry, he wondered how much it would all cost. The man beckoned with his finger, asking him to come closer. The door behind the hunter slammed shut. In front of him, on the throne, sat the emperor, telling him not to be afraid and to come closer. The old man propped his chin up with a grin. The brunette began to step forward. His silhouette was covered in dark light. The guy fell to his knees. The emperor waved his hand, muttering that he was a little mistaken. Hyunjin ruffled his hair. The emperor began to get up from the throne, turning to the guy. He appeared right in front of him and said that he had been watching him carefully. The old man smiled slyly and said that when Carthago first appeared, most of them were against it. The brunette listened with surprised eyes about how Seddon Miller and Hassassin had soon acknowledged him as well. Romanov said with a wide smile that the room of the past life was just a special space, and he couldn't imagine that he would be able to absorb their teachings so quickly. The emperor sat on his knee and laughed, adding that although he had lost his way a little in the middle, he was able to achieve what he wanted in the end because he had some abilities. He pointed his finger at Hyunjin, adding that that was why he was now interested in him. Remembering the voice of the incarnation, the guy asked if that was why he had told him not to become a servant of some guild. The old man answered in the affirmative and said that he was now representing his will. He smirked and asked if he could consider that he was ready to accept him. The brunette stood up and answered in the affirmative, saying that for the sake of his patronage, he had refused all offers from other guilds. Romanov put his hand on his shoulder, saying that the one under his protection could not be anyone else's servant. He asked him to swear that this would never happen. The hand on his shoulder began to glow with a red aura. The emperor declared that in this case, he would become the hunter's patron, as promised. He continued to hold his hand on the boy's shoulder. The man smirked and told him to endure it, even if it hurt. The boy's body sparkled with a yellow-red light. Hyunjin gritted his teeth, trying to understand what was happening. His body began to be covered in holes. The brunette threw his head back, thinking that the pain was as if he was pierced through. The old man removed his hand, noting that they were done. He smiled. Looking at the kneeling hunter, he said that he thought he had gotten used to the pain. Hyunjin wiped the sweat with his fist and said that it was a little different from the pain he had experienced before, but it was okay now. As he stood up, Romanov told him to clear his mind in order to use magic power. The boy said that he understood. He closed his eyes and his body began to shine. He closed his eyes. A yellow crystal appeared in front of him. The brunette touched it with his finger. The crystal shone with a bright light. Fire burned everywhere. Cannons fired above the man's head. The knights looked through the half-closed doors. They turned around in fear when a voice behind them told them to run. The man in armor loudly declared that he would protect the imperial palace. The warriors with dumbfounded faces exclaimed that this was unacceptable, and he should take cover first, and they would protect this place with their own lives. The emperor smiled weakly and told them to stop, and it would be enough for him if he died along with the country. The knights began to flee after Romanov told them to leave the palace immediately, and that this was their master's last order. The walls of the building shattered from the impact. The man smiled smugly, saying that at least he could take a couple of companions with him. He began to draw his sword. The emperor screamed furiously. He rushed to attack. The sounds of a struggle were heard. A dark figure swung his sword, saying that it was over. The beaten Romanov looked up. The enemy struck. The man's head fell to the ground. His Hyunjin was distorted in horror. Romanov sat on his throne, asking if he understood how to use his patronage. The boy answered in the negative. The man rubbed the bridge of his nose and said that it seemed like his mind had taken him to a completely different place, after which he added that he would explain it himself. He said that the method of activating his support was quite simple. The emperor pointed to his eye and said that if the magic in his eyes were to focus on a specific person, it would be over. The brunette asked with a surprised face what would happen then. A glowing seal appeared under Romanov's eye and he explained that the hunter would be able to see the person's true name. Hyunjin was caught in the act, repeating his words. The man noted that in other words, another name that reflected the person's true nature. The emperor closed his eyes and said with a smile that with this support, he could single out those people who were worth keeping close to him. The boy smiled widely when he added that he was sure it would bring him great benefits. Romanov raised an eyebrow in confusion when the brunette thanked him. He furrowed his brows, muttering that he had not been called by that name for a long time. He told the hunter that he could go. Hyunjin headed for the exit, listening to the man's words that he would be by his side as long as he served him. As the light from the open door fell on his face, the emperor asked him to remember that the opportunity to learn the true name. The hunter walked through the door, and Romanov said that in some ways it could be a curse. The brunette returned to his house. Sajin was sitting in one of the rooms. Holding a cup in her hands, she asked the guy if he was awake. Hyunjin approached his friend, asking if everything was okay with her. The girl smiled widely and answered that everything was fine. The guy mentally noted that he had a chance to test the emperor's protection and learn Sajin's true name. A voice in his head said that Romanov was looking at him, and his gaze saw all creatures with absolute insight. A seal appeared near the brunette's eye. A sign appeared above the brunette's head with the words that she was a devoted assistant. Hyunjin smiled softly, thinking that he now began to understand the meaning of a true name. The hunter sat down on the sofa and asked what his schedule was for today. The girl took the tablet and said that she had arranged for a person from the hunter's department in the dungeon administration to visit him at 3 o'clock. She added that since she had a lot of things to do today, she would have to go to work early. The guy ruffled his hair and said that he understood. Sajin looked at him when he said that he was very grateful to her for taking on the duties of his secretary and for being by his side. The brunette turned away embarrassedly and said that she was doing it because she wanted to, and would only help him for a while, and then she would leave immediately. She mentally noted that she was glad that she was able to help Hyunjin in some way. 3 men were sitting at a table outside. They were discussing the fact that since they had won the guild war, the merger and acquisition with Echo was almost a done deal. Teeman perked up when a brunette walked past the firewood. The man finished his drink in one gulp. He jumped up and grabbed his cloak, shouting to the leader that he would accompany him. The white gate opened. A seal appeared near the guy's eye when he decided to check the true name of the Special Forces commander. The brown-haired man loosened his tie. A sign appeared above his head, "There stands a blindly believing knight." The hunter frowned, trying to understand what this even meant. Teeman turned to the leader. Approaching the black car, he noted that they could leave. The guy was sitting at his desk. The man was holding a phone and said that he was already on the first floor. The brunette took the documents in his hands and asked to tell him to come up here. The door to the office opened. The hunter met the guest, noting that he was glad to meet him. Park Jong-ho stood by the door with a tense face. He shook Hyunjin's hand and said that he was a representative of the hunter department of the dungeon administration. When they settled down on the couch, the guy asked if he had come to him to discuss a rank increase. Sweat trickled down the man's cheek, and she said that although this was the main question, he said with a puzzled face that he came to the office like this in person because he had an offer. The brunette moved his hand and asked to wait. Inwardly, he smiled grimly, thinking that he had waited a very long time to be promoted to a rank. He asked to give him a new ID first. Jong-ho began rummaging through his bag, asking to give him a few seconds. He put the card on the table. The hunter took it and thought that as expected, he had received a rank. He handed the ID to Timon. The man said that the rank information had already been updated, so he could use the ID. The hunter suggested moving on to the next question. The representative clasped his hands when Hyunjin asked what offer he wanted to make him. His face distorted in surprise when he was offered to become a national hunter. Jong-ho sat on the sofa and said that if he agreed, he would be able to work not only in the dungeon administration but also in other national organizations, so he came to ask the question directly. The guy leaned forward. He leaned on the armrest and asked if they had good conditions if they made such an offer. The man with a gloomy face looked at the sheet of paper, in his thoughts the head of the department. The hands holding the document were shaking, and he understood that with such conditions he would not be able to convince him. The man put the sheet in front of the guild leader, saying that these were the conditions prepared on their part. The brunette took the document. He frowned, mentally noting that even given that he was poorly versed in this matter, it was obvious that these were very low standards for hiring. The hunter offered to take a look at the commander of the special forces. The brown-haired man began to study the contract. He sharply drew his eyebrows together. The man started pointing at the document, indignantly declaring that it was simply absurd if we consider it in terms of the guild leader's potential rating. P. Jong-ho looked away in shame when Timon continued to insist that these were the conditions for a maximum B rank hunter. There was silence in Catherine. The man swallowed nervously. He approached the representative and asked his name. Jong-ho answered him without looking up. The brown-haired man said with a smug look that the manager of the innovation company came to them yesterday. The man's face distorted in shock, and he asked if he understood correctly that innovation was a diamond layer guild. He bowed his head. His apologies to Hyunjin and words about how he was not sure that he could offer more favorable conditions than these were heard in the office. Looking at the hunter, he muttered that he did not have such power. Jong-ho remembered watching the recording from the guild war. He had been staring at the screen in shock then, but now he was saying that in fact, ever since he watched the video of the battle on Tube, he had already thought that he wouldn't be able to hire him to work for them. The representative smiled sadly and said that after seeing him defeat a B-rank hunter when he was only a C-rank hunter, he really wanted to recruit him as a national hunter. He was clenching his fists on his knees. The man smiled widely and added that he never intended to force him to do that. He said that it was a fact that the current dungeon management administration wasn't good enough to accept Hunter Hyunjin. Timon watched from the sidelines, thinking that he didn't seem like a bad person. The guy smiled when Jong-ho said that before becoming a permanent employee of the dungeon administration, he would always sincerely support him as a citizen of the Republic of Korea. The representative stood up from his chair, thinking that he needed to leave here quickly because he was incredibly ashamed. Standing at the door, he bowed and apologized for wasting his time. The hunter noted that he had worked hard. The door to the office closed. The brunette was sitting at his desk. He looked at the document with a smile, saying that there was so much time left before the absorption and merger. Sajin was sitting on the couch, noting that the end was already very close, and that she thought everything would be settled in a week. She stood up when Hyunjin offered to drink a glass of coffee. The girl agreed and asked to wait a little. Sonia was at the door. The brown-haired girl said that she would go get coffee now. She ran into a wide mail chest. Timon ran up to the guild leader and told him that he had an urgent message. Introducing a dark silhouette in a suit, he said that while accepting and organizing the documents of the Echo Executive Department, they confirmed the existence of the secret funds of the guild leader Choi Naeong. The man handed over a piece of paper and said that he brought a set of organized documents, and it will be abolished as soon as the leader confirmed it. The guy began to study the information, thinking that if the conversation was about secret funds, then there was a lot of money stored there. He touched his chin with frightened eyes, saying that with such a huge amount of money, you can establish one small guild and still have something left. Timon looked at him with loving eyes, muttering that he only took one look and immediately got the gist of it, as expected of the leader. The brunette remembered how the head of Echo broke the table yesterday, and mentally noted that if it was about that kind of money, even someone like him would be stunned. He handed the document back, and the brown-haired man asked what he was going to do. The hunter asked with a surprised face, what did that mean? His eyes reflected the fire that was enveloping the piece of paper. Timon said that he could report it to the guild general office, but in the current situation, he would try his best. The special squad leader said with a crazy smile that he would do his best to settle the matter quietly. Hyunjin froze with a puzzled look, wondering if he was really saying that he would quietly absorb the secret funds. He asked if that was possible. The man smiled sweetly and said that there were only a few internal documents left, but it would not be difficult for him to make sure that no information leaked. The guy asked with a happy look not to report it to the guild general office. Teemin lowered his head and said that he would clean it up in a safe way. The voice in Hyunjin's head said that Barif, the selfish negotiator, welcomed his progress. The man stood in a dark alley. He spoke to Jongseo with a cigarette in his mouth. In front of him was darkness. A man's shoe appeared from it. The black-haired man named Ha Jongseo, a B-rank hunter, asked why he was called. Looking at the man, the brown-haired man asked what about what he ordered him to do. The hunter said that he had conducted an investigation. He said with an indifferent face that they still haven't figured out who is behind this, but the current security status of the target is poor, and it seems that the secret customer has completely abandoned them. Teemin, with a cigarette in his mouth, said that if it were him, he would do the same. He asked if he had to clean it up a lot. The brunette nodded, giving an affirmative answer. The two continued to stand in the alley, and Jongseo said that the Echo Guild leadership had been completely disbanded, and now that Senel only had a handful of bodyguards, so he thought he could remove this matter without a problem. The man placed his hand on his shoulder. Teemin told him to clean it up with a grim expression. The hunter glanced at him sideways and asked if there were any instructions from the guild leader. The brown-haired man turned away from him and said that he had not given any detailed instructions. He added that all this was being done solely for the leader, and it would be enough if only they got their hands dirty. A bird flew off the roof and Jongseo said that he understood. A raven flew over their heads. A moment later, the Special Forces commander was alone in the alley. He began to light a cigarette. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Teemin mentally noted that he did not want the leader to deal with such matters. It was pouring rain outside. The couple surrounded the man in the alley who was begging for mercy. Naeong bent over. He raised his head sharply when the man said that begging for mercy was useless. He was thrown aside, and the man tried to find out what his offenders wanted while offering secret funds. He smiled nervously and begged not to kill him. A dagger began to fall over Teemin's palm. The brunette's face was distorted with horror. He lay on the ground and continued to beg, asking if he knew who his patron was. Naeong, with madness in his eyes, screamed that if they spared his life, then it would definitely be useful. The man with an indifferent expression on his face thought that if he left him alive now, he could say with 100% certainty that he would stab him in the back. The brunette froze with a dumbfounded look, listening to the words that they had already seized their secret funds. The commander of the special squad raised the dagger, saying that he would kill him silently. Naeong extended his hand, asking him to wait. Scarlet blood gushed into the air. The brown-haired man wiped the blood from his face and wondered if this was the end of the Echo Guild. He turned to Jongseo as he said that he would get rid of all the evidence and he could now return to his normal duties. Teemin combed his hair back and noted that he had done everything he had planned, so it was time to go back. He told the hunter to clean up the mess while leaving. The man ran into the office and said with a smile that he had received a notification from the general office about the completion of the merger and acquisition process. Hyunjin clapped his hands. He smiled happily and asked if that meant that the Echo Guild had officially ceased to exist. The brown-haired man replied through tears that it had, and all the necessary materials had also been handed over. The man placed his hand on the table. His face darkened as he said that although this was good news, the guild members had started to quit, which meant that they had become unpopular with the Echo members. The man also darkened and said that the guild general office had reported that the number of guild members quitting was increasing. A negative atmosphere retorted in the office. The brunette sat down on a chair and said that there was nothing to be done, and then asked for their predictions. Teemin said that at least half of them would leave. The hunter froze in disappointment, mentally noting that their guild really wasn't that big. The brown-haired man waved his hand when the leader asked if the members of the main team of invaders would leave. He replied that most likely they would. Hyunjin looked up and said that even in order to attack the dungeon, it was necessary to prevent such personnel from leaving. He added that if it was necessary to renew contracts for this, then it was necessary to do so. He clarified about the only remaining rank hunter, B. Kansu. The man looked at him and said that he was a combat hunter and the leader of the customer team. The guy touched his chin and began to reason that the number of attack teams and regular guild members was small, and the size of the executive apparatus was several times larger. He asked if it was possible that Echo was raised to carry out the close affairs of a secret client. Teemin said that it was quite possible. The brunette looked up and asked with a smile if it would be possible to arrange a meeting with this Hansu. The brown-haired man said that he heard that he had just entered the guild office, so he would call him now. A guy in a cap and a sports jacket was sitting on the couch. The commander of the special forces extended his hand. The bespectacled hunter shook his palm and asked if he was Kim Teemin and noted that he had heard of him. The Romanov skill activated near his eye. The white-haired man glanced at him. A sign appeared above his head stating that he was the commander of the vanguard of desperate great deeds. The hunter mentally noted that he clearly stood out from the crowd. He shook his hand, and Hansu said that he was glad to meet him. The brown-haired man threw him an angry look, irritated by the informal address to the head of the guild. The guy gave him a puzzled look, and the commander of the special squad invited him to sit down. When they settled on the couch and armchair, the brunette suggested getting straight to the point. Hansu took off his cap and noted that he also did not want to waste time. Go smiled widely and said that he wanted him to stay in the guild. The guy tapped his finger on the armrest. He looked at the leader and asked what benefit he got from this if he signed a contract with Echo and not with race. A voice in the hunter's head said that the deep knowledge of the absolute Emperor Romanov helps him in politics. The brunette smiled widely, realizing that if the white-haired deigned to come here, then he clearly wants something. He asked if they could raise the terms of his contract. Hansu leaned on the sofa and replied that although it was a good offer, it seemed like it wasn't enough either. Hyunjin waved his hand and asked if he wanted anything else. He added that if there was no unreasonable request, they would try to write it into the contract as much as possible. The guy moved away from the back of the sofa. He leaned towards the leader and said that he wanted to go to an S-rank dungeon. The white-haired guy looked at him with a crazy look and said that although a normal attacking team or a group consisting only of members of the same guild could challenge a dungeon, it was one level up. He added that in Echo, he never had any experience attacking an S-rank dungeon. The brunette looked at him with dumbfounded eyes. Hansu suddenly stood up and exclaimed that he had never been there at all. Clenching his fist, he imagined the various hunters and said that in the end, a hunter is someone chosen by strength, and a hunting party that roams the unknown world of dungeons and destroys demonic beasts. The guy said that there was nothing left in his life except dungeons, so he dragged this fate destined for him from above. He clenched his fist with a trembling hand, saying that however, due to the former guild leader's policy of not taking risks when it came to capturing, the white-haired man kicked the table and shouted that the vile cowards should be cursed. Hyunjin looked at him with shocked eyes, realizing that he was obsessed with dungeons. Hansu put the table back. He clenched his teeth tightly and said that he couldn't stop at who he was now, and he had to attack stronger dungeons, thereby provoking his further growth. The brunette looked at him and began to think that it turned out that the hunter of the raiding team had never gone to an S-rank dungeon, and that it was a guild that cared about its rear. He replied that with the current capabilities of the guild, attacking an S-rank dungeon right now would be impossible. The guy showed 2 fingers and said that he knew this and understood that in order to challenge an S-rank dungeon, one must have at least a rank, but at the moment, only he and Hyunjin met these conditions. The hunter raised his hands and said that he was not going to deny this fact. Hansu parted his lips and said that he saw everything that day in the Colosseum. He looked at the bright lightning and said that the blow that the hunter dealt then was so strong that even he could not follow it then. The white-haired man looked with surprised eyes, saying that it was a flawless attack, and then he was definitely convinced that the brunette was an awakened hunter. The boy waved his hand and said that although he didn't know much about reawakening, he did realize that he had a fairly fast growth rate. Hansu clenched his fist and said that he was sure that Hyunjin would be promoted to S-rank very soon. He placed his hand on his chest, asking him to join him in raiding an S-rank dungeon when that day came. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise when the white-haired man exclaimed that he had to grow further. He began to remember his first battles. The hunter nodded and said that he gave him his word. The white-haired man smiled widely when the leader said that if he stayed in the guild, he would keep his current position and would be on the list for the first attack on an S-rank dungeon. Teeman handed him the papers and said that all the conditions mentioned earlier were written here. The boy began to study the documents. He smiled softly and said that he was madly pleased with everything and would sign the contract. There was a signed contract on the table. The hunter looked at Hyunjin and Teeman. With a smile on his face, he said that he would rely on them from now on. Not a few months later, the brunette stood in front of his leader, saying that about half of the Echo Guild had left, signed contracts, and remained in the Race Guild. The guy smiled and asked if there were fewer people who quit than they expected. He mentally noted that he thought more than half would leave. The man showed a thumbs up and said that he thought it was all thanks to the leader becoming an A-rank hunter. The brunette smiled contentedly, listening to the words that everyone was eagerly awaiting the emergence of a new guild. He said that he felt relieved now, after which he asked how the recruitment of additional guild members was going. The brunette waved his hand and said that the size of the secret fund of the previous Echo leader was larger than they expected, so they even have the opportunity to connect advertising. The hunter crossed his arms as his colleague explained that he had asked the executive department for data to use for the guild's promotion a while ago, and the previous data couldn't be used due to the merger and acquisition, so it seemed like the raiding team would have to be reorganized soon. The man slammed his hand on the board and said that he would explain everything now. He pointed the pointer at the board, saying that the guild's performance was mainly judged by the raiding team's dungeon clearing or raid defense. Hyunjin looked at him with a dissatisfied face, listening to the words that now is an effective way to improve performance right now. The brown-haired man pointed to the dungeon clearing and said that it was just a dungeon raid for one guild tier. The hunter looked at him with admiring eyes, saying that then they should start reorganizing quickly. He asked how long it would take. Teeman remembered Hansu and said that although he was going through a hard time right now because of the interview for the new raiding team, he thought that it would take no more than a day. Hyunjin smirked. He pointed his finger forward and said to immediately begin the reorganization. The man entered the office, saying that the reorganized raiding team should attack a B-rank dungeon, and that it was okay to move out now. He jumped in fear when the white-haired man behind him asked the leader if he really planned to go to a B-rank dungeon. The brunette waved his hand at them and said that the second team had many newbies, so they were not up to the elite level. He said that as a test, he thought it would be better to start with a B-rank dungeon. Hansu took the papers from the special squad leader and said that he also agreed with this tactic. He noted that he also thought that if the first team attacked in a ranked dungeon, it would be good for the guild's productivity. The hunter brought the mug to his lips and said that he thought it would be better to activate the second team first and then combine it with the first. The white-haired man touched his chin and replied that if he did so, it would be effective. Hyunjin looked at him and said that as for attacking B-rank dungeons, one A-rank hunter would be enough. He asked the boy to stay in the office and begin the plan to organize the third team. The hunter smiled and tapped his chest when the leader said that the guild's size had grown, so it would be good to change at least 3 attacking teams. He asked them to rely on him. While Hansu was leaving with satisfaction, the brunette thought about starting to move. Teeman stood in the passageway and said that the second team was already waiting for them at the entrance of the dungeon. The driver was smoking by the car. He abruptly took out a cigarette when he saw the leader. Opening the door for him, the man asked him to sit down. Hyunjin looked at him and asked him to smoke less since it was bad for his health. The guy climbed into the car, saying that he was joking. Someone was running towards them. The hunter froze when a female voice called out to him. He turned around abruptly and asked Sajin what she was doing here. The girl in uniform arched her back. The brunette extended his hand to her and asked what happened. The brown-haired girl looked up sadly and replied that nothing had happened. Hyunjin's face distorted in surprise when she asked to take her with him. Sajin pursed her lips, trying to understand what was happening to her because she had already made a firm decision. While the guy looked at her with a worried look, she thought about how she wanted to be useful to him in the future. The girl with a confident face said that she also wanted to help in the dungeon. She closed her eyes, waiting for an answer. The brunette turned around and asked with a smile if it would be okay if another healer hunter got poisoned with them. Teeman leaned on the car door and replied that all the power belonged to the guild leader, and he thought that if they added one more person, there would be no problem. Hyunjin offered his friend a seat with an embarrassed smile. The girl looked at him with shining eyes. She thanked the brunette. The black car drove along the road. The hunters had already gathered in front of the entrance to the B-rank dungeon. The 3 of them were approaching. Teeman saluted the leader and said that he would wait nearby. The guy looked at him and replied that he would not have to wait long. One of the hunters noticed him. A man named Choi and Ho came closer and said that he was the leader of the second team of invaders. Hyunjin used a skill to say that he was counting on him. A yellow sign appeared above his head saying that he was a diligent guard. The brunette turned to Sajin and said that they had a new addition to the team. The girl nodded shyly when she was introduced as a C-rank healer hunter who didn't have much experience in capturing dungeons. The squad leader smiled contentedly and noted that since the guild leader and a healer hunter had joined them, he didn't think there would be any problems. The guy closed his eyes and suggested that they begin capturing. The other hunters approached him. The guy walked at the head of the squad, saying that it was time to enter. The sounds of footsteps were heard throughout the dungeon. The team walked close to each other. In-ho turned to his comrades and told them to launch the drones. A glowing device rose into the air. Several drones illuminated the cave. The hunters frowned when they were told to move on. The brunette perked up when he heard the sound. He glanced to the side, mentally noting that someone was coming from there. A large monster's foot hit the ground. Its eyes glowed yellow. The leader's eyes widened. He held out a shield in front of him and said that they were here. The drones illuminated the crowd of orcs. The red-haired guy jerked. He took out his sword and told his comrades that there were 5 berserkers and the same number of orcs. The green monsters growled menacingly. The squad leader pointed at the monsters, telling them to attack. The orc swung at the hunter. In-ho began to create flames. He launched a fiery beam at the monster. The cave burst into flames. One of the monsters raised its head. Hyunjin was surprised, realizing that it was about to move towards him. The monster struck. Light flashed in the brunette's eyes. He jumped over his opponent's head. The guy hit him with his shield. A club was approaching him. The hunter dodged the attack, thinking that he should deal with them as quickly as possible. He lowered his shield to the ground. Using it as a support, Hyunjin kicked the orc. He jumped into the air again. Raising his hand with his sword, the guy prepared for the final blow. He slashed the air. A lot of blood gushed around him. One of the hunters frowned, noting that it felt like something had slipped past them. The other guy said that they didn't even have time to squeeze into the fight. Inho stood there with his mouth open in surprise, realizing that the leader was on a completely different level. Looking at his calm face, he wondered who he was anyway. The brunette turned to the others and told them to move on. The hunters dealt with the monsters. They carried out successful attacks. The blows of swords shone in the air. A large door appeared in front of the team. They stopped in front of it, and Hyunjin said that they had worked very hard so far, and if they continued like this, they would definitely be able to capture this dungeon without any trouble. A loud noise was heard from behind the door while the leader was suggesting that everyone take a break. He turned around abruptly. The guy clenched his teeth, realizing that the door had probably already opened. He mentally noted that he had been in this situation before. The brunette turned to the commander and began to ask if it was really. Sweat was pouring down the man's face. Inho froze with a shocked expression and said that it looked like this was a hidden dungeon. The hunter sat down on a rock and asked if an attack was possible. He looked at the man and asked about the difficulty level, thinking that he had no idea how much experience they had in capturing dungeons. The man pursed his lips and remained silent. He closed his eyes and nodded when Hyunjin noted that it was fine and he needed to understand the current situation to be able to attack. The boy listened with an indifferent face as the admin trackers reported that the dungeon was B rank. However, it was at least a rank. He noted that he could breathe a sigh of relief then. The hunters' faces distorted in shock when the brunette said that although it sounded scary, they should try to capture it. Inho looked at the team members in surprise. He nodded and noted that from a rank onwards, the difficulty increased dramatically. Hyunjin perked up when he added that if they were unlucky, they might run into an S-rank dungeon. The boy lowered his head and suggested that they reorganize first. The man smiled and said that he agreed, and then added that in order to clear it, they needed to fight the boss in a better state. The team gathered in front of the door. The brunette approached Sajin. She looked up and asked him what was wrong. Hyunjin knelt down and ordered that in about 30 minutes, they would invade the boss room, and it seemed like they were in a hidden dungeon, so she shouldn't leave Inho's side if possible. He mentally noted that it would be much safer with Inho than with him. Her face twisted in shock as he added that he would tell him about her. She tried to object indignantly. A man's hand landed on her hand. Looking at his friend, he noted that she was a healer. The hunter smiled and asked if she remembered that a healer had to stay alive until the very end. The brown-haired girl pursed her lips in fear. She bowed her head. Staring at the floor with confidence, Sajin mentally noted that she was sure that she would definitely be useful to him this time. Hyunjin stood up and told the others to prepare for the takeover. He touched the door with his hand, telling everyone to be extremely attentive. The guy pulled the door towards himself. It began to open. The squad met many eyes shining in the darkness. A voice in the brunette's head said that Hassassin's insidious laughter warned of an ambush, and that a hidden blade was aimed at his heart. A green hand reached out from the darkness. The brunette jumped, dodging the attack. Inho, with a frightened face, shouted loudly that they were not advancing. The sorcerers began to shoot magic at the orcs. The man put out his staff, activating a wall of flame. The entire squad was covered in a fiery dome. The dungeon was covered in smoke. The magician sighed heavily. He turned his dress gaze to the side. At the head of the monsters stood an orc with a large sword. Inho addressed the leader and said that this was their commander. The guy put a shield in front of him and assumed that this was the boss of the secret dungeon. Looking at the dark silhouette of the monster, he mentally noted that this was a high-level young orc of a rank. A voice in his head began to say that the shield of Justice Carthago would protect him. As long as he protected it, nothing would threaten him, and the patron of the sword, Seddon Miller, was with him. The blade and shield of the hunter sparkled with lightning. He frowned, thinking that he should try. The brunette rushed forward. An orc with large teeth looked at him. In a moment, he was no longer there. The monster appeared behind Hyunjin. He abruptly put out his shield, blocking the blow. He smiled madly, thinking that the warlord moved quite fast for such a stupid monster. The hunter hit him with his shield, thinking that despite this, he was still slower than him. Many shining spears appeared above him, and a voice in his head said that Carthago would counterattack, and his unshakable shield would transform into a sharp spear that would crush his enemies. The spears hit the orc, causing a large explosion. The monster crashed into the floor. Hyunjin flew at him with his sword, making death. The warlord began to rise. He roared loudly, sending out a sound wave. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. A red beam hit him. The brunette was slammed into the wall. He spat out blood, thinking that this was the first time he encountered such an attack. An orc was walking towards him. Flashing red eyes, he said that the man must die. The hunter's eyes widened in surprise. The monster jumped up sharply. He swung his large sword. Its silhouette was reflected in Hyunjin's gaze, and he thought that it was all over. A voice loudly told him to defend himself. The guy began to rise. He jumped to the side, avoiding the blow. Swallowing air, the brunette told himself that he should come to his senses. He ran towards his opponent. Frowning, the hunter mentally noted that he must deal with this freak. While his comrades were fighting the rest of the monsters, he thought that if he continued like this, everyone would get hurt. the monster started. Hyunjin attacked it from behind. He ran to the side and blood gushed out. The warlord trembled in pain. The boy glanced at him. Behind him were his comrades, who had finished off the rest. Inho's face was distorted in shock. He looked at the leader, saying that they would take care of the rest themselves. The hunter swung his sword and said that they had all done a great job. He was surprised that he had met a monster that could talk. The red-haired girl sat down on the floor and asked if this was the end, noting that she was very hungry. She was told to get up. A door opened, revealing a white light. The girl clenched her fist and exclaimed that there must be an exit. A dagger flew out of the passage. It pierced the red-haired girl's stomach. Blood gushed out of her mouth. The huntress fell to the floor, and Sajin exclaimed that she would heal her now. The guy lifted the wounded woman. The brown-haired girl put her hands and activated the healing. The red-haired woman froze with a gloomy face. Looking at her, Hyunjin mentally noted that her wound was fatal, and Sajin's skills would not be able to keep her alive for long. However, the brunette put up his shield when the voice said that Hassassin was warning him of danger, and that someone was hiding in the shadows to strike his heart. He mentally noted that the attack was so fast that even he did not notice it. Looking at the white light outside the door, the guy mentally noted that he did not feel anyone's presence. He looked at his comrades and told them to look around, since it was unknown from which side they would be attacked. A moment later, another hunter was attacked. The knight fell to the floor and screamed. A huge monster's leg stepped forward. A large white-haired orc in armor appeared. Hyunjin exclaimed with a shocked face that this was an orc sword master. Standing in front of the monster, the protagonist warned the others that an orc sword master stood before them. The monster's eyes were burning with anger and thirst for human blood. Throwing himself at the white-haired guy, the orc delivered a rather powerful blow to the chest. He flew to the side, landing on his back with a crash. Hyunjin, frozen in place, thinks only about the fact that everything seemed to be over. The guy, wheezing in pain, asks everyone to run away since there is an S-rank monster in front of them. At the same time, running his tongue along the bloody blade of a huge sword, the orc smiles. Suddenly, he sharply turns his head to the side. One of the wounded was lying on the ground, who was being helped to come to his senses. The protagonist curses loudly, grabs the shield ready to attack. While the monster slowly approached them, Hyunjin calls out to Nunu, who was in danger. The girl freezes. At the same moment, the orc swings his sword, saying a greeting in his language. A stone and a staff flashes to the side. Pushing the girl away, the magician shouts at her to stay away. The brown-haired girl falls on her back. The monster's blade and the magician's staff cross. The monster stretches its lips in an evil smile. Suddenly, it roars, causing a powerful sound wave that knocks the magician off his feet. Holding the sword at the ready, the man shouts to the others that he will try to delay the monster so that the others leave. Sajin was quickly picked up in his arms. The wounded red-haired guy hugged her, trying to leave the scene of the battle. Bewildered, she tries to stop him, referring to his injury. He answers her, saying that now is not the time to think about such things. The orc accelerated. Having hit the man with the sword, he moved on. A strong blow to the back knocked the spirit out of the red-haired man. Sajin falls from his arms, not believing what is happening. While she was trying to get to her feet, the orc was already standing above them. The swing of the blade was sharp. The blow hit the shield, with which the protagonist managed to cover the brown-haired girl. She thought that she was absolutely useless to them. Hyunjin was serious. Looking at his wounded comrades, he realizes that the monster does not touch vital points and also that he would be distracted by them. Looking at the terrible face of the monster of the highest rank, the main character calls it an annoying creature. The girl behind his back shudders when the main character asks her to help in healing. Hyunjin covers the wounded redhead with a shield and again asks to heal. The man in knight's armor was lying nearby and again words about healing. The white-haired man was also lying very close all this time, needing help. The girl was breathing heavily, asking the wounded to hold out for just a little while. With anxiety, the main character thinks only about how to take care of Sajin after getting rid of the orc. Attacking the orc, he tries to push him away from the girl. It slips between his legs, turns around, continuing the attack from his back. The monster quickly appears behind Kang, comparing his movements to a rat. A powerful hand grabbed the main character's head, lifting him off the ground. The guy is nervous, feeling how the orc is absorbing his strength. In his head, he thinks about what could happen to his girlfriend if he can't win. He grabs the opponent's hand with his legs, hoping to get out of the grip. A powerful blow hits the monster's head. The guy flies behind the monster while it does not understand what happened. Kang manages to cover himself with a shield from the blow. Receiving many blows, he says out loud that things are going badly now. Thanks to the shield, he can contain the monster's rage. Seriously looking at the man, the orc notices that he knows many high-level techniques and asks if the main character is a student of the sword master. Shocked, the main character does not know if he should answer this question. The monster delivers a powerful attack, saying that he does not have to. The main character is saved from injury by the shield. A sudden flash. Hyunjin looks up in shock, thinking that if he doesn't do something now, this could be the end. The orc decides to make a stronger attack, swinging his sword. Suddenly, the girl's hand lights up as she directs her power to heal. Watching the wounds heal, the MC thanks Nuna, noting that it's not that fast now. The girl tries her best to help, but Kang realizes that her mana is depleted and she's at her limit. Blood comes out of the girl's mouth when she says his name. At the limit of his strength and covered in blood, Sajin promises to help Hyunjin. The guy freezes, looking in her direction. Gathering all his strength, he accumulates energy in the sword, screaming for the monster to die. The orc reflects the attack, while the protagonist begs him to die. The swords intersect in a fierce battle. Blood flows from Hyunjin's mouth and eyes, but he continues to ask for one thing. Still, having hit the monster, the MC flies to the side. Roaring, the orc swings his sword in anger. Opening his mouth, the main character coughs up clots of blood. Sajin was shaking all over, listening to the guy's screams, and the main character's name burst out of her throat. The young man fell to the floor, the girl screamed his name. She ran to him and used healing, thinking that he had lost too much blood, and if this continues. Her hand was shaking a little. The girl asked him to hold on. She lifted him up and cried out loudly, begging for his salvation. The light of her hand healed the guy's wounds. He looked at her with devastated eyes. The girl used healing over and over again. Suddenly, blood gushed out of her mouth. She wiped her face, frowned, and thought about how her mother could end at such an important moment. Tears ran down her cheeks. She wondered why she could do absolutely nothing while the young man was suffering so much. The orc snatched the boy from her hands and pierced him with his sword. The girl looked up at him, confused. The boy's body was boiled to the ground. The orc smiled wickedly. Sajin gritted her teeth and pulled out a dagger from the underspace. She stood up in front of her opponent and mentally addressed the boy, asking him if he remembered one thing. She imagined how they were sitting under the window and thought that she was unable to tell him anything that day. She took the dagger with both hands and added that although she understood that the boy needed support more than anyone, she still could not give him words of comfort. She looked back at him with tears in her eyes and thought that after desperately searching for herself, she finally saw him. The girl imagined herself watching the boy run away, did not think that the boy never remembered that day and continued to move forward. Sajin remembered her tired face and added that it did not mean that she would stand idly by. She frowned angrily at the monster and finished her thought by saying that family members did not do such things, since she had thought about it since she had decided that she would be strong. A vivid image of a guy looking back at her appeared in her imagination. The girl added that she could protect him if he saw tomorrow. Mana began to gather in narrow streams at her hands. The girl closed her eyes and shouted that in that case she was ready to die for it. She looked up in surprise, hearing a voice in her head telling her that the girl had sacrificed herself for the sake of a person dear to her, so the absolute emperor forcibly skips the paladin's test with the highest imperial authority. The girl grabbed her head and thought that she was now having auditory hallucinations. A voice in her head added that she had obtained the essence of a noble paladin, so she must use the sword to protect the people dear to her. Sajin raised her eyebrows in surprise. She noticed that mana enveloped her hand and thought that her strength was being replenished. She clenched her fist, looked up and thought that if she had obtained this power, then, raising her hand up, she finished the thought by saying that she must protect the guy at any cost. Streams of energy began to rise from her hand to the ceiling. One of the survivors covered her eyes with her hand. He looked at the girl and wondered if this was a secondary awakening. The hero opened his eyes slightly. He abruptly rose from the floor, turning his attention to the girl. Sajin put her hand in front of her and created solar golden spears. The girl looked at her opponent, holding the weapon behind her back. The next second, the spears headed towards the orc. They pierced his body, creating a bright flash. The guy struggled to his feet and thought that he should definitely get up. He grabbed his wound, frowned, and turned to the Reaper. A voice from outside said that the bloodthirsty essence of the Reaper had awakened. Some of the lust for murder was released. The monster was shackled by dark scarlet threads. The guy grabbed the sword and rushed forward. The orc raised his head and said that the guy was human trash. The next second, he blocked the boy's attack, breaking the shackles. The boy was thrown back by the attack. He landed, looked at the girl and asked if she was okay, then turned his attention to her strength. A bright light emanated from the girl. She raised her hands and said that she also did not know where it came from because her mana suddenly began to replenish and overflow. The boy smiled and said that it was like an awakening, so in that case, he will leave the healing to her. Sajin frowned slightly and looked at him. She stretched out her hand and activated healing. The boy's body was covered in her aura. The orc slightly heated up. He rushed at the boy and said that all their efforts were useless. Hyunjin smiled slightly and told the monster to close his mouth. Shining spears appeared above the orc's head. The boy wished for his death. A roar and a flash of light resounded throughout the room. The floor was split into many pieces. The orc fell to the ground, looking at the guy from under her hair. The girl looked at him in surprise and thought that he was still alive. She frowned deeply. Sajin extended his hand towards the monster and created shining projectiles. With an exclamation, she directed the spears at the enemy. The projectiles pierced his body, illuminating the room with a bright light. The young man touched the monster's neck with his fingers. He turned to the girl and shook his head as a sign that the monster had no pulse. The girl approached him and asked if he was okay or not. They turned to the guys lying on the ground, the young man the rest. Sajin agreed with him. She raised her hand with a smile and thought that now she could be useful too. Particles of light appeared in the air. The girl used healing again. The red-haired guy opened his eye. He jumped up from the ground and exclaimed loudly. The wounded guys got to their feet one after another. The guy was surprised that everyone was alive. The monster's body began to dissolve into thin air. The guy in the green cape sat on the floor and wondered if they had defeated an S-rank monster. He covered his eyes with his hand and thought that he didn't have time to sit around. He stood up and ran towards the guy, calling out to him. Hyunjin raised his eyebrows in surprise and recognized him. The man scratched the back of his head and asked if his head was okay. The guy thought that he was glad that Choi was safe. They looked to the side. The guy said that everything was okay with it, and then asked how the others were. The guys helped each other to their feet. The dark-haired boy said that thanks to them, they were able to return from the dead. Choi frowned slightly, his eyes filled with tears. He lowered his head and covered his face with his hand, saying that this was a miracle. Hyunjin thought that he must be mentally exhausted. The gate opened. The boy looked at the girl standing next to him. Sajin exhaled heavily. The guys were discussing that they would finally get out. Hyunjin smiled and offered her to go back. The girl looked up at him in surprise. She blushed and smiled widely, agreeing with him. People gathered near the portal. Hyunjin helped Sajin get out of the gate. Suddenly someone called out to him. Taemin suddenly ran past them, trying to grab the girl. The boy moved her aside. The man said that Choi told him everything, after which he asked if everything was okay with his head. He frowned tensely and began to bite his finger, cursing the bureaucrats for misjudging the dungeon. The boy said that he was okay, so he could calm down. The man turned to him, hearing the question about where the rest of the guild members were. Hyunjin and Sajin walked away tiredly. The man replied that the others had been taken to the hospital, and then asked if the two wanted to get checked out just in case. The boy smiled wearily and said in a trembling voice that he would rather rest in bed than go to the hospital. The man pointed to a parked car and offered to give him a ride, and then said that they would take care of the rest. Approaching the car, the man leaned towards the glass. Taemin looked in on the boy and told him to rest well, because he would give him a full report tomorrow. The boy smiled widely and thanked him. Night fell over the roof of the house. The boy tiredly plopped down on the bed. He opened his eyes and said that it was pure chaos. He closed his eyelids. A bright glow appeared in front of his face. The boy thought that now there was only one place left where he could go. Romanov sat on the throne in an empty hall. Two knights stood behind him. The man yawned widely. Hyunjin kicked the door open and called out to the man. He looked at the king and said that he thought the man was controlling him because he felt his mana during the fight, and then asked what happened. Romanov closed his eyes, raised his hand, and said that nothing special happened. He remembered the image of the orc and said that there were already forces inside that dungeon. Then an image of a girl with mana swirling around her appeared in his mind. The king added that he only interfered a little. Romanov remembered how the girl directed the mana to the ceiling and said that he did this in order to help the guy's subject reach its potential. Hyunjin frowned and said loudly that the girl was not his subject. The man closed his eyes in displeasure, raised his hand, and said that it was not that important. He imagined the image of the girl on his hand and said that what was more important was that his forces in defense perceived her as the guy's subject. Hyunjin looked at him and said that he did not ask for it, then asked, on what basis did the man decide this? A red banner fluttered under the ceiling. The coat of arms was reflected in his pupils. He said that the boy would find out all this when the time came. The youth did not take his eyes off him. The king asked if he was interested in anything else. The boy raised his head and asked if there were other subjects besides Sajin. Romanov listened to him silently. The boy clarified that he was talking about those whom the man recognized as subjects. Hyunjin raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing an affirmative answer. He frowned in displeasure and exhaled, hearing the man's words that he could not name them, and thought that he could not expect otherwise. The king pointed his finger at him. The man smiled broadly and added that, however, he could name how many subjects in total, and that, for now, besides the paladin, there was only one. The boy had a brick-red aura. The man told him not to be upset, because with time there would be more of them, and then he would be able to establish a monarchy. Hyunjin touched his chin and thought about the king's question about whether he had received the subject with special loyalty. The boy imagined Taemin and wondered if the king meant him by the blindly believing knight. Romanov smiled and said that the boy seemed to understand who they were talking about, and then told him to use him well. The boy stood silently in front of him. The king asked if he knew his true name. The boy nodded in response. The city was full of lights. At the entrance to the dungeon administration office, there was a black car and two men. Jinhyung straightened his tie and looked back at the assistant, asking him if he had processed the dungeon data and who had finally cleared it. The man picked up the tablet. The assistant replied that it was the race guild that cleared everything. Jin-young said that he thought he had heard of that guild before. He suddenly frowned in surprise and thought about how they only had one rank hunter for the entire team, but they were still able to clear a top-class dungeon. He turned to the guy and asked if he was sure that the data was accurate. The assistant confirmed it and said that he also found it hard to believe. The blonde man looked at the door and said that they needed to go to the office because he had to double-check everything. He grabbed the door handle and said that if this was true, there would be big questions and that they needed to reevaluate the guild. As he entered, he noticed people in black suits. He frowned slightly upon recognizing them. The short-haired man showed him his ID and introduced himself as the head of the third team of the Dungeon Management Investigation Bureau. He looked at Jin-young and said that he heard that the man had just finished investigating the dungeon and that he needed the director to provide all the materials related to it. Jin-young raised his hand and asked what it was for and if they had any problems, then said that their team was handling it, so let's just go with the usual. The short-haired guy came up close to him and said that the information about the conference was so he couldn't tell her and the only thing he needed to know was that the bureau needed these materials. He extended his hand. The man smiled slightly and said that he hoped that Jin-young wouldn't interfere with the bureau's demands. The blonde-haired man frowned in displeasure. The guy asked if he was willing to cooperate. Jin-young confirmed it. Fluffy clouds floated over the rooftops. Teemin turned to Hyunjin and asked about Sojin's condition. The guy smiled, looked away and said that she would need time to recover, but after a little rest she would be fine. The girl's door was locked. The guy thought that she must be exhausted after the sudden surge of strength. The girl was lying in the dark on her bed. The boy added that at first everything was confusing, so it would be difficult for her to understand where the power came from and put her thoughts in order. Sojin raised her hand, from which the light emanated. The man was sad but looked down. The boy asked him if he had any news. Hyunjin opened his mouth in surprise, noticed the state of the leader. He frowned slightly and said that something must have happened. The man closed his eyes and confirmed this with a smile. He put a blue book on the table and asked the boy to read it. Hyunjin opened it. Teemin said that it contained the results of the investigation that came in the morning. The boy read out loud that the dungeon is considered an S-rank subclass. Suddenly, he noticed something in shock. He noticed the inscription in the cat that the preliminary result of the investigation showed the presence of a hidden dungeon, and that caution was required when attacking. The young man kept his eyes on the inscription, asking if it was true. He frowned angrily and asked with a shout, was it true that the bureau knew about the existence of a hidden dungeon? The man put his hand behind his back, closed his eyes and said that it was true because he had verified it in practice. He took the tablet and said that everything was exactly as the boy thought. The next second, the leader gritted his teeth, frowned and said that there was nothing else to it except that someone had deliberately falsified the results of the preliminary investigation. Hyunjin slammed the folder shut. He looked sternly in front of him and asked a rhetorical question about who dared to do such a thing. The man imagined the strength of these three people and said that he still did not have a final conclusion, but it was obvious that this was the work of the sponsors of the former Echo Guild. He looked at the boy and said that he would never have thought of this if he had not personally contacted the bureau, and that he still did not know what to do. The boy put his hand on the back of the chair. He sat down in the chair and exhaled heavily. Putting his hand on his neck, the boy frowned and then said what they should do first. Hyunjin sat down on the table and said that with the money they received from the secret funds, they would strengthen the power of the executive and intelligence agencies. The man looked at him silently. The boy asked him to do it as soon as possible. He frowned and added that they should be ready when their enemies decided to attack. The executives agreed with a serious expression and said that he would start right away. The man headed for the exit, when suddenly the boy called out to him. Teemin touched his chin and thought about the boy's question about how much he knew about the hidden dungeons. He imagined mountains of wealth and asked if this was a dungeon where he could get hidden rewards. Hyunjin put his head in his hands and thought about what could be considered a reward. The man said that since the guy was asking him this question. Teemin blushed slightly, smiled widely and asked if the guy had received a hidden reward. Hyunjin recoiled in surprise when he heard the suggestion that these were rare materials. He turned slightly pale and frowned. The man continued to suggest, putting forward a version about rare equipment. The youth grabbed his head and said that Sojin had received a second awakening. The men sighed in disappointment. The guy turned away and remembered the moment when the orc grabbed his head, after which he thought he had déjà vu. The leader smiled and lifted the tablet and said that he thought they also needed to strengthen the security of his house. Hyunjin turned his gaze to him. Teemin added that the guy might become a target once rumors spread that he had received a special reward from a hidden dungeon. The guy agreed with this and said that it might prompt other guilds that had their eye on the reward to attack them. The man raised his hand with a smile and said that he would hire trusted armed guards and also station the main hunters of the executive branch of the guild around his house. A man in a formal suit approached the office. The young man was surprised that the leader was talking about the main hunters. Teemin added that he was still thinking about assigning him a bodyguard. The door opened slightly. The man added that their guest was one of the people he trusted. The guy in the suit bowed and entered, introducing himself as the guild leader. Hyunjin opened her eyes wider, activating the Romanov eyes, which gave a look of absolute insight. He looked at the guest's face. The skill called the man a sliding shadow. The guest introduced himself as Jongseo, the head of the guild's intelligence agency. The guy looked at him in surprise, thinking that this is the one who moves without making a sound and leaving no traces. He remembered how the man flashed past him, greeting the leader. Teeman pointed his hand at the guest. The guy thought that it was not surprising at all that his true name included the word shadow. The man said that the head of the intelligence agency will now be in charge of the security of his home, and that he is a B-rank hunter with a lot of experience, so the leader can rely on him. Jongseo, with a calm expression, said that he will not disappoint him. The guy smiled slightly. Teeman raised his gaze and said that since there was news of the hidden dungeon being cleared, they cannot avoid fighting. The sun rays were shining through the windows. The man added that they were still considered a glorious link. The guy stood up from his seat and said that he didn't have to worry about it, because as long as he was determined, it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. The men watched him silently. The guy walked over to the window and added that once the enemies started attacking, they would show them what they were worth, and at the same time, he would punish them by showing the whole country how strong they were. He smiled widely, turned to the men and said that they would soon see that no one would be able to resist them in the future. Glasses of alcohol were on the table. Pieces of ice were floating in them. The gray-haired man sat with his head down and asked if the other man was talking about the guild clearing an S-class dungeon. The guy standing next to him lowered his head and confirmed this, saying that they had an informant in the dungeon administration. The man frowned and asked if he understood correctly that even high-ranking hunters had a hard time clearing S-class dungeons. The assistant, without looking up, imagined an image of an orc and said that judging by the rank of their group, they should have been destroyed, but not a single one died. The man picked up the glass from the table and asked if it was true that they all managed to survive. The guy bowed slightly and said that it was true and that there were only a few guesses. He introduced Sojin and Hyunjin fighting, saying that either the guy was stronger than expected or one of the members had a secondary awakening inside the dungeon. The chairman lowered his hand. The guy added that there could also be some other possibilities that they did not know about. The man said that it was a threat in any case. The assistant lowered his eyebrows, looked at him and said that they should destroy them before the guys get stronger. The chairman put the glass on the table. The second man touched his chin and asked if the Oseong group would be left out if they took action on their own. The chairman lowered his head, exhaled, and asked if they should do it themselves. He frowned deeply and added that they would just inform others since they only needed to spread the rumor that the race guild had found something in the dungeon. The car pulled up to the gate where guards were standing. The man opened the door for Hyunjin. The guy looked at him with a smile and asked if he had felt his presence when he was training. The guy remembered the man training in the forest. A light breeze blew through the leaves of the tree. Hyunjin suddenly appeared from the darkness behind the leader. The guy brought his hand to his mouth and startled the man greatly. Teeman smiled awkwardly and said that he noticed the presence the moment he heard his voice. The guy closed his eyes with a smile and thought that this was how it should be since he had been training his stealth for a long time. Hyunjin touched his chest when he was asked if he had lost his shield in the previous battle. The youth answered in the affirmative and said that it had turned into dust. The man opened his inventory and said that although this equipment was not of such a high class. Hyunjin opened his mouth in surprise as he looked at the bright light. The man took out a gift wrapped in a festive package and said that he chose it with all his heart. He presented it to the youth. The youth exhaled slightly. The youth took it with an awkward smile, thanked the man and thought about how he would carry such a package. And although he was grateful, but these decorations were unnecessary. He handed the gift back to the man, slapped him in the face, and said that he would think about it. The youth looked at the guard and said that they must be on a web branch. The leader with a crippled nose smiled and confirmed this, saying that about 10 guards were hired from closed military units. The guys with guns were standing near the gate. The man said that 9 people were hunters from E to D ranks, and 1 C rank, and although their rank was low, hunters were much better than ordinary guards. The leader looked at the machine guns in their hands and said that they were all armed with firearms, because it was advisable for hunters of D rank and below to have one on them. The guard bowed to the young man. The guy smiled and agreed with the man, after which he said that it was unlikely that the one who decided to attack would have magical skin like the beast. As he left, he looked back at the leader and said that no matter what, they did not know when and where the hunters would attack, after which he asked to be on guard. The man agreed and said that he would do his best to protect him. He looked after the guy with a smile and said that today he and Jongseo would join the guards so the young man could rest easy. Hyunjin nodded to him with a smile. The boy fell asleep. He found himself in front of a tall door. He read the writing on it, saying that the shadow was behind him. He smiled widely, realizing that Hassassin was there. The boy entered the portal, thinking that it would be funny if he was attacked, especially now. Hassison stood between two columns and said that he was waiting for the boy. The man smiled kindly and said that it seemed like a hidden enemy was targeting him. The boy frowned slightly, grabbed his neck and confirmed this, saying that measures were being taken, but it was still a problem. The boy took a step forward. The man raised his hand and said that his blessing, which he found now, would not be enough to determine the potential danger. Hyunjin smiled and said that this was why he needed him. Hassison touched his chin with a smile, hearing the words about a new blessing. The boy placed his fist on his chest and said that he wanted it from Hassison. The man stepped onto the ground and agreed, saying that he liked the boy's build and that he must have trained a lot while under his command. The man narrowed his eyes, raised his hand, and said that as a result, their compatibility had increased greatly. The boy sank into the darkness. He frowned slightly and asked what kind of blessing he would receive. After finishing the question, he grabbed the man's hand. Hyunjin raised his eyebrows in surprise. The hand he grabbed dissolved into the darkness, and new limbs appeared at his feet. Hitting him, the man asked if he had really become stronger. Hassison emerged from the darkness, lowered his head, and said that this was his new blessing. He looked at the boy and said that if he accepted it, he would be able to send shadows to spy on enemies from afar. He smiled ominously and added that this power was very useful for him now. The guy slightly narrowed his eyes and said that it was hard for him to disagree, and then thought about how with this blessing he would be able to observe his ill-wishers while remaining in the shadows. Hassison placed his hand on his shoulder. Finding himself in the darkness, the man asked if he was ready to accept his blessing. The guy frowned and resolutely agreed. Dark energy flowed through the young man's body. The man grinned and said that it would hurt a little. Hyunjin raised his head and gritted his teeth in pain, groaning slightly. Suddenly, he saw a knight standing with his back to him. The man in armor looked back slightly. The guy realized that this was a memory. Suddenly, even more pain pierced his body. The knight turned and grabbed his sword. He pulled it out of its sheath and insulted his opponent. The man in armor made a sweeping blow and exclaimed loudly. Hassison's shadow split into two parts and smiled maliciously. The knight looked at what had happened in surprise. One of the halves of the shadow dissipated. The knight said that this couldn't be because he was sure that he had hit him. Hassison appeared in the air behind him. The next second, he combed the man's body. The killer smiled happily and laughed and said that this scene captivates him every time. The young man was paralyzed with pain and looked up. He lowered his head and screamed loudly. The energy inside his body began to dissipate. The guy was breathing heavily. The man snapped his fingers and said that they were done. Hyunjin staggered and began to fall. The guy fell on all fours. Hassison smiled widely and asked how it felt. He closed his eyes and added that now the defensive skills were in his head. The boy sat up and exhaled heavily, thinking that he went through this every time he encountered his past lives. He smiled awkwardly and said that he didn't even feel anything, and then wondered if the man was enjoying himself by playing with him. The Hassison leaned over and read his thoughts, and said that he really did enjoy it because it was so much fun. He straightened up, raised his hand, and told him that once the boy received the blessing, memories from his past life would come to him and a trickle-down effect would occur, and no matter how complicated the procedure was, he would find it quite simple. The boy looked at him in surprise when he said that he would probably be able to eat everything with her if he learned magic. The boy knelt down and asked with a joyful smile if he had been a magician in one of his lives. The Hassison grinned slightly. He touched his chin and told the boy to think about something. The man presented images of various pasts and said that the boy had 990,000 lives, and it was logical that there were also the greatest archmages of the dimension. Besides, they all studied different spheres of magic. The boy opened his mouth in surprise. He looked to the side and thought about whether it was possible that he could reach their level. Hassison smiled and lowered himself to him, extended his index finger and said that if he continued to train, everything would be possible. After which he added that the boy should try to use the blessing without thinking about anything. The boy asked him to stop reading minds. Hyunjin put his hand forward. He frowned slightly and began to give up the shadow. A shadow copy of the boy appeared in front of him. The man smiled and said that this was an excellent result, after which he told him to try to create another shadow. Hyunjin tried to concentrate. He extended his other hand forward. A dark aura began to form near the copy. Suddenly the darkness dissipated. The boy thought that this was his maximum now. Hassison touched his chin and said that, as he expected, 2 shadows were too much for a beginner, because this spell is the most difficult of all high-level magic, because it consumes a lot of mana, so nothing can be done. The young man stretched his wrist. The man added that creating 1 shadow on the first try was already an excellent result. He flicked the boy and told him not to be greedy and to come back. Hyunjin headed for the exit. The man told him to create a shadow of his worst enemy. In his current state, he is capable of it. Hyunjin ran through the night park. He looked ahead and breathed heavily. The boy frowned slightly as he thought about how the gold rank guilds and above had excellent informants, so they probably knew the rumors about him, so this would force the silver rank guilds to do something. The boy imagined the dark forces in these people and thought that these false rumors might have leaked through the background organizations. He lowered his head slightly and wondered which guild would decide to make the first move. Teeman caught up with him, surprising the boy, and said that he thought the Anderson guild would do it. The boy looked back in surprise. He turned pale in fear, crossed his arms and asked where he came from. The man laughed and said that he swore allegiance to the boy. Teeman smiled widely, pointed his finger at the boy and said that he would be ready to show up at any time if it was for him. The boy thought it was him. That did not answer his question. They ran on. The boy asked why he thought it would be Anderson. Teeman replied that it was because it was the guild that was leading everyone now. He imagined the guild crest. Bloody cuts appeared in the man's mind. He said that even among the Silvers, Anderson's reputation was not the best, because they used forbidden methods to reach their current level, so there were rumors that there were always some disputes within the top. The boy looked up and said that if they were known as villains, then they were the most suitable for this role. The leader touched his chin, imagined an image of a hooded killer and said that their guild master was greedy as hell, and according to rumors, they tried to steal a rank weapon but failed. The men stopped running. Heian lowered his head and said that in that case he would send a personal informant to them. Teeman asked what that meant. The boy turned to him with a smile and said that he couldn't tell him, but he was someone he could trust. The manager smiled and said that if the boy trusted him, he trusted him too. The boy stood up in his room in the middle of the night. He raised his hand. A shadow began to form in front of him. He showed copies of the image on the phone and ordered to find this person. On the screen was a photo of Seongjin. The boy ordered the shadow to follow him. The copy flew out the window. The boy smiled contentedly. Several dark cars were passing by on the street. They were passing by the trees on the sidewalk. Inside were guys in the same uniform. The guys were discussing that the race guild, which they were currently driving, had received something special after clearing a hidden dungeon. And at this time the rumor was only crawling among the lower classes, so they immediately reported to the higher-ups. The dark-haired man clenched his fist and said that although he didn't know what kind of treasure was there, it could be a quick way to gold rank for their guild. One of the men grabbed the handrail and spoke loudly to get their attention. He narrowed one eye and said that their opponents were the leaders of a small bronze guild and a couple of guards, so they would easily win. The guys happily exclaimed when they heard the words that they would take this treasure by any means necessary. The commander calmed them down, ordering them to remain silent. One of the guys shrugged when he heard the words that their task was to catch and escort everyone. The boss said so. The green-eyed boy raised his hand, apologized and asked what to do if they couldn't capture them. The commander smiled ominously and said that in that case they would kill them in the most brutal way because they needed to be feared. The guy was confused but raised his eyebrows and said that he heard that they had small children, after which he asked if that applied to them too. The man clenched his teeth in irritation. He hit the guy on the leg. Taking his head, he asked irritably, since when do guild assassins bother with such things? The boy changed pitifully. The commander stood up and said that they were almost there, so they needed to go. The guys put on their masks and prepared to attack. Clouds floated over the roofs of the building. The guard stood by the fence. Suddenly he heard something. The guard turned towards the sound, pointing his weapon there. Suddenly, an enemy killer approached from behind. He cut the man's body. The guard fell to the ground. The killer said on the radio that they took care of the security around the estate. The commander ordered to go inside. The team threw a grappling hook over the fence. They climbed inside the yard. The red-haired guard turned his head towards them. The next second, his body was also cut. They fell to the ground. The killer asked if they were those they needed. He looked at his ally, who said that he thought the others had already made it into the estate. The guy said that they should hurry. Moonlight penetrated the window. The killer ordered to call the second squad because they were going inside. The guys moved forward. They approached the porch. One of the killers went to the door. The commander asked if they remembered everything. He looked at the entrance and said that they should kill everyone except the target. He frowned angrily and ordered to begin with a smile. The boy reached out his hand to the door handle, and suddenly the boy's blade cut the air. The boy trembled in surprise. His severed hand fell to the ground. The assassins became wary when they saw this. The commander turned to the team and told them to calculate the enemy's location. The assassins split up. One of them said that he thought there was no one in the area at all. He lowered his head. The commander asked how this was possible. The boy replied that he did not know. A shadow flashed behind him. The boy added that there was absolutely no one there, and it was as if they had never existed. Suddenly, Hyunjin calculated his back. The commander looked at this. The guys exclaimed that their ally was dead after one blow. The man frowned and clenched his teeth, thinking that there was not a single soul around and that if they did not leave there, then everything would be dead points. He waved his hand to the side and ordered to leave through the window. The guys rushed to the indicated place. Hyunjin killed one of them. Blood gushed from his body. The guy in the hood looked at it in surprise, not understanding how this happened. A shadow flashed behind the killers. They discussed the fact that this was impossible and that they did not see anyone. The guys quickly turned around, hearing Hyunjin's voice, asked if they wanted to know who it was. The young man with the shield ducked. The guild fighters recognized him. The young man smiled widely. A lightning aura raged around him. Seten gave him his power. The guy confirmed their guess. His shield lit up with a sunny golden light. Carthago cast a protection on it. The guy said that the moment the fighters attacked their guild, they immediately signed their own death warrant, and Chi granted him vitality. The guy raised his shining sword to the sky and announced a meeting of the guild leaders. The barrels of rifles appeared from the window. Living guards aimed at the opponents. The red-haired guy smiled and said that it was a beautiful night. His ally told him to be quiet. Sajin stood on the roof of the building. She stretched out her hand in front of her, activating healing. The Anderson members gathered in a group, finding themselves under sights. The commander said in surprise that they were to the west from the very beginning. Hyunjin smiled contentedly. Taemin and Jongseok appeared behind him. The leaders looked at the young man and asked in a voice what they should do. The guy began to dissolve in the darkness and said with a smile that they should make sure that none of them escaped. Taemin waved his hand and ordered the fighters to attack. The guards began to shoot at the attackers. The bullets hit the Anderson members. The enemy commander noticed the approaching shell. He moved his head to the side at the last moment. The bullet cut his cheek. He covered himself with a shield and exclaimed, asking his subordinates what they were doing. The assassins were fleeing from the attacks. The commander ordered them to get rid of the armed ones. One of his subordinates deflected several bullets and said that the guards do not die no matter how they attack, and that he thinks that there is a healer of a rank or higher on the enemy side. The guards' wounds immediately healed. The captain of the assassins frowned sternly and shouted, ordering them to find Hyunjin because they need to get rid of him at least. Darkness began to hang in the air. The young man asked if he was looking for him. The man quickly turned around and swung at the silhouette of the young man, insulting him. His blade cut through the shadow of the young man. Hyunjin looked at him from behind. He raised his sword up and said that it was a shame. The next second, the young man cut the man's body and said that he would not kill him right away. The commander's blood splashed on the young man's face. Hyunjin turned to the manager. The man nodded with a smile, hearing the order to send a message to Anderson and indicate that they had taken hostages. The young man wiped his face with a smile and said that he wanted to see who would take the bait. The rays of the setting sun illuminated the tall building. The red-haired girl leaned to the side and turned to her older brother, asking him how he felt after waking up again. Ju-won looked at her in surprise. The girl also asked if he really felt like he had become stronger. The guy frowned and said that it didn't really feel that way, then asked her to eat faster and not to worry about him. The girl raised her hand in displeasure and said that she had no appetite. She smiled broadly, looked at her brother and asked to skip at least one breakfast. The young man angrily handed her a spoon with rice and said that she was too thin, then ordered her to eat quickly and force herself to eat. The girl exclaimed that she didn't want to. The guy put the spoon down. He looked at her and said that even if she didn't want to, she should eat, because that way she would gain weight faster, and that she should rest more and eat well. The girl looked at him in confusion. The guy added that she didn't have to worry about money anymore. She turned away. The girl snatched the spoon from her brother's hands and said that he always looked like he carried the whole world on his shoulders, then added that she would eat everything herself. The guy exhaled with a smile. The girl started eating and said that she envied him. Ju-won asked why. His sister lifted the spoon with rice with difficulty and said that after the second awakening he could become a hunter, as he always dreamed, and now he could help people and become known as a cool hunter. Ju-won scratched his head and agreed with her. He looked up at the window where the light was coming in and turned to his sister. Frowning slightly, the young man said that he would try to become a great hunter and so she would be proud of him. The lights were burning in the windows of the Anderson Guild headquarters building. Ju-won stood by the window, holding a tablet. Someone addressed him. The guy tiredly looked at the screen, not hearing the addresses. Suddenly, he twitched in surprise after the interlocutor loudly called out to him. A young man approached him and said that he had been distracted a lot lately, then asked if he was okay. Ju-won replied that he was fine. The blonde youth frowned and asked if the manager would provide a report right away. Ju-won began to put on his jacket. He replied that he would have to do it because their subordinates had suffered a lot, then added that he would return soon. Seongjin was sitting close to the girl. Suddenly, Ju-won entered the office. They turned to him in surprise. The guy put his hand behind his back and addressed the head of the guild. The blonde turned to the table. The girl bowed to him. He said that the director could go. Ju-won looked at the girl leaving with disdain. The woman turned to him and asked what he was staring at. The boy looked forward, displeased. Seongjin walked over to the shelf and asked why the boy had come so early and if he wanted a drink. Ju-won looked at his back and said that the team sent to the Bronze Guild was almost completely wiped out and that only 4 survived, but they were taken hostage. The leader turned around in irritation, asking him what that meant. The man put the glass on the table and the boy explained that they had received a message from Race and that they had somehow found out that there would be an attack. The leader poured some alcohol into the glass and asked what the message said. The manager lowered his eyebrows and said that he might not like to hear it, but he would repeat the words of the message exactly. "Keep your hands behind your back." The guy quoted the words about the guild leader holding a press conference and making an official statement that Anderson attacked Race, and only then will they return the hostages safe and sound. Ju-won introduced Hyunjin's face and quoted him saying that otherwise they can prepare coffins for them. The blonde took a sip of his drink. He slammed his glass on the table with force. The man wiped his lips and said that a bronze-ranked guild does not dare to threaten a silver-ranked one. The red-haired guy took a step forward, raised his hand and said that the leader should make a thoughtful decision. After all, they have killed many subordinates, so they may have an ace up their sleeve that they do not know about, so they should be careful. The blonde frowned angrily and ordered all the executives to be called to prepare for a second attack. Ju-won frowned in surprise. He raised his hand and said nervously that they had hostages. If they attacked, they would definitely be killed. The man interrupted him. He poked his finger into the guy's chest and said that sometimes you have to make sacrifices, because the reputation of the guild is at stake. For its sake they must be ready to sacrifice several subordinates. Ju-won clasped his trembling hands behind his back and said that he would call everyone who was free. The man splashed alcohol in his face and shouted. The drink flowed down the boy's head. The man asked if he understood what situation they were in. The red-haired boy looked at him emotionlessly. The man ordered him to mobilize everything, canceling all upcoming tasks. The guy did not flinch and said that if they did this, many important tasks would be suspended. The man shouted that it did not matter, because their number one task was to get rid of the race guild. The leader pointed at the boy and said that he couldn't believe that the boy didn't understand orders that much, and then asked if he looked down on him and had forgotten who the leader was. The boy lowered his head and didn't agree with the words that if he was told to do something, he had to do it. He frowned and thought that if this was a trap, then Hyunjin really was a scary guy. An empty cup was on the table. Hyunjin picked up the tablet. He received a message that the income from a rank was 1.3 billion and was sent to the guild leader's account. The boy smiled happily. He beamed with joy and thought that they received such compensation just for the cleanup squad. So this is not bad. Hope thought that he was obsessed with money. The leader leaned towards him. The boy put the tablet on the table. The man said that the Special Forces investigator had arrived. The boy asked to let him in. The guest yawned heavily. He put his hand on his neck and said that he came from the Special Forces, then asked if the guy had been informed of his arrival. The young man thought about the fact that he had shown up yawning loudly. The young man looked up at him and greeted him, then offered to sit down. The man, after some discussion, put the laptop in his bag. He got up from the couch and said that the investigation had come to the conclusion that it was necessary to prove that it was self-defense, because it would not be difficult, and as for the culprit, he needed to investigate further. The young man thanked him. The man scratched his cheek and asked if there were any surviving witnesses, and if there were, the guy should inform him, and he, in turn, would send them to the appropriate department where they would be taken care of. The young man smiled and thanked him for the question, then said that there were no survivors, because they were all killed. The man agreed and said that in that case it was time for him to go. The office door closed. The guy sat down in a chair and said that judging by how quickly he went through the case, the young man touched his chin and assumed that someone was pressuring them. But it was unlikely. Anderson then asked the manager if there was any news from them. The man looked at the head and said that there was nothing yet, because they gathered the management instead of holding a press conference. The guy remembered about the hostages and asked what about them, and if they were still silent. The manager frowned sternly and said that they were still silent, and although they were benevolent to them, it was time to deal with them seriously. The guy agreed and said that they were extremely polite, but it was time to get up much more rudely. He remained in his seat and said with a smile that this was necessary in order to beat information out of them. Hyunjin tiredly sat down in a chair and said that, apparently, he would not have even a single free day. He remembered the image of the prisoners and thought that he hoped that they would start talking soon, because no matter what they did to them, they were silent. His eyes began to close. The guy wondered if there was a better way. His consciousness sank into a dark abyss. He grabbed his chin and said discontentedly that he fell asleep. Two doors appeared in front of him, wooden and metal. The guy said that he had two options today. He looked at the iron bars and said that one of the options was the Lord of Pain. Looking at the wooden door, he said that the second, this selfish negotiator, who is he, but perhaps. He opened his mouth in surprise, imagining a man in a helmet and with a chainsaw, after which he thought that he could be something like that. The guy served his hands and said that since he could not reason with the members of the Anderson Guild, he smiled widely and finished the phrase by saying that he could only beat them. The lattice door swung open. A powerful stream of air rushed into it. The guy went inside and, looking back, counted to 3. Footsteps were heard in the area. An unknown voice also counted to 3. The guy quickly turned around and thought about what kind of sound it was. The man counted to 3 again. The red-haired guy was spinning in a dance with a skeleton and said something about a natural turn. Hyunjin turned around slightly. The man walked towards him. He came close to the guy, smiling, saying that he was going to do chassis. The Lord of Pain narrowed his eyes, smiled, and greeted the young man. The guy looked at him in surprise. The man called him his reincarnation. A table with tools was reflected in the guy's pupil. The young man looked back and noticed devastation, a human skeleton, and scattered tools. The man was spinning in a dance in the middle of all the chaos. The guy thought that no matter how you look at it, he is definitely crazy. The Lord of Pain lifted his opponent higher and introduced himself to the boy. The skeleton shook his head in front of the boy's face. The man also introduced him as Eliath, then said that he was his best friend. The boy smiled awkwardly and stepped back. The man's skeletons about whether he was right. The boy said that it was nice to meet you. He lowered his head. The man extended his hand to him. The boy said that he wanted to ask something. The Lord agreed and said that he could ask anything except his hand and heart. There was a syringe and a bottle on the floor. Hyunjin said that the man was called the Lord of Pain, and maybe this pain. Fear smiled maliciously. The boy finished the question by asking if it could be that this pain was from torture. The man smiled widely and left. He picked up a hammer from the table and said that when he was alive, he worked as a torture master in the Empire. He hit the skeleton's head with the hammer and said that, as the boy saw, they only worked with these tools. He delivered another strong blow to the skull. The boy touched his chin and asked if he could teach him how to torture people. The man answered negatively and said that he could not teach him what he himself did not know. Hyunjin frowned and said that the man himself said that he worked as a torture master. The Lord put his finger to his lip, smiled widely, and said that there are much more absurd things in life than the boy thinks, and that one of them is happening right now. He raised his hand above his head and added that God once gave him this exceptional ability. The man snapped his fingers. A wooden chair moved at high speed towards the boy. It knocked him off his feet. The youth fell into the chair. The man asked to introduce himself again. He raised his hands and said with a smile that he can control the suffering of others. If he wants, he can inflict hellish pain using any objects, because the only limitation is that he has to invest in his magical power into the enemy. The Lord poked his finger at the boy's body. He closed his eyes and said that they usually use a needle to transmit their magic power. The guy raised an eyebrow in confusion and thought that it was a little weird. The man responded and said that the boy 100% thought that it was weird. Hyunjin answered negatively and asked what kind of blessing he would receive. The man smiled maniacally. A giant skeleton appeared behind him behind bars. The man said that the boy would receive pain control. Hyunjin smirked and thought that controlling the opponent's pain was a terrifying ability, then asked what the activation and awakening conditions were. The man smiled and touched his finger to his box, then explained that the boy only needed to prick himself with his needle 3 times. If he could endure it, he would receive a blessing. The guy frowned in displeasure and asked what would happen if he failed. The man gave him a thumbs down and said that then he would have to wait for the next opportunity. He put his foot on the table, approached the boy, and said that the boy urgently needed his blessing, and that he should not waste the chances that were given to him just because he was a reincarnated, because not all of them were good with will. The boy frowned and moved away from his face, agreeing with this. The Lord stretched the rope and asked if he should tie his hands and feet. Hyunjin answered negatively and asked to just start. This saddened the man, after which he asked if the boy was ready to start. Fear extended his hand to the side. A dark red aura swirled around his forearm. The boy swallowed hard. The man said that he would pierce him at the count of 3. He waved his hand, smiled widely, and reached the second count, and streams of energy were directed towards the boy. His body was pierced by 5 long needles. The boy exclaimed loudly. Blood spurted from his mouth. The man pointed his finger at him and laughed loudly. Hyunjin looked up at him with a tense gaze and said that the 3rd count had just arrived. The man swung his hand again, hitting the boy in the face. The boy screamed loudly. The Lord looked up and said about Nietzsche's words. He took a dramatic pose and immediately told Nietzsche that what does not kill you makes you stronger. The boy sank down on the back of the chair, exhausted. The man grabbed his cheeks in admiration and said that it was wonderful. He smiled maniacally and asked the boy if he thought that this quote suited him just fine. Hyunjin raised his head from the back of the chair. He gritted his teeth, frowned, and mentally insulted the man. He looked at the Lord and thought about what relation Nietzsche had to him, and so that he would not use this phrase as he pleased, after which he added that the man should have pierced him with a needle and also counted to 3. Fear spread his arms, between which was the young man himself. The guy wondered why he was like this in his previous life. Lords clapped his hands. A huge amount of blood spilled across the room. The man stood with his head down, his hands covered in splashes of blood. He wiped his face and asked the guy if he enjoyed this pain, after which he said that his blessing would now be with him. Hyunjin fell out of bed and screamed loudly. He narrowed his eyes and thought that if he did not recover, he would have already gone crazy from all the past lives. The guy drank a glass of water. He brought the phone to his ear and thought about how the other person would answer the call as soon as possible. The guild director answered him. The guy shouted angrily and asked where the hostages were. The man answered that they were locked in a secret house outside the city. The boy walked over to the couch. The director added that he didn't have to be involved in things like that. The boy replied that he wanted to try something new, so he'd be there soon. Hyunjin picked up a blanket from the floor and told the director to tell Jongseo to keep a good guard over his family while the boy was gone. The girl and the kids were sleeping peacefully on the couch. The director replied that he understood. The men were standing by the door in the hallway. Taemin closed his eyes and told the boy that the hostages were there. The door opened slightly in front of his face. A dim lamp illuminated the room. The men were sitting back to back on two different chairs. One of them looked up at the boy. The boy recognized him, thinking that he was the one who gave the order to retreat. The boy sat down next to him and asked if he was one of the leaders, then added that he was asking this to make sure that the man wouldn't tell them anything. The hostage frowned angrily and asked Hyunjin if he thought he had something to say. The boy smiled and adjusted his hair and said he was very scared. He stood up, looked him in the eye sternly and said it would hurt a little in that case. The man gritted his teeth and said that torture wouldn't work on him. The boy extended his hand to the side. A dark red aura swirled around it. Hyunjin said it wasn't as impressive as torture. He lowered his hand, looked at the unconscious hostage and asked if he should start the test on him. The boy extended his hand in front of him with a serious expression and activated the start of a dangerous cooperation with the Lord of Pain. A heart appeared in the boy's hand. The dark-haired boy jerked and screamed loudly. Hyunjin clenched his hand into a fist and crushed the organ. The man fell to the floor. The guy immediately turned to the second hostage. The blonde man said that he would tell everything, after which he asked the guy not to come closer. The young man smiled, dispelled the aura and said that this was great. He turned to the exit and asked the leader to write down all his testimony and then pass it on. After leaving the door, he looked back with a smile and asked to do it as quickly as possible. Fluffy clouds floated over the roofs of the buildings. Taemin put a piece of paper on the table and said that he had collected all the information received from the prisoners today. The guy picked up the sheet, touched his chin and asked if this would be enough. The man answered in the affirmative and said that it would be easier to collect more information using what they already had. The leader closed his eyes and said that there was very little information about the Anderson Guild, so it was problematic for them to obtain data on it. Hyunjin put his head on his hand and asked if he understood correctly that something was still wrong with the guild. The man replied that they continued to deny their guilt. The boy slammed his hand on the table. He stood up from his chair and said that he would have to meet them in person. The boy walked past the leader. The man looked back in surprise and asked if that was necessary since it was too dangerous. The boy said that it was fine since he was only going to talk to them and put a little pressure on them. Taemin spread his arms wide. He blocked the boy's path and said that no one knew what this hot-tempered guild director was capable of, and that he would definitely continue to deny his involvement in the attack. Hyunjin raised his hand and calmly said that it was fine since if things went badly, he would be able to leave even if the entire leadership attacked him, and then thought that as long as he had Hassassin's blessing, he would be able to leave. He extended his index finger and said with a smile that if the guild was defeated, others would not be able to take action easily, so they would set an example for others by using the Anderson Guild. The man frowned slightly as he looked at him. The boy said that it was a perfect plan. Hyunjin continued walking. The man looked at him with annoyance. The boy said that they would leave tomorrow night. The leader brought his hand to his mouth, frowned, and said loudly that he would strengthen the security of the leader's estate in case of unexpected dangers. Night fell on the cities. The boy stood around the corner and asked on the phone if the other person was sure that the target was inside. The boy turned his gaze to the gateway. The man said that he had confirmation of this. Hyunjin said that he had one reliable observer of Juwon, and that he told him that he was not in the building now, but since Seonjin was inside now, he would go in, then ask the man to take care of his family. The boy turned off the call, imagined the image of the red-haired man, and thought about how he was the managing director of the guild, and that he was one of the people Seonjin kept around for his own benefit. Hyunjin noticed him through the window. With a calm expression, he thought that the boy cared about his little sister, and that it was very touching. The boy put the amount in his hands in his pocket, thinking later that even if it was so, he could not allow himself to express sympathy. Hyunjin walked further down the street, thinking that he had no intention of causing any harm, but one of the guards noticed him. The boy wondered how Seonjin would react to this. The bald man took him by the shoulder and asked if he was a member of the guild. The boy calmly asked him to convey some words to the director. He looked at them ominously and said that the director of the race guild had arrived. One of the guards took out a walkie-talkie. Hearing the answer, he nodded slightly. The doors were opened in front of the boy. The guard said that the boy could enter, that he would take him to the director's office. Hyunjin followed the men. They entered the elevator. The guard said that he would take him straight to the 5th floor, where those who would lead him further were waiting for him. The door opened slightly in front of the young man. The guard said goodbye to him. The elevator doors closed. The guys with cold weapons prepared for battle, seeing him. Hyunjin frowned and thought that everything was going too smoothly. One of the men asked if he was the leader of the race guild. The guy looked at them sternly and said displeasedly that this was not hospitable. The man frowned. The young man said that they should have been informed of his visit, then asked why they were holding weapons. One of the guards said that this was the Anderson Guild. If the guy wanted to live, he must follow their rules. The young man lowered his head and sternly replied that this was very stupid. He scratched his head. One of the men asked what he just said, then added that he should know his place to study manners. After all, he started out as a normal low-rank instant hunter. Hyunjin said that he heard the eternal chatter about ranks and levels again. He released a dark aura, looked at them ominously, and shut up. The protagonist gave off a terrifying aura, telling the hunters that it was enough. A glowing eye appeared from the darkness. The eye looked down on the hunters, enveloping them in its aura. The hunter fell to the floor, bracing himself with his hands. The protagonist stood motionless, while the hunters panicked. The hunter told the squad leader that his comrade must have had a heart attack. Black energy emanated from Hyunjin, enveloping the hunters. The squad leader did not understand what was happening. The brown-haired man looked at Hyunjin with displeasure, saying that he could not enter until he told him what he was doing there. Seongjin told the squad leader to shut up. The protagonist looked up, peeking out from under his cap. Seongjin said that he was an interesting guy, asking that he was the leader of the Lace Guild. Seongjin added that he should come to his office. The protagonist loosened his grip, walking towards the office. Hyunjin raised his head, looking ahead in surprise. He said that this must be the guildmaster's office. The protagonist opened the huge doors to the office. The guildmaster was standing near the panoramic windows. Seongjin smiled maliciously, narrowing his eyes. He said that he was very impudent, asking if it was because he was still a youth. The protagonist looked at Seongjin with annoyance, narrowing his eyes. He asked that maybe he should give his subordinates a lesson in etiquette before telling him anything. The guildmaster smiled widely. The protagonist looked at the guildmaster in confusion. Seongjin told him to sit down first, asking if he wanted a drink. The hunter looked at Seongjin with displeasure, frowning. Hyunjin noted that he was not there to make idle talk. Seongjin plopped down on the couch, telling him to stand for God's sake, and he would rather sit on his comfortable couch if he didn't mind. The protagonist stood with his back turned towards Seongjin, saying that his house had recently been attacked. Seongjin closed his eyes, folding his hands in front of him, noting that he had seen it on the news and it was terrible. The protagonist pursed his lips in annoyance. The guild leader said that, however, an attack on a bronze guild was not uncommon. The protagonist stood with his back to the windows, saying that he had sent him a message, asking if he had received it. Seongjin said that he didn't understand what it was, asking what he wanted to tell him. The hunter walked over to the couch where Seongjin was sitting. He asked what he was claiming, that he had nothing to do with the attack. Seongjin narrowed his eyes, smiling wickedly, asking what if he had. The protagonist leaned slightly, smiling maliciously. He thought that he should retreat, since if he dealt with him at that moment, and it became known that he was there, he would fall under suspicion. Hyunjin asked Seongjin what it meant that he could do with the prisoners as he saw fit. The guildmaster folded his arms on the armrests. He asked Hyunjin why he was asking him about people he didn't know, and if he was being reckless because his guild was on the rise. Seongjin added that he was sorry to say it, but they were only a bronze rank guild. The guildmaster bared his teeth evilly, looking at the protagonist, telling him to know his place and not to jump over his head if he wanted to survive. The guildmaster closed his eyes and smiled widely. The hunter asked if that was a threat. Seongjin asked if that sounded like a threat. The guildmaster looked at the protagonist with a smile. He told Hyunjin that he was cute, a child with milk still on his lips. The hunter smiled sarcastically, narrowing his eyes. Seongjin asked what was funny. The protagonist turned to the door, raising his hand. He said that he was not at all, and he just wanted to capture that expression on his face. Seongjin asked what he was talking about. The hunter smiled bloodthirstily, opening the door to the office, saying that he wanted to check on him in a week. Seongjin asked what that meant. The guildmaster stood up from his chair, watching Hyunjin leave. The hunter said that he would see if he was having as much fun. A yellow light was shining from the window of the building. Taemin greeted Hyunjin. Jongseo held the door as the hunter entered the office. Taemin said that it was good to see that he wasn't injured, asking how it went. The hunter sat down in the chair, leaning his back against the back, saying that it was as expected. Taemin looked at the protagonist warily, pursing his lips. Hyunjin said that he had voiced the warning, and all that was left was to start a war with the Anderson Guild as they had planned. The director imagined an image of many eyes looking at the dagger. He said that several guilds were watching them because there was a rumor that they had obtained a special treasure from a hidden dungeon. The director put his hands behind his back, looking at the director with a serious look. He said that if they wanted to go against the Anderson Guild, they should deal with them first. Jongseo looked at the protagonist worriedly, narrowing his eyes. He He said that yet they hadn't been able to identify the corpses they found in his house. There was blood splattered all over the floor. Jang Seo said that it was just his guess, but it was possible that whoever was behind the attack had deliberately made the bodies difficult to identify by pressuring the authorities. The director looked at Jang Seo in surprise. The brunette said that he didn't like the attitude of the Special Forces investigator they sent there, noting that something was wrong. Taemin said that was impossible, asking if they controlled the Special Forces department as well. Taemin's eyes widened in horror, imagining the investigators. He thought that in that case, the organizer must at least be a high-ranking politician or the president of a large corporation. Taemin clenched his fist, saying that if that was true, then they were out of luck with the executive force. The director stood with his back to the distance, looking into the distance. He said that even though their funds were protected by Choi Na-young's secret fund, they barely expanded the executive branch. The protagonist looked up at the director. The director furrowed his brows, looking ahead with an angry expression. He said that in the current situation, it was too risky to call the police for help, adding that it might be illogical, but he believed that their only option was to have an unofficial battle. The phone in Jang Seo's hand vibrated. He picked it up, apologizing to the leader. Jang Seo stood motionless, holding the phone to his ear. His mouth slightly opened in surprise. The brunette took the phone away from his ear, looking at the guild leader, saying that there was a problem. There were bloody hands on the floor. Jang Seo said that 4 of their members were brutally murdered last night. The protagonist's eyes widened in confusion. The brunette said that the Special Police Department believed that it was the work of hunters and began an investigation this morning, adding that they claimed that no evidence was found at the crime scene. The protagonist pressed his lips together, hiding his gaze behind his cap, wondering what they were trying to do to instill fear in his guild members. Hyunjin slammed his fist on the armrest. He looked at the guys with a bloodthirsty gaze, saying that they were looking down on him. Hyunjin called out to the CEO. The hunter placed his hand on Taemin's shoulder. Taemin looked at the CEO with a serious look, pressing his lips together. Hyunjin noted that he had said earlier that they would lose if they relied on their executive power, asking if that was the case. The protagonist looked at the CEO with a wild look, telling him not to worry, as he would take care of their executives. The CEO closed his eyes and bowed to the protagonist. The guild leader noted that he told everyone to focus on protecting their people. The CEO thought that he was ashamed for letting his guard down back then. Taemin raised his head, looking at the leader confidently, saying that he will do his best. Hyunjin looked at the intelligence leader, telling him to get him a photo of all the Anderson Guild's executives and their names, asking that he could do it. Jang Seo shook his head, looking at the leader with narrowed eyes, saying that he needed 3 hours. The protagonist handed over a piece of paper which had the address of the Mary University Hospital in the capital city of Seoul. The intelligence leader took the paper, looking at it. Hyunjin said that there was also something else he needed him to do for him, noting that he needed information about that place. Jang Seo said that he understood and would do it right away. The hunter recalled the image of Juwon with his sister. He said that this could be the key to the weakness of one of the Anderson Guild's executives. Juwon's sister smiled widely, closing her eyes. Hyunjin said so he would act stealthily. 2 black silhouettes could be seen under the bridge. The brunette looked away with narrowed eyes, smiling slyly. He asked the hunter if he knew that their team had received a list of targets from the Lace Guild the previous day, noting that they were now in a real war with them. The brown-haired man massaged his shoulder, saying that they would finally relax after the stagnation. The brunette noted that he doubted it, since it was a small guild and they wouldn't even have fun. The hunter smiled contentedly, saying that he had already killed 1 Lace Guild member that day, a D-rank hunter in his 20s, and it looked like he had just awakened. The brunette patted his comrade on the shoulder, smiling widely. He asked Rascal what already, noting that the order had been sent only yesterday, and perhaps he had held back too much. Rascal said that he had worked on his corpse, and they had probably wet their pants there. The brunette looked away with a sly grin, saying that it was well done, and maybe they would have some fun after all. Suddenly, blood gushed from the brunette's stomach. He widened his eyes, coughing up blood. Rascal ran to the water where the hunter had fallen. Rascal bared his teeth when black energy appeared behind him. He looked behind him, his mouth wide open. The hunter clenched his teeth, frowning. The brown-haired man thought that he did not feel anyone's presence, not understanding where it came from. The protagonist's leg appeared from the darkness, saying that they must have had a fun conversation. The protagonist jumped on top of Rascal, saying that he hoped he wasn't in the way. Hyunjin kicked the hunter in the back. The hunter fell into the water, looking at the protagonist with annoyance, asking how he got there. The protagonist stood in front of the brown-haired man, clenching his fist, saying that Lim Kyung-jun's first target had been eliminated. Rascal said that he had killed his target, and he had nothing to do with it. The protagonist poked his finger at the brown-haired man's forehead, asking that it was he who had killed his newbie. Hyunjin pushed the brown-haired man aside. Rascal narrowed his eyes, looking at the protagonist with fear, asking him for mercy. The guild leader raised his hand, enveloping it in a red aura. The spirit said that the initiation of a dangerous connection with Pierre, as long as he is with him, the pain obeys him. Hyunjin told Rascal that he also asked him, but he killed him mercilessly. A terrifying aura appeared in the space. The guild leader said that therefore he will do the same. The leader waved his hand, after which a terrifying pain pierced the hunter. The water turned red from the blood. The hunter said that it seems that he eliminated all the Anderson guild leaders who were watching his people. Hyunjin stood near the edge, looking at the bloody water, saying that they must be in a panic now. The protagonist narrowed his gaze, smiling wickedly, saying that this bastard Seongjin will be furious. Gray clouds floated across the night sky. The guys were sitting around the table. The assistant said that the Lace Guild lost 4 core members and 6 rookies, and they lost 20 senior members. The brunette looked at the tablet, saying that including 5 managers and 2 executives. Seongjin looked at the assistant with displeasure, leaning on his hand. He did not understand how this could happen, asking if there was any evidence. The brunette put the documents on the table, closing her eyes. She said that there was nothing left, and the department said that this was the first time they had seen such a masterful cover-up of evidence. The guild leader bared his teeth in fury, clutching his face with his hand. He asked how they were able to kill 20 people in 2 days, noting that 7 of them were managers. Jiwon and the assistant shook their heads. The guild leader asked what they thought, if there was a meaning to this. The brunette said that she had no idea. Seongjin bared his teeth, pointing his finger at Jiwon. He said that he heard that they attacked them the previous day, asking what happened and why they couldn't win, adding that if he had an excuse, then he should spit it out. The CEO closed his eyes and bowed his head. He apologized to Seongjin, saying that they had mobilized all their resources to attack, but the enemy's stealth skills were incredible and they couldn't even detect them, much less attack them. The brown-haired girl crossed her arms over her chest, sighing heavily. The CEO said that Park Young-jae's supervisor even set a trap to attack at dawn, but nothing worked. The dead bodies of the hunters were lying on the floor. Jiwon said that according to the survivor, they were ambushed. When he came to, everyone including the supervisor were killed. Seongjin tensed his hand, asking that wasn't Park Young-jae in a rank, and wasn't his group a B rank, and how they were wiped out in an instant. Seongjin slammed the table in anger, breaking it. The guild master shook his hand, grinning viciously, asking that they really thought he would believe such nonsense. Jiwon looked at the guild master with a serious look. Seongjin said that those bastards from the Lace Guild were bronze at best, asking that they couldn't handle them. Jiwon said that however, their guild master had awakened twice, and besides, according to informants, there were more. Seongjin shouted that this was a stupid double awakening. The guild master glared at the CEO with an angry expression, his mouth wide open. He asked why he couldn't understand that the most important thing was that they were being attacked. The director narrowed his eyes at Seongjin, telling him to calm down. Seongjin glared at the director with a furrowed brow. Jiwon said that the A rank hunter and the 2B rank hunters were defeated in an instant because he felt stupid for being used. Jiwon raised his hand, looking at the guild master with a serious expression. He said that this meant that at best, someone a rank or higher interfered, at worst, an S rank. Seongjin asked what he wanted from him. Jiwon's mouth slightly opened. He looked up with a glare. Jiwon said that they had never lost like this before because everyone they had faced was weaker than them, but the guild master. Jiwon imagined the image of a powerful protagonist, sparkling with blue lightning. The director said that in that hunt, the predator was not them. The brown-haired girl smiled maliciously, looking at the guild leader. She said that more than 9 executives had died in the past 24 hours, and the situation was getting too escalated, and they had to do something. The guild leader pursed his lips. He smiled maliciously, leaning towards the assistant, asking Jaya if she thought the same. Jaya smiled madly, her eyes widening. She said that they could not allow themselves to be trampled any longer and they had to do everything possible. The director looked at the guys in shock, his eyes widening. He jumped up from the sofa, clenching his hand into a fist. Jiwon told the guys that their strength had weakened, and if they fought their executives in this state, they would definitely lose. Jaya slightly opened her mouth, turning to the executive director. She looked at Jiwon with a wild look, asking what she said about them having to fight their leaders. The director widened his eyes, looking at Jaya in confusion, asking that if she wasn't talking about them, then who? Jiwon widened his eyes in horror, asking that it couldn't be. Jaya smiled bloodthirstily, raising her hand. She said that he understood correctly, noting that they would be targeting the regular guild members, and looking through the records, she realized that it seemed like they hadn't mobilized their entire top brass to fight the terror. The director bared his teeth, frowning. The assistant clasped her hands together. The assistant smiled wickedly, narrowing her eyes, saying that meant they would be able to handle them, asking if she was telling the truth. The director looked at the assistant with panic in his eyes, widening his eyes. She said that if they continue to carry out terrorist acts, the department will definitely intervene. There was a beautiful chandelier on the ceiling. Jia asked Juwon that wasn't his job to keep them quiet. Jia squinted at the director, saying that she thought he was competent, asking that it seemed like he wasn't. Juwon gritted his teeth angrily. The director's shadow emitted the protagonist's purple aura. Juwon said that he would do what he could. The darkness began to move across the floor. It slipped out of the building's window. An orange sunset could be seen in the sky. The protagonist held a hot coffee in his hand, looking out the window. He thought that this meant they were going to go after the guild members, regardless of whether they were a threat. The protagonist smiled maliciously, thinking what a good opportunity this was. A huge shadow fell from the protagonist onto the floor. Hyunjin thought that if they used the situation correctly, it could lead to victory. The protagonist imagined the black and white emblem, thinking that even if the special police force did not take care of it, they still had a chance. The protagonist imagined images of hunters. He thought that there was no guarantee that they would get conclusive evidence of the Anderson Guild's involvement in this matter. The guild leader widened his eyes, imagining falling pieces of wood. Hyunjin noted that if they made even one mistake by confessing everything, they would be able to break them. Hyunjin closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. He thought that he did not expect that their next decision would be a terrorist act. The guild leader looked at his phone, thinking that they must feel cornered. The phone in the director's pants pocket began to vibrate. Teeman was holding a bunch of papers, having answered the guild leader's call. The director held the phone to his ear. The guildmaster said that he had recently received a message from his informant, saying that the Anderson Guild would be increasing their offensive, targeting their regular guild members. Teeman looked away worriedly, his brows furrowed. He said that in that case, it would be difficult to repel their attacks with just the enforcement department. Hunter stood by the table. Teeman said that it was more like impossible. Hunter said that they didn't have to confront them and just had to show them that they were trying their best. The director asked what he meant. The protagonist looked away, smiling widely. He said that it would be enough to simply escalate the case to involve the special police department. The director pursed his lips, frowning. Teeman placed the papers by the window, holding the phone to his ear. Hyunjin said that however, they had to protect their comrades no matter what. The director said that he understood and he would contact the special police department just in case. There was blood spreading on the floor. Jongseo told the director that it was an attack. The intelligence chief sat next to the corpse, looking at the protagonist. He said that 5 permanent and 8 temporary members of the guild were dead. The protagonist looked down with a cold gaze, thinking that the casualties were greater than he thought. The intelligence chief was covering the corpse with a sheet. Hyunjin asked that no one from the special police department had come. Jongseo said that if they retreated, they wouldn't have suffered such casualties. The protagonist turned his back on the intelligence chief, telling him to help the CEO and he would take care of the special squad's problem. Jongseo said that he understood. Hyunjin narrowed his eyes in displeasure, thinking that the CEO had definitely contacted them, which meant that they were blatantly ignoring them. The guild leader pressed the phone to his ear, thinking that let's see how long they can continue this. The hunter glared at the front with an evil gaze. Seokju asked that it was the great Hyunjin. The protagonist widened his eyes. He tilted his head, smiling happily, asking how he was doing. Seokju smiled widely, holding the phone to his ear. He told him not to even ask, since he was up to his ears in work ever since he was assigned to the 3rd Investigation Department. The protagonist walked down the road, kicking a pebble. He apologized to Seokju for asking him a favor when he hadn't called him in a long time, asking if he could do him a favor. The protagonist's friend asked why he was being so serious, noting that of course he could ask him for anything since they were friends. Brown-haired stretched out his hand in front of him, looking at his colleague. Hyunjin asked if he knew any journalists working for famous newspapers or radio stations. Seokju said he knew a few, asking what it was. Hunter said he would get a scoop soon. The leader smirked contentedly as he looked at his phone. Teeman closed his eyes and tilted his head. He said that the special police unit had sent out a search party, adding that it must be hard for them to sit back and do nothing after everyone had taken notice of what was happening. The protagonist crossed his legs while sitting at the table, asking the leader how many people they had sent out. Teeman said that they had sent out 2 units and a platoon, making a total of 120 people. Teeman smiled slightly as he looked at the leader. He said that the platoon was stationed in the guild building, and the 2 units were divided into groups and sent to the highways and underground tunnels that their guild most often used to travel. The protagonist placed his hand on the table, looking at the director. He said that in any case, since they had to watch their reputation in front of the public from now on, the Anderson Guild would stop attacking for a while. Hyunjin tapped his finger on the table, thinking that they still didn't have any solid evidence, and he would have to look for it himself then. The hunter squinted and looked away, shrouded in a dark fog. He thought that the only one who could attack the Anderson Guild, knowing that their hands were tied, was him who had received Hassassin's blessing. The director shook his head, closing his eyes. Hyunjin said that he would stay home for a while, asking if he knew what he meant. Taemin said that he knew, and he would prepare everything necessary for his alibi. Taemin handed the headmaster some papers, saying that it was the Anderson Guild executive meeting planned for the morning. The director closed his eyes and smiled widely. He said that although he was able to obtain this information thanks to the informer he introduced him to, asking if he was impressed. The protagonist bowed to the director, thanking him. The protagonist walked towards the exit, emitting darkness, saying that he was leaving then, and let him take care of everything. The spirit said that the merciless darkness of Hassassin was enveloping him, and as long as the darkness was with him, he would become a shadow. The director smiled awkwardly, thinking that he was really amazing, and he should hurry up and prepare everything. The light illuminated the elevator doors. In front of Juwon's face, a brown door was visible. He ran into the office with a dumbfounded look, turning to the guildmaster. Juwon widened his eyes, looking at the guildmaster in confusion, telling him not to tell him, asking what he really wanted to use this for. Seongjin twirled his wine glass in his hand, sighing heavily. He smiled wickedly, leaning back in his chair, asking what he already knew about it, noting how fast. Juwon slammed his palms on the table, saying that he was the CEO and his people were running it, noting that it would be strange if he didn't know about it. Seongjin closed his eyes, placing his glass on the table, asking what was that, noting that he hadn't thought of that. The CEO furrowed his brows, looking at the guild leader with displeasure. He asked that didn't he promise not to use it, since even the special police department had gotten involved. The guild leader looked away, raising his glass to his lips, saying that a lot had changed since then. The CEO was shaking with anger. The nighttime city was visible through the windows. The director asked if he had watched the news, noting that although they had not been mentioned, it looked like they were the ones instigating this indiscriminate terrorism, and if they were going to commit a massacre, just use that. The guild leader looked at the director with displeasure. He said that like last time, he was saying things that the CEO shouldn't say, adding that all witnesses should be killed. Juwon looked at the guild leader in shock, asking what he meant by even civilians. Seongjin said that he wouldn't explain anything further and he could leave. Seongjin placed his glass on the table. Juwon said that even the Anderson Guild's managers wouldn't get away with killing so many people. Juwon's eyes widened, pursing his lips. Seongjin asked how his sister was doing. The guild leader looked down, asking what he was doing for him. He glared at the director with a furious expression, baring his teeth, telling him to do his job thoroughly then. The guildmaster waved at him as Juwon clenched his hand into a fist. Seongjin said that he could leave now as he had nothing more to say. Juwon closed his eyes, opening his mouth wide, saying that there would definitely be evidence, and if that happened, it would be Anderson. The guards grabbed the director by the arms. They began to drag Juwon out of the office. Juwon said that he couldn't do it. The director stretched out his hand in front of him, his eyes wide, calling out to the guildmaster. Blood gushed under the night sky. The protagonist's darkness moved near the building. The protagonist closed his eyes, raising his head. Behind the hunter lay the corpses of the guild members. He said that they weren't even high-ranking and he was told that there were 20 people to deal with, but they were all nothing more than weaklings. The protagonist turned his attention behind him, hearing the begging for mercy. The hunter was intimidating the guys, looking at them with an evil glare, telling them to shut up. The guy in the hat bared his teeth in annoyance, saying that it was because of weaklings like him that he was called there in the middle of the night. The brown-haired man said that they wouldn't say anything, begging for mercy. The brown-haired man bowed his head and folded his palms, saying that they would say that they didn't see anything. The hunter smiled bloodthirstily, narrowing his gaze, telling them to just look at this bastard. The guy in the hat kicked the guy in the shoulder, telling him that he had seen too much. The protagonist watched closely from behind cover, thinking that he was trying to get rid of even the witnesses, noting that he was definitely crazy. The hunter asked his partner if they should kill him and what he would say. The protagonist looked away in shock, his eyes wide. A bare human leg was visible on the ground. The guy was holding syringes in his hands, saying that he didn't even know. He smiled maliciously when his skin turned purple. He asked what could break his skull with them. Hyunjin wondered if it was a berserker. The hunter grabbed the guy by the head. He raised him above himself, looking at him with a bloodthirsty smile. The hunter said that he couldn't kill them so quickly after he finally got out of the basement for the first time in a long time, and it would be too boring. Bone spikes emerged from the berserker's back. Hyunjin thought that these strange physical mutations, there was no doubt that this was a side effect of the banned substance berserk. Hyunjin tilted his head. He looked ahead with a sly smile, thinking that it meant that the Anderson Guild was using the banned substance berserk, and this was the decisive proof he was looking for. The hunter was clutching the boy's head, who was shedding tears and begging for mercy. A bright lightning flashed through the space. The protagonist deftly attacked the hunters with his lightning, cutting their bodies. In front of Hyunjin's eyes, a mutated hunter was visible. He thought that was all that was left to do. Hyunjin slashed at the hunter, sparking blue lightning. The hunter grinned maliciously as he blocked the strike, saying that it seemed like the rat had come uninvited. The hunter knocked the guildmaster back with one blow, noting that even though he had not been informed of this sudden visit, the guildmaster clutched his sword in his hand, sparking golden lightning. The protagonist picked up his shield and sword, glaring at his opponent with a furious expression. Hyunjin asked what the Anderson Guild had injected him with illegal substances. The hunter slammed his foot into the ground, breaking it. He said that he must have had a disagreement with the Anderson Guild, apologizing for having already beheaded all of those bastards. The hunter jumped towards the protagonist, sticking out his tongue, telling him not to worry as he would be next. The leader gritted his teeth, his eyes wide. The spirit said that the shield of justice Carthago protects him. As long as the great protector is with him, nothing will threaten him. The protagonist was thrown into the ground. He opened his mouth wide, spitting out blood, thinking about the blessing of Carthago. The hunter folded his arms above his head, jumping at Hyunjin. The leader thought that it had no effect on him. The protagonist jumped to the side as the hunter slammed the ground. Lightning began to emanate from the sword. The spirit said that the sword of courage Sedan is with him, and the blade will not be broken until his righteous anger is crushed. The mutated hunter dodged the protagonist's sword. The protagonist glared at the hunter, thinking that even the sword of Sedan. The bald-headed guy smiled widely, stretching out his arms in front of him. He grabbed Hyunjin's leg with his huge hand. The hunter lifted the leader above himself, slamming him into the ground. The leader lay motionless on the ground, his eyes rolled up. The hunter asked him if he was out of breath. The bald-headed guy squatted down, asking why he decided to go there and get into trouble without even bringing reinforcements. The hunter lifted the protagonist's motionless body. He said that it would be a pity to kill him right away, asking that maybe he should cut off his arms first. The protagonist squinted at the guy, thinking that the blessings did not work because of his physical changes. Black silhouettes were visible on the ground nearby. Hyunjin thought that he still had to protect the witnesses and the Lace Guild members. The protagonist recalled the image of his family. The hunter covered his face with his hand because of the bright light. Hyunjin widened his eyes. The image of a golden warrior appeared in front of him. The spirit said that the defender of justice Durandal pays tribute to his fair judgment. The spirit and will of Durandal are with him. The guardian of justice extended his sword towards the protagonist's forehead. Wreaths appeared above the leader's head as he looked up in surprise. The spirit stated that as long as he remained on the side of justice, he would not abandon him. The hunter watched in confusion, asking how this happened. Hyunjin rose to his feet, emitting a bright golden light. The hunter asked how such a wound could heal in an instant. The leader held the sword tightly in his hand. Hyunjin said that he asked him why he was asking for trouble without reinforcements, adding that it was a pity to inform him, but he did have reinforcements. The protagonist extended his sword in front of him, smiling widely, saying that it was an army of 990,000 warriors. Gray clouds were visible in the night sky. A golden bright flash appeared in the sky. A huge pillar of energy struck from it straight into the ground. People crowded near the unfinished building. The brown-haired man closed his eyes, shedding tears. The brunette asked if he was okay, noting that he was safe now. The brown-haired man thanked him. The brunette said that he knew how hard it was for him, asking him to try to explain what happened. The guild leader smirked contentedly as he watched the scene. The brown-haired man said that he happened to be passing by and saw someone get killed. Hyunjin thought that it was fortunate that the witnesses had survived and that the Anderson Guild would soon be closed. The leader closed his eyes and tilted his head. The director called out to the guild master. Hyunjin turned his attention to Taemin, who was carrying cups of coffee. The director said that he had been through a lot, noting that he had already contacted the department. The protagonist walked past the director, closing his eyes. Taemin asked if he was leaving already. The protagonist said that if he stayed there, the alibi they had worked so hard on would be useless. Taemin smiled widely, tilting his head to the side. He said that he hoped he would return safely, asking him to check the internet again the next day. The protagonist looked at the director with a puzzled grin. Taemin said that there would be some funny news. Seongjin smashed his glass on the floor, asking what was going on. He bared his teeth in anger, asking that they couldn't deal with just one witness. Jiwon's eyes widened in horror, pursing his lips. Seongjin called out to the director. The guild leader slapped Jiwon, asking that he didn't feel sorry for his weak little sister, telling him to see how bad it was. Seongjin bared his golden fangs, saying that this was his last chance. Seongjin added that he wanted him to bring him Hyunjin's head. Articles were visible on the internet. They said that the CEO of the Lace Guild had revealed who was behind the massacre and the tragedy in the city center. The hunter leaned on the table, looking at his phone happily. He told Taemin that he had done a good job, thanking him for his work, adding that he didn't think the news would spread like that. The CEO beamed with happiness, as if red rose petals were swirling around him. He said that although he was a B-rank hunter, his work was good enough for an SSS rank. The guild leader grinned in confusion, watching the CEO's joy. Taemin said that he would do anything for him. Hyunjin thought that for some reason, he was more enthusiastic than usual that day. Taemin put his fist to his mouth, smiling slightly. He said that they had actually contacted the special police force and they said that they would take action if they handed over their evidence unofficially. The hunter crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Taemin with a smile. He said that it was better not to hand over anything then, especially if there was a chance to negotiate with the Andersons. The director clenched his hand into a fist, saying that besides, they were asking them to give them everything unofficially so that they could take all the credit for it. The director was furious, saying that despite the fact that they ignored all their requests to copy them, calling them shameless. Ji-won nervously tapped his foot on the floor. The director said that there was one more thing. Ji-won lowered his head, resting his hands on his legs. Taemin said that the executive director of the Anderson Guild, Ji-won, had requested an official meeting. Hyunjin asked when he would arrive. Ji-won raised his head, his mouth slightly open. Children were playing in front of him. The director said that he was already waiting in the lobby, noting that he said he would wait as long as it took, adding that he had no idea what was wrong with him. The director pursed his lips, narrowing his eyes. The protagonist narrowed his eyes at Taemin, telling him to go through. The door to the office opened slightly. The director bowed to the protagonist, standing in front of him. He thanked him for accepting his sudden request for a meeting, saying that he was Lee Ji-won in service of the Anderson Guild and it was an honor to finally meet him. A golden badge appeared in front of the protagonist's eye. Hyunjin told Ji-won that it was the same. The spirit said that Romanov's eyes were now with him, a piercing gaze that saw through everyone. Ji-won closed his eyes, turning his head to the side. A plaque appeared above him, reading Honorary Assassin. The leader looked at the director with a serious look, thinking that he was different from Seongjin, a greedy slave trader. The director looked at the floor with narrowed eyes. Hyunjin thought that they were clearly on bad terms. The protagonist stared at Ji-won with his mouth slightly open, suggesting to get straight to the point, asking what the purpose of his visit was. Ji-won said that he heard that the department would be intervening. An orange light illuminated the office table. Ji-won said that he believed that he had information related to their guild. Hyunjin asked what he wanted. The hunter tilted his head to the side, narrowing his eyes. The director said that their guild master said that if he agreed to the deal, they were willing to give them 3 rank weapons and establish a mutually beneficial relationship. Hyunjin told him to stop. Ji-won looked at the guild leader in shock, his mouth open. The leader said that he meant what Seongjin really wanted, adding that he should stop beating around the bush and say it already. Ji-won kept his hands behind his back, clutching a dagger in his palm, saying that he came to negotiate. Hyunjin said that he was a liar and would ask him again. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, saying that there was something that he, or rather Seongjin, wanted, asking what he wanted him to guess. Ji-won nervously clenched his teeth. Hyunjin asked that Seongjin, who had helped with his sister's medical bills before, was now holding her hostage. Ji-won looked at the protagonist in shock. The hunter asked that he told him to bring his head or something. The director asked how he knew. Ji-won began to put his dagger away in the storage. Hyunjin noted that he could see his blade, and he should put it away and not act stupid again. The protagonist crossed his legs, closing his eyes. He said that even if they didn't have evidence, the department would have spoken out in 3 days, asking what he didn't know. The protagonist bowed his head, squinting at the floor. He said that if they intervened, the unofficial war would have to end. The leader asked if he had counted how many of their hunters had died in these 3 days, adding that it would be difficult for them to do anything because of public opinion, but things were different for them. Ji-won grinned evilly, frowning, noting that apparently he wanted something from him. Ji-won's eyes widened in bewilderment. Hyunjin told him to bring as many higher-ranking hunters as he could to their guild and join his guild. Ji-won asked what he was saying. The leader said that he didn't believe that the stupid Seongjin would be able to build such a guild, noting that he was sure that someone else was doing some of the work. The protagonist extended his hand, looking at Ji-won with a crazy look, telling him to take his hand. Ji-won looked at the leader in horror, clutching his head with his hand. He said that the guild master would definitely kill his sister since he was completely crazy. The protagonist glared at the director, slamming his fist on the armrest. He said that nothing would change if he just stood there. There was a huge chandelier lying on the floor in the middle of a destroyed office. Hyunjin asked that he really thought that he would just sit there like that, despite the fact that he had an informant watching his guild master. Ji-won asked about the informant. The protagonist imagined Seongjin's huge shadow, with eyes watching him. Hyunjin asked if it weren't for him, how did he think he knew their plans exactly? Jae-ah sat by the door, hugging her knees to her chest. The CEO told him to think about it, adding that he would only work with him for 3 more days at most. Jae-ah shook in fear, biting her nail. The CEO opened his mouth wide. He said that he had to make a choice, either stay there and die with most of the management, or join them and protect the people dear to him. The CEO stood with his back to them, his head down. He opened his mouth slightly, asking about his sister. Ji-won's sister was lying on the bed, fast asleep. Ji-won closed his eyes as tears flowed out, asking if he could ask him to protect her too. The protagonist pursed his lips and nodded his head in approval. Ji-won gritted his teeth, looking at the protagonist with hope. A shadow emanated from the headmaster's leg. He said that he didn't know what his intentions were, saying that he was simply protecting his guild from the Andersons' attacks. The headmaster's hand shook slightly. He said that he was the one who sent the soldiers to him, and if he wanted, he could climb the guillotine himself. Ji-won clenched his hand into a fist, baring his teeth, saying that if he still offered him his hand despite this, then he would accept. Ji-won turned to leave, wiping his tears with his hand, saying that he would be right back. The office doors slammed shut. Taemin looked ahead warily, narrowing his eyes. The protagonist raised his head, looking at the headmaster. Taemin asked if this was really okay. The headmaster pulled his hands back, closing his eyes. Taemin said that Ji-won said that his relationship with Seongjin had gotten worse, asking if they could trust him. The headmaster said that of course. Ji-won stepped his foot into the hall. Hyunjin asked the director if he hadn't heard what he said earlier. Ji-won looked at the children resting on the sofa. Hyunjin noted that he had said exactly what he had said. Ji-won saw himself and his younger sister and the children. He pressed his lips tightly. Hyunjin noted that he would be back soon. The night sky stretched out above the city. The hunters looked at the director in shock, their mouths open, asking if this was true. The director crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the hunters. The brown-haired man asked if the Lace Guild really wanted them to join them. The brunette told him to keep his voice down. The director turned his head, looking at his surprised comrades, saying that it was true. Ji-won looked straight ahead with a serious expression. His eyes narrowed. He said that the Lace Guild wanted him to bring as many hunters from their guild as possible. The hunters were completely confused, their eyes wide. Ji-won said that was why he was telling the two of them about this proposal. The brunette slightly opened his mouth, asking if it was a trap. Ji-won frowned in displeasure, squeezing his eyes shut. The hunter said that they were the ones who attacked the Lace Guild, asking how they could accept them. His comrade said that he was right, and it was too dangerous. Ji-won asked if they were aware of the Anderson Guild's situation. The director recalled Seongjin's furious expression. He said that Seongjin had lost all common sense and had fallen for Hyunjin's provocation and committed a reckless murder, and that was not all. The director recalled Jae's mad expression, saying that he had even killed a member of the Lace Guild and ordered the witnesses to be captured and killed. The director presented the image of a mad berserker, saying that the worst thing was that he went so far as to use it. The hunters looked at the director in horror, their mouths agape. Brown-haired raised his hand, looking at the director, saying that it was impossible, asking what he meant by using berserker and wasn't it strictly forbidden by the guild association rules. Ji-won looked at the guys with a serious expression, saying that it was, and Seongjin broke that rule. But in the end, the berserker didn't kill anyone because someone knocked him out. Brown-haired looked at the floor in confusion, his eyes wide, not understanding who was capable of defeating this monster. Ji-won closed his eyes and tilted his head, saying that it was enough chatter since they didn't have time. The protagonist's mouth dropped open, looking at Jungseo. Ji-won said that the Lace Guild has evidence that their guild was behind the past attacks. The director presented a bunch of papers, one of which had a lion emblem. Ji-won said that moreover, in 3 days, the Special Police Department will begin an invasion, asking if Anderson can hold out until then. Seongjin bared his teeth in annoyance. The director imagined people crying bloody tears over the tower. Ji-won said that Anderson is nothing more than a tower made of blood. He narrowed his eyes, saying that now the Anderson Guild is nothing more than a vulnerable uninhabited house, which means. The hunters looked at the director in confusion. The brown-haired man asked what he meant. The brunette said that other guilds that harbored a grudge against them will. An explosion occurred behind the guys. The director and the guys looked towards the explosion in horror. Sounds for help were heard from the office. Ji-won said that he was dead. He raised his hand, creating a stream of water. Ji-won covered himself in water, clenching his hand into a fist, telling the boys to get as many executives out of there as possible. The brown-haired man looked back at the director with a serious expression. Ji-won said that he would buy them some time to escape. The boys went in different directions. Ji-won said that they should only save those who would be useful to them, and that they could not save everyone. The director moved in the stream of water, thinking that in the end, everything turned out this way. He gritted his teeth, squinting his eyes, thinking that he was slowly soaking through with blood, and did not even realize that he was drowning. On the table there was a framed photo and a bouquet of flowers. Ji-won thought that his death would be an atonement for his sins. The protagonist and the director sat near Ji-won's sister's bed, smiling happily. Ji-won thought, what if he survived? Seongjin opened his mouth wide, telling the director to come out right now. A trembling silhouette of a man could be seen in the room, asking for help. Seongjin was looking at the phone in anger when a hunter burst in, calling out to him. The hunter was stabbed with a weapon. He said that they were in trouble and the guild was suddenly attacked. The hunter's blood was spread on the floor. The man stepped on the dead body of the hunter, telling Seongjin that it had been a while since they had seen each other. The guild leader's eyes widened, looking at the man in confusion, asking who he was. The man bared his teeth in displeasure, asking that he had forgotten about him, noting that he clearly remembered his face when looking in the mirror. Seongjin was kneeling in front of the crowd of hunters. The man said that it turned out that he was not the only one, adding that he did not know that there were so many people who wanted to see him again as much as he did. The hunter stood with his back turned, tensing up. Seongjin cupped his hands in front of his face, begging for mercy. The man with scars on his face stared at the guild master. Seongjin said that he would beg them as much as they wanted, so he was asking them to just spare his life. The guild master's eyes widened. The reflection of the building was visible in the pool of blood, from which a piercing cry of pain was heard. Gray clouds floated across the night sky. Hyunjin told Juwon that he managed to bring back 36 hunters along with him. Juwon stood in front of the protagonist with a battered look, saying that this was all that was left of the Anderson Guild's main management force. The protagonist looked at the papers, covering his face with them. Juwon told Hyunjin about Anderson. The leader peeked out from behind the papers, looking at the director with a smile. He said that he knew that they were attacked by other guilds that had been holding a grudge against him until then. The director looked at the protagonist with a dumbfounded expression, asking how he knew what had happened recently. A black mist slightly appeared from behind the protagonist's shoulder. The leader looked at the director with a bloodthirsty gaze, asking that didn't he tell him that he had a personal informant. Juwon raised an eyebrow, looking at the leader with a confused expression. The protagonist said that Seongjin and Jaeil were the leaders at the time, and after Anderson lost its leader, it would be disbanded very soon. Juwon thought that he was so impressive. The leader smiled contentedly, saying that he should be confident since he was no longer in danger. Juwon looked at the protagonist with a surprised expression, his eyes widening. Hyunjin welcomed Juwon to the Lace Guild. Juwon looked at the protagonist in surprise. Hyunjin said that he didn't have to feel guilty about joining them anymore. The protagonist looked at Juwon with a relaxed expression, leaning on his hand. Juwon asked why he became more polite. The leader said that he became his ally, so he shouldn't talk to him informally. Taemin poked his hand at the leader's shoulder in displeasure. Hyunjin said that he was just shouting earlier to set the mood. Taemin asked if it was just for that. The leader stood up from his chair, saying that he was probably at a loss, but he came back once all the problems were settled. He put his hand on Juwon's shoulder, saying that he knew he had been a bit busy lately. Hyunjin looked at Juwon with a devilish smile, squeezing his shoulder. He said that he had been up all night trying to lure someone away without further consequences. The red-haired guy's mouth dropped open in confusion. Hyunjin said that they would talk about transferring the rest of the staff tomorrow. The director told him to be careful on the way home. Juwon smirked contentedly when an angry Taemin appeared behind him. Taemin tilted his head to the side, looking intimidatingly at the red-haired guy, calling out to him. Taemin pointed his finger at the director in displeasure, telling him to wipe that smirk off his face. The director thought he was jealous. Taemin widened his eyes, saying that the guild leader had done a lot for him, but he was still the most outstanding member of the guild, asking if he understood. The director smiled confusedly, raising his eyebrows, saying that he would try to remember. He thought that this was what they called the local hierarchy of power and he needed to be careful. Taemin looked behind him, asking if they should go to the roof for a second. The director looked at Taemin warily, wondering if this place was the same as the Anderson Guild. Gray clouds could be seen from the roof. Taemin said that the guild leader was a good person. The director closed his eyes, standing at the railing, saying that although there were many obstacles, the leader did not break under their onslaught. Juwon pursed his lips, looking at the director with concern. Taemin said that it was very likely that he could not help but offer his hand to those suffering for the safety of his loved ones. The director looked at the red-haired boy. Juwon said that he was not a fool, and he understood the meaning of the favor they did for him. The director looked at the boy with annoyance, frowning. Juwon said that since his subordinates were transferring there with him, he planned to keep his personal feelings to himself as much as possible. Juwon stood in front of the director with his hands behind his back. Taemin asked why he was standing like that, noting that if anyone saw them, they would think he was making fun of him. The director lit a cigarette with a lighter, saying that apparently that was the method used in the Anderson Guild, adding that he shouldn't think that it was the same in the Lace Guild. The director grabbed Juwon by the shirt, telling him to let him say that before he left. Taemin held the boy over the cliff. Juwon hung over the cliff while Taemin held him. The director said that despite the mercy the director had shown him, he personally wasn't happy with the situation. Juwon bared his teeth, glaring at the director with displeasure. Taemin said that trying to recruit someone who was against their guild by sacrificing so much money and people, asking what if after everything they had done, that bastard decided to betray them. Taemin closed his eyes and smiled widely, saying that if he could do it his way, he would let go of his hand. A sound was heard in the darkness. The director threw Juwon to the side. He waved his hand at him as he walked towards the exit. Teeman said that it would end badly for him if he disappointed the head, and even if the head decided not to interfere, he would not stand idly by, noting that he would be keeping a close eye on him, so he should try his best. Teeman stopped abruptly. He looked at Ju-won with a mischievous smile, putting his finger to his mouth, saying that he wanted to warn him just in case that he better not do bullying on the rooftop, since the head hated it. Ju-won looked at the director with annoyance, his brows furrowed. Teeman walked towards the exit while whistling a tune, while Ju-won sat on the floor. Ju-won thought, what a nasty character. The director lowered his head, clutching his head with his hands. He said that he was scary, but different from Seongjin, adding that he thought that everything would be resolved once he left the Anderson Guild, but he faced a new challenge. The director smiled contentedly. He stood up, looking at the beautiful sunrise, saying that in any case, it seems like his connection with the Anderson Guild is over here. It was a clear day outside. The protagonist was lying on the bed, looking at his dagger. A red aura was emanating from the dagger. The spirit said that the butcher was satisfied with consuming the blood he desired. Hyunjin looked at the dagger with a serious look, thinking about when he met the Anderson Guild. Hyunjin recalled the time he fought the Berserker. He thought that ever since he encountered the Berserker, this dagger had been vibrating constantly. The hunter suddenly stood up from the bed, asking what the appraiser said, that the butcher gets stronger as he grows. He looked at the dagger with a mischievous grin, saying that since he said he was satisfied, it was about time to reveal its new power. The appraiser smiled widely, greeting the protagonist. In the case was a dagger. Hyunjin said that he wanted to order an appraisal for this item. The appraiser said that it was fully charged with mana. The brown-haired man raised his hand over the dagger, emitting a blue aura, saying that judging by the amount, it was an A rank item. The protagonist looked at the dagger in surprise, saying that it was a B rank when it was first appraised. The appraiser said that he should know then that this item becomes stronger as it grows, and he must have used it well, noting that his rank had been raised. The leader leaned over to the paper that the appraiser handed over. The appraiser said that it was an appraisal report, and that a new ability had apparently been discovered. The leader asked if it was blade control. Hyunjin looked up in surprise as the blade began to shine in the air. Hyunjin smiled happily as he looked at the dagger's changed form. He grabbed it in his hand, thinking that this was more than enough. The protagonist walked outside, holding the phone to his ear. The director said that it was him. Hyunjin asked what was wrong. Hyunjin stopped abruptly, holding the phone. The director said that he heard the news that the Lace Guild had been awarded the silver rank. The leader's eyes widened, looking away. He covered his mouth with his hand, ignoring the director's words. The protagonist stood with his back turned, looking into the distance, thinking that he had done it. Hunter made his move, thinking that finally. Teeman said that he would explain the details in the office, adding that if he told them his location, he would send a car to him. The protagonist abruptly rushed down the street. Teeman pressed the phone to his ear, asking the head if he could hear. The protagonist abruptly opened the doors to the office, while the headmaster stood there with a puzzled look. The protagonist looked at the headmaster with a happy expression, who was surprised by his arrival. Hyunjin asked that their guild had become silver. Hunter smirked contentedly, looking intently at Teeman. The director said that it was true, however, it was only for 2 weeks since the spot occupied by the Anderson Guild became vacant after they disbanded. The director closed his eyes, making a number 2 with his fingers. He said that as far as he knew, in order for the spot to be reserved for them, they needed to clear 3 A-rank dungeons, and they were given a period of 2 weeks. Hyunjin said that they were starting from now. The director looked at the leader in shock, frowning. Hyunjin said that he needed to talk to the captain of the clearing team. The guild leader showed the director his changed dagger, saying that it just so happened that he had a new ability that he wanted to try out. The protagonist sat in a chair, while Hansu drew with a marker. Hansu said that if they captured a dungeon with him and Han Sajin in one raid group, there would be no big problems. Hansu drew on the board with a marker, saying that 2 weeks would be more than enough, noting that it wouldn't take long to reach the dungeon, and since it was close, he could easily ask for backup if needed. The protagonist stood up from his chair, looking at the boy. He said that he had informed the first raid group of this strategy and they were ready. Hansu asked when he planned to start. The protagonist smiled contentedly, saying that in 2 days. The weather was clear above the park. Sajin turned her attention when Hyunjin called out to her. The protagonist smiled sheepishly, apologizing to her for keeping her waiting. Hyunjin sat down on the bench next to the brown-haired girl, saying that it was getting quite chilly and they should meet at the guild building. The brown-haired girl asked why, noting that she liked the cool and refreshing autumn. The sun was shining brightly in the blue sky. Sajin said that she heard from the raid group leader that they were going to take over an A-rank dungeon this time. Sajin tilted her head, smirking slightly, saying that she was participating too. The protagonist looked at Sajin in surprise, asking what she was worried about. The brown-haired girl squeezed her hand, saying that to be honest, she was worried. The brown-haired girl recalled the moments when they were attacked. She said that they were always outsiders in the orphanage, they were beaten, bullied, and tormented with threats. The protagonist pursed his lips, looking at the brown-haired girl in frustration. The healer said that maybe that was why she kept thinking about bad things. The girl closed her eyes, saying that at the same time, she had other thoughts. She raised her head, smiling widely, asking that if she overcomes this, what kind of happiness will await her. The leader widened his eyes, looking surprised. Sajin said that since they were doing something they had never dreamed of before, she looked straight ahead with a confident gaze, saying that she thought that despite her worries and fears, she could overcome all of this. The healer stroked the protagonist's hair, saying that he had come a long way. Sajin suddenly began to pound her fists on the protagonist's head, calling him a scoundrel. The healer smiled widely, blushing slightly, suggesting that they clear this dungeon at all costs. The protagonist looked at the girl with embarrassment, his eyes wide. Sajin stood up, putting her hands on her hips while Hyunjin grabbed his head. The protagonist, with a towel on his head, looked thoughtfully ahead. The protagonist remembered how Sajin put her hand on his head. Altered memories. The protagonist furiously smashed the memories with his fist, saying that it was completely unexpected. The protagonist wrapped a towel around himself as he fell onto the bed, asking why she did that since it was so unlike her. Hyunjin turned on his side, blushing slightly, saying that he needed to calm down. Hyunjin narrowed his eyes, saying that he needed to think about reaching the silver rank. Hyunjin lay on the bed, with a towel over his head, saying that he needed to become stronger. The spirit stated that his 990,000 past lives were supporting his continuous and rapid development. Romanov smiled contentedly, looking down, saying that he thought he had grown up enough, asking what they thought. Sedin and Carthago looked at Romanov with serious expressions. Romanov said that it seemed like they couldn't treat him like a child anymore. Carthago said that was interesting, turning his back, looking at all of the protagonist's previous lives. Carthago asked that even if he told him the real goal, wouldn't it be meaningless if he didn't intervene himself? One of Hyunjin's previous lives said that it was true. The red-haired spirit bared his teeth sadly, closing his eyes. He explained that since they were only here as support, he would like to ignore this wish. He immediately leaned on the dissatisfied Sedin, laughing loudly. He thought that Durandal had fallen asleep again, guessing that when that person appeared again, it should be the beginning of their flower road. The blonde was dissatisfied with such statements, asking him to stop talking nonsense. The red-haired guy bared his teeth maliciously and stated that it was a flaming flower road. Sedin pointed his finger at the sky, stating that it was definitely too late. They saw a shining hand, realizing that this guy had just appeared. They saw a shining spirit in a red, white, and red cape, realizing that it was Deus, one of the ones who had issued the challenge. All of his past life images were looking up, knowing that Deus was going to come that day anyway, and now everything was in Hyunjin's hands. The blonde looked back at Hassassin, wanting to talk to him. Hassassin had his back to him, listening to the exclamation that he shouldn't use vicious means more than necessary for Hyunjin, saying that he was preparing for that day, but Sedin wasn't happy with his methods. The blonde stared away, hearing Hassassin answer that neither he nor Durandal could stop the protagonist anymore as long as he was strong enough. He started to walk forward, and the blonde asked Hassassin if Estelle couldn't handle this situation. Hassassin thought he was talking about the Red Wizard, stating that with Hyunjin's current strength, even if he learned this magic, he wouldn't be able to use it properly. Hassassin stood in front of the blonde closely, turning to him, and answered that when that day comes, they will have to become a little tougher to win the war, and many righteous reincarnations have already been made, but the result is not very good. Hassassin looked at Sedin with displeasure. The blonde looked back with disdain. The blonde asked Hassassin not to worry because Hyunjin was doing well. The protagonist, in shock, looked up. He found himself in a black space all alone and realized that these were all his past lives and tried to understand who he would meet this time. In front of him appeared the spirit of Deus, who represented the absolute will of 990,000 lives. The protagonist looked at the bright light of the spirit in surprise, realizing that it represented all the previous 990,000 lives. The spirit stated that it was here to check one thing before interfering with his fate. The hunter inquired about this question and tried to find out what Deus wanted to test. The spirit touched Hyunjin's forehead with his finger and replied that it was something that could give him a little hope before the coming absolute despair. The protagonist stood with a dejected look in the dark place, thinking about despair. He looked down in a daze, because he thought that he would have to pay the power of past lives that he had so quickly received, but he was shocked that it would be absolute despair. Deus said that they were walking. The spirit in the white mask looked ahead and replied that he could not tell who it would be right now, but he could tell him that he would not have the slightest chance of surviving this disaster without a blessing. The protagonist looked up in bewilderment, hearing that if he received Deus' blessing, he would have a small chance of winning, but on the other hand, his enemies would know about his existence. Hyunjin asked what would happen if the enemies found out about this. The spirit replied that the enemies would send at least S-rank fighters, which would be difficult for him to handle. The protagonist frowned and asked what would happen if he did not receive the blessing. The spirit replied that the fighters would not come, but the day of reckoning would definitely come. He imagined a burning ball in his hand. The protagonist looked at the sparks of fire in amazement, and Deus noted that they could not know when it would happen, but if Hyunjin ran away now, he could buy himself some time. He tilted his head and commented on whether he would become stronger with his blessing. He immediately smiled maliciously when he heard that his strength was still not comparable to what he had now. The spirit looked down on the brunette who asked for his blessing, because he would not run away. The hunter stared up, radiating light. He was congratulated on becoming their loyal comrade, and from now on, the absolute will of Deus will interfere with his fate, and he will get a chance to win, but the enemies will learn about his existence. The planet Earth was spinning in space. The enemies noticed that there was a magical force that changed fate. The man with the pattern on his head smiled maliciously, excited that someone had already met their requirements. Drops of blood fell to the ground. Hyunjin sat on the ground in front of an army of warriors, and they shouted at him that it would be dangerous if this continued. He turned around with a bloody face and addressed the leader, saying that he had an important job for him. The silhouette of a girl reached for the rays of light. She told the leader to protect Sajin with all his might. Bloody Timon screamed furiously that he would protect her at any cost. The protagonist bared his teeth and grimaced. A man sat on a flying broom, and Hyunjin thought that he would soon lose consciousness. An entire army of warriors together with the Witcher attacked. The Witcher asked Hyunjin if he now understood that it was not worth digging in, not knowing his place. The brunette looked at Hyunjin with a sarcastic expression and said that he should have stayed in a bronze-level guild, and there was no need to flutter and bring the situation to this. The brunette bared his teeth in anger, realizing all his naivety or, on the contrary, excessive arrogance. A week earlier, the weather was sunny. Hyunjin was watching the news on the computer, which said that recently there were non-stop disappearances of hunters, and according to the distribution of the police department, there were various reasons for this. Sajin approached the protagonist, looking at the computer and saying that lately the news only said one thing. She sat on the table while Hyunjin drank tea, saying that they should strengthen the guild's defense system, because after all, the Lace Guild has not yet reached a high level. He imagined Timon furiously calling for his guild master on the battlefield. The brunette looked forward after hearing about Lace. Timon raised his hands in excitement as he officially promoted to silver. They started congratulating him while he covered his face as he thought this day would never come. Hyunjin turned to the director, praising him for his incredible work as it was all thanks to him. The director glared at him as he noted that due to their promotion, Paldalgu and Suwon had been designated as their special raid zone. The brunette scratched his head as he noted that it was in their best interest to clear this area as it had the toughest competition out of all the places. They told him that it was all true as it just so happened that the raid administration had requested their presence as well. Suddenly, the protagonist exclaimed glaringly as he was surprised that this had to be done right now as if a gate had appeared there by accident. The leader replied that they had been told that they had already contacted other guilds and were going to escort him there. The brunette lowered his head in confusion, thinking that this could have been the chance that Deus had sent. Clear weather stood over the city. The guys were greeted by the leader of the 2nd Suian Observation Head Team, Park Sijun. The leader leaned his hands on the table in front of the guys, noting that they had little time and he wanted to be brief. The protagonist listened to the speech with folded arms in surprise. They were told that the urgency of the raid was that the supposed location was located in Paldalgu and in Jaidong, and the approximate difficulty of the raid was a record or rank. The guys began to chat vigorously while the others listened. The brown-haired man told the protagonist that the people here were other guild masters and representatives of Paldalgu, as well as the rest of the retinue. A bright screen illuminated the room. Sijun concluded that for the Lace Guild, raids would be different from dungeons. The brown-haired man said with his eyes closed that the monsters would appear from a suddenly formed spatial gate, and in that case, fortunately, the raid detection system would notice it in advance. The red-haired girl smiled maliciously, ironically noting that Lace was also sent to their special zone. The red-haired girl, being Ju Hyori, the vice guild master of the Great Dragon Guild, looked ahead mockingly. She was informed that the Lace Guild had the appropriate qualifications, as it was promoted to a silver-level guild. She immediately replied ironically in that case that she wanted to ask the guild master of Lace if they were going to use their priority rights. The protagonist stared through his bangs when Hyori was introduced to him from the side. He explained that he was going to use them, because in the end, these rights were given to them completely fairly. The girl happily raised her hand, explaining that in this case, the guild would not use their priorities, and she just wanted to see how good the Lace Guild would be. The man sat on the chair. Other people began to join in, saying that in this case, the Blade Guild would not use their priorities either, like Hellfire and the others. Sijun angrily shouted at Hyori, asking her if she was really going to play with people's lives. The girl crossed her legs and mockingly replied that she did not say that they would not block raids, reminding him that the protagonist said that he was going to use the priority rights. The protagonist looked ahead with a cold-blooded expression, realizing that this was all ill-intentioned. Hyori looked haughtily from under her brows and said that when the children with great dreams who had just emerged from bronze said that they wanted to face the raid, they did not want to hinder them, because in that case they would not declare their priority rights. Hyori immediately jumped up when Hyunjin said with a smile that they would use exclusive rights instead. The girl with an evil grin looked straight ahead, asking again if she had misheard. The main character looked ahead with a shining gaze, and the message from the spirit that Romanov's eyes stopped on her, and the all-knowing gaze delved straight into the very essence of things. The red-haired girl became excited and stood up when she was considered as a greedy ally. Hyori noted that it did not matter how fearless he was and wanted to see respect from him, and asked him to learn to read the atmosphere and keep quiet. She immediately put her foot on the table. She stood arrogantly over the indifferent hunter and noted that if he continued to be tactless, she might get angry. The protagonist glared at the girl, telling her not to talk down to him. She was immediately amazed and dumbfounded by such a statement. Hyori was angry in front of the protagonist, baring her teeth. The guy did not understand what scared her so much, and Sijin said that since the other guilds refused to use priorities, Lace would be in an exclusive position. The girl was very angry and clenched her fist. She glared at the guy, biting her finger, realizing that he had done something disgusting in her opinion. Hyori headed for the exit when they tried to stop her. However, she had already made up her mind. She placed her hands on her hips and looked back haughtily, replying that she would use this opportunity to teach the hunter a lesson and show him what would happen if he disrespected a gold-level guild. Orange clouds crossed in the blue sky. Hyunjin was asked if he would really use these exclusive rights. The brunette looked at Sijin nearby and replied that even if so, wouldn't it just give them control of the frontal position, noting that the other guilds would be slightly behind and it wouldn't turn into a disaster. The guild leader replied that even if disasters were rare, it wasn't that they didn't happen. The brown-haired man sighed in relief when he heard the reassuring phrase that there was no need to worry and that they would definitely succeed. The main character's eyes widened as he sipped his drink. Sijin told him that awakened hunters always achieved what others thought was impossible, so he would trust Hyunjin this time too. The man covered his mouth with a dumbfounded expression when asked if he was very friendly. He fidgeted nervously and fidgeted with his fingers when asked if he would allow the Lace Guild, which he had just met, to use the exclusive rights without objection. A red skull with horns and a grin. Of all the guilds that were already in the raid zone in Paldalku, the Great Demon Guild was the only one that was gold ranked. Hyori smiled maliciously with her back to the man. Sijin added that they didn't know who was behind them, but they were constantly holding their position, and it was strange that the other gold-ranked guilds didn't interfere at all. The brown-haired man grabbed his head, feeling confused since he had a bad feeling about these people anyway, and found their actions rather suspicious. The brunette looked ahead with a smile and asked him if this was why Sijin decided it was time to overthrow the Great Demon Guild. The brown-haired man frowned deeply and opened his mouth wide, answering in agreement, since he had no choice since this opportunity arose. He immediately began to scream hysterically about whether Hyunjin even knew that this conversation was supposed to remain a secret, and told the guy to keep his mouth shut anyway. The brunette held his head and cried mockingly, adding that by the way, if the guild fell during the raid, Hyunjin would have to compensate for all the damages, and because of the attention of the Great Demon Guild, they had no way to support Lace in this area. The brunette looked away with a smile, trying to calm the guild leader down, saying that everything would go smoothly. The two of them entered Juwon's room. The red-haired guy looked at the brunette in surprise, noting that he had really been hatching the plan for the exclusive right for a long time. Juwon anxiously leaned against Hyunjin's back, explaining that there weren't many specialists who were able to participate in something like this. The brunette yawned and said that he was aware of it. He immediately looked at his phone, causing Juwon to grimace. Hyunjin raised his index finger and looked around, noting that he had an ace up his sleeve, and this raid would definitely be successful. The protagonist held the phone, imagining the patronage of the spirit deus with his revelation. He accepted the consequences and shouldered the fate of disobeying the predetermined fate. Hanseok picked up the phone under the pink sky and introduced himself as the leader of the regular raid Team Lace, and was very surprised when Hyunjin himself contacted him first. It was already getting dark over the city. A guy with a beard named Choi Hanseok greeted the protagonist, noting that this was their first meeting since the last raid. They shook hands with a smile. The brown-haired man assumed that Hyunjin had finally decided to join their guild. The hunter thanked Hanseok for coming here so soon. Juwon whispered to the leader if it was by chance the leader of the popular raid Team Lace, noting that the guildmaster's connections really impressed him. The brunette clapped his hands above his head and explained that it was awkward for him to say that right after they met, but he wanted to get to the point right away, thinking that they should talk about what he had suggested to him on the phone. The light was shining brightly in the dark room. Han-seok sighed and realized that they should be talking about something else and tried to guess again. He smiled mockingly and raised his finger, suggesting that Lace had received a chance for priority, in which case the hunter would probably want to ask for support from the raid teams. The brunette enthusiastically declared that they had actually put forward an exclusive chance, not a priority one. Their silhouettes were in the same room behind the sofas. Han-seok started laughing hard as he was impressed and praised his courage, asking about how difficult the raid would be this time. He was told that it was the highest rank. The brunette sat on the couch and smiled when asked ironically about how the other guilds would just sit and watch at this point. The guy answered that the only thing he knew was that the gates had to be closed. Hyunjin looked ahead with a sly look, saying that as a reward, Han-seok and his guild would be able to get many interesting things. A message from the spirit. Following the revelations, he was creating a connection that could change his fate. Han-seok raised his eyebrows in confusion when he heard that including their friendship with the Lace Guild and also magic stones. The brown-haired man wondered about how much they could get from this. A message from the spirit that this connection would connect them with a person who should overcome his absolute despair. The brunette stared ahead through his bangs and replied that it was a 20% share. The brown-haired man nodded his head, agreeing to such conditions. Han-seok stood in the clearing in front of the fighters, informing them that the said B-class hunter troops would arrive once the gate opened. The brunette walked forward, casting a shadow. He replied that it was wonderful and thanked his colleague for the timely preparations, despite the fact that the request was made in a hurry. Han-seok tilted his head and smirked when asked about why he came all the way to their camp to tell him this. Han-seok slapped Hyunjin on the shoulder, realizing that friendship with his guild was indeed a nice thing. But no matter how much he thought about it, he noted the brunette's value and was not willing to let him go so easily. The protagonist exclaimed from such a slap on the shoulder. The brown-haired man pointed his hand to the sky, shouting that it was never too late to join them. Han-seok looked at the sky in admiration, hugging the hunter, and explained that he should quit his hard life as a guild master and offered to raid dungeons with them, but the hunter refused. Han-seok began to shake the protagonist, imagining Hansu falling from the sky, thinking that all raid leaders could be so reckless. The brown-haired man mockingly pointed his fingers at the protagonist, ironically saying that he did not have the words to give up in his vocabulary and was going to come later, and warned that he was ready for this. The brunette replied that he would accept him at any time. The protagonist crossed his arms and smirked when his leader from behind said that Han-seok's hand was too heavy and he could feel it in his bones. He knew that it would be rude to speak about someone who came to help them. The guys heard him say it out loud after all. Hyunjin looked at the scene with a shining gaze, as Deus had given him a revelation, and now he was connected to it. He saw a video of Han-seok laughing with his guys. He saw him as a believer in justice, and this name did not seem bad to the brunette at all. The protagonist put his hand to the earphone and told the guy to try to keep the earphone even during the fight. The brown-haired guy along with the other guys looked away, and they were told about the attacks when the first team, where the leader Kim Han-sajin and he were going to go forward, and Han-seok, if he stopped receiving a response from them, would immediately retreat. The squad saw a magic dome in the sky, which meant that the gates were open and the area would soon be rebuilt, so they would be shocked. Behind the tree stood a girl in a hat. She bared her teeth sarcastically with a demonic look. Thick clouds floated in the sky. The protagonist with an earpiece was walking in the fog and heard it over the radio. The brunette looked to the side and shouted for the guys to protect their eyes and continue on their way. He thought that this was the magic that made it difficult to use his vision. A message from the spirit, where the insidious laughter of Hassassin warned him of danger because someone was aiming for his heart. The main character looked ahead in shock when he was warned of danger from behind. A knight in armor rushed past the silhouettes of people. The hunter opened his mouth wide, looking at what was happening. He saw a fighter in a helmet with red eyes, realizing that it was living armor, and realized that it would be difficult to resist it without magic. He also understood that the monsters should have gathered deep inside the gate. A group of knights stood in front of the protagonist's squad, who shouted that he would create a path to the center of the gate and ordered the rest to protect Sajin. The guy immediately rushed to fly into the attack, shouting that they would attack at the same time. A message from the spirit that the valiant sword Seddon was with him and it would not break unless righteous valor fell. A blue bolt of lightning cut through the air. The protagonist rushed through the knights, cutting them with his sword. He immediately looked back and angrily shouted that it was necessary to act now. The rest of the squad rushed to run into battle. The protagonist bared his teeth, fighting the monsters. He dodged the swing of the monster's light beam when he was healed. The brown-haired woman emitted yellow rays of aura from herself. She opened the electric barrier of the holy shield, throwing back the enemies. At this time, the protagonist jumped high. He delivered a crushing blow from above, cutting the enemy. He looked up in alarm, thinking that this place was here. They looked at the red sphere in the sky, realizing that it was the center of the gate. He asked about the others and Teeman answered over the radio that they were fine and it was easier to defend themselves since the monsters had gathered around them. An aura was emitting from the red brand on the armor. The guys suggested closing the enemy and getting out before they disappeared. The dead fighter was emitting a red aura from his mouth. Sajin leaned over excitedly, feeling a sudden flow of mana. The enemy swung a long blade. The protagonist immediately protected Sajin, cutting the enemy. Suddenly, all the monsters began to resurrect and surround the guys. Hyunjin saw a sorceress flying in the sky on a scythe, who greeted him and reminded him that they had met before. The protagonist looked up in amazement. Hyori looked at the guy with a mocking grin, saying that she was dying to see him again. Hyunjin grabbed his sword in anger, remembering that girl from the Great Demon Guild, and asked her about the purpose of her visit. She grabbed her stomach and started laughing loudly, realizing that Lace was using exclusive rights in this territory. She looked at the guy haughtily, holding her head. She smirked at the fact that Hyunjin actually thought that she came here for this raid. The brunette looked back mockingly when she called him a scoundrel who had just entered the silver level and was already disrespectful in front of her, and so she was not willing to turn a blind eye to it. The hunter noted with irony that the girl appeared here because of what happened back then in the administration. Hyori bit her finger until it bled and replied that she was the kind of person who would only be satisfied if she gave back what she got. She waved her hand with blood, noting that she had come for revenge. She stared ahead with her magical gaze. The brunette opened her mouth in alarm and said that mana was rapidly recovering and they should be more careful. Teeman looked ahead with anger and said that according to the information they had, Vice Guildmaster Hyori was an awakened one who specialized in support and her combat capabilities should not be too high. A message from the spirit that the insidious warning of Hassassin hovered near his ear. The brunette grabbed his blade, realizing that the girl was trying to kill them only because they used her exclusive right. The protagonist announced through the earpiece that the rest of the guild should retreat, since the situation in the heart of the gate was not very good. The guys on the other side did not understand what this meant. He grabbed the earpiece and said that they should not have gone inside no matter what, and they would follow their example and set off soon, noting to his colleagues that it was worth staying outside. Hyori was hovering on a scythe with a red aura. Hyunjin decided to take off the earpiece. A powerful flash of light occurred near the shield. The protagonist and Sajin attacked the enemies with their skills. Hyori grinned maliciously, raising his hand with red magic, wanting to use revival since the guy was not an ordinary guy. The monsters began to gather again in pieces along with the enhancement skill. The knights in armor ran to attack the protagonist on command. They dealt him a crushing blow, and he tried to defend himself. Then he briskly swung his blade, cutting down everyone in the area. Hyunjin looked at Sajin with excitement. She was covering herself with her yellow healing aura. Then, she released a yellow beam of light to attack. The protagonist soared into the air, wanting to hit Hyori. She mockingly parried his attack. Then, she deftly dodged his light attacks with a sarcastic grin. The brunette looked at the bright star in the sky in shock. A stream of energy was directed at him, and Sajin noticed it. The guy bared his teeth, covered in blood and pain. The brunette fought with the monster, while from afar, a girl addressed him and said that it was a strengthening magic and they would not be able to fight it off while they were dealing with Hyori. The brunette deftly swung the blade against the monsters, and the brunette added that the mana of the living armor had noticeably increased. The wounded guy angrily looked up and shouted Hyori's name. Drops of blood fell to the ground. Hyunjin sat on the ground in front of an army of warriors, and they shouted at him that it would be dangerous if this continued. He turned around with a bloody face and addressed the leader, saying that he had an important job for him. The silhouette of a girl reached for the rays of light. He told the leader to protect Sajin with all his might. Bloody Teeman screamed furiously that he would protect her at any cost. The protagonist bared his teeth and grimaced. Hyori was sitting on a flying broom, and Hyunjin thought that he would soon lose consciousness. An army of warriors along with a red-haired girl attacked. Hyori asked Hyunjin if he now understood that he should not have overstepped his bounds without knowing his place. The red-haired girl looked at Hyunjin with a sarcastic expression and said that he should have stayed in the bronze level guild, and there was no need to flutter and bring the situation to this. The brunette bared his teeth in anger, realizing all his naivety. The brunette looked in front of him angrily when a message from the spirit appeared that Danchea's will was with him, and as long as there was someone next to him who needed to be protected, he would not lose. He released the blade, using blade control. The exhausted brunette hid behind the shield under the blade, realizing that it would be too dangerous to continue in this spirit, and he needed to hit her with one jerk, using the aura of the blade. The main character looked to the side, feeling the flow on his face. They saw Teeman fall to the ground. He dropped the blade and fell face down, repeating the words that it was necessary to protect on the orders of the guildmaster. A powerful energy flow hit the ground, and the girl explained that sometimes it happens that people awaken special abilities when they reach a certain level. Hyori's hair fluttered in the wind, and she explained that in her case, it was control over monsters, and that's why she had the opportunity to put on a show here. She raised her hand above her head using red magic and added that the jokes were over and she would end with Hyunjin peacefully, because for the others, he would be considered dead during the raid in the center of the gate. Sajin along with Hyunjin looked at what was happening in bewilderment. The monsters tried to pounce on the guys and Hyori called them amateurs who acted without knowing their true place. Sparks of flame appeared in the sky under the flame wall skill. A huge fire tornado began to suck in the monsters. The red-haired girl looked at what was happening with alarm, not understanding what was happening. The brunette looked up in shock. They saw a girl with long hair in front of them, who addressed Hyori, having heard about her bad reputation, and called her even more hopeless than she thought. The brown-haired girl with glasses smiled and asked the guys if they were okay, having noticed their shabby but bearable appearance, and was glad that they were still alive. Jinna with glasses looked back and noted that it would be sad if they died in a place like this. At that moment, Jinna was leisurely walking across the field when they tried to stop her. She heard that Lace used exclusive rights, so she came to take a look. She then looked at the crowd of guys in the dark cave, realizing that instead of Hyunjin, she only ran into a strange old man who was discussing the strange retreat with the guys. At that time, the girl looked through her glasses in bewilderment. Jinna laughed along with the brunette who was sitting with Sajin and Hyunjin. She explained to them that she looked around and found a familiar flow of mana coming from inside and added that she came here by following the flow. She raised her hand and surrounded herself with fire, stating that it would be sad if the person she planned to observe died, and stated that most likely no one was against an exception to the rule. The brunette looked at the fire in shock when the girl spoke to her. She winked at the healer, asking her to protect the two boys lest they accidentally burn. Hyori bit her fingers. She looked forward angrily and got angry, calling the boys scoundrels. She and the other black silhouettes glowed with auras as she wanted to call for reinforcements. Jinna then prepared to fight with a fiery aura as Hyori was about to attack. Jinna swung a fiery stream of aura. She mockingly looked forward, covering herself with her hand, telling Hyori that all her pet monsters were burned. She bulged her eyes and with a dumbfounded look declared that now it was her turn to show off. All the guys were surrounded by Jinna's fiery circle. Through her glasses, the girl asked the enemy if she had ever seen with her own eyes the magic of an S-rank hunter, which could only be used with an abnormal amount of mana. The girl looked at what was happening in a daze. Sajin looked around worriedly, realizing that at this rate they would be engulfed in flames. Splashes of fire burst out above the ground in the circle of guys. Jinna laughed maliciously when the brown-haired girl dumbfoundedly tried to stop the girl. Sajin looked at the burning Jinna, saying that her shield would not withstand that much. A huge tornado of fire burst forth as it was a hellfire skill. The ventilation compartment was on the ceiling. The protagonist was lying on a cot and woke up realizing that the place was unfamiliar. He sat up from the bed, not understanding where he was. He remembered Hyori looking at him mockingly because he had collided with her in the center of the gate. Then he remembered Jinna smiling because he had lost consciousness after her arrival. He touched the brunette's hair. Sajin was sleeping at the table in front of him. He looked at her with trepidation, feeling relieved that the girl was alive. The door to his room opened. Jongseo came in after being given permission. He bent down in front of the brunette as he was excited after hearing the news that he had been unconscious for a week, and so they inquired about his well-being. The leader, all plastered and bandaged, was lying on the cot. The protagonist inquired about his affairs and was told that his injuries were quite severe and he was still only halfway through his treatment and thought that his recovery would be delayed. Jongseo looked down and noted that the deputy manager of Juwon was currently acting as the manager and asked the brunette not to worry as all important matters were handled directly through him. Hyunjin mockingly raised a finger, feeling relieved, and suggested that they talk about it outside. Jongseo noticed that the manager was currently resting in the next room next to him. It was a different ward. Timan, all bandaged, was lying on a cot. He immediately greeted Hyunjin who had entered. A message from Romanov, the Endless Emperor, who had given strict orders. The brunette smiled maliciously, imagining the image of Romanov. He suggested that Timan not get up and lie back down before he got angry. Timan squeezed his eyes shut, indignant that he had fallen first and did not want to look for excuses for himself, so he began to apologize. The protagonist leaned on the handrail and smiled, answering that he was still touched. Timan became embarrassed and his eyes bulged when he heard from Hyunjin that he had ordered him to protect Sajin, but he did not even expect that he would literally bet his life on it. The main character was sitting on the leader's cot in a large ward. Hunter noted that the hospital facilities were quite good and asked what hospital they were in, to which he was told that it was Jail Hospital. The main character was dumbfounded as he imagined a flash of light, realizing that he had been in the VIP ward of Jail Hospital just a moment ago. Hyunjin crossed his arms and bowed his head in displeasure, realizing that he ended up being indebted to the jail group since he had failed, and he wondered what Jinna's next move would be. There was a knock on their door, and they were told that it was impolite to talk about people behind their backs. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he recognized the voice. A cheerful guy named Park walked in with some treats and Jinna, who needed no introduction. He bowed his head to Jinna in gratitude, who laughed at his remarks about what her next move would be. He grabbed his head convulsively and added that if they hadn't helped them, they would have really died. The girl scratched her head in thought. She closed her eyes and said that she only came because she was interested in seeing Lace's first exclusive raid, and added that she helped them because the situation demanded it. The protagonist looked at the wily Jinnah with a man sneaking behind him. She thought that it would be nice if he transferred to Jail's group in the midst of emotions. The brunette looked ahead and suggested that they use this meeting as an opportunity to discuss something, because he actually had a proposal for them and asked them if they would listen to it. Park pulled out a chair for the girl so that she could sit down and be all ears. Park was playing with a straw in his drink when Hyunjin said that he had many enemies. Jinnah interjected, saying that she already knew that the hunter was always sticking his nose into things that weren't his business. The protagonist looked at Park, who was drinking a cocktail. The girl asked the brunette if he wanted to cement an alliance with Jail and cleanse them. The guy replied that he had thought about it, but above all, he believed that an alliance with Jail would be truly beneficial for them. The red-haired girl noted with a slight smile that this was undoubtedly true, and Hyunjin wished for Jail to become a shield for their guild. Jinnah immediately became puzzled and narrowed her eyes in confusion. The hunter tilted his head, closing his eyes when asked if he even understood what he was saying, and the guy fully admitted it. The girl crossed her arms and informed that Hyunjin should have realized that such a proposal put their guild in a risky position. The protagonist bared his teeth in a sarcastic tone, as he expected Jinnah to ask him if there was a good reason or some advantage to taking such a risk, wanting to gain some benefits from this cooperation. The hunter glared at her, asking her about how they viewed the implied relationship with the future SSS class hunter. The girl sat with her arms crossed. She was completely dumbfounded by what she heard. Widened his eyes in shock. He was very perplexed, worried, trying to understand what kind of stupid thing the guy said. A glass of drink was on the nightstand. The girl turned to the protagonist, saying that moving from F rank to C rank and then getting a rank in just half a year was a great achievement, but noted that it was nothing special for reawakened. Jinnah pointed a finger at him from the shadows. The brunette scratched his neck sheepishly as the girl pointed out that the reawakened humans were indeed hard to come by, but they didn't have unreasonable demands like Hyunjin. The brunette looked forward excitedly, asking what would happen if he became an S-rank hunter. Jinnah leaned forward with a frown and asked him if he really thought he could advance to that rank by the next reassessment. The hunter clenched his fist and happily replied that he was more than sure of it, and he would definitely be declared as an S-rank by the next reassessment. The girl's eyes widened at what she heard. She looked at the excited hunter, not wanting to realize that she had been grilling a blockhead all this time. She grabbed her head, crossing her legs, knowing that he had just recently been promoted to a rank, and asked him what the requirements for advancement were. The guy stood in front of Jinnah with a thoughtful look, saying that he knew that the requirements could be bypassed if he had monstrous strength, and if he had it, she would definitely help him. The girl was surprised by such a statement and did not understand why she should suddenly help him. At first, he was puzzled and then triumphed with a smile, noting that she had no choice but to help him. Jinnah angrily joked about how he was so self-confident, as if he had already lived a second life. The brunette leaned forward, standing with his back to her, realizing that he had already lived a 100th life. Jinnah leaned forward, saying that she thought highly of him, but in this case, he would simply become a walking problem if he behaved so stupidly. She got up from her chair and asked him to first show all his abilities, and only then she would think about investments. This phrase really interested Hyunjin. She snapped her fingers and threw him a business card, assuring him to call this number when he was ready. Hyunjin grabbed the card with surprise, then bared his teeth. Jinnah said that this was their office contact number, and if he tried to contact them, the company would call him back. The guy added that he was also a guild master and knew about these rules. The protagonist crossed his arms, stopping Jinnah with a question about what happened to Hyori, and she immediately became worried and sweaty. Then she turned around with a fussy smile, reminding him that she was a hunter who was famous for having the best fire magic in Korea. The main character crossed his arms and stood there with a puzzled look when Jinnah began to explain that she really didn't want to overshadow the growing potential. But to be honest, she had been under too much stress from work lately, and added that she was still human and could have made a mistake, justifying her loss of control over the flames. Park chimed in with a smile and said that they closed the gate to Hyori while she was alive. The brunette was dumbfounded by this news. Park noted with a smirk that if luck was on Hyori's side, she survived. But if not, she died due to the rift in the space rift. Park leaned in front of a frowning Hyunjin, raising a finger so that this would remain between them and should be kept a secret. He began to laugh, explaining that nothing good would end if he told anyone about this. The main character frowned and replied that he would keep it in mind. The boys left through the open door, knowing it was for the best. Jongseo looked at the protagonist, who had his fingers crossed. He noted that there were no official raids planned for Hyori, meaning she was most likely acting on her own accord. Jongseo closed his eyes and lowered his head, adding that the Great Demons Guild would probably think she had simply disappeared, stating that this would continue if their secret remained unsolved. The brunette wondered sullenly if he had asked for help from the wrong person. He thought with a dejected expression about how he would have happily spent his time at sea on a boat. He wondered if he could also suddenly end up disappearing or finding himself on an unknown, lonely boat at sea if he suddenly failed to live up to Jinna's expectations. The protagonist sat down by Taemin's bed, who informed him that Jinna's words about abilities meant that she meant a duel. Hyunjin stared at the leader, trying to figure out who he thought his opponent would be. Taemin replied that Jinna herself would most likely be his opponent, since the jail group did not have an official guild and there were not many S-rank hunters in it. The guy opened his mouth wide and said that in that case, he only had two options: either he showed Jinna what he was capable of, or he lost and disappeared from the face of the earth. Hyunjin sat on the chair in front of the patient's bed. He looked worriedly at his phone, realizing that he was unlikely to lose, and tried to calm himself down. The girl walked forward and then stopped his phone when the guy thought she was very ambitious, and he knew that if she knew about his merits, she would definitely contribute. She saw a text message from Hyunjin, who wanted to show her what he was made of. Jinna bared her teeth sarcastically, realizing that the hunter was no slouch. They walked down the hallway with Park, whom she told to invite Hyunjin to the training ground, asking him to choose a day off this week as the date. The spirit said that Deus interfered with his fate, and every time he defied fate, he would immediately receive another opportunity. A lamp dimly lit the room. 3 people were sitting at the table. The brunette turned to Jo Seung-hyun, trying to find out if she found out the information. The girl lit a cigarette, answering that she did everything, because she knew the manager from the settlement center and he told her everything. The girl lit a cigarette when the third guy hit his head on the table, because she said that the amount of compensation for the guild that used the exclusive right was tens of billions of won. Seung-hyun leaned on the table, looking at the indignant brunette as she stated that it was their net profit. The brunette was very angry at the situation, because they were robbed right in front of their noses. The door to their room opened. They were discussing that if Hyunjin did not demand exclusive rights, then they could get their share. A guy with a tattoo on his neck appeared, and the people from the Demon Guild tried to figure out where Hyori was, since they had not seen her for a long time. Behind the grinning guy, who said that it was Hyori who made the agreement and that is why Lace claimed exclusive rights, a large demon appeared. The brown-haired man began to look back when he was asked to stop talking about the girl, but he added that she was ashamed of being put in her place and now she was hiding somewhere like a dead rat. The brown-haired man looked back worriedly. They saw Ju Hyunjun, who looked gloomy. The brunette immediately lowered his head as the big guy walked on. He told them to be ready as his little sister would soon be found and she would hang the heads of the Blade Guild members in the main square of Suwon City. The brunette stared at Hyunjun, asking him what brought him here. He immediately slammed his fist on the table. The boys immediately slumped. He showed a black glowing shard, saying that he should use it. Purple clouds floated across the sky. The protagonist was sitting in his office. He looked forward when Hanseok entered his office. The brunette mockingly slammed his hands on the table, saying that he was his most trusted assistant. Hyunjin smiled in response, closing his eyes when the brown-haired man asked him if he knew why he was here. The hunter noted that he knew everything, because it had not been 5 minutes since he contacted him. The protagonist handed the paper to Hanseok, saying that it was an invoice for him and his guys helping them in the raid. The brown-haired man looked at the invoice with a smile, realizing that it was time for confirmation. He saw the amount of 570 million won and waited for the raid agreement to be confirmed. Hanseok peered at the paper and then looked at the hunter with a puzzled look. Hyunjin smiled at him tenderly when he was asked about the amount. Hanseok covered his face with his hand from the protagonist's admiration against the background of the bud, and he could not look as he was blinded by this light. Hanseok jumped on the table and began to hug the protagonist tightly, experiencing an incredible feeling of gratitude. The hunter, in turn, thought that his assistant believed more in money than in justice. He immediately started to pull the main character out of the table, telling him that it was not worth sitting around here because they should celebrate together, but Hyunjin just wanted to go home. Hanseok led the hunter by the shoulders, passing by Jongseo, and was surprised that his boss said such bad words on a Friday night. Jongseo breathed a sigh of relief, and the hunter knew that he just had to go home. The night sky covered the busy city. The main character walked, barely walking. They were both drunk walking down the street, and Hyunjin leaned against the wall, realizing that Hanseok was crazy. He remembered how the brown-haired man poured champagne into glasses and did not understand how he could make such a noise while drinking alcohol. Then his assistant stomped his foot on the ground. The brunette looked away through his bangs as his assistant stated for the umpteenth time how grateful he was, as he thought they were just mindless idiots who had nothing but passion. The brown-haired man looked down mockingly, noting that to be honest, Lace had always been at fault until recently, and thanks to Hyunjin, they were able to get rid of a large burden. The protagonist leaned in front of the seated assistant, agreeing with relief that everything had gone as planned. Hanseok smirked maliciously, raising a finger as he once again suggested that the wise boss become a member of Lace. The brown-haired man with the ponytail smiled mockingly, saying that he was just joking as he couldn't poach Hyunjin as his eyes sparkled in Lace. The protagonist's eyes widened, surprised. He then sheepishly turned his head away. They were standing on an empty street under a lamppost, and Hanseok asked his boss to call him if there was an opportunity for a raid. The brunette looked angrily at his friend as he left and noted that he shouldn't have been called Big Brother. He suddenly looked around excitedly. He and Hanseok were standing in a dark alley when a message from the spirit popped up, saying that Hassassin's sly laughter was warning of danger because someone nearby was plotting something evil. The brown-haired man pointed to the message that popped up. It was a very dark alley. The guys managed to hide behind the wall when the monster passed by. They looked away in horror, not understanding what it was. The monster's tail was spiked. The monster grinned maliciously and turned to the high priest, wanting another chance from him. The brunette looked at what was happening, dumbfounded, realizing that the monster's mana indicated that it was at least a rank, and yet he wished that it was a human. The monster stood in front of the black silhouette of a man and asked for what he had to sacrifice to the guardian of order for the ceremony. The guys did not understand how one could call this creature a man. The monster with several red eyes screamed for mercy. The guys looked at the evaporated silhouette of the monster. Hanseok looked at what was happening with an ironic grin. He watched as Hyunjin began to walk forward and noted that he most likely overdid it because he saw some strange things, but the hunter thought otherwise. A dark spot covered the ground. The protagonist realized that this was not an ordinary case since Hassassin warned him and tried to find out what it was himself. The guys looked at the black spot on the ground. The assistant covered his nose with his hand, smelling the foul smell as if he had sobered up after it. The brunette looked away and was asked if he was thinking about contacting the special police department now. Hyunjin pointed out that it wasn't the dungeons where monsters like this roamed around and he didn't want to take part in it at all. The protagonist abruptly walked back while the brown-haired man looked thoughtful. Hyunjin suggested a better idea, just quietly leave here. Hanseok put his hands in his pockets, saying that his mood had suddenly dropped because of all this. Then he opened his mouth in surprise. Hanseok looked back and saw a shimmer in the dark spot, saying that there was something there. They saw a black shard of stone and thought it was a mana stone, but noted its unusual black color. The guy looked down intently, seeing a message that Gildred's spirit was a madman who got to the truth, and he showed great interest in the unusual substance. He started seeing a bunch of messages from the spirits, where Deus abandoned fate, turning the wheel of fate, Hassassin sighed because of his discovery, said and wished luck with his predestined despair, and many others. The protagonist looked up in alarm, touching the back of his head and realizing that these were all his past lives. The brunette lowered his head, turning to Hanseok. The brown-haired man looked away with a wide smile and was offered to return to the guild office because it was already quite late. The guy replied that it was an honor for him and he also wanted to go. The protagonist picked up the black stone, realizing that the very absolute despair that Deus spoke of had begun, and he was sure that it was a big deal if his past lives reacted like this. The guys began to leave the dark alley, and the hunter understood that there was very little time, and he needed to become stronger as quickly as possible. The man in the cloak stood behind the wall. From under the hood, he informed Enforcer that he had found a suitable person. He looked away with a keen gaze. The sunny sky stood above the city. The protagonist walked into a white car. From inside the car, through the window, Jinna asked how long he had to wait. He pulled down his glasses and ironically noted that it would be bad if he had already run out of strength. The brunette smiled reverently in response. He began to get into the car when Jinna told him through the window that he was a guildmaster who did not even have a driver's license, to which the brunette replied that he simply did not have free time. She adjusted her glasses again, stating that what was most important now was what would happen from now on. The driver and Jinna smiled as the boy tried to buckle up, as she wanted to test whether the boy had the ability of an S-rank hunter. She and Hyunjin began to exit the elevator. They walked into a large, empty area and told him that it was her personal training area. She smiled widely as he looked around, unable to believe that she was training in such a large space by herself. She replied that it was one of the perks of being the director of planning for the jail guild and an S-rank hunter. She began to stretch her shoulders, noting that Hyunjin would have to wait a long time to be able to retake the S-class exam. However, if he could fight her equally for 30 minutes, she could arrange it right away. Jinna looked at Hyunjin with a sneer, saying that if he didn't hold out, then all their previous agreements would be null and void. The brunette looked at her with a sneer and asked her ironically if she had underestimated him. The girl smiled slightly and reminded her that the chairman had told her something, and that the world was a battlefield and only those who could survive until the end would be considered worthy people. She remembered a man in a suit against the backdrop of a city. Then she imagined herself standing in traces of blood from reaching hands, adding that it was actually good that those who were priceless died. Glints of fire floated in the space, and the girl added that in order to prove her worth and for the sake of jail, she honed her strength. She looked forward with a malicious glee, radiating fire, adding that he should not dare to underestimate this position. She raised a huge stream of fire above herself, reminding him that the hunter wanted to feel the power of jail and told him to prove his worth now. Park watched this from above. Then he timed 30 minutes. She immediately rushed at him, flying with fiery knives. The guy covered with a shield, calling the skill of sword appearance. Jinna stretched out her hand, emitting flashes of light, and praised the guy for his unexpected skills. The protagonist saw a huge explosion of flame in front of him. The girl's leg jumped off a piece of ground because she did not want to relax. The protagonist flew to attack Jinna, not wanting to hear these questions. Hyunjin received a punch in the face. Jinna swung a fiery fist, and the hunter realized that he screwed up. She hit him with a fiery fist in the face. He immediately flew into the ground with a crushing blow. He tried to get up with a shield, realizing that he almost lost. Suddenly, a flame blazed under his foot. Hyunjin looked down in amazement, not understanding how the girl could be so fast. A fire tornado blew up chunks of the ground, and it was a fire-breathing skill. A message from the spirit, the righteous Carthago, protected him. Jinna looked at the protagonist who stood in front of him because he thought that she was weak in close combat since she was a mage. The girl began to walk forward through the flames and debris. He understood that she not only had natural talent, but also knew how to successfully use strength to her advantage. He recalled the girl's words about proving her worth for jail. She honed her strength. The main character looked sarcastically through his bangs and now understood exactly what the girl meant. Quite a lot of time passed. Park looked at his phone, which had 10 minutes left on it. The purple aura began to thin from the main character's leg because he understood that he needed to do something to win this battle. A message from the spirit began to appear, where the blood from the massacre awakened the killer instinct of the sleeping reaper, and he also received the blessing of Hassassin. The girl looked ahead in shock. The girl looked around through the raging flames, realizing that the guy's presence was gone. She asked him if he used stealth this time, and she wanted to admit that she admired his skills in this matter. Her hand was burning with fire, and she said that strength was not in showing it off, but in using it. She immediately swung her fiery hand, trying to catch the enemy. She was able to catch only his jacket. She looked ahead with a smirk, realizing that he made such an interesting move. A message from the spirit, the valiant sword Seddon, was with him. Lightning sparks began to fly from all directions towards the girl. She began to emit flashes of fire towards the fleeing Hyunjin, noting that he was too cowardly as he left no elegance in such an approach. The main character deftly ran past the exploding charges. The girl looked at what was happening with slight bewilderment, realizing that the hunter used cunning to distract her. Smoke began to accumulate behind the girl. Suddenly, she turned around, baring her teeth because she did not understand where he was so fast from. The guy flew from behind Jinna, admitting to her that he really underestimated this battle and noted the girl's abilities. She looked at him intently when he added that he was deeply thinking about how he could have defeated her at all. Hyunjin knocked the girl to the ground, holding her. He noted that the man who fell on the battlefield was worthless and asked her about it. He looked at her through his bangs and said that it was all about how a man did everything in his power to survive, no matter how cowardly the methods. The girl looked at him with wide eyes when he explained to her that she should not tell him that only her method was correct. She remembered the chairman putting his hand on her shoulder and asking her to be her valuable person. He stood over little Jinna, noting that there was no place for useless people in jail. She immediately bared her teeth. The boy raised his shield and understood that he accepted all these merciless attacks in order to use the powers of Carthago. A bunch of spears with discharges were floating in the sky. He understood that thanks to this, jail would be on his side and Lace would prosper. The girl screamed when the boy wanted to use dust explosion. Then he bared his teeth in anger, raising his shield. A huge explosion of fire occurred. At that moment, time ran out. The girl stood on the ruins in the rain. She looked away with a smile as Park ran towards her. She thanked Hyunjin for his lecture, saying that she would keep his advice in her heart even though they would no longer have a reason to meet. She looked at the hunter as he was barely standing. The main character was in a half crouch. She didn't understand how he could even stand after all those attacks. She looked forward in shock when she heard her name. He imagined himself standing in a circle of people who looked at him with disdain. The guy stated that not long ago, he was one of those people she would call a useless person. The wounded Hyunjin leaned on his knees and stated that the same person was now standing on the battlefield on his own 2 feet. He looked at her with a sneer through his bangs, noting that the ability to persevere by any means necessary, no matter what adversity might come his way, was the value he had proven to her today. Then he plopped down on the ground, exhausted. She looked at him with a smile and found him interesting while Park called for the medics. Leaves were falling. They flew against the forest background, and Hyunjin thought in surprise, wasn't he with Jinna just now? The hand was clutching the sword, the hero thought it was armor. He remembered Hassassin, Hassassin, holding a sword, said that in the end, even he came. He looked at the person standing in front of him and called him invader. Gritting his teeth, he heard that he thought that now was the time to end this. Invasion Command classified him as a risk factor. Lightning appeared on the palm with long nails. He said that the universe must be really huge. No matter how many of them he destroyed, he still managed to crawl out. Invader clenched his fist and said that it was annoying. He smiled wickedly, saying that this is why he must die. The name, eligible, appeared in his memory again. Hyunjin woke up with a scream. He sat up abruptly on the bed. Looking at his palm, he thought, was it Hassassin's memories just now? There was a black crystal on the nightstand. The hero was repeating invader, eligible, what does this mean? A black car was driving along the road. He heard the words that in order to promote to S rank, in addition to magic power, the guild master must have the recommended dungeon clearance level. Jongseo was driving and said that fortunately, his magic ability met the conditions. Turning around, Hyunjin said that he lacked the dungeon clearance level. Jinna was holding the phone and said that this is why she was going with him, to tell them to reconsider the conditions. He heard the words that he did not know that she would come, and the answer that she had her own reasons. The girl clenched her fist, saying that the judges are very strict as he sees it. Especially when they come for S rank, for them it is generally like a thorn. Hyunjin mentally grabbed his head while looking at the red button. He heard that if he was confused or flustered in front of them, her reputation would suffer. Jinna looked out the window with a worried expression. Hyunjin exclaimed from behind him, dissatisfied. It seemed like she forgot that he was also the guild leader. The girl said that she was talking about him being mentally prepared, not knowing what they could do. The car pulled up to a gray building. The boys heard the order to wait here. Jongseo bowed, and Yesul smiled, saluting, and both agreed. The heroes entered the building, and Yesul handed his colleague a candy. The heroes walked down the hallway to the man. Jinna said that from now on he should be careful. She once got a reprimand from the examiner for having curly hair. The guy asked how this relates to rank. He heard himself being asked if he was Hyunjin. The man in the gray suit said that he was the examiner who would help him with determining his rank today. Looking at the man, Hyunjin said that he realized when, and the girl whispered that it was him, she was talking about him. The hero heard that he would show them where to go next. The man adjusted his glasses and sternly ordered them to keep the hallway quiet. Jinna was angry, but Hyunjin agreed. There were monitors hanging from the ceiling. Hyunjin walked up to the glowing red button and heard that they would first measure his magic power. He should place his hand on the sphere and use his mana. Looking down, the boy thought that this was wonderful. He was in great shape. His magic power was at its peak. He placed his palm on the sphere surrounded by seals, thinking that he would see how far he could go. Hyunjin learned that Gildred, a maniac who sought the truth, was interested in him. He looked down. Gildred suggested that he destroy the measuring sphere, and then this mage would notice him. The hero looked at the red seals and thought, destroy the sphere. He turned to the girl in confusion and thought, how could he even destroy it? Jinna glared at him, ordering him to stop hesitating. Hyunjin mentally replied that he understood. The boy's hand was covered in lightning. He thought, will it break if he uses it? The past life reported that the valiant sword Seddon was with him. The seals rippled. The heroes were shocked as the sphere broke from the numerous lightnings. The examiner ran up, asking what happened. Did it break? With an innocent look, Hyunjin asked, have they been using it for too long? The man shouted that it was designed to withstand the magic power of an SSS-Rank hunter. Jinna asked grimly, do they even have one such hunter in Korea? She thinks not. With sobs, the examiner hugged the button, saying that it had been a long time since they used it, but it was a really expensive thing. Hyunjin thought that it looked like they did not take care of the sphere properly. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she would compensate them for this and snapped her fingers. She opened the suitcase with the money that the brunette brought, saying that there was 150 million won in cash. Hyunjin was amazed. Who carries 150 million won in cash? The examiner watched the heroes leave, saying that since they took care of this, they could say goodbye. Jinna told him to take care of the requirements for the dungeons they had cleared themselves. The elevator door was closing. The girl threatened that if they did not want the fact of their irresponsible attitude towards the equipment to come to light. The examiner, with his mouth open, looked at her. Hyunjin looked away, thinking that she was being stern, although in fact, he was the one who broke the sphere. The past life said that because he destroyed the measuring sphere, the maniac who sought the truth, Gildred, paid attention to him. The guy walking behind the girl asked if the S-rank exam was so quick and easy. She said it was because they were busy employees. Hyunjin waved his hand, saying that it was still an S-rank assessment. How could it take less than half an hour? The girl told him to stop whining because they were going back. There was a vibration in his pocket. Jinna turned around and asked why his phone was vibrating so loudly. Hyunjin said it was weird. He didn't turn on the vibration. He reached into his pocket, asking what was wrong with it. The guy took out a black crystal from his pocket, saying that he had never done such a thing before. The huntress looked at the crystal in shock. She grabbed the guy's wrist and yelled angrily, asking what was that thing doing to him. The girl asked where he got it from. Hyunjin looked at her and asked if she knew what that was. The black crystal was emitting a slight glow. Ahead was the gray building of the Special Police Department. Taeshik, the head of the Special Investigation Division of the S-Rank Police Department, touched his chin thoughtfully. He and the heroes were standing at the table. Hyunjin asked if he knew what this was. The guy heard that it was a black mana stone. Looking at the stone, Jinna said that this was the name they chose for it. Taeshik was surprised and said that there was an order from the higher authorities to immediately report the discovery of black mana stones. A shining golden pattern appeared next to Hyunjin's eye. He heard the man say that he had been involved in the investigation of this issue since he was a rank hunter. The hero looked at them. The words righteous agent appeared above Taeshik's head, and addicted to perverted attachment appeared above Jinna's head. The boss thoughtfully said that, naturally, this is not disclosed to the public, being top secret information. Hyunjin looked at the girl who closed her eyes and thought, addicted to a perverted attachment. The surprised brunette heard her words that in any case, although she is not sure how he acquired this thing. Crossing her arms, she said that they are now in the same boat. She is sorry, but she will not be able to get out of it. Looking at her, Hyunjin asked if the matter is related to the jail group. The redhead turned away and told him not to ask personal questions. The black stone was lying on the table. Words were heard that this thing is not a fake. The stone is exactly the same as the one that was recently discovered by the secret investigation team, right? In response, it sounded like yes, they will start by increasing security. Looking at the man, Hyunjin asked, more security. He heard a counter question. Nothing happened while they had this thing. The stone was emitting a black smoke. Hyunjin heard that something always happened to those who kept the stone. They either died or became incapacitated. The girl standing by the table continued that everyone who had it with them, without exception. The man was shaking, his head down, turning to Hyunjin. The guy with his hair tied up slapped the table angrily and said that he should have called him right away since something like this happened. He replied that he himself just found out now. Taeshik looked at the guy and asked who this person was. Hanseok hit his chest and introduced himself, saying that he was the one called Hyunjin's right hand. The police chief said that the two of them had enjoyed Friday night together. Hyunjin awkwardly rubbed his shoulder, thinking, why should he experience this shame? Jinna put her hand on her hip and asked, he is the leader of race, his image of him is completely destroyed. Hanseok replied that it wasn't just a Friday night, it was almost a crazy Friday night. Taeshik said he understood with a smile, so the two of them entered the alley after enjoying a crazy night. The man imagined the heroes looking at the black haze and continued that they saw some strange humanoid creature turn into dust and crumble. He imagined a black crystal and finished that after that, a black mana stone was left in that place. Jinna looked ahead and said that it sounded similar to their previous reports. The descriptions are pretty much accurate, then there's only one thing left. The boys were surprised to hear her question, has anyone attacked them before? There was a speaker hanging on the wall. Hyunjin said, attack, what does she mean? The room lit up red. The heroes turned around in shock as they heard an emergency announcement. All personnel inside the building should be prepared for an ambush. The girl raised her fist and asked, didn't she tell him? The notification sounded again. The boys looked at the closed door while Jinna said that something always happened to those who held the black mana stone. And Taeshik pulled out his sword, telling them to get ready. They would be here very soon. The girl jumped on the table, saying that in the end, this always happened. Hyunjin asked in surprise, why was this never mentioned in the news? A crack appeared on the wall. He heard a question. Has he heard of the term information blockade? Rocks flew. Jinna said that the current state of Korea is not as good as he thinks. Protecting herself from the debris, she materialized an absolute shield. A silhouette of a person appeared in the dust. Looking at it, Hyunjin shouted that something was approaching. A man in a black hoodie appeared ahead, saying that he was not alone. Clutching a pole, Hanseok said that he looked like an ordinary person. Jinna, frowning, told them not to let down their guard. On the man's tongue lay a piece of stone. He said with a smile that they were the ones who had abandoned humanity, and he bit the stone. When the stranger raised his hand, it seemed to fly apart into ribbons. He said that they would not be able to face those who were chosen by the creature, because they were special. A zigzag trail appeared in the room from the use of blade control. A blue zigzag attacked the man. The stranger turned into a demon with a tail and stood in front of the heroes. He jumped up sharply, leaving a trail. The monster jumped on the shield. He tried to break it with his hands. Jinna said in amazement that he was tearing the shield. The villain's hand was like a barrel. Hyunjin looked ahead in amazement. He covered himself with his hands, blocking the dark liquid. The liquid dissolved the sleeve of his clothes. He wondered in surprise, was it poisoned? Turning around, Taeshik said that the damage received from this bodily fluid is dangerous. It would be better if they could avoid close combat. Hyunjin gritted his teeth, thinking, how should he avoid close combat when even his blade control does not work against him? Jinna, with her hands outstretched, tried to hold the shield. The hero thought that she was also at her limit. The enemy was pointing the gun at him with a smile. Hyunjin wondered in surprise, how did he find them? The girl angrily exclaimed that they should stop standing there and do something already. He would crush them soon. Taeshik turned to the brunette, who asked if they had never captured any of them before, and replied that it was true. To be honest, they had not managed to get a single sample yet. The brunette said decisively that he would definitely prove his worth to Jinna right here. The red shield cracked. The huntress watched as the villain jumped up and attacked her. She tried to protect herself from him with fire. The past life reported that the Reaper's ruthless killing intent had awakened. Living beings cannot escape instinctive fear. The boy's eyes opened wide. A glowing red eye appeared above the monster surrounded by black flashes. The demon said that Hyunjin was really persistent. The hero held a sword surrounded by lightning and asked what he was waiting for. Let him attack. Several black tentacles flew out from the enemy's back. Taeshik screamed looking at this. Hyunjin smashed the tentacles with a sword strike. The sword was covered in lightning. The past life said that the valiant sword Seddon is with him. As long as justice is on his side, his sword will not be broken. Hyunjin attacked. Bright strokes appeared on the enemy's body. Taeshik looked at this in surprise, thinking that this was impossible. He thought in amazement, this person was F-rank just a few months ago. Jinna looked at the guy in surprise and told him to be careful. He looked at her and heard that they should take a sample from him, so do not cripple him too much. The enemy said that eligible has become stronger, but he should not get arrogant. The guy looked at him resolutely. The enemy leaned over. Spikes began to emerge from his back. He said that it was for the sake of the bishop himself. The heroes looked at it in shock. The enemy begged the bishop to give him a chance. Taeshik frowned, shouting that this was the reaction of S-rank magic. A blinding light appeared in front, and a cry sounded, warning everyone to be careful. The heroes covered themselves with their hands from the red flashes. Jinna asked, "What is this?" Hyunjin's eyes widened in shock, thinking about his head. Black beams surrounded the heroes. They bent down, trying to hide from the vortexes of power. The heroes thought, is this some kind of attack that manipulates the mind? The heroes lay on the broken floor, surrounded by black swirls of mana. Hyunjin thought, what is happening? He saw a notification that the absolute will of Deus was interfering with fate. The brunette slowly opened his eyes. He knelt down, looking around, and said that this was the hall of his past lives. Leaning over, Hyunjin thought he remembered fighting someone who ate the black mana stone. Black swirls appeared in front of him. He thought that he was attacked by the owner of the magic stone who turned into a demon. He can't do anything. He is overcome by doubts. The guy imagined the red-haired girl and thought that he had a feeling that Jinna was hiding something about the black mana stone. He remembered the demon, thinking that the opponent clearly called him eligible. What could this mean? He fell to the floor again, asking who is this bishop? It was so exhausting. The hero turned his head. In front of him was a tall brown door. He walked towards it, saying that a madman is at the threshold of the door of truth. Hyunjin repeated, a madman. Memories of the previous battle appeared in his mind, and he thought that if only they wouldn't tell him that it would be like last time. The hero raised his head and decisively pushed the door open with his hands. There were tables in the room. There were shelves with books along the walls. Hyunjin stood in front of the glowing circles drawn on the floor and thought that this was an alchemist's or sorcerer's room. A man in a cloak surrounded by a glow appeared in front of him and greeted him. The long-haired man with glasses said that he was Gildred, who was watching him. Hyunjin waved his hand and said that then he should know what situation he was in. Gildred replied that of course. A black crystal hovered above his palm. He said that he was poisoned by evil mana from the black mana stone. Hyunjin asked in amazement, what did he know about the black mana stone? Gildred rubbed his chin, saying that he did, since he had suffered from it many times. Hyunjin asked angrily what was going on. All of his past lives had reacted immediately upon first encountering the black mana stone. He imagined a man who had turned into a demon and asked why humans turned into monsters. Gildred turned away, clasping his hands behind his back, and said that this was a task that everyone, including him, must take care of, even at the cost of lives. He could not say more for now. Hyunjin lowered his head, saying that his past lives had never spoken to him about them or this day. Even now he would not tell him anything about the black mana stone. Gildred imagined a castle surrounded by chains and said that it did not mean he did not want to. He just could not. They were all bound by a ban. However, now his probation period had begun. Standing in the room opposite the boy, Gildred said that since Deus asked him, he would lend him his power. Touching his chin, the white-haired man asked, did he not want to become stronger? Hyunjin was surprised to hear him say that since he was under the influence of the black mana stone, he would soon die, not only him but also everyone who was with him. However, if he eligible passed his test, he would grant him a magic nullification blessing. Gildred stood on a stool and reached for one of the books. There were many on the shelf. Hyunjin was shocked, holding large stacks even on his head, hearing that he already had a concept, but he should deepen his knowledge. The boy asked in shock, what is this? The white-haired man turned his head to him, and the hero explained that he said that he would test him, so why is he giving him all these books? Raising his eyebrows, Gildred exclaimed that of course, because he was going to take the evaluation test. He put a few more books on the stack, saying that he was a voluntarily famous professor of a luxury academy since he was a genius. The man smiled and said that even he wouldn't sit at the table with someone dumber than him. Hyunjin asked what kind of test it was. The white-haired man said that it had many different definitions, an assessment test, a midterm, or a final exam. He touched his chin, saying that something similar happened in his world. The stacks of books were covered in a black haze. Gildred told him to read all of those books, memorize them, and get an A+ on his test. Gildred raised his finger and said that if the hero could, he would share how to get rid of the influence of the black mana stone. The guy sitting at the table was shocked to hear how to dispel the magic. He thought that it would have been better if he had used his body. Exhausted, Hyunjin looked at the falling sheet. He heard Gildred say that it was trash. He wrote something at the table, but the man commented that it was terrible. He stared at the sheets with a blank look, while his past life commented that it was a failure. The hero covered his hands from the many sheets of paper, hearing the question, "Is that all? What can he do?" With trembling hands, he handed over the filled-out sheet. Hyunjin was very thin and trembled, saying that he had decided everything. Gildred chuckled, reading his answer. The white-haired man said that it was not so bad. He dropped the sheet from his hands. Hyunjin, shocked, said that he needed to review the material. He raised his head, hearing the words that he knew that not only the test results were taken into account in his performance scoreboard. Looking with wide eyes, Hyunjin heard that 70% for the test, 20% for attendance, and 10% for the approach were taken into account. A blue shimmer appeared in the room. The white-haired man said that he had the highest marks for attendance and the approach was perfect, but all 10 out of 10. Gildred dissolved with a smile, saying that this was a great job. The guy opened his mouth in shock, hearing that he earned an A+. The white-haired man floated in front of him, surrounded by bright flashes, and said that all knowledge related to magic circles will be passed on to him once he wakes up. He will wait for the day when they meet again. Hyunjin's eyes widened in shock, hearing that the dark knowledge will help him. The analysis of the magic circle began. The guy stood up, sitting on the floor. His vision was blurry. He thought that he managed to wake up, but it seems that he is still poisoned. Leaning over, the brunette thought that at this rate he will die. He urgently needs to use Gildred's dispelling circle. He saw a notification that Gildred's mana began to destroy the magic circle using the name of the Dark Truth. She gave the order to forcefully extract the mana. The harmful mana was deeply rooted in his heart. Let him circulate his mana to heal it with the extraction. On Hyunjin's chest was a purple seal that emitted black flashes. He looked at it and thought, right on his heart. He brought his hand to his chest and touched his fingers to the purple seal. Blood gushed out of his mouth. He spat it out on the floor. Touching his fingers to his chest, the hero thought how painful it was to dispel. He knelt down with his head bowed and said that all that was left were these three. Hyunjin looked at Tishik and Jinna who were lying on the floor. The brunette stood up holding his shoulder and said that he would do it. Someone's legs appeared in the red haze. Jinna looked ahead in surprise, asking what was that. She stood in the void and asked, "Where is she?" The girl extended her palm and summoned light. She stood with her hand extended. She turned around and asked, "Is there anyone here?" She pressed her hands to her chest and asked again, "Is there no one here?" The redhead fell to her knees, saying that it couldn't be. This was no different from when she was younger. She knelt down, remembering the girl in front of her, and heard the words that her sister had already become a member of the party. Her shoulders shook when she heard the question, "When does Jinna plan to prove her worth? What is the ideology of the jail guild?" Raising her head, she said the ideology of the guild. Remembering her younger self, she said that it was better for useless people to die. In front of her, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood a man who said that she knew this well, and in that case. Jinna bowed in defeat, hearing that it would be better for her to just die. She heard that she was talentless, pathetic, and incompetent. Jinna's eyes widened in shock. She covered her ears with her hands, repeating the word, "No." Tears poured out of her eyes. Jinna said that she wanted to do better. She was shaking while sitting on the floor. A lightning bolt appeared in front of her as she asked for help from someone. The girl raised her head. She looked at the light. There were bright discharges in front of her. Hyunjin, with blood on his face, looked at her after hearing the words that he was good. While he was healing the girl, Hanseok stood behind him and asked if everything was okay. Tishik told him not to use the word that when talking about a person. Jinna opened her eyes after hearing the brunette's words that he couldn't concentrate, to be quiet. With a blurry vision, she saw Hyunjin's figure calling her. The girl began to cry. The brunette exclaimed, asking if she had regained her senses. The redhead sat down on the floor with a scream. Tears were dripping onto her palm. Hyunjin looked at the girl and heard her say that she was back. She lightly punched the brunette in the chest when he asked why she was sweating and asked how he could joke in such a situation. Sitting on the floor with the others, the huntress thanked him for saving her. It was already dark outside. The heroes were sitting at the coffee table. Tishik, who was standing next to him, said that he thought they were almost done. They all worked hard. The tired heroes heard that he would report this to his superiors. Let them wait a little. A guy burst into the room holding a bag of punapan. Park was holding a biscuit fish in his hands, saying that Jinna really scared him. He should have come earlier. Hyunjin mentally said that he looked like he had a lot of fun outside. He saw the guy hand the girl the fish and said, "Hurry up and eat." The door opened and someone called Hyunjin. He answered while sitting on the sofa. Tishik came back into the room, asking if he wanted to make a deal with the special department. The chief continued that it was Korea to be more specific. Hyunjin was surprised to hear this and asked what he meant. Looking down, the chief of the special department explained that he himself had now become a target due to his connection with the dark magic stone. In fact, the special department was constantly tracking the black mana stone. The heroes sitting at the table heard that the special department's goal was to track down all the dark magic stones and punish their owners. Looking at him carefully, Hyunjin heard that they would fill him in on the details once he promised to work with them. He continued that since this was a top secret mission, they would provide him with an S-rank weapon and a tax exemption for his guild. Jinna leaned on her hand and said that it was a pity that she unfortunately did not have a guild and would not receive an S-rank weapon. Hanseok's eyes were shining in admiration. He said that it was an S-rank weapon and a top secret mission. He shook the brunette, saying that he said that it was an S-rank weapon and a top secret mission. The heroes looked at this, hearing that he must definitely agree. He must let him do it. Hanseok shook the guy's shoulder and begged him to agree. The brunette thought that he was annoying. The katana was surrounded by a red glow. Hyunjin took it out of its sheath and asked if this was the S-rank equipment they were giving him, and heard that it was, but first he had to tie the sword. Holding the weapon in his hands, Hyunjin asked what his name was. The surprised boss answered that it was Hellslayer. The guy looked at him questioningly. The guy with the blade remembered the meme and asked in surprise, "He won't have to cry every time he uses it, right?" Tishik replied that no, he won't cry. The blade was glowing red. Tishik said that it was just a sword whose owner hasn't been found yet. And as he can see, it's a magic sword. Few people can withstand its power. The guy looked at it, thinking that it won't be easy. He heard that it would be different for him. Tishik scratched his head with a smile, saying that since he became an S-rank hunter in just half a year, the past life reported that fuses will destroy the sword's resistance and switch to forced binding. Hyunjin looked in surprise as red swirls surrounded the sword. He gritted his teeth, thinking that it was forced binding. Everyone looked at the sword surrounded by glowing lights in shock. Jinna said that she felt a huge amount of mana. The hero held the sword and was shocked to hear a voice asking, "Is it he who woke him up?" He thought, was it the sword that just spoke? He was confused, hearing the sword repeat what he asked, "Is it he who woke him up?" Jinna turned to the man and asked, "Doesn't he find it strange?" The boy looked at the shining weapon excitedly. At 25, he met a talking sword for the first time. The voice of Hellslayer said that he couldn't believe that his master was just a little boy. It must be a joke. Hyunjin quickly put the katana back in its sheath, thinking that he wouldn't think about it for now. The voice tried to stop him. Jinna waved her hand, said that it was time to go. She was tired. The brunette said that he would see her off. He walked behind the redhead. Crossing his arms, he thought that the days were getting colder and called out to Jinna. The girl stopped. She extended her hand and asked permission to formally introduce herself, because now they were in the same boat. She extended her hand to the brunette and said that she was Jinna, and that she would work with him to uncover the secret of the dark magic stone and punish those behind it. The guy looked at her palm and heard a request to stay alive until their next meeting. The girl smiled, saying that she was sincerely grateful for saving her. Hyunjin smiled. Shaking her hand, he replied that he was just repaying her. Jinna asked what he meant. The brunette smiled and replied that she saved him when Hyori wanted to kill him. The girl looked at him. She got into the car and said that then, thinking that they were even and would see each other again. The car drove away. Hyunjin watched her go and heard his name being called. Teeman ran up, saying that he heard that there was an attack. Is he okay? The hero replied that he was completely fine. Tishik bowed and said that he would go too. They would contact him once they had collected information about it. Hyunjin agreed and said that he had done a good job. He turned to the assistant and said that he would go with him. The assistant pointed at himself and asked if it was okay for him to impose himself again. Hanseok raised his hands happily when he heard that of course, all sorts of dangers happen every now and then, one after another. For safety, it would be better to sleep in their office tonight. The man frowned, saying that he had found it. He was standing on the roof with the red moon in the background. He said that it must be him. Hyunjin sat on the bed and saw a sword appear from a blue portal and address him. Hellslayer asked how dare he send him to such a dark and empty place. Is he willing to pay for his sin? Holding the blade in his hand, Hyunjin said that he just put it in the subspace for a while. He put the sword back into the interdimensional pocket, saying that he hated noisy things the most, so let them go back. The voice cursed, trying to stop him. Hyunjin frowned with blood coming from his ears, hearing the shouts that he was a very useful sword. He could restore his mana by absorbing the blood of enemies, and could even nullify high-level magic. The master should execute the wicked. Hyunjin smiled slightly and thought, should he return it? The sword spirit asked what kind of smile it was. He would take it as consent. There were many people sitting in the hall near the stage. Congratulations were heard on the promotion to a rank. The boy replied that he would continue to try his best. Hyunjin looked at him. He waved his hand and addressed everyone, congratulating the other hunters who had also been promoted. The gray-haired girl said into the microphone that this was the end of their general meeting. The hero looked at her silently. Sajin was sitting on a bench in the hallway. The boy handed her a can of drink and said that the head secretary should take care of herself as well. Touching her forehead, she looked at Hyunjin. The boy handed her the drink with a smile, saying that he heard that she had been working hard while he and Teeman were away. He sat down next to her, and she said that she was just doing what she had to since she was the only one who left unharmed after the raid. She looked down, saying that since she was always one step behind, relying on him was the least she could do. The hero said that she was talking about it again. He remembered the girl standing with her arms outstretched and said that she was not the one to rely on them. Looking at her, the brunette said that it was quite the opposite. Touching her neck, the hero continued that now he would be responsible for the time that he allowed her to bear all this burden. Sajin looked at the guy. He was very surprised when she did not have time to finish saying that she was fine. She began to fall. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Coffee spilled on the floor. Hyunjin caught the girl in amazement and distracted her, trying to bring her to her senses. He turned to the guy who approached and shouted that they were going to the hospital. Let them immediately prepare a car. The doctor with a folder in his hand smiled and said that it was chronic fatigue from the dungeons. The guys at the girl's bed looked at him in surprise. The doctor turned to Sajin and asked if they were overtired. The girl sitting on the bed answered that after the raid, everyone ended up in the hospital. There was an IV attached to her arm. She said it like some people still had paperwork. The guild members were amazed to hear that since she had nothing to do but work, she took on the work of others. The setting sun illuminated the clouds. Hyunjin shouted that from this day on, the guild would also be on a week-long vacation. The calm sea washed the shore. Seagulls flew in the sky. The girl sat leaning on her arm and said that being gathered in one place was the boss's order. Jinna sat under an umbrella next to the brunette and said that they would curse him. The guild members were having fun on the shore. The girl said that even jail did not do such things. The gray-haired girl closed her eyes contentedly. Words were heard that they would call it race culture. Hyunjin looked ahead and said how come she was here after acting like they weren't supposed to see each other for a while. That's what she said then. Jinna bared her teeth in anger when the hero quoted that they would see each other next time then. The redhead exclaimed angrily, wasn't he the one who invited her here? The boy replied in the same tone that he didn't think she would really come. Sajin smiled, thinking that it seemed like they were on good terms. The boy asked while pointing his finger if that wasn't S-class hunter Jinna. How did the guild master know her? But his comrade knocked him out with his elbow. Ignoring the others, Sajin ran towards the heroes arguing under the umbrella. The man stood at the closed doors and asked the guild leader if he could come in, and he accepted. A red glow appeared from the door that was slightly opened. The man standing in the room asked if the one who came and did what he asked him to do. The boy nodded and said that he had called 5 rank elite hunters. He had heard the order to bring them here immediately. He frowned and asked if he could ask why. The leader glanced at him and said that he was going to hold a ceremony. Illuminated by the red light, Hyunjin turned around. The boy asked fearfully, a ceremony? The man replied that he was going to obtain the power he needed to avenge his sister Hyori and take revenge on those responsible for her disappearance. The boy called for the guild master, to which the man snapped that enough was enough. He should follow his orders as befits the CEO. The boy gritted his teeth. He ordered them to enter. The 4 men entered the room. Hyunjin frowned and said that it was a little off, but they should be enough. He held a black mana stone in his hand and called for enforcer. Red flashes surrounded him. The man who appeared among them said that he was late and heard an apology in response. Looking with red eyes, he ordered to start immediately. Putting his hands in his pockets, Hyunjin ordered everyone to stand in line with the magic circle. The hunters nodded. A circle was drawn near the candle, and the man stood on it. Eyes widened in shock when red flashes appeared around. There were shadows of screaming men around Hyunjin. A question was heard, what is going on? Looking down sullenly, he thought that with this he could take revenge on Hyunjin. The man clutched a black crystal in his hand. Words were heard in the special police department building that it seemed like everyone was here. Before contacting them, he found some important evidence. Hyunjin stood next to Jinna and asked again. On the table was a photo of Tishik, who said that they should look at these images first. The brunette held the photo in her hands while her comrades peered over her shoulder and asked, what is this, Guild Grand Devil? Jinna slapped her hand over his mouth, preventing him from saying what happened last time, and asked herself, what about her? Tishik handed over another photo and said that gold-level guilds and above hold regular meetings. Given the vast amount of authority that each of them has, it is important to make sure that they all fulfill their duties. He introduced the men standing and said that Guild Grand Devil has not participated in these meetings for a long time. Hanseok pointed at the photo and said that this is their master Hyungjun. The man replied that he is Hyri's older brother. He heard that there has been unrest in the guild ever since she disappeared. He imagined a girl in a white fur coat. Closing his eyes, Tishik said that one of their investigators went to the guild to conduct an investigation, but the guild was completely empty. The man shined a flashlight into the room, but it was as if no one had ever been there. A question was heard. Did he mean to say that they had disappeared without a trace? The man handed Jinna a photo and said no, they had found something suspicious. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She covered her mouth as she handed the photo to Hyunjun and said that she was going to throw up. There were candles on the floor and a circle drawn on it. Looking at the photo, the hero said that it looked like some kind of ceremony or ritual had been performed. Hanseok added that it looked like objects from a horror movie. The man in uniform said that shortly after the investigator took the photos, he was attacked. He held up a photo in which a pentagram was visible on his clothes and said that fortunately, the camera was in a safe place so they were able to remove its contents. He imagined a camera lying on the floor. Blood had splashed onto it. He pointed with his hand and asked, "Doesn't this look familiar?" Hyunjin nodded and said that it looked like someone had used a dark magic stone. The man confirmed and said that this led them to Guild Grand Devil being involved in the attack. Jinna's eyes widened. She pointed at the pentagram and asked if the symbol didn't seem familiar. The hero was surprised and said that since they were talking about it, there was a red pentagram in the eye. He said that it was just like the one Hyri had during the exclusive raid. Leaning on the table, Jinna asked if they knew anything about it. Holding onto the photo, Hyunjin asked if he said that her brother was looking for her, wanting to know her location. Jinna looked ahead and asked if he could get the department to work on it. The boss replied that it would be difficult without a good reason. Looking ahead determinedly, Hyunjin asked what if Guild Grand Devil showed themselves first. Looking at them, Tishik replied that if only it were possible, and then exclaimed. The brunette confidently said that he was just going to throw the bait. He held a note in his hand that said whether he wanted to find Hyri. He said that it would be up to Hyunjun whether he would bite or not. Blood spattered. Hyunjun frowned. The glass of the photo frame was broken. The man asked how dare he do something like that. Turning into a demon, Hyunjun promised to tear him to pieces. Several explosions thundered among the buildings in the city. People ran away from the dark silhouettes, asking what it was and begging for help. The heroes were standing on the roof. Jinna asked, "Didn't they just put the bait this morning?" Hyunjin looked at the people and said that yes, they were somewhat prepared, so there would be no big scandal. His reaction was stronger than they expected. The demon below roared, breaking the ground. He looked up, asking how Hyunjin dared to provoke him. He would kill him. Jiwon came over and asked if the master was sure about this. The red-haired man exclaimed in surprise when he heard that he should think that this was just an unofficial battle. He asked if this could still be called a human. Hyungjun, in the form of a demon, leaned down. A question was heard, were the rest of the staff evacuated? The guild members were fighting the one-eyed monsters. The guy replied that yes, only the combat staff remained inside. They had already occupied the first floor. Looking ahead, Jiwon said that if the first floor was breached, he and the CEO would suppress it. He was surprised to hear that something was wrong. The black earphone said that the target had left their position. The target was currently on the roof. The demon appeared on the roof where the heroes were standing. Hyunjun was surprised to hear it say that it was sneaky. The monster climbed onto the roof, saying that it had finally found him. Jiwon waved his hand and asked the guildmaster to step back. He would take it on himself. He clenched his teeth resolutely. Many ice flows surrounded by a glow appeared in front of him as he used Snow Whirlwind. A sharp ice flow pierced the monster's torso. The boy asked in surprise, did he intercept his attack? Words were heard from the open mouth that he was annoying. The ice flow began to turn red. Hyunjun said that he was only going to have fun killing Hyunjun, but he changed his mind. The demon jumped, heading towards the name. Fire flashes appeared around the hand. Words were heard that he did not think it would be easy, considering Hyunjun's mana. Jinna sent a fire whirlwind forward, asking what he was thinking, deciding to provoke him. The brunette looked at her calmly. He took out a katana, saying that he needed to finish this quickly. He felt that everything was fine now. The sword asked, was he finally going to use it? He found his mana. Surrounded by lightning, the brunette replied that he appreciated it. A notification appeared that the valiant shield of Carthago would protect him. As long as the Great Guardian was with him, nothing could threaten him. Hyunjin swung his sword, thinking about the dark magic stone and whoever was behind it. Only now did he see the absolute despair that Deus spoke of. The monster jumped up, sending out fiery beams around. The impact with the katana left a bright mark. The guild members called out to the boy in shock. Holding back the blow, he shouted for both of them to go down and help the others. Hyunjin hit the monster with his katana, saying that he would take it on himself. Running away, Jinna waved her hand and told him not to ask for help later. The brunette looked at her silently. Hyunjin in his demon form narrowed his eyes and said that he seemed to be quite overconfident, but that would make it even easier for him. He roared, breaking the ground, saying that it would be easier for him to kill him without any obstacles. Hyunjin angrily shouted for him not to bluff. He would not be able to find out what he wanted if he killed him. The red monster heard that. Didn't he come after the message he sent him? Raising his katana, Hyunjin jumped up and asked if he didn't want to know where Hyunjin was now. The monster told him to be quiet. Red marks appeared from the blows. The monster covered himself with his hand, saying that he knew Hyori was on his exclusive raid. But his sister didn't come back no matter how long he waited for her. He remembered the bald man standing in front of his desk. Then he asked if the raid was closed. The red demon looked ahead, saying that he killed her. Hyunjin swung his sword, shouting that he said she was a gold-level guild member who was pursuing them for personal gain and interfered with their raid. The notice said that the spirit of the cruel and deadly Reaper had awakened. All living beings would be subjected to instinctive fear. Black marks from the blow appeared in front of the defeated demon. Hyunjin slashed with his sword. The blood-stained sword exclaimed that it was wonderful, it was exciting. Blood spurted out of the monster's mouth. It fell down, shouting insults. A knee hit its jaw. The guy kicked Hyunjin off the roof. There was a flash. Hyunjin was flying after him with a shining red katana. He swung his sword, shouting for the monster to get hit again. The force of the fall sent rocks flying up. Dust settled. The demon said how could he lose after making a blood pact? Hyunjin looked at him in shock and asked what he meant. He was sitting on top of the demon, leaning on his katana, and asked what that sound was. The demon's limbs crumbled into crumbs. Hyunjin asked, a blood pact with low-level hunters, is he talking about the disappearance case? Hyunjin apologized to the enforcer and said that he had no excuse. Hyunjin looked ahead in shock, surrounded by the demon shards. In a crack in the ground, there was a black mana stone. The heroes gathered together. Tishik said that they should look into this blood pact. The brunette said that he also mentioned low-level hunters. Jinna put her hand on her hip, saying that it might be related to the recent disappearances of low-level hunters. She continued that she heard that the authorities were having difficulty investigating since there were no traces left. Tishik nodded, saying that it might indeed be related to the fact that Hyunjin spoke of. The sky was painted in the colors of the sunset. He said that the matter was taking a much bigger turn than he had imagined. He didn't expect it to be so difficult. Hyunjin smiled slightly at the gratitude. Hanseok touched his face and said that this is what happened so far. A black stone was hovering above the purple seal. About a year ago, Blood Alliance had contact with them for the first time, borrowing the power of the black mana stone. Soon, the guild became gold ranked. The demon looked forward. The girl's appearance was a little crazy. The black mana stone turns a hunter into a monster. Reawakening can be caused intentionally. He imagined a person in a black hood, thinking that the blood oath ritual was led by a person called the Enforcer. Jinna crossed her arms and said that there was more work than they thought. Scratching the back of his head, Hyunjin replied that he did not know it would be so complicated. Tishik clenched his fist, saying that they had found out enough for now. Now he was returning to the special police department. They should start by pursuing the person called the executioner of the blood oath. He said that they would see each other next time and told them to take care of themselves. The windows of some houses were burning. Hyunjin walked down the street, saying that there was no serious damage and the guild would not need much repairs. The hero was surprised when he received a warning from Hassassin about the presence of an unknown person. Someone was watching him from behind. Hellslayer said that there was someone there. Hyunjin bent down, holding the hilt, and wondered if the clan was targeting him. The sword said that this was great, let him take it out and cut it. The swing of the katana left a bright mark. The spirit said that in the blood and the darkness of darkness. Ahead was a man in black clothes. The sword continued, saying, dissolve. Hyunjin exclaimed in amazement, recognizing the person. Ahead stood a frightened TE-ranked hunter, holding a phone in her hands. The brunette screamed internally. The blonde in the hat held a cloth in her hand, saying that it was a super rare invisible mother that she risked her life in the S-class dungeon for. Her eyes widened. T turned around, holding out her palm, and asked not to misunderstand her. She was not a thief. The brunette looked at the blonde in shock, hearing that she was just taking a photo. He thought, why is this person in their guild at all? T flies into the room with a surprised face and screams. Everyone around immediately realizes that this is the same S-rank hunter. Hyunjin looks and hears her ask if he knows who she is. As the girl stands under the glare of the spotlight, he thinks that there is no way he doesn't know who she is. Teehee is a famous blogger with 1 million subscribers on Tube. She is geeky enough to carry a camera around to get views, and at the same time she is a star tuber who is constantly in the spotlight. Hyunjin continues to ponder why she is there, and then the girl, with a changed face, embarrassedly asks her subscriber if Hyunjin. The blonde asks him to keep it a secret. The guy interrupted and said that the misunderstanding that happened earlier has not yet been resolved. The girl jumped to the side when the hunter said that only its members can visit the guild building and he now has to check her camera. Teehee, with a frightened face, speaks in a trembling voice saying that she is well aware of the brunette's strength and asks him to be the only one to close his eyes in this case. The guy calmly says no. He snatches the camera from the girl's hands. Then his expression changes dramatically when he looks at the phone. He asks in bewilderment what kind of a prank this is. Seeing countless photos of the head secretary, he says that he must inform her about the appearance of her personal stalker. Teehee screams in horror that this should not be done. The girl, baring her teeth and squinting, tells the brunette that the only thing is that their guild is ascendant, so she wanted to interview them, and not what he thought. The guy, even more confused, asks again if Teehee, having 1 million subscribers, really wants to interview the guild. She answers in the affirmative. Clutching her head, the blonde adds that she got lost and lost all her secret virtues. Hyunjin suddenly realized that if he used this situation correctly, then flashbacks about media control flash through his head. He also remembers what the red-haired girl told him about Korea, that the current republic is not as pure as one might think. The guy concludes that this can be used to his advantage and his eyes begin to glow with fire. A yellow seal appeared near his eye. A sign appeared above the blonde's head with the words that she is attention seeker. Hyunjin sits down next to Teehee and offers her his help in exchange for a promise to do him a favor a little later. The girl asks why he is going to involve her in some shady business. She does not agree to his conditions. The guy adds with a smile that thanks to this favor, the blonde will be able to gain many more subscribers than she currently has. The girl opens her mouth in amazement. She shuddered slightly, her eyes sparkled, and hearing about such a pleasant bonus, she agrees. Blushing, she adds that she will try. The guy understands that he has chosen the right tactic because she is so interested that she simply cannot refuse. In the building with torches in a circle, a voice is heard, which broadcasts that the Punisher is very disappointed with his members. People in red cloaks stand and listen in horror to what comes from a huge crystal, which adds that not only the top is disappointed, but also they. His speech does not end there and he adds that they should all have been aware that the qualifier appeared. At this point, people become even more scared and begin to say in chorus that they are aware of what is happening. One of these people, raising his red eyes, says that a lot of time has passed since they were ordered to find and eliminate the qualifier. He also added that they did not succeed and he is still wandering around freely. The man, accumulating energy in his hand, asks those present how they think they feel about this. The man demonstratively kills one of those present. Also, after the guy falls dead, he adds that everyone present should not do things that require forgiveness. The leader continues to speak, keeping everyone in horror that after a recent series of failures, the bishop decided to keep a close eye on them and therefore they must correct all their past mistakes. At this point, the people suddenly screamed that they were asking for forgiveness and would try. But it was too late, heads were flying. The man raised his bloody hand and added that he would now give them the next command. But the bishop appeared in the room, who made him stop. He also added that throwing heads would not help correct non-existent mistakes. The leader asked what brought the bishop here. At this point, the bishop explained that he was worried about the fact that the invader would soon appear, and they still had not gotten rid of the problematic element. The white-haired man was taken aback and screamed, "Is it true that the invader himself would appear?" The bishop answered in the affirmative and added that since they were the first to know about the appearance of the qualifier. At that moment, the room began to take shape as a huge pentagram and the bishop continued, saying that Heron was taking the initiative. The man continued to broadcast, saying that it was solely for the sake of them and their blood covenant, calling on the leader not to be sad. At that point, the executioner realized in horror that they wanted to destroy him. Looking at the corpse, the bishop added that one must not disappoint them and the victim, and the guild union is a great thing. The guy in the cloak began to fall into hysterics and continued to ask what the bishop meant. He added that he had not yet used all the creatures. A bright light appeared behind him, and the bishop added that this was because the invader was already coming. Looking forward, he also asked what good such trivial creatures could do, but the man only continued to beg the bishop in horror not to destroy him. A moment later, a bright flash appeared, and a black silhouette came out of it. Metal ones appeared and asked who had called him. The bishop bowed to him, saying it was him. Heron stepped forward and asked what was up with the qualifier. When he passed by, the bishop replied that he had already been identified and was awaiting orders on what to do next. Heron told him to gather all the troops that could be mobilized. He also added that he needed to be destroyed immediately. The bishop raised his head and asked again if it needed to be done right now. The man turned around angrily, asking if it was clear he had identified himself and why he had to explain everything. The bishop bowed in fear and replied that he understood everything. Heron added angrily that if the house was demolished, the pests would come out themselves. He also added with burning eyes that peacetime was over and from now on they were going to wreak havoc in this place. Night had come. The guy was lying on the bed and thinking that his energy was completely exhausted. At this moment, T was filming a video and happily greeting his viewers. She also adds that she has a guest today and it is none other than Hyunjin. For some reason repeats the same thing after her. The girl hit him on the back. She asks in confusion what he is doing. The blonde's face suddenly changes and she says, not very pleased, that the guy is obliged to greet the fans with enthusiasm. Several attempts to greet the fans followed, but they all did not suit the girl. Hyunjin lay in bed and, clutching his face, thought that he would never want to repeat such an experience. He rolled over on his side and thought that he was doing everything in order to find the one hiding behind the black monostones. The guy also thought that despite his efforts, he still does not know anything about them and is absolutely desperate. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that an incredible number of reasons had already prevented his 990,000 lives from solving this problem. He also decided that each of them was much more impressive than he was. A moment later, the guy found himself in a strange place. He was surprised and heard welcoming words. Hassison was standing in front of him, in a place similar to a temple. Hyunjin asked him how he ended up there. He answered that he called him. The dialogue continued and the guy asked if Hassison called him. He answered that they appeared. The man with a tired look said that this is an invasion team, and they call themselves invaders. The guy was taken aback by what he heard and asked again what kind of invasion team. Then the warrior told that thanks to the guy, his ban was lifted, the chain collapsed, and now he can tell everything in more detail. The warrior decided to tell about the goals of his previous lives and what horrors he faced, as well as about all the tasks and responsibilities that will fall on his shoulders. Hyunjin was even more surprised and asked again what they were talking about. Hassison asked the guy what happened after he discovered the black monostone. The guy, lowering his head, answered that every past life he met reacted. The warrior asked if he remembered what term they used, and then it dawned on the brown-haired man. He realized that when he said them, he meant. Remembering the terrible events, he dejected even more and realized that the film was about the invader. Then Hassison answered that it was the invader that they could not defeat in all past lives. Looking up, he added the phrase that was in the guy's head, talking about absolute despair. The warrior seemed to mentally transport himself to all those bloody battles and added that the invader was a group of invaders from another world and they fought alone to stop them. Hyunjin listened to all this in horror, and the warrior added that they were defeated. He continued the story, remembering all these events, and said that some past lives fought side by side with their comrades and met their end. He said that there were others who had been defeated by their own allies, brainwashed by the invaders themselves. He also added that there were lives that had died trying to establish peace. The brown-haired man interrupted him and said that he was trying to get the point across. The warrior continued, saying that all 990,000 past lives had failed. Hassison looked up and said that at the forefront of the invasion were 3 invaders, far beyond the boy's imagination. The boy could only mutter something in horror. He raised his hand and said that he had just taken care of some of them, and that the warrior could see it for himself by looking at HJU. But the man refused and added that those the boy had dealt with were not invaders. The brown-haired man was surprised. He clearly hadn't expected to hear that and asked again. Then Hassison told him that there was an invader, a bishop was subordinate to him, an executioner to him, and the executioner were just puppets carrying out orders. He also added that they were otherwise called creatures and that Hyunjin had encountered them. The guy was noticeably upset and scared. He was only thinking about whether he could do it. He reproached himself and, gritting his teeth, thought about how he always relied on past lives and took strength from them. The flight of thoughts did not stop. The guy thought about how he would not be able to do what no one had managed before him. The warrior was surprised at first, but then, forcing a smile, he said that it was just like them and there was no need to be afraid. The guy raised his head and looked at his past life in surprise, and he, in turn, continued and said that among all the qualifiers he had ever met, Hyunjin was the only one with unlimited potential. Then he admitted that at first they had no faith, which is why they only watched. The warrior, remembering the other lives, told the guy to keep his head up. Then other lives began to appear, and the warrior continued, saying that the guy's limitless potential and past lives pay special attention to him. He also said that the only one who can fulfill their greatest wish is him. Hyunjin, gritting his teeth, continued to listen attentively, and then he, clenching his fist, began to feel how tense pressure overwhelmed him. He decided that the other lives felt the same way. He also realized that despite all this, they never gave up and continued to fight for faith. More and more lives began to appear around, and the guy did not stop thinking about the fact that for the sake of his comrades and other people whom they wanted to protect, like him. The guy also thought that since they had already lost 990,000 times, it was time to win. Then one of the lives added, looking straight at him, that this guy would be able to give those terrible creatures a good beating. Hyunjin looked up and confidently said that from now on he accepted his destiny. The hand of one of the lives began to blaze and it said that the guy was ready to face his destiny. Something huge and glowing appeared in front of the guy and added that from now on they bless him with their unlimited powers since the ban was lifted. But that was not all. They added that only the one who can hinder him can truly help him, and that someone is Hassassin. Everything around Hyunjin began to blaze and he heard how they wished him luck. At that very second, a miracle happened and they added that the guy had inherited all of Hassassin's will and the shadows behind him would lead him into eternal darkness. They continued the story, saying that even in the brightest light, they will become a shadow. Morning, the guy's room. He sits down on the bed, and then his trusty blade asks a question, asking if the guy received the power of darkness, to which the brown-haired man turns around and asks with a grin if he looks different. Katana replied that she feels a completely different energy in him. Then the guy thought about the fact that the enemy he managed to defeat by combining the forces of S-Rank and Lina was just a low-level creature. A huge portal hung over the city. Heron was to blame for this. Hyunjin confidently looked out the window and thought that the fate of 990,000 lives was in his hands and it was time to put an end to this. A man enters the ward. Opposite him on a hospital bed are a guy and a girl. The man who entered said that he knew where Lee Ju-won was. He raised his head, meeting his gaze. In front of them stood Kang Hyunjin, whom he called the guildmaster. Lee Hyun ran towards him, greeting him, and Lee Ju-won asked her not to run in the hospital. MC gives the cake he brought to Hyun, while the red-haired man asks why he came. Kang replies that it is natural to visit and that they promised Miss Lee Hyun recovery. He is also glad that she looks better. The red-haired man lowers his head, thanking the guildmaster for helping him, because if it weren't for him, he and Anderson would have been in trouble. Hyunjin tilts his head to the side and smiles, noting that they now have a great member. Suddenly, the TV announced breaking news. The three of them began to watch, while it talked about a crack appearing above Gangnam Seoul and monsters coming out of it. Hyunjin frowns when he hears about the confirmation of hundreds of casualties and clarifies out loud about the dungeon crack. The red-haired man, shocked, realizes that something is wrong. Monsters and destroyed houses appear on the TV screen. He notices their similarity to the form of the creature Ju Hyungjun. The TV announces the ability of monsters to communicate in human language. The protagonist thinks about lifting the restrictions, because this apparently meant the beginning of the raid of the command center. The redhead puts his arm around the girl's shoulders. The brunette looks at them. The phone rings and a female voice is heard asking where Mr. Lee is now. Jinna asks if he has watched the news. The traffic jams are terrible on the streets. He answers positively. The girl asks him to come to the scene in all seriousness. A huge crack has formed in the sky. Jinna was sitting in the car very close to this place. Most likely, those who are standing behind the black mana stone appeared from this crack. There are parts of buildings lying around. Cracks appeared on the ground. Someone from those there asked about the state of the defense line. The man in uniform turns around in surprise at the words that the front line has collapsed and the formation of the second is beginning. Clenching his hands into fists, Song Tae-shik thinks that the situation is not very good now. Standing with his comrade, he asks where the hunter hand Jinwoo is. The man next to him only reports that Jinwoo cannot be contacted. Tae-shik begins to get angry, because this hunter does whatever he wants even in such a situation. A powerful explosion is heard. Monsters appear above the people, which indicates that the second line of defense has been broken through. Two monsters emerged from the crack. Tae-shik thinks that everything happened when they had the opportunity to expose those behind it. The man concentrates his powers into a magical strike, giving commands to the others to block the monsters because their task is to get to the middle of the crack. One of the monsters roars, proclaiming the Blood Alliance. The man attacks the area. A curtain of dust rises around. But the monsters do not care about such a weak attack. They are ready to attack Song Tae-shik. Suddenly a pillar of fire forms. The whirlwind sucks in those two monsters. The man is happy that Lee are coming out of the fire. Jinna and Hyunjin. The boy and girl are checking if they were late to appear on the battlefield. The crater around the crack is getting bigger. Their mission was to search that place and return. A man runs up to the three hunters, reporting a crack inside the observatory. The hunter listens with all seriousness to the information that the leader of the Blood Alliance is deep in that crack. Memories of the invaders, whose forces in the command center are far from imagination, as someone wished him luck, pop up in his head. His hand squeezed the hilt of the sword when the girl called him. Completely confident in her strength, she still talks about the danger of this place where they will have to survive. The brunette listened to her attentively, accepting the support. Monsters are already approaching them. Members of their guild have already rushed into battle, promising to take care of this place and provide cover. The protagonist grinned. Concentrating, he pulls out his sword, saying that he will break through, paving the way for the others. The girl, teasingly, tells him not to come later than her. The guy smiles. Accelerating, he heads into the thick of the monsters. Quick and sharp movements, he immediately attacks and delivers a fatal blow. The phrase that the Master of Shadow leads him into eternal darkness, even in the brightest light, he will become darkness, is spinning in his head. The guild members are surprised how he was able to kill so many monsters so quickly with one blow. Lee Jinna smiles, realizing that this is the same technique he showed in their duel. The guy jumps up, asking Jinna to hurry up. Accumulating energy in her legs, she says that she can't lag behind him. Pushing off the edge, she jumps. With her hand, she grabs the hunter by the jacket. An explosion is heard from behind while they are flying in the air. She believes that this will get there faster. The sword, filled with energy, tells its owner that there is a powerful creature somewhere nearby. The guy looks at the explosion, asks if the sword is a bloodhound. He answers that this is natural because it is covered in the energy of death. Being behind the girl, who asks to stop because there is a reaction of mana. They land on the roof of the house. In a veil of smoke and dust, the silhouette of an unknown person is visible in front of them. The girl recognizes this person. This is one of the guild masters of the silver level guild. A terrible monster appeared from the smoke. This creature was the former guild master. Hyunjin wondered if this was a side effect of mana that the body could not accept. The terrible monster stood in front of them. The guy is sure that the first time they met, it was a rank. Having prepared himself, Jinna warns that the monster is clearly S-Rank. The monster wheezes, calling the protagonist the Chosen One. He listens attentively to the words of the monster that if it were not for him, they would not have become monsters because of Ju Hyunjin. The monster roars with anger. Approaching them, he promises to kill the brunette. He made a certain sound. The monsters nearby heard it. A few seconds later, they began to climb to the roof of this building where the guy and the girl were. Standing back to back, the brown-haired girl called the situation a little problematic, and Hyunjin clarified that there are quite a lot of monsters. Having made up her mind, the girl exhales, asking him to leave the creatures to her. This shocks Hyunjin, not understanding what she means. Pointing to the crack in the sky, she asks him to drag himself into that hole. Shocked, Hyunjin shouts that these monsters are S-Rank and she may not be able to handle it alone. She screams, trying to get it across to him. When the monster appears from behind, the guildmaster still does not move, asking if they can waste time when those behind this will soon be exposed. Fire flares up when words are heard about trying to become a worthy person. The brunette quickly turns around and deals a powerful blow to the monster. Clenching her fists, she explains that useless people are better off dead. Her eyes burn when she remembers his words. The guy's blood-stained face appears. Then he told her about the ability to endure any adversity that comes his way, stopping at nothing. Lee Jinna quotes his words that this is exactly what you are worth. Raising her hand up, she continues to talk about those behind the black mana stones. The monsters around them flare up with fire. She says that she is giving Hyunjin this very opportunity. A magic circle appears under the guy's feet. He needs to go. After that, the circle turns into a fiery whirlwind that lifts him higher. The girl will take care of the monsters. While her technique is spinning around her, she only asks to return alive. A pillar of light goes into the sky when the name of the technique is pronounced. A loud explosion is heard. The protagonist enters the crack. The room resembles a palace hall. In his head, only thoughts of Lee Jinna. He worries if everything will be okay with her. The corridor he ended up in is long and dark. With the same anxiety, he remembers everyone who was now fighting monsters and knew him. He remembers his younger brothers and the director of the orphanage, Sajin. He understands the weight of his past lives and knows that his task is to destroy the invaders to protect his homeland. The hunter walks forward along the corridor. The sword on his belt reminds him to come out of his thoughts because the situation is completely different. The protagonist is focused, replies that he is right and their goal now is to catch those who are behind everything. Still walking along the corridor, the sword is surprised because no one is around. Remembering the creatures that had gotten out onto the streets of the city, Kan wonders how this could have happened. At the end of the corridor was a door with light coming from it. The sword understands that the guy's path starts here. The guy comes closer while he is told to be careful. Touching the door with his hand, he says that a strong magical seal has been placed on it. Mana began to destroy the magic circle because using the name of the Dark Truth, he gives the order to forcibly extract mana. He puts his hand on his chest from which dark energy comes. The door opens. In front of him is a large hall filled with people in robes. He is surprised, realizing who is in front of him. Opposite him stood a man who was waiting to meet with the MC. An indicator emerges that someone is aiming for the protagonist's heart. A tall man in a mask and robe asks if Hyunjin is the chosen one. He, in turn, taking out his sword, asks the man if he is an invader. The blonde confirms his words, calling himself Heron, saying that he will crush the chosen one, who crawls like a worm. Hyunjin freezes, ready to attack, and thinks about the danger of his opponent because he cannot let his guard down. Grasping the sword more comfortably, he shows that he cannot retreat anyway. Heron took out his long weapon, noting the guilt of fate in being born the chosen one. People in robes are standing around the guy. Heron continues to talk about the benefits of his death to the Blood Alliance and the command center of the invaders. He breaks away. He delivers a powerful attack, calling for rejoicing in his death. Hyunjin froze, comprehending what was happening. The weapon pierced the shield. The hero blocked the elf's blow. A notification appeared that the valiant shield of Carthago will protect him. While the Great Guardian is with him, nothing dares to threaten him. Hyunjin looked at the enemy. Heron looked at him. He jumped back and said that it was interesting. He started another attack. He swung his mace and smirked. He would see how long he could take it. The guy stood there. The spirit of the sword told him it was dangerous and suggested he retreat. He replied that he was going to face him. He thought he should do it since he had decided to accept his fate. A notification appeared that the shadows behind him would lead him to eternal darkness. It said that even in the brightest light, he would become a shadow. The villain swung at the hero. The guy was above his head. They clashed swords. Powerful energy emanated from them. They attacked again and again. Heron struck. The hero managed to protect himself with his shield. The brunette frowned and thought that they had equal speed. The elf swung and said that he was better than he thought. His strike was blocked again and he said that it was quite impressive for an insect like him. Hyunjin began to attack and said that he was also impressed by how his opponent went through all this just to catch him. He attacked, but his blow was blocked. The guy asked if he had nothing better to do, and summoned his sword. Heron's pupils narrowed. The guy ran towards him and thought that he had opened up. His opponent cast a spell and disappeared. The brunette frowned. Copies of the elf began to appear around him. He looked around. The sword warned that these were not illusions, but real clones. The villain looked at him and suggested finishing the warm-up, and said goodbye to him. The chosen one looked ahead. A notification appeared that the ban was lifted and the powers of his previous lives were fully available to him. The system also reported that the Reaper's cruel and murderous intent had awakened. The elves looked in shock and wondered what it was. They were entangled in magic and they understood that it was about to crush them. The original Heron remained. The hero held the sword and said that this was the last remaining invader. He attacked him. The man cast a spell. The hero was thrown into the wall. The villain looked at him and asked if he was holding up so well because he was the chosen one. He said that he had faced many opponents who fought in vain. The elf spread his arms and said that they were eventually crushed by him. He said that he knew that his strength was on another level. The hero looked up at him and asked what he was doing. The hooded men stabbed themselves. Heron's hand was emitting magic. He said that it was his magic and no matter how hard he tried, he was no match for him. The boy ran at him with a sword and asked him to answer what he was doing now. The elf looked at him calmly and said that his mind was in complete disarray. His bloodlust was the same as before. Hyunjin's eyes widened in shock. The invader grabbed his leg, threw him over and said that he was out of his mind right now. The boy fell. The man held out his hand with a weapon and said that he was a disgrace. The brunette looked at him in panic. He jumped back. The hero held the sword. He told him to pull himself together and not to give in to emotions. The guy felt like he had a broken rib. He squinted and thought that it had been a long time since he had been in pain like this. A notification appeared that he had full Denchi protection and he would endure any difficulty to protect his destiny. He looked ahead and thought that he had no more strength left. The elf kicked him, and he flew far away. The villain laughed that the chosen one was exactly the one his command was looking for. The brunette was shaking, kneeling. He thought that his opponent did not seem to use any abilities, so why was he so strong? He lowered his head and thought if he should run away. He should have gotten the information and come back. What did he do wrong? He clenched his fist and thought that he chose to face his destiny. He raised his head and thought that he would not regret his decision even if his life ended here. He gripped the sword tighter. The elf was blown away by the wind. He assumed it was a magical reaction. The hero pulled out his sword and said he would never run away. A notification appeared that Durandal was paying homage to his justice. Hyunjin looked down. The system reported that his will was merging with Durandal's. Heron grabbed the weapon and said that he had given it too much time. He rushed at him, saying that he would end this right now. The chosen one launched a beam of energy at him. It reflected the attack and told him to stop resisting and die at last. The hero opened his mouth and commanded the sword to appear. It pierced the enemy, and his arm fell off. Veins appeared on Heron's temples. He rushed at the guy. He struck. The elf looked at him and said that he had caught him by surprise, but he was only a human. A sword appeared next to him, as he said that he could not be defeated. The sword cut through his body. Hyunjin said that he could not defeat him alone. Heron looked in shock. The brunette caught the weapon. He looked at the villain and said that he was not fighting alone. The elf wondered how he could block his attack with his bare hand. The youth raised his sword above his head and said that it was time to stop fooling around and end it. A beam of energy destroyed his opponent. The chosen one lay on the floor. He looked up and thought that he could not move. He wondered if he could defeat the invader. The spirit told him not to doubt and asked if he could get up. The hero smiled and said that he could not move. Even breathing was difficult. Suddenly a strong wind arose. The hand grabbed a stone. The elf stood up and asked how he could lose to a small human. He took steps forward and swore to kill him. Heron looked at the enemy and shouted that he was ordered to capture him alive, but he changed his mind. The boy frowned and wondered if that was it. He squeezed the crystal and thought that he had confirmed the identity of the captor. He frowned and hoped that he would have another chance. He opened his eyes. A portal appeared in front of them. Jinna shouted that the crack was closing. The man was blown away by the gusts of wind. He shouted at the chosen one, how dare he destroy the stone of tight mana. Hyunjin climbed the stone and flew past. He flew out of the portal. Jinna jumped up to him and told him to take her hand. The hero smiled when he saw her. They took each other's hands. The elf looked at him and shouted that he would definitely make him pay next time. The boy looked at him. The portal gave off a lot of energy and collapsed. The boy looked tiredly and thought that he was not sure whether to feel relieved. His head hung. They landed. People ran up to Jinna and asked if she was okay. Hyunjin was unconscious. The girl said she thought he was seriously injured. Tishik looked at her and said that thanks to them, the crack had closed and the situation was under control. He offered to go back. The others would take care of everything. The hero found himself in the subconscious and thought about what kind of test he would undergo this time. He looked at the door. He took hold of the handle and thought that he could not wait to find out what kind of person it would be this time. An old man stood in front of him. He greeted him, and putting his hand to his chest, he introduced himself as the priest of Behemoth, the consuming void. He extended his hand and said that if he could satisfy the void, it would bless him. The priest smiled and said that the young man would be able to obtain anything, magic, control, or anything else through the blessing of the void. Hyunjin looked at him and asked what it meant to satisfy the void. The old man smiled. He looked at him and said that he must sacrifice the soul of the invader. A purple aura appeared above his palm. He said to imagine a soul that suppressed the will of 990,000 people. Behemoth added that he must kill the enemy and, separating his soul from his body, throw it into the void. While the guy stood in pitch darkness, the voice said that however, if the soul is not in a very good condition, he must sacrifice much more to satisfy the void. Hyunjin began to say that if it is in a good condition. He and the old man looked at each other and simultaneously said that it will not be worth anything anymore. Behemoth opposite the interlocutor said that as expected from his reincarnation, he quickly grasps things. The brunette noted that something bothered him. He clarified whether everything could be so good since it is called the void. The spirit told him not to worry because in preparation for the battle, the previous life system was created and 990,000 experience was also accumulated. Introducing the huge bone monster, he said that the void was initially even considered a curse of its side effects, but now he can be sure of it. The hunter stood with a surprised face, listening to how it was all because the current void obeyed the will of their 990,000 lives. Behemoth calmly said that they would meet again as soon as he was ready to accept the blessing. Hyunjin lowered his head, listening to how it was for his bright future. The spirit added that it was also for their present. The brunette woke up on the bed. He looked at the bright ceiling and then assumed a sitting position. The guy froze, and the sword near the bed asked if he remembered what happened. Hunter parted his lips, answering that he remembered the battle with the Haranian. Jinna asked him to grab her hand with a worried face. Sajin was standing at the door. Her body trembled. The girl pursed her lips. She went inside and said hello. With a smile, she handed Hyunjin a towel. He began to wipe his forehead, listening to the words that the examiner had been coming since he closed the crack. The guy perked up when the brown-haired girl began to say that according to him, Race was promoted to platinum. He asked again in surprise. The door swung open. Teehee appeared in the passage, exclaiming that he had just recently been promoted to silver, and now he was immediately promoted to platinum. The blonde clenched her hand into a fist and declared that this is why she came here to cover the story. Hunter looked at the images of his face, asking how she did it. The girl put her hands behind her head and noted with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he couldn't even imagine how much effort it took her to get here. Imagining the girl's gloomy face, Teehee said that this Sinli Jinna was guarding this VIP room of the jail group. The blonde grabbed the phone and noted that she was the one and only S-class hunter and celebrity. Fragments of the brunette's fight appeared on the phone. On the screen was a caption asking whether S-rank hunter Jinna was the hidden hunter behind the closure of the Gangnam crack. While the brunette looked at the screen in surprise, Teehee said that everyone already knew that the two of them were behind the closure of the crack. The girls gave each other a thumbs up. The blonde said that the hunter let her pass after she showed her the fodder she published. Hyunjin and Sajin looked at her with surprised eyes. The brunette asked if she really meant to say that they were going to film a wounded man. The guy asked if that meant that the crack had already closed. The blonde pointed and said that the full coverage had already ended and that it was just an interview. Sajin asked with a puzzled look what she meant. The girl smirked and replied that it was a recording of both of them fighting. The brunette froze with a dumbfounded look, listening to his own words about the ability to endure any adversity that comes his way, stopping at nothing, and that is what he is worth. The huntress asked if he knew how many views the video had. She spread her arms out to the sides and loudly exclaimed that it had a whopping 130 million views. The blonde said that she thought he was talking complete nonsense when he said that you would bring him 1 million subscribers, but this is really not a joke. She gave a thumbs up and a big smile, saying that's why he wants them to continue their deal and she will help him in the future. The girl picked up the Teflon and said that it was broadcast live to the world. A notification came to Hyunjin's phone. Tae pressed the button on the remote, saying that she was curious about how the world would react to seeing his fight. On the screen, the news anchor said that this time, the creatures came out of the rift in Gangnam. The man noted that it turned out that the person who protected the land was the S-Rank hunter Kang Hyunjin. The blonde touched the door. Glancing back, she said that she would become the public relations manager of race. When the door slammed shut, the anchor waited to speak. The hunter is currently receiving treatment at jail hospital. The boy and girl froze, listening to the words about the government expressing its support for Hyunjin, who played an important role in the reconstruction of Seoul. Sojin turned to her friend and said that she was very glad that he was okay. Looking at the back of the brunette's head, she noted that she was surprised at first when she heard how he entered the crack all alone and how Jinna sent him away because she trusted him. The brunette touched her chin and said that he was really cool. Looking at the hunter, she noted that this was something that they could never dream of before, but now he has become someone that everyone respects. The huntress laughed and said that she heard from Tae that the government was considering raising his rank, so she just. Hyunjin interrupted her. He smiled sweetly and asked how the juniors were doing. The girl looked at her with surprised eyes while they asked her what about the director, and was everyone surprised. The guy put his hand behind his head and said that everyone saw it on TV before he could tell them himself, so he doesn't know what excuse to bring up for them. Sojin wiped away the tears that were forming and told him that they said they were proud of him. The girl behind the door listened to her words about the director saying that he was given the opportunity to give such cool people because he was the one who raised him. The brunette replied that he felt a huge relief. Jinna looked at him with a piercing gaze. When she walked away, Park asked why she was leaving. The brunette waved her hand and said that now was not the right time to visit her. While the guy happily chatted with his friend, she noted that Hyunjin really had good connections. A group of people gathered in the office, and Tae said that they were endlessly grateful to Hyunjin, and many things became clear thanks to what they found during the investigation. Introducing the dark purple crystal and the white-haired elf, he noted that first of all, the source of the dark mana stone and their identities. Jinna looked at him and asked again. The man asked if she knew what they got at the gate. The girl put her hand on her belt and replied that they might be magic stones. Tae put a lot of papers on the table and confirmed, saying that they found out that the gates opened suddenly because it happens all over the world. The man pointed at the crystal and started to say that however. He looked up at the people and asked what if it was done on an international scale. Hanseok waved his hand and asked if he thought someone was planning for all the gates to start opening. The brunette said that they also found it hard to believe at first. The girl looked at him and asked if he had any proof. Tae said that they analyzed the components of the dark magic stone that Hyunjin had obtained this time. Thinking of the blue crystal, he said that this magic crystal that they usually use is currently acting as a power source. However, the tight magic stone is quite unstable. Introducing the tight purple crystal, the man said that it has a large amount of magic power that can bend space. The brunette placed his hand on the table and added that it seemed to randomly generate cracks with this energy. Hanseok asked what that meant. He waved his hand and asked if the narrow magic stones were used by humans. He exclaimed that it was even though they ended up turning into creatures. Hyunjin behind him said that he was not mistaken. Recalling the masked elf, he said that he met someone in the crack, and it was a creature called an invader who was part of the capture team. Jinna looked at him and asked again. Tae agreed and said that he thought they were creating cracks with a dark magic stone. Introducing a group of people in capes, the guy said that there was a blood pact that delivered information to the invaders. He said that the video of the invader named Heron who used the life of a clan member only to heal herself. Hanseok put his hands together and asked fearfully, did he mean that he ate him? The hunter started to deny, noting that to be precise, it seemed like he had absorbed all of his life force. The man with a grim face started to ask why they were capturing them and why here of all places, and was this their playground? The brown-haired man grabbed his head while Hyunjin thought about how he couldn't face the captors alone. Staring with a keen gaze, he mentally noted that the captor he saw in Hassassin's memories wasn't Heron but someone else, meaning Heron wasn't the only captor there. The people in the office froze. The boy thought about how they would need everyone's help to be able to face them. Tae raised her hand and asked if she had anything to add. She looked at her phone and said that she noticed something while she was filming Hyunjin's broadcast. Blue screens started appearing in the room and the blonde noted that it was Heron, if you could call him human. She said that he wasn't dead. The girl had been hiding around the corner during the battle. She said that after Hyunjin broke the dark mana stone inside the crack, it began to collapse. Teehee's face darkened. She said that she couldn't film it properly because of how quickly it was collapsing, but she asked everyone to watch. The screens showed Heron breaking the crystal in his hand. A white light appeared. The people froze in surprise as the blonde said that the crack had disappeared. She shook the phone in her hand and said that the only thing she was sure of was that if that guy survived. The girl showed the screen of her smartphone and added that this definitely wouldn't end there. Heron stood in the dark room with a gloomy face as he was told that it hadn't been that long since the Chosen One came into contact with his abilities. The stranger wondered how the man could still lose him. The white-haired man begged for forgiveness. A second later, he was hit in the chest. As he bent over, the man in front of him told him to stand up straight and asked why he hadn't requested reinforcements. The elf pursed his lips. He stood motionless while they asked him why he wasn't answering. He muttered that the rift was unstable and he couldn't open the spatial gate, and the Chosen One had broken the dark mana stone, making it impossible to support the rift. The man in the iron mask looked at him. Heron raised his head and said in fear that there was no way he could request reinforcements in such circumstances, since all the troops would have been swept away by the spatial storm. Roscoe approached him closely and asked if he still didn't understand what situation they were in. The man froze in horror when he was told that the Chosen One had appeared and the commander had entrusted him with authority over all the troops involved. They asked him if he really didn't understand that. Roscoe looked at him with a vicious gaze and said that his fate was at stake. Imagining Hyunjin's path to many corpses, he said that if they failed to defeat the Chosen One and he eventually grew stronger, all of their fates would be at stake. The man turned around and walked back, saying that the Chosen One must be eliminated at all costs. He noted that the Dimensional Alliance was hell-bent on finding him, and they would be finished if he joined forces with them. Roscoe glanced back and said that this was their last chance, and Heron should get rid of him once his body was restored. The elf waved his hand and exclaimed that if they took any action given the current state of the Dark Mana Stone, their troops would definitely suffer losses. The man replied that all they had to do was take care of the Chosen One, and such trivial matters did not matter. He froze and told them to stop talking and just say if he refused to follow his orders. Roscoe, his eyes burning with anger, said that he did not need a dog that could not bark. The white-haired man froze. He said that he would definitely get rid of the Chosen One. After a while, he was left alone in the hall. Heron frowned when he saw the man. A girl in a white dress appeared in front of him and said that she heard that he had received a second chance. She asked why he was arguing so presumptuously then. The man raised his head and turned to Alina. The white-haired girl looked at him and said that all they had to do was end the life of the Chosen One, and it was only natural to use others to achieve the goal. Heron looked away and said that the crack was not in the best condition, and if they recklessly made a spatial jump. The girl flashed a red gaze and asked to listen. She asked who told him to fight directly. The man looked at her and asked again. A red pentagram shone in Alina's eye. She said that they could just use their toys from Earth. She pictured a multitude of people in cloaks and told them to open a new rift. The girl closed her eyes and said that not killing the Chosen One didn't mean they had failed. Heron turned to her instead. The white-haired woman waved her hand and said that revealing the identity of the Chosen One was already an achievement. The man winced when she added that even though he had lost his arm in the process, they had to make sacrifices. He grabbed his shoulder. Alina turned around, saying that he could still control his other arm, then added that it was time for her to go. The elf said that he understood. He continued to squeeze his shoulder, wondering if this meant that their expedition was only about this to use them as cannon fodder. Still standing in the hall, he made a mental note that despite all this, they must remain loyal. The man furrowed his brows, thinking that in order to stand firm on the battlefield, one must pay a high price, even if it meant losing an arm or breaking all of his limbs. Heron walked forward, mentally noting that they all just had to be stronger. The man sat on a bench under the night sky. Agent Smith perked up when he was called. Tishik was standing next to him, asking if he had received the report. He began to sit down on the bench, and the blonde replied in the affirmative, adding that he saw that the investigation into the Blood Pact was progressing smoothly. The brunette said that made this conversation easier. Shuffling his feet on the ground, the agent said that he had been informed that the World Association of Talented People wanted to appoint a representative, and that he had been recommended as a candidate. The man threw his arm over the back of the bench and said that it seemed Tishik wanted someone else to take the position. The brunette glanced at him and said that he was the man who had stopped the Blood Pact raid on Gangnam and found out that creatures calling themselves invaders from somewhere outside their dimension were targeting them. As he introduced the boy, he noted that the hunter Hyunjin was the only one he would recommend for the position. Smith pointed at him and said that he knew he would say that. Tishik perked up when the agent said that he also thought the brave Hyunjin was better suited for the position than a goody two-shoes like him. He asked loudly if he was serious. The blonde raised his hand and laughed, telling him to take it as he wanted. The brunette placed his hands on his knees and said that he was curious about something. Presenting a stack of papers, he said that others had also been recommended for this position, therefore. The two of them stood up, and the man asked why SS-Rank Hunter Han Jinwoo had not been recommended. Smith said that he knew why. As he headed for the exit, he added that the guy was involved in a blood pact. An indignant voice rang out in the bright room, asking if there were really more than 4 predicted raids. Han-seok looked at the guy seriously and asked if it meant that there were more if there were 4 predicted locations. The brown-haired man confirmed and said that was why the Raid Bureau had sent out an emergency request for support. After all, they didn't want to see Seoul turn into a bloodbath. The man played with his mouth with his hand and asked Hyunjin if he thought this was another blood pact. The guy said that it might be, since the circumstances did not allow them to consider it a simple coincidence. They looked at the empty side of the table and asked if it was a bit empty. While Hyunjin looked at the empty seats, the brown-haired man said that even though the Great Devil Guild and the Blade Guild had some really strong opponents, the guy looked at the hunters and asked if they should move to the predicted scene. He added that the Race and Ace guilds were assigned to one raid. The brunette looked at them with surprised eyes and asked if it was really just one. Dark beasts flew overhead. A bright spot of light sparkled nearby. The guy answered in the affirmative and added that, however, the raid was rated SS rank. Hyunjin and Han-seok looked down from above, and the man muttered that they were only informed an hour ago. Below, monsters were destroying the city, while the hunter said that it was already a mess. The brunette asked with a frightened face what the situation was. A human was approaching them. The red-haired boy looked at his comrades and said that firstly, their rank hunter guild had provided a line of defense. He added that there was no major damage except for the center of the gate. Hyunjin glanced at him and asked what the enemy lines were made of. Jiwon touched his ear and said that there was an orc sword master and priests. He looked at the glowing spot in the purple sky, saying that since it was an SS rank mission, he believed that they should not let their guard down. The hunter furrowed his brows, speaking of the orc sword master. Looking at the white-haired monster in the city, he noted that it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Watching the sword master and the orc behind him, the boy wondered if they were the vanguard. Sajin walked up to him and called out to him. She looked down and asked if that orc sword master was really there. Without turning to face her friend, the brunette said that she didn't think she would see him here. The hunter froze with his hand raised and asked her if she wanted to stay in the guild and wait out the battle. The girl turned her head and asked why she would want to do that. Sajin smiled smugly and confidently said that it was just an ordinary monster. The brunette looked at her with surprised eyes. The brunette started laughing and explained that she wanted to say that he was not the only one who had become stronger. She clenched her hand into a fist. Looking from the roof, the healer exclaimed with a wide smile that she was going to get even for last time. Hyunjin froze in shock. His lips stretched into a smile. Approaching his friend and looking at the shining sphere in the sky, he asked if his comrades were ready to begin. The guy struck with a katana. The orc leader was running towards him with a sword. The hunter raised his head, looking at the monsters that wanted him dead. The brunette turned his gaze to Sajin, who folded her palms. The green monster was spinning the blade. The orc leader froze in mid-jump. They made a sharp joint attack. The surrounding area was filled with puffs of dust. The silhouette of a hand appeared from them. Sajin directed a magical attack. The glowing spears pierced the monsters. Hyunjin looked at this with surprised eyes. The corpse of one of the monsters fell in front of him. The girl asked if he was okay. She wiped the blood from her face and said with a smile that these weaklings were playing hardball for no reason. The brunette smiled nervously and agreed with her. He mentally noted that his friend must have a lot of things accumulated. Jiwon put his hand to his ear and loudly called out to the guild master, telling him that an S-rank orc reaper was approaching. A heavy foot stepped on the ground. A monster with a staff stood in front of the hunters. He held it out and began casting a spell. Green lightning surrounded the guys, and they realized that it was a restraining fetter. The red-haired man clenched his teeth and asked if the orc swordsmen were just bait. The reaper opened his mouth, emitting purple smoke. It slowly approached his comrades. Their limbs began to move. Han-seok and Jiwon looked at them with shocked faces, asking if they were coming back to life. The monsters with swords began to rise to their feet. They surrounded the 4 hunters. Sajin looked at the boy in fear as he muttered that it seemed like they had a small problem. She asked to wait for 1 minute as she needed some time to free them all. Han-seok, looking at the approaching orcs, asked how much longer she would need. The girl replied that just a little more and she would be done. Hyunjin froze with a shocked look. A voice in his head said that he had Gildred's blessing with him, and Gildred's protection was forcefully dispelling the magic that was binding him. A blue seal appeared under the brunette's feet. Sajin looked at her hands in surprise, exclaiming that they were free. The brunette looked at his fist and asked why this happened so suddenly. Jiwon furrowed his brows and shouted that they were going to attack. Everyone ducked, avoiding the blow. The boy shouted that the orc priest must be defeated in order to enter the center of the gate. He kicked off the ground with his feet. Hyunjin rushed past the monsters, crushing each one of them. His blade cuts off the heads of monsters. His comrades looked at him with surprise and admiration. Watching the brunette walk away from the crowd of corpses, they noted that, as expected, he did well. The squad ran forward. They ran inside the building, and the girl asked if her friend knew where the center of the gate was. Han-seok answered that it seemed to be somewhere here when they checked the radar earlier. The brunette took out his phone and looked at the radar, saying that it was indeed nearby. The team looked around the large hall, saying that it was suspicious. The guy noted that it must be because the wave was over and there were no magical attacks around. However, it was still too quiet. Hyunjin began to sheath the blade, and a voice said that he did not pick up any vibrations. The hunter noted that this did not seem right. He saw a phone on the floor and asked if it was possible that someone had been here before them. Ji-won looked at him and answered in the affirmative, noting that the raid administration claimed that the security forces had tried to infiltrate earlier. The guy picked up the gadget, thinking that if they had been defeated after leaving a rescue signal, there would have been corpses or traces of a battle. Looking around the room, he began to think that this place was so clean that it was suspicious. The brunette lowered his head and thought about the strange feeling of danger that he felt. He began to turn around sharply when a voice in his head said that the assassin's heartfelt laughter was warning that someone was aiming for his heart. The hunter felt like he was in emptiness, trying to figure out where the enemy was. He told his comrades to be careful of their surroundings with a worried face. The voice warned him. Hyunjin moved to the side, and a black and red aura flew past. Horror appeared in his eyes, and he realized that this was very dangerous. A black knight appeared in front of the team with a blade in his hands. Smoke bombs flew past Han-seok and Ji-won. The brown-haired man loudly asked what was that just now. The red-haired man exclaimed that he felt a really strong killing intent. The brunette furrowed his brows, realizing that this was an SS-rank minimum attack. The knight looked at him with glittering red eyes. He thrust his sword forward, and the boy said that he thought this person was the organizer of the raid. Red eyes flashed in the darkness. The organizer ran forward, slashing with his sword. Hyunjin said that this was a high-level SS-rank magical beast, the Dark Spirit, and everyone should be careful because it won't be easy. Looking at the enemy, the boy said that there should be some kind of source inside the Shadow Spirit, and if they destroy it, they will close the raid. Han-seok frowned and asked if it should be a dark magic stone. Sojin worriedly asked her friend if he had a strategy. Tu replied, who of course not. The hunter's faces twisted in horror. A blue light appeared under the brunette's feet as he said that, however, absolute strength is always a guarantee of victory. A voice in his head said that the valiant swordsetten Miller was with him, and it would not be broken as long as his righteous courage was intact. And the righteous shield Carthago stood in his defense. As long as the great protector was with him, nothing could threaten him. Hyunjin grinned smugly, offering to do so. Swinging his sword, he rushed forward. The hunter's eyes widened as he realized that his opponent had dodged. The knight was behind him in an instant. The girl created a magic circle, helping her friend dodge the attack. The dark spirit turned to her. The brown-haired man's face twisted in horror as he addressed her. The monster approached the healer and said that he must deal with her first. Sojin screamed loudly. Han-seok appeared in front of her, blocking the knight's strike. Trying to hold back the blade, he exclaimed that they were not here just for decoration. The brunette stood to the side as the dark spirit told the mage that he thought his arm would break right away, but he was holding up quite well. A blue dagger flashed in front of his face as the brown-haired man summoned a manifested sword. The monster asked if he was planning on provoking him until the very end. Hyunjin struck and jumped. The knight transformed into purple smoke and the boy realized that he was using absolute stealth. He looked at his girlfriend and asked her to create as many barriers as she could and then wait for his instructions. The girl asked what about him. With a smirk on his face, the brunette replied that he had to protect them all. A second later, he was in the darkness. The hunter parried the dark spirit's blow. Blood gushed from the cut on his cheek and Hyunjin struck. The knight jumped away from him a little and said that he was not that bad. The boy replied that he was not even in a hurry to do so, the fact that a magical beast spoke human language. The dark spirit looked at him and said that in this form, he really was a magical creature. He said that he felt stuffy and asked if he should take it off. A human face began to appear under the demonic form and the boy said that he did not understand why they made the invaders look like this. The brunette's face twisted in shock as he recognized the SS-ranked hunter Han Jinwoo. A yellow seal appeared in front of the hunter's eyes. A voice in his head said that Romanov's eyes were fixed on him, and his absolutely piercing gaze could see through any being. A yellow sign appeared above the blonde brown-haired boy's head, saying that he was a fallen savior. Jinwoo noted the murderousness of his gaze. He said with a mad smile on his face that since the atmosphere had changed, he was now more inclined to fight. Hyunjin looked at him with surprised eyes, thinking about what he had heard, that he did not care about human lives and only sought strength. His eyes widened as he wondered if this was related to the invaders all this time. The hunter clenched his teeth tightly, wondering if this was even though he was the strongest in Korea. Putting away his sword, the boy grabbed the dagger and said that since he could not allow his identity to be revealed, he would grant him a flax curly death. Jinwoo swung the dagger, sending out many shining blows. He said that he would take his friends along with him. Hyunjin watched the shining blows, mentally noting that in addition to being completely stealthy, he was also very fast. He wondered if he could keep up with him. The hunter threw away the shield, saying that there was a way. He gripped the katana tighter, then mentally noted that he had a blessing from his previous lives. A voice in his head said that the righteous shield of Carthago was on his side, and as long as the great protector was with him, nothing could threaten him. The brunette aimed the weapon, thinking that he simply had to kill him. He delivered a powerful blow. The boy jumped to the side. Jinwoo caught the dagger flying at him, asking Hyunjin what kind of toy has he been using lately. He threw the dagger and asked why an adult would wield children's toys. The blade flew under the brunette's feet. The brown-haired man with crazy eyes rushed forward, asking if he really wanted to die. The hunter began to parry the blows. Cutting flashes shone in the darkness. Hyunjin with a gloomy face continued to take the blow, thinking that he was definitely a strong opponent. But if he played his cards right, he could win, and when he drew his sword, he had a gap and a chance to aim at him. The brunette pulled back his hand with the dagger. He transformed it into a katana and swung, thinking that now was the time. The hunter somersaulted in the air, simultaneously carrying out an attack. Jinwoo noted that the only blow he tried to deliver was useless. The guy opened his mouth and replied that it was not over yet. The blade pierced Jinwoo's neck as Hyunjin summoned a manifested sword. Blood gushed from his mouth. He fell to the floor. Looking at the motionless body, the brunette asked if it was over. A voice in his head said that the assassin's heartfelt laughter warned that someone was aiming for his heart. The brown-haired man jumped up, and the sword warned its owner that he was still alive. The guy jumped to the side. A bloody spit fell to the floor. Jinwoo combed his hair back and noted the opponent's caution. He spread his arms to the sides when asked if this was accelerated regeneration, after which he replied that this ability awakened when he reached S rank, and now he was using it in front of someone for the first time. The hunter jumped up. Crossing blades with Hyunjin, he said that he was stronger than he thought. Trying to hold back the dagger strike, the brunette listened to his opponent's loss of vigilance. A crack began to spread across the katana, and a voice said that it was very dangerous. Jinwoo grinned madly, and the guy clenched his teeth in anger, thinking that no matter what, he would not lose now. The voice in his head said that the valiant sword-set in Miller was with him, and he would not be broken as long as his righteous courage was intact. Hyunjin threw his opponent back with his blow. The brown-haired maneuvered in the air, surprised that he had much more special abilities than he thought. The brunette flew away from the attack, and the guy noted that he did not think he was strong. Falling into the void, he mentally noted to him that he had definitely seen how he aimed. He watched Jinwoo land on the floor and tried to understand how he could be so fast. The boy said that he assumed that he would be able to connect the Blood Pact and the invasion team, but he didn't expect that he would make things so difficult. Hyunjin clenched his teeth tightly, listening to the words that the invaders must have enjoyed it for a while since they loved fighting so much. The brown-haired man flashed like a red flash and bid farewell to the Chosen One. A smile appeared on the hunter's face. He said that these guys only appear after he does all the work. A voice in his head said that Densha his will was with him, and as long as he had those to protect, he would not fall, as well as the righteous sword and the shining brilliance of Durandal and the absolute will of Deus, protecting him. The boy swung the sword with lightning speed. His face distorted in shock, and he loudly asked where did this surge of mana come from. Jinwoo was struck by a large shining beam. He sat on the floor of the room when the delusion disappeared and loudly asked how was this possible. Touching his face, which had half of his mask on, the brown-haired man screamed that this couldn't be because he was the best in Korea. Red and black energy appeared around him, and he declared that he couldn't lose. He began to look around with horror in his eyes, screaming that this couldn't happen. His hand began to slowly crumble. The guy fell to his knees and began to beg Mr. Invader to give him another chance. He screamed loudly at the moment when his body crumbled into black ash. Hyunjin froze with a surprised face, and the spirit asked if he really had an ace up his sleeve all this time. The brunette replied that this was not something he could use all the time, and he was just lucky. He said that, to be honest, he didn't expect it to work so effectively. A voice in his head said that he defeated a super fast enemy, and that's why Lightning Speed Lancer showed his interest in him. The guy ran to Han, asking if everything was okay. The man asked him what was wrong with that spirit. He clenched his injured hand into a fist as the hunter told him that he had taken care of him. The mage responded by declaring it incredible. Jiwon muttered with a puzzled expression that the dark spirit was. The hunter remembered Jinwoo's smiling face and said that it was indeed him. The guy asked if he had joined the invaders. The brunette nodded in response. Han smiled nervously and said that if he thought about it, his power really did come from the dark magic stone. Hyunjin looked at the arson and suggested that they get out of here first since the gate would be closing soon. He put his hand on her shoulder and asked if she was okay. The brunette started saying with a worried look that she was okay, but the guy interrupted her. He smiled and reminded her that he had said that he would protect everyone. Sajin looked at him with an ecstatic look. In the large, bright hall, Elena stood and said that it had been confirmed that the spatial rift had widened slightly with the raid this time, giving them the opportunity to send in more skilled troops, but it was still not large enough to allow them to cross the changes. She stood with Heron in front of the chief, who said that this meant they needed more victims. The white-haired man looked up when he was addressed. Roskell frowned and said to definitely bring him the head of the chosen one this time. Tishik entered the room. As he approached, Hyunjin noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked how he was doing. The brunette replied that everything was fine and then asked a counter question. He said that he heard that he had defeated the SS-Rank hunter Jinwoo. The guy asked with a worried face if the news had already reached the department. A pink hat appeared in the room and the girl answered in the affirmative, noting that the whole country already knew. Tihi happily spread her arms out to the sides when the man behind her muttered that the hunter had revealed Jinwoo's identity. The blonde remembered how she attached the camera to Sajin and exclaimed that it was just an amazing idea. The girl clenched her fists happily noting the number of views. She headed for the exit, declaring that she simply had to go and make a cut. The door slammed shut. Tishik coughed into his hand and said that there was someone who wanted to meet Hyunjin. The hunter crossed his arms and asked again. Introducing Jinwoo's face, the man said that the Worldwide Association of Pre-War Humans was greatly shaken by the incident. The brunette looked at the guildmaster and said that they never imagined that Jinwoo was working for the Blood Pact, so they created a national organization called the Defense Alliance Committee. Hyunjin crossed his arms and said that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The man said that this was understandable since this information was top secret and only a few people knew about it today. He parted his lips and added that the exact details had not yet been decided, but it was said that broad powers would be granted. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise when he was told that he had been nominated as a candidate for a position that had such powers. Tishik rubbed his chin after being asked about the benefits of membership. He replied that the most important ones were worldwide immunity, privileges, and the ability to mobilize troops on behalf of the association. The man came closer and said that in addition, it would be possible to access the confidential data of the association members. He placed a document on the table and said that the other minor properties were documented in detail in this manual. Hyunjin took the sheet and asked about the restrictions. He studied the document carefully while the brunette told him that there were no restrictions and he could subjugate the Blood Pact on his own, and whenever he succeeded, there would be rewards in the form of magic stones or money. The boy wondered if this was some kind of independent mercenary. Tishik looked at him and said that, however, first he would need to cooperate to eradicate the Blood Pact. The brunette put the sheet of paper down, mentally noting that there was no need to think twice. The hunter clasped his hands together, and the man asked if he accepted his offer. Hyunjin smiled smugly and answered in the affirmative. The brunette looked at the protagonist with excitement, noting that he thought so, and so he added that he had someone he wanted to introduce. The protagonist looked at Tishik in surprise. A shining light was leaking into their office from the door. A message from the spirit, according to Deus's will, he would meet someone who would help him overcome absolute despair. A greeting was heard from Smith, who was honored to meet a member of Hyunjin. The blonde in the cloak put his hand on his chest with a smile. They were all sitting on chairs at the table. Smith turned to the hunter and said that he heard that he had prevented a large-scale raid in Seoul, and according to reports, from the gate that opened in Seoul, 3 were a rank, 3 more were S-Rank, and 1 was SS-Rank. The guy remembered how 2 people were fighting monsters in the city. Then the swordsman fought the monster. Then the protagonist jumped high above the monster. The blonde smiled mischievously through his glasses and noted that the one who took care of these powerful hunters was none other than member Hyunjin. He recalled a news headline from the battlefield, which wrote a summary of the Seoul Gate incident, a feat of the Lace Guild. In another picture, a swordsman was fighting a monster. In a third headline, the SS Gate appeared and Hyunjin was jumping above the monster. Tihi enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, as she was looking for attention. The brunette shyly scratched his neck, saying that he just did what he had to do and did not deserve praise. He then asked Smith about where he was from, and the blonde immediately reached into his pocket, as he forgot to formally introduce himself. He showed his ID with a smile, stating that he was a special world agent of the Talented People Association and came here to appoint the hunter Hyunjin as a member of their association, as well as exchange information about the Blood Pact. He then placed the gold brooch on the table to give it to her, as it was proof that he was part of their association, and as long as he had it, he could enjoy the benefits that Agent Tishik had mentioned to him earlier. The 2 agents sat next to each other, looking at the protagonist. Smith asked about the Blood Pact, thinking that they were involved in the recent major raid in Seoul, and they had mobilized all the informants in Korea to investigate. but there were no reports of blood pacts. Tishik looked at Smith with concern, stating that the secret of Hunter Han Jinwoo had been exposed and an investigation had been conducted, but they had not been able to obtain any evidence. The protagonist sat with a puzzled expression, realizing that they might have simply been lying low. Tishik extended his hand in surprise as the blonde man said what it could be. There was always the possibility that the enemies were acting secretly. The chief of the police department said that there were a large number of small raids all over the world and their number was much higher than what was previously reported. The main character touched his chin and said that these could be cracks in the raids. He then said that according to the previous investigation, the rift cracks were created with a black magic stone. The agent looked ahead in alarm and said that it was. He then remembered the evil look Jinna had when she was on the previous raid in Gangnam. Back then, her car passed over a sparkling funnel in the sky. In the dark room, Heron walked by wearing a mask and they were called invader creatures. The brunette crossed his fingers and thought coldly that the dark magic stones could be used to create the creature, but they could also be the key to open the dimensional cracks that were summoning the invaders. Hyunjin stared down, wondering what the likelihood was that they were planning on creating a large-scale summoning or summoning an army of creatures. Smith stood up from his chair, holding his hat. He stated that they were currently monitoring the entire country and it was strange, but they seemed to think that the invaders were targeting Hyunjin. He and Tishik were about to leave, saying their goodbyes and saying that if they found anything, they would immediately report it to everyone. The protagonist smiled tenderly and asked them to take care of themselves. Then the door slammed shut. The brunette immediately leaned back in his chair. The protagonist was lying on the chair alone in the study. The sword spirit addressed the owner, noting that he was deep in thought. Hyunjin replied that the enemy was getting closer to them and he couldn't shake the feeling that war was coming. He stretched his hand towards the ceiling, realizing that the more he was connected to his past lives, the stronger his hostility towards the invaders. He immediately clenched his fist, considering them as enemies that he had to destroy at any cost. He held his fist above his head, realizing that he did not want to become a hero, but simply wanted to protect those dear to him on his own, and that was all. He closed his eyes and frowned slightly. He looked forward upside down. He stood in a foggy wasteland and thought that this was the hall of past lives. He saw Seddon in front of him, who noted that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked him if he felt like they were getting closer. The brunette stood on the field, mentioning the enemies. Seddon looked through his bangs and mentioned the invaders in particular. The brunette looked ahead worriedly, mentioning the team of invaders. The blonde extended his hand towards Hyunjin, saying that their reincarnation had definitely become stronger, but still not strong enough. The blonde walked up to the hunter, and glowing silhouettes began to appear. Seddon added that the invaders were so strong that all of their previous 990,000 lives couldn't handle them. The hunter looked forward angrily, asking if the full-scale invasion wasn't supposed to happen in just a few days. The blonde replied with a slight sadness that the invasion team was already preparing to destroy Hyunjin, and they couldn't come now because the dimensions weren't connected, and it was just a matter of time. The protagonist frowned and stated that he had to become stronger. The blonde looked at the glowing blade that appeared and said that was exactly what he came for. The brunette reached for the sword. He stared at the sharp blade and said and added that he believed in it. Sparks of blue flow stretched across the space. The blonde reported that Hassison mentioned that this time they might have a chance to stop the invaders, and to be honest, he was not sure about it, but he thought that now he could not worry and handed him this sword. The blonde stared ahead and wished him luck. A message from the spirit that the protagonist has inherited all of Seddon's will. The brunette looked at what was happening with slight anxiety when he was considered the chosen one. A blue stream of aura enveloped Seddon's blade, which said that if he needed a sword for protection, his sword would become a majestic radiance that pierced despair. At this time, in the port house on the island, where they were reporting to Bishop Arson, a bunch of bishops in capes were at the ceremony. The bishop walked forward and said that now, with the magical energy absorbed from different parts of the world, there should be no problem opening the interdimensional rift. Arson with the magic eye smiled and noted that everything was going smoothly, and he decided to start the ceremony right now. The black stone was floating in the air. He raised his hands in glee and shouted that this time they must call everyone, and even if they lose their lives, he was willing to sacrifice everything for the invaders. The bishops raised their knives up. They began to kill themselves. Drops of blood fell on the stone. It immediately began to glow, emitting a purple aura. A red funnel appeared above the stone. From there, the invaders appeared. The invaders in black cloaks came into the light. The three invaders walked forward, seeing the dead bishops on the road, realizing that the interdimensional gate opened without a single frenzy. The monster in the cloak looked at his colleague, telling Alsace that the chosen one grew faster than they expected. Alsace replied that with the arrival of 3 groups of invaders, now should be the time to end it, and the chosen one should stop breathing before the worms of this dimension noticed their presence. The white-haired Alsace turned to Izich, asking him not to be so hasty, since they had to destroy the enemy troops first so they could have fun with the chosen one. The monster looked away with a red eye, noting that they should not relax to the point of losing an arm in vain like Izich. The masked heron looked forward angrily. The masked monster turned to his colleague and said that he should not have underestimated the chosen one. He recalled how Hyunjin was barely breathing on the floor and thought that he had surpassed him. Then the hunter with a wreath on his head emitted a bright light from himself, and the monster replied that Hyunjin suddenly had an abnormal mono reaction, and even that guy from his dimension Jinwoo, who was an SS rank, was not his level. Heron stood in front of his guys on the path. The masked monster drooped and lowered his head, which his teammates noticed. Alsace touched Heron's face and looked at him arrogantly, saying that Roscoe asked him for something in order to give such useless guys a last chance. Alsace glared through his bangs and stated that it didn't matter if they bit or killed, or lost all their teeth and became lumps of meat, but he wanted those fighters sent to the slaughter first. Heron clenched his fist to his face as he was ordered to bring the chosen one here. The masked monster bowed before Alsace, and Izich replied that he expected such power from Alsace. The Alsace leader stated that they needed to gather information anyway, so he hoped that Heron's third invader would return, and noted that it would be ideal if he killed the chosen one outright while he was at it. Heron clenched his fists, knowing that he had to kill or die. He stared ahead, knowing that he had been expendable all along. The three invaders stood facing each other. Heron turned to his colleague, saying that he would be leaving soon. It was the dead of night at this time. The protagonist examined the golden brooch in his hands, realizing that it was the Defense Union Committee, whose goal was to destroy the Blood Alliance and its affiliated organizations. Flickers of light emitted in the darkness. Hyunjin imagined all of his sword and shield spirits, trying to figure out if his past lives had received the same support as him, whether they fought to protect others or simply lost and died. He crossed his legs, lying on the bed, knowing that he couldn't lose here. Suddenly, Heron's black aura appeared in front of Hyunjin as he said that he had to kill the invaders and complete the will of his past lives. Heron, wearing a mask, emitted a dark aura from himself, telling the boy not to even get up, because he was not here to fight him. The brunette then jumped out of bed to run to the monster, trying to understand what he meant, adding that he said that wanting to kill the invaders was a good judgment. He also thought that it might have been something like Hassassin's complete stealth, since the guy didn't notice Heron's presence at all. The masked monster looked ahead arrogantly and said that he was looking forward to seeing how Hyunjin planned to kill the invaders, even though he didn't notice his appearance. The brunette glared and asked him to explain that phrase. The protagonist got into a fighting stance with his fists, while Heron hoped that the guy wouldn't change his mind. The brunette showed his fist to the masked monster, who asked him if the hunter knew why they should attack him. The protagonist thought it was a joke, implying that everyone knew it was because of the invasion command. The brunette looked at his fist, noting that everyone who sought power only wanted one thing. He remembered how the man kicked him in the leg. He immediately frowned and lowered his head, realizing that they wanted to stand above others and look down on everyone like they were bugs. Heron introduced the members of the bishops when the hunter realized that the invaders were using the Blood Alliance after all. The hunter looked through his bangs with disdain, stating that they were being used as consumables, as something they could throw away when it became useless, and therefore he did not want to listen to anything from someone like that. He immediately decided to take out his blade, saying that he would rather have Heron fight him and come to him so that he could kill him immediately. The masked monster looked at the sharp blade in confusion. The dark space was dimly lit and Heron stated that he saw other chosen ones as well. The protagonist held out his blade to the masked monster, surprised by the news, to which Heron replied that all along he thought they were stupid and immature because the insect-like man did not die but continued to stand and fight. He recalled the blood splattering from the spiked sledgehammer. The monster noted that it did not matter how many times he had already killed the chosen ones, they continued to appear from everywhere, as if they were a vaccine that would rid their universe of their mistaken existence. Heron touched his dog tag on his chest and said that he was an invader from the invasion command, and stopping the chosen ones was his duty and source of value, and if they were truly the mistakes of this world, he wished to destroy himself. He immediately snapped his fingers, releasing the dog tag, and noted that he would not give up, and if Hyunjin did not destroy his resolve, then let him destroy the invaders. The brunette immediately caught the token in his hands. It immediately evaporated in a stream of dark aura, saying at the end that everything would move in the direction indicated by the receiver and he would wait. The plane flew in the sky. The brunette sat alone in the cabin. He examined the red token. Teeman immediately approached him and said that they had received the exact location of the receiver. It was a solitary island in the sea. Teeman said that it was on an artificial island located in the eastern sea of Jeju Island, and suddenly a magical reaction appeared out of nowhere, and that was how they were able to locate it. The brunette approached the protagonist and asked if they should have brought more guys. Teeman replied that according to the life signal information, it was not enough to indicate a raid. Hyunjin agreed with this, saying that their losses would only increase if they attacked on a large scale. They both looked at the protagonist in surprise when he asked how the leader of Team Juwon was doing. They remembered how the guy crossed his arms from the aura. They answered that he was still recovering from his injury along with Hanseok. They immediately looked back at the girl, saying that they would have to handle it themselves, and asked if T was really going to fight them and if she would be okay. The girl clenched her fists and looked ahead in agitation, hesitating to answer. She immediately grabbed her hood in hysterics, shouting that she hated fighting so much, but she knew that there was no one who could fight right now. Sojin immediately came up to her to calm her down and said that the girl was the only S rank they had besides Hyunjin and they were counting on her, adding that she would also do her best. She extended her hand with a beaming smile and offered Teehee to return home safe and sound. The girl clasped her hands with tears in her eyes, saying Sojin's name. Teehee tearfully pressed the brown-haired man's hands to her face and rejoiced, saying that she was an idol to her and she would do everything as Sojin said. The protagonist frowned at what was happening. White clouds covered the sky. The protagonist was looking out the window when Teeman spoke to him, saying that they would soon be at their destination. The brunette touched the window, looking at the sky. Their plane flew in the sky while leaves fell down. Heron and the invaders looked up, and Hyunjin tried to understand what the monster in the mask was up to. Clouds were visible from the plane window. The protagonist rested his face on his hand and thought about Heron. Teeman looked worriedly at the protagonist, who realized that it was too quiet here. His silhouette was visible through the window, and the leader noted that it was true because they were acting far from cautiously, but the enemy had not reacted in any way yet. The guy thought that it could be some kind of invitation. He remembered the appearance of Heron in a mask, realizing that it could mean that they were so confident that they did not feel the need to organize a raid. The brunette decided to get up from his chair, telling his assistant to start preparing because they would soon land. Their plane landed on the island. Teeman along with Hyunjin looked around, realizing that the wind was strong and the weather could get worse. The brunette along with Teehee looked at the gray clouds. The brunette noted that there could be someone else here, and the blonde added that she did not feel any magical reactions. The blade in the case answered that it was in that direction. It was a huge castle, near which a funnel of aura was forming. The spirit of the sword replied that there was strong magic and many magical reactions coming from that place, saying that there were about 3 of them. The brunette stared at what was happening. Teeman followed the brunette, who suggested moving forward, because it seemed like there was nowhere else to go except this building. The guys went inside the castle and walked in sequence. The hunter's foot stopped. They saw 3 invaders in front of them, when Alsace said that the chosen one had finally appeared. The 3 invaders were standing in a group when the brunette noted that he thought Heron would be here alone. The 2 girls looked at what was happening in shock, because T could not sense their magic, and Sojin said that it was abnormal magic and it could be dangerous. Alsace stood in front of his team in front of the brunette, asking him if he was the chosen one. The hunter ironically answered that they could call him the person who should destroy the invasion team. Izich began to laugh under his helmet, noting that this chosen one was quite impudent. The brunette noted that the monster was too loud and he wanted to ask some questions to the invaders if they were willing to answer. Alsace extended his hand and allowed him to ask questions. The brunette looked ahead from under his bangs and asked that the main goal of the Blood Alliance or invaders was to capture the dimension, to which he received a positive answer. The main character stared ahead and asked the monsters about the dungeons and raids, whether they helped them open spatial cracks. Alsace arrogantly answered that if the members of the Blood Alliance widened the crack, then the elite troops of the invasion team would be able to land. The girl behind listened excitedly to the answer that the monsters had already captured many dimensions in this way. The brunette asked from afar about what concerned the members of the alliance who opened the crack. Izich from under his helmet maliciously answered that they were just trash, and everyone was already dead because small insects did not matter. Sojin together with Teeman exclaimed angrily about how monsters could talk about such cruelty. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth and asked about what happened to the locals of the occupied dimensions, realizing that they were the guys his previous lives tried to protect. The hunter imagined the black silhouettes of past lives, realizing that they were the guys who stood up and fought until the very end. Alsace touched his face and answered that those who were useful to them were accepted as soldiers. The leader and Teehee were shocked and angry. Teeman asked about the invaders not originally being part of the invasion team. The blonde asked about the guys joining those who captured their dimension. The white-haired monster tilted his head and asked them about what was wrong with pursuing power, and to be exact, only 10% of the people captured became soldiers. He imagined blood splatter, saying that the other 90% of people were killed. The brunette looked ahead in shock, wanting to ask where the magical beasts came from if he himself said that the opening of the dungeons and raid gates was the beginning of the invasion. Alsace looked ahead and answered that they belonged to the magical beast corps and considered them units of the invasion team, and although they were not strong. But when it came to battle, There were many of them, so even if hundreds of thousands of them died during the process of spatial jump, it would not matter. The group stood opposite each other. The hunter noted that these monsters were just cannon fodder, and such intelligence was quickly picked up by the enemy leader. The brunette decided to ask the last question about who was at the very top of the invaders. Alsace smiled maliciously and noted that it was the same one. He spread his hands maliciously, saying that it was the head of the invasion command of their existence. The monster's white hair fluttered over his cloak, and it was the commander of the invasion. The protagonist looked down in confusion along with his group. Alsace opened his palm with glee and noted that he was pleased to see the people's panic and asked them a question about whether they weren't interested in knowing why they decided to answer the questions. A stream of purple aura thinned from his black hand, and he added for the chosen one in his guise that they would be buried right on this spot. He immediately released a powerful stream of energy, causing the brunette to bulge his eyes when the spirit sword told him to be careful. The guys opened their mouths in shock, screaming that it was a huge amount of mana and they needed to be careful. The brunette raised her hands above her head, trying to use a sacred barrier against the energy. Alsace emitted streams of aura from himself and told the guys to step back. Their sacred barrier was already feeling cracks on itself. The brunette looked at it with concern and noticed that there were cracks. Tihi reached into her suitcase, telling Sajin that she didn't have to exhaust herself so much, maintaining the barrier. She immediately slammed the suitcase shut. She then released the chips into space, wanting to use the nanomechanical shield. They were immediately surrounded by a mesh dome. Alsace looked away, holding a stream of aura in his hand. The blonde held her suitcase under the shield, and the leader of the monsters noted that Hyunjin brought an interesting person with him. Alsace immediately smiled maliciously, surrounding himself with aura and saying that he would also be more serious because after killing the qualifier, this dimension would soon come under their control. Izich immediately threw his sword around his neck. The brunette held out his blade, telling the guys to be careful. He firmly planted himself on the ground, noting that when they had come this far, they should have given up on the idea of returning unharmed. The whole brigade took out their magic and weapons, preparing for war. Alsace raised his hand with a red aura. A red magic circle appeared under the guys, and they realized that it was a spell without any special magic. The brunette looked angrily through his bangs. A message from the spirit that Denshi's protection would help him, and if he had something to protect, he would never collapse. The protagonist looked back at the brunette and told her to use the shield. She immediately sent streams of aura upward, calling a sacred barrier. The red circle began to glow brighter. The monster waved his hand. He raised it up, and it emitted red streams of aura. A powerful fiery explosion occurred at the guy's place. Teeman and the girls tried to hide from the fiery streams. The brunette bared his teeth, holding onto the blade. Then he looked out from under his brows, covering himself with his hand. The spirit of the sword told his master that he could not stop and needed to look ahead. Izich decided to make his attack with the lightsaber on Hyunjin. They clashed face to face, fighting with their swords. Izich stared through the helmet and asked the enemy if he really thought that he could resist and wanted to make another attack. The hunter bared his teeth and took the blow hard, realizing that this guy was supposedly famous for his strength. The ground cracked under the hunter's feet from such a blow, and the monster introduced himself by the name of Izich, saying that he was the invader of the invasion command, but the guy only smirked at this self-introduction. They both swung their swords, and Izich noted that the enemy was not interested in knowing the name of the one who would kill him. The monster immediately swung a huge blade, stretching out his hand. The protagonist immediately fought back with his light blade when a message from the spirit appeared that Durandal was on his side, and the bright glow was stored in the righteous sword. Glowing ears of corn appeared. They began to envelop the sharp blade at the brunette's command. A powerful stream of light was directed forward. This energy strike pierced the ground, destroying it. The brunette looked at what was happening in shock, trying to call out to Hyunjin. Behind her, Teeman turned to the commander, saying that the battle was still going on and they had to strive for personal goals. Suddenly, Heron appeared behind the stunned brunette. He immediately flew into battle with his spiked mace, realizing that he should have dealt with all this trifle first. The blonde opened her suitcase, from which drone bombs flew out. The girl held a magic pistol in her hands, noting that being so close could be dangerous. These floating cannons began to shoot a stream of light towards Heron. Alsace watched with his arms crossed as Heron flew back from the blow, stating that the guy might not be a master, but he was still troublesome. Izich looked to the side, noting that the guy was not bad at all, having been through a lot and still standing. The protagonist extended his blade, emitting a blue aura. He stared ahead, realizing that he expected the monsters to be determined to defeat them, but the situation was not hopeless. The protagonist and the group looked ahead, and he said that they should change tactics, and their priority was Izich. The monster in black armor lowered his sword, leaning on it. The hunter explained that the guy with the sword did not have any special abilities, but he was certainly strong, and if they focused on speed, they would be able to attack him without a problem. Tiggy reloaded her magic gun, saying that she would help them from a distance. Timon held a dagger to his face and supported the idea. Heron and Alsace looked away with a smirk when Hyunjin turned his attention to them, saying that he would try to fix it himself. Sajin anxiously reached out her hands to the hunter, telling him what he was talking about. Hyunjin answered her that she would not attack thoughtlessly and would protect them during Izuchi's fight, and only then would she deal with the remaining two. Tiggy frowned and opened her mouth and said that she really did not like battles, but she had no choice. The guys immediately sharpened their weapons, wanting to join the fight. Izuchi stood in front of Heron, realizing that the guys would most likely stick together, and accepted their strategy. Izuchi leaned forward, clenching his fist, and explained to the one who considered himself worthy that he wanted to deal with him. The blonde opened her mouth in alarm when she heard the order that the hunter would attack in a straight line, and Tiggy on the right. The protagonist and Timon ran forward. Tiggy ran to the side. The guys immediately jumped above Izuchi's attack. The blonde at this time was flying to the side and pointing the guns to the side. Her gun found the target and was about to fire. There was a powerful blue explosion. The blonde sarcastically pushed the gun away, realizing that she had hit the target. Suddenly, a black silhouette of a monster appeared behind her, saying that she was superfluous here. A sharp blade immediately cut through the air and struck the black monster. The wounded Alsace stood not far from the protagonist, joking about where he was rushing if he needed to go the other way. The leader turned to the chosen one, asking him if he thought that he could hide. His silhouette evaporated and he managed to say after him that he had not shown it last time, but assured that he was capable of much more. The wounded Heron looked around. The brown-haired woman stood in a spacious room. She looked back when they wanted to kill her, a person capable of regeneration, first. Heron looked forward bloodthirstily when the girl explained that she was not afraid of such monsters. The brunette pointed the dagger at the masked monster, who only smirked and joked that she probably didn't know what it meant to threaten an invader. He glared at her with his red eyes and said that it would no longer be that easy to cross the threshold of the underworld healthy. The brunette imagined the protagonist next to her and understood that she was not afraid if Hyunjin disappeared, because she felt that even in pitch darkness he would protect her. Sajin squeezed her blade and shouted that she could fight too, and understood that from now on she didn't just want to receive help. Alsace extended his hand, using the peels of yellow discharges, and said that he could not stand it anymore and thought that SS class magic should be enough. Alsace extended his index finger, from which an aura was emitted. He added that most likely the girl did not even try and he wanted to end it all quickly. Izuchi raised the blade above his colleague's head. Heron stood in a line with Izuchi, knowing that it would be dangerous, and the armored monster wanted to retreat for a while. Alsace looked forward with disdain, wishing death to the chosen one. Streams of yellow energy stretched to the ceiling to the chandeliers. Then they headed towards Alsace. The brunette held the sword above her head, and this light emanated from it, because she was calling the sanctuary, as if in reaction to SS magic. Sajin bared her teeth and looked up. She tightly clutched the hilt of the blade above her head. The blonde looked back and noted that the brunette was barely holding on. A blue magic circle appeared, and Hyunjin told the guys not to worry. The protagonist emitted streams of blue aura from the circle, and a message from the spirit appeared that Gildred's defense cut through any magic spells despite everything. The hunter looked at what was happening with an angry expression. He touched the magic circle, from which the blue aura intersected with the regeneration aura. The blonde and the leader smiled enthusiastically, thanking the hunter for healing. The leader looked at the protagonist from behind, who noted that if Sajin continued to keep Alsace under control, they would all attack at the same time, and instead suggested that everyone aim at Alsace. Timon stared ahead and noted that they had resorted to a different strategy and accepted it. Sajin swung her hand with magic. She immediately extended her hand, wanting to use the sacred chains. These golden chains immediately bound Alsace. He was pressed against the glowing cross. His hands were bound by chains. The boys immediately rushed to attack, realizing that this was the most opportune moment. Izuchi flew forward, laughing at the fact that he was the enemy. Behind him, Heron tried to call out to him. Suddenly, the brunette disappeared near Timon, and the enemies thought that the chosen one would not be able to hide in such a way. Heron looked away and said that if Hyunjin were to attack like that, it would be dangerous. Suddenly, the hunter appeared behind Izuchi with a blade. He immediately inflicted cut wounds on Izuchi, which Heron looked at in shock. The protagonist swung the blade, looking at the blood splashes, and noting that they were right because the speed allowed for a better attack. Izuchi's helmet fell near Heron's leg. The monster looked down furiously. Heron immediately became angry at the protagonist. The brunette only smirked in response. The guy immediately pointed a glowing cannon towards Heron. This cannon was preparing to fire, emitting lightning discharges. The monster looked dumbfounded at the hopelessness. A powerful stream of energy flew out of this cannon straight at the monster. Timon ran in the distance with his magic and shouted that there was only one monster left and he had already checked everything. Alsace was chained to a cross and was very indignant. He immediately broke these chains and the cross, wishing death to the enemies. The leader stood with his back to the head of the squad, covering himself with his hands from the fragments. Alsace was kneading his wrist, and the guys were shocked that the shackles there quickly fell off. He saw the dead bodies of Heron and Izich, realizing that they had died without having time to show their powers. The remaining monster stood near the corpses of his brothers, turning to the Chosen One, because he had become better and much faster than he thought, and did not take him seriously. The leader of the invaders looked ahead and said that in any case, even he alone would have a hard time fighting against 4. The brunette looked out from under his brows, asking the monster if he would really try to escape. Heron was lying on the ground with his feet forward. The leader noted that they would not know the answer now, but Hyunjin was exactly as Heron had warned. Alsace looked away with disdain and admitted his defeat, saying that enough was enough. The protagonist waved his blade to the side and asked him not to talk nonsense, because this is where it would all end, and the only way to leave this place was death. The group of guys stood in front of the monster, under which the ground cracked. The cracks began to appear more and more. Suddenly, the ground collapsed. A large cloud of dust rose. The guys covered themselves with their hands from the dust, trying to understand what it was. The sound of heels stamping was heard, and a cry was heard for the Chosen One that he had become much stronger than they expected. The corpses of the monsters lay on the ground. The cry said that the invaders of level 13 Heron and Izich and Alsace, who owned level 11, they were all cornered. The female invader put her hands behind her back and noted that Hyunjin was roughly SS class by human standards. The brunette looked at what was happening in shock, realizing that there was a new invader in front of them. The female invader looked down and politely greeted the Chosen One, saying that her name was Alina. Alsace stood behind Alina, who explained that she had come to pick up her soldier. The brunette looked through her bangs in shock, hearing the word pick up. Alina calmly stated that they had lost enough strength in this battle and asked for their fighter to be returned. The protagonist immediately swung his blade, explaining that they probably didn't understand, but his goal was to destroy the invaders and the invasion team. He gripped the weapon tightly and ironically asked them if they really thought they would leave so easily. Alina extended her hand with a magical red glow and asked the guys what they would do if they did not let Alsace go. Teehee and Timon absorbed the red spell and were hypnotized. They immediately grabbed their heads, screaming in pain. The brown-haired girl along with Hyunjin looked back anxiously, trying to call out to their guys. Alina said that no matter how chosen the guy was, she was a level 9 invader. The blade and gun crossed in the air. Under the spell, Timon stood in front of Teehee, who were preparing to kill each other. The girl said that it was not right to force his comrades to take each other's lives. She stared intently through his bangs, saying that if that was the case, she thought it would come in handy. She extended her hand towards the brown-haired girl, trying to take the gun from her. Sajin stood behind the protagonist, who considered the invaders to be scoundrels. She immediately smiled sarcastically. She said goodbye to the guys, wanting to enter the red gate with her comrade, saying that they would meet next time. Alsace managed to look back arrogantly. The brunette bared his teeth angrily, muttering about the next time. Their portal began to evaporate, raising the wind, and the guy said after him that he would kill all her comrades at once. Dim rays of light made their way into the room. The shadow of a man appeared. Roscoe looked down on him, noting that 4 had arrived in this place and only 2 had returned. Alsace and Alina put their hands to their chests in honor. The 2 of them stood next to each other, their hands behind their backs. The guy replied that the command was destroyed by capable fighters. Their leader asked if Heron and Izich belonged to this command. The boys replied that it hadn't been that long since they had received news of the attack, but the command had been wiped out earlier than expected. The leader looked at the girl who was leaning over, addressing her with the statement that she was most likely absent on other operations, and Alina agreed. Alsace looked to the side when the girl asked him if he had been on the battlefield during the battle. He replied that he had. Since the attack had started, he had been there the whole time. The girl stared to the side, concluding that while he had been there, the other 2 comrades had died, although the chosen Hyunjin should have been lower level than Heron. Alsace stood silently. Alina glanced to the side in front of Roscoe, stating that she felt familiar magic, and the Chosen One used the skills of his already dead spirits. Alsace immediately intervened in the dialogue, shouting that this was nothing more because they could not resist their captors. Alina looked from under her brows, asking her colleague if he had not seen how quickly the Chosen One's powers grew. The guys were standing opposite each other on the path. He asked Alina if she really assumed that the Chosen One was more dangerous than they expected. The girl answered that this could be, and if they had to meet again, the guy could become much stronger. Alsace told her that there was absolutely no point in this because the speed of his ability growth was unusual, but it was unlikely that they would be able to defeat them. Roscoe shouted enough, walking along the path. He added that the power of the Chosen One exceeded their expectations and now they needed a new plan. Alsace looked ahead and asked if they had any special plan in that case. The leader looked down angrily. He immediately turned to the girl who was bowing down in front of him. She stood silently when asked if she really should leave the vanguard. The girl looked ahead, her white hair shining, and answered that she had one plan. At this time, the guys looked at the destroyed ground, thinking that everything was over. The blonde girl furiously held onto her hood, shouting about whether the guys were deaf because Elena said that she just retreated for now. She held her head and was hysterical, realizing that they would have to fight these monster invaders again, and she did not want that at all. She closed herself in her hood when Hyunjin shouted in her direction. Taehi thought she would go crazy because she sold her soul for so many views and she had to face monsters so close. The hunter remarked to her that she wanted to be responsible for communicating with the public. She immediately asked the guys if they thought that she could come to this. Sajin put his hand on the girl's shoulder. The healer with wings looked at the tearful Taehi with admiration, praising her for her work because it was thanks to her that they were able to defeat the invaders. The blonde was immediately stunned by the white light. Behind the hunter, two girls communicated tenderly because Taehi did this for the sake of humanity. Suddenly, the spirit of the sword called out to the guy to look away. From the flow of aura, the silhouette of the invader appeared, and the spirit noted that he felt their strong aura. The protagonist looked forward, trying to ponder the aura of the invaders. Hyunjin stared forward, radiating aura, and a message from the spirit that a powerful soul was absorbed by the eternal void. He started looking around and saw how the aura streams were spinning in front of him because he was given a magical blessing from the spirits. This aura stream entered the guy's body. The aura stream evaporated the hunter's hands. The three guys looked back at the yellow aura stream, thinking that they were recovering. The main character looked up. Black ash was floating in the air, and Hyunjin realized that it was Heron. A purple aura was spinning under his feet. The guy thought that if Heron was not going to resist him, then he would break him again. The main character walked to his guys, having heard a message from the spirit that it was time for them to return, and he suggested that the guys go back and rest. The brunette frowned forward, realizing that he would not calm down until he destroyed all the invaders. The leader was holding a walkie-talkie in his hands. He looked to the side, saying that everything was ready and they could take off. The protagonist and the girls looked forward with delight, realizing that they could return. They were already sitting in the airplane cabin. Hyunjin was already yawning, realizing that he was very tired. The brunette was already asleep at this time. The leader crossed his arms and was also asleep. The protagonist understood that his other lives were clearly having a hard time, but in all previous lives they were already dead. The protagonist slightly closed his lips. He almost fell asleep, thinking that he was glad that all his guys were safe now, because without them he would have disappeared, while the blonde was sitting on the phone. Taehi was poking at her phone. As if she was zombied, she looked at the phone when the hunter asked her if she was tired. The girl looked back furiously and shouted that the video was much more important. She looked at her phone with glee, wanting to upload this video of the battle, and its views would skyrocket because it was a battle with a creature from another dimension and hardly anyone could resist such a thing. The brunette looked at her dumbfounded, thinking she was crazy. He crossed his fingers and closed his eyes, realizing that he would need to rest properly upon returning, and if he fought like this all the time, it would only get worse. He threw his head back, closed his eyes, and thought about thanking Jinna for providing them with this plane. They were already walking through the city towards night, glad that they had arrived. Teeman carried the sleeping blonde on his back with displeasure, asking her if she was okay. In a half-asleep state, she replied that she did not regret anything, although she was told to rest. The brown-haired woman looked away tremblingly, noting that there was no point in even treating such fatigue. The protagonist looked at him with disdain and asked to leave Taehi in an empty room to sleep there. The night sky covered everything around. The leader of the group praised everyone for their work and asked them to rest. In response, he also heard praise, and they said goodbye. The protagonist looked to the side. Jiwon was walking towards him on the sidewalk, who was happy that the guild leader had arrived. He immediately stamped his foot, saying that he had just arrived, and asked if anything had happened while he was gone. The red-haired guy looked straight ahead and answered that everything was fine. The brunette looked through his bangs and said that he would be staying in the guild for a while, but if they noticed anything strange, they should immediately inform him. The night shroud covered the city, and the brunette wanted to rest. The protagonist slept in his clothes on the bed. He smiled with a shining gaze, happy that he could get a good rest, hoping that no one would call him now. Suddenly, Taeshik from the police department called him on the phone. He picked up the phone with a smile, and Taeshik apologized for the late-night call, saying that he had just heard that the guild leader had returned. He sat on the bed and noted that he had just laid down. The police chief apologized again and asked him to come right away, noting that it was due to the invasion team. The glass door of the police station was closed. The protagonist sat in the white space, cowering, because he could not refuse. The guy, along with Jinna and Hanseok, looked forward as if they were zombies. They immediately looked at each other with a smile, realizing that they had not seen each other for so long, and began to ask each other about their lives. Jinna frowned from under her brows, declaring that she had broken the Bloody Alliance. Hanseok bared his teeth and made a face, saying that he had destroyed the Blood Alliance as well. The three of them stood at the table in front of Tishik, who noted that he had something to say about the Blood Alliance and the Invasion Command, which was why they had to gather them so quickly. They gave each other a fist bump, noting their work as Tishik explained that there were several other alliances, but most of them had already been destroyed. He showed them a video of the battles on his tablet, noting that thanks to Tihi and her work, they were able to undermine control of the media. The headline on the article said that a lawmaker had been found dead in his home on the 14th. Another headline said that the lawmaker had been installed in the National Assembly by helping the Blood Pact, which had been supporting the blood alliances that had become the center of the recent controversy. Another headline said that in addition to this lawmaker, a number of other politicians with connections to blood alliances had been discovered. The boys stared at the tablet, and Tishik said that they called these people the Inner Circle. The police chief immediately slammed the tablet shut, saying that all of these politicians had disappeared. The red-haired girl asked what they meant by missing. Tishik looked straight ahead and explained that they had disappeared into the mist during the monster invasion. The brunette and Jinnah stared ahead. Hanseok crossed his arms and noted that the rest of the people who remained were the invaders from the Invasion Command. The protagonist placed his hand on the table and said that there was one more thing that was bothering him. The boys looked at the black-robed hunter, who asked the boys if they remembered the invaders they had captured. The three of them stood at the table and chatted heatedly. Jinnah said that she only remembered Heron, but Hanseok said that there were three of them in Tihi's video. The boy imagined the images of the bloody invaders, Heron, Izich, and Alina. He looked away worriedly and said that he saw that Alina had the same mark as Hyori and Hyengjun. Jinnah quickly turned to the side, asking him to repeat. He opened his mouth, wanting to add something. He remembered how Teeman stood in front of Tihi when they were under the spell. Hyunjin said that this mark was also on their guild members, and in 1 second they pointed their weapons at each other. The boy in the hat was walking on the sidewalk. The protagonist explained that if it was the same as Hyori and Hyengjun along with Jinwoo, then it could happen again. The boy suddenly stopped. He smiled sarcastically from under his hat. The red-haired girl looked away and explained that now all that was left was to wait. She immediately put on her dark glasses and said that she still felt that they had held out well and that only the invaders remained. She held out her hand to the brunettes, noting that if he had not been with them, everything would have been different. The hunter looked at her palm with a smile, hearing a compliment in his direction. They joined palms. The sun's rays were shining brightly on the roof of the house. The brunette was sitting on the bed with a sword. He folded his arms and thought about how many people had passed through the cracks. He remembered the bloodthirsty monsters, realizing that it was not even possible to guess their approximate number or strength, because he was sure that one way or another he would encounter them in the cracks or raids and could not know when this would happen. He threw his head back, not understanding whether he should hide or at least act more covertly, noting that the invaders would most likely find him anyway. He plopped down on the bed, understanding that the situation was difficult. The sword spirit asked the owner if he had fallen asleep yet, but for him it was nonsense. He looked ahead with tired eyes. Then he closed his eyes, understanding that even after the battle with the monster, he still had not rested properly. He found himself in a dark space in front of a glowing door. He bared his teeth angrily, understanding that he could not even sleep normally, thinking that he had ended up in another past life. It was the glowing door of the Spearman of Light. He remembered how Jinwoo had fought him fiercely. The guy realized that the Spearman of Light had appeared when he defeated that hunter. The brunette stood in front of the door, wanting to open it. He understood that since he was so interested in defeating the supersonic enemy, he was trying to figure out if it could be related to speed. He found himself in a rainbow-colored vast space. The sound of hooves was heard and the spirit asked Hyunjin if the one who inherited the Will of Light had come here. A swordsman on a horse galloped here and the boy introduced himself as a Spearman of Light, saying that it would be like this until he was destroyed and he was the one who pierced the enemy in the name of light. The swordsman descended to the ground. The white-haired swordsman looked at him with a smile and said that his name was Lakiri. The protagonist looked ahead warily and introduced himself. The spirit replied that he knew this because he had been watching him for a long time. Lakiri grabbed his sword, explaining that the boy was supposed to defeat the invasion command and if he was here, it was to bless him for the battle. He extended his blade towards the hunter. Hyunjin tilted his head and asked if it was a blessing. What kind of trial would he have to go through this time? Lakiri looked ahead in surprise. He stood next to the horse and began to laugh, asking the boy not to worry too much, because fortunately, he had the right to inherit the Will of Light. The hunter scratched his neck and asked if the Spearman of Light had the right to defeat the supersonic enemy. They stood opposite each other in the square. The spirit answered that he could, whether it was an accident or fate he did not know, but everything went according to their plan. The brunette thought that it could be Deus's plan. The swordsman answered that it was their will, and the will of his past lives, and it would not be correct to say that it was only the will of a part of one of his closest lives, Deus. The protagonist, with a malicious grin, introducing the spirit Carthago. He sighed with relief because he thought that the cracks would close again, but Carthago told him not to even mention that he was going to give up. Lakiri looked down on the protagonist, who looked worried. He told the boy that he did not know for sure whether this was an interference in his fate, but he noticed that the hunter was already ready to accept his patronage. The horse snorted, looking towards Lakiri, saying that this was similar to Carthago's character and he liked it. The leader looked at the horse in bewilderment, thinking that in front of him was a talking horse. Lakiri raised his spear on his shoulder, closing his eyes, saying that he would not have to travel through the cracks at the speed of light. Lakiri pointed his spear at the protagonist, saying that he would receive his blessing. The protagonist pursed his lips, looking at the spearman of light with a serious look. Lakiri smiled madly, his eyes wide, telling him to go and destroy the invasion command, calling Hyunjin his real life. Hyunjin jumped out of bed, his eyes wide. He looked at his sword, standing next to him. Seddon said that he did not feel darkness this time, asking what kind of energy it was. The protagonist grabbed the sword, looking at it in confusion. Seddon said that it was the power of light, which he simply hated. Hyunjin asked where he got such words from. The protagonist walked to the table where Sajin was sitting. The healer fell asleep at the table, laughing in her sleep. The protagonist covered Sajin with his jacket. On the monitor, a website with summer houses was opened. Hyunjin wondered if she was dreaming there. The protagonist leaned towards the monitor, asking what these were summer houses in Gangwon. Sajin smiled widely, blushing slightly, noting how clean the air was there. Jinna slightly opened her mouth, asking that they declare a company-wide vacation a week before and go on a trip. Huntress looked at the head with displeasure, asking that race's work style. It has always been like this. Hyunjin noted that this is her unique style. Jinna asked that last time with the trip to the seaside, it was the same. Teehee held a plate of meat on her hand, her mouth wide open, shouting to the guys that everything is ready and they can all go there. Jinna and Hyunjin argued with each other like a cat and a dog. Hyunjin asked, "What do you mean?" She came too. Huntress noted that this is her villa, which means her rules, asking what kind of nonsense he is talking. Teehee looked at the guys furiously, saying that everyone quickly went there, noting that everything is ready. The guys gathered around the table. Teehee squinted at the protagonist, asking if she should fry everything alone. Hyunjin said he would help. The leader picked up the tongs and a plate of meat, asking if maybe they should fry the beef first. The leader picked up a piece of meat with the tongs. The guys looked away in shock, feeling a magical aura. Seddon told the leader that he felt mana. Juwon looked away warily, saying that it was some kind of unusual energy. Sajin frowned, looking ahead with apprehension, saying that someone else was coming. A leg appeared from the portal. A man came out of there, saying that he did not want to harm them. The leader raised an eyebrow, looking at that man in bewilderment. The guys stood in battle readiness, looking at the appearing man. The leader thought that it was a man. The brunette said that he finally found it. The brunette, with tears in his eyes, looked straight ahead with a smile, saying that he missed this mana so much. The protagonist looked at the guy in confusion, asking what kind of mana he missed and who he was. The brunette pressed his palm to his chest, saying that he was an interdimensional wanderer. The leader held onto his sword, looking warily at the wanderer, asking if he could tell him more. The wanderer raised his hand, looking at Hyunjin with a serious look. He said that this is what they call people who were attacked while traveling between dimensions and lost their way. The wanderer stood with his back, trembling with anger. Hyunjin said that freaks like invaders also say that they travel between dimensions, asking that he is someone like them. The wanderer asked what he said invaders. The protagonist looked at the guy in confusion. The wanderer asked that they also met them. The brunette grinned angrily, frowning. Hyunjin and Juwon looked at the brunette warily. The wanderer said that he thought they would need a more precise explanation, asking if he could at least put away his sword. The wanderer added that it would be difficult to have a conversation in such a situation. There was a beautiful chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The guys were sitting on the couch around the table. The wanderer said that it was nice to meet you, adding that his name was Levian. The leader said that his name was Kang Hyunjin. The protagonist looked at Levian with a serious expression. The wanderer said that the conversation could be long, but he would try to tell everything as succinctly as possible. The hunter asked that he got to them through a crack. Levian sat on the couch with his head down, saying that it meant he knew, noting that he was right, and it was a spatial crack. Levian looked at the hunter with a serious look, saying that he was a mage from the Magical Union forces. The protagonist stared at the mage. Levian said that he was a member of the academy, striving for the truth. The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully, thinking that he had heard of the truth in the academy somewhere. The mage said that ordinary days dragged on, no different from others. Levian recalled how monsters appeared from the crack. He said that one day, however, an interdimensional crack suddenly appeared, which grew into a huge hole, and then they appeared. The protagonist looked at the mage from under his brows, asking who they were. The mage looked at the floor, resting his hands on his legs. He said that these were the same invaders traveling from dimension to dimension, adding that he learned the truth later, but the seeds of discord were sown long ago. Levian remembered the bloody clouds. He imagined the image of the main invader. The magician remembered how people gathered together, saying that the master gathered the allied forces of the army to confront the invasion command. The magicians fought against the invaders. Levian said that at first they were victorious. They were happy and believed that everything would turn out in their favor. The wanderer looked sadly at the floor, saying that however, Levian widened his eyes in horror. The invaders were climbing out of a crack in the sky. The fighter shouted that the main enemy force was arriving and they would soon land. The fighter asked that this was really the force of the invasion command. Levian looked at the master in shock. He approached the master, calling out to him. The professor said that forward. He stood with his back to the sky, looking at the invaders hovering. The master said that until they stopped breathing, they should do everything they could to push forward. Levian grinned sheepishly, looking at the professor. The mage closed his eyes, telling Hyunjin that he could guess what happened next. The ground was stained with blood. Levian said that the magical allied forces had been defeated, and the enemy had launched a full-fledged invasion. The invader stood among the corpses lying on the ground. The mage said that most had died in battle, and the few who survived had been brainwashed and turned into soldiers by the command. The boy sat with his head down. His gaze was desolate, emitting a purple aura. The wanderer was enveloped in black energy. Levian said that thanks to the master's sacrifice, he was able to escape, but due to unstable magic, he was drifting between dimensions. The protagonist looked at the dejected mage. The wanderer raised his head, looking at the protagonist. Hyunjin asked if he could tell him the name of his master. The wanderer presented a white image of his master. He said that the name of his brave master, who led the allied forces against the invasion, was Gildred. The mage sat with his head down, saying that in him he felt the magic of the master that he missed so much. The spirit said that Gildred's will lived in him, restored from the fragments of the forgotten past. Hyunjin's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that it was Gildred's will. There was a cup of coffee on the table. Levian said that it was his turn to explain everything to him. The mage exuded a red aura, glaring menacingly at the protagonist, asking how he could feel the magic of his master in him. The protagonist lowered his gaze, pursing his lips. He closed his eyes. The leader said that this was his past life. He looked at the wanderer, his mouth slightly open, noting that Gildred was one of his past 990,000 lives. The wanderer slammed his palm on the table. He created a magic circle, looking angrily at the protagonist. The mage told him not to joke and not to dare to say such words towards his master, asking what other past life and what kind of nonsense is this. The hunter raised his hand, enveloping it in black energy. The spirit said that Gildred's magic destroys magic formulas. In the name of the dark truth, they call for the dissolution of magical power. The dark energy destroyed Levian's magic circle. A black aura floated in the air. Levian said that this is the master. The mage looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. The hunter said that he also did not believe words so easily, because he did not know that he would meet someone who knew his past life. The mage clenched his hand into a fist, looking at him. Hyunjin suggested that they calm down first and continue the conversation the next day. Levian said that he thought it would be better that way. Teeman put his hand on his hip, puffing in displeasure, asking what was so special about that guy since he had only met him the day before. Jinna said that she was thinking the same thing. Teehee narrowed her eyes in displeasure, lowering her hat over her face. She said that in the end, she had to do everything herself and she didn't even get a piece of meat, asking who was working hard for everyone. Sajin smiled sweetly, holding out a plate of meat, telling her not to worry, adding that Hyunjin was probably stuck for a long time, so she prepared everything in advance. The boys covered their faces with their hands from the bright light emanating from Sajin. The healer asked the boys that they were probably hungry too, offering to eat themselves first. Teehee smiled happily, putting her palms together, telling Sajin that she was the best. The protagonist lay on the bed with his hands behind his head. He thought that the moment Levian called Gildred's name, he responded to him. The sword spirit said that it was the familiar magic that flowed in the hero's blood from his past life, and it also responded. The protagonist looked at the ceiling with a serious look, saying that everything would be much clearer if he met Gildred. The sword spirit asked what he was saying about that room. Hyunjin closed his eyes, saying that everything was correct, and if Gildred responded, then. The protagonist found himself in a space where there was a golden door. Hyunjin said that he was a madman who touched the truth. The hunter happily extended his hand to the door, saying that he knew it right then and there. The doors opened slightly, and a bright, blinding light appeared from there. Clouds of dust and smoke rose on the bloody ground. The master told Levian that at least he should survive. The magician looked at the professor in horror, frowning. The master smiled slightly, saying that this was his end. Gildred looked behind him, looking at the mage with a smirk. He told him to escape through the interdimensional crack, noting that this was his first and last request. The protagonist opened his eyes, looking dumbfounded. He rose from the floor, looking ahead. The legs of his past life appeared in front of the protagonist. Gildred asked that he woke up. The professor smiled slightly, looking at the leader, asking how he liked his illusion of the past. The leader looked at the professor with confusion, asking about the illusion of the past. Gildred sat on a chair, crossing his legs. The professor said that he assumed this would happen, but he was still a little embarrassed to face him since he had not responded for so long. The protagonist began to rise from the floor, asking the master what it meant that he was somehow related to a man named Levian. The master closed his eyes, saying that he was a member of the magical alliance in the dimension he was in. The protagonist pointed his finger at the professor, his mouth wide open. Gildred said that he was also his assistant at the academy. Hyunjin said that he knew it, he was that smart teacher. The master smiled maliciously, narrowing his eyes as the protagonist smiled nervously. The master said that it was true, and he had a lot to teach, asking if he wanted to test his knowledge. The leader said that he did not want to. The hunter stood in front of the master, scratching the back of his head. Gildred chuckled slightly, putting his hand to his mouth, saying that Levian was special. The master added that he was very curious, interested in research, and he was a great friend. Gildred turned around, holding a book in his hand. Levian called out to the professor. The mage peeked out from behind the bookcases, asking the master if he was still there, noting that everyone had already gathered outside. Gildred said that he found it easier there, as he didn't like noisy places. Levian slightly opened his mouth. The professor said that besides, there was no one there who liked him. He closed his eyes, lowering his head, saying that if he went, the others would be uncomfortable, so he shouldn't worry. Levian walked up to the professor, smiling widely, telling him to go, as what was outside was the result of the creation magic he had created. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The professor looked straight ahead with a downcast expression. In front of him appeared a wooden sculpture in the shape of a man. Gildred asked what the hell that was. Levian looked at his creation with excitement, smiling widely, asking if it wasn't cool, noting that it was a living statue that was the essence of his magic. The professor extended his hand, setting the sculpture on fire, saying what kind of blasphemy was this. Levian asked what he was doing. Gildred lowered his gaze, smiling slightly, saying that he couldn't stand him at first until that incident. The master was sitting at a table with other professors. One of the professors said that at that time there was an interdimensional crack of unknown origin. Those who came out of the crack were behaving extremely aggressively, and most of the scientists who went to research died, asking what they should do. Gildred looked at the guys with a serious look, saying that he would go. The professors looked at Gildred with bewilderment. The master said that he would go to the crack the next day, and he would lead a squad of magical warriors, adding that they would help the reconnaissance group. Levian ran after the professor, calling out to him. The mage looked at Gildred worriedly, frowning, saying that he would go with him. Gildred looked sideways at the mage, asking why he thought that. The mage stood still, noting that he had said that no one would side with him. The professor looked at the mage in confusion, who pressed his fist to his chest. Levian said that he would have to take care of a professor like him, asking who, if not him. Levian extended his hand, telling him to take it. The mage placed the glasses on the professor, who looked slightly surprised. Gildred put his hand to the glasses, looking at them in surprise. Levian said that it was a gift, asking that his eyesight had been deteriorating a little lately. Gildred said that it was true, asking why such a gift. Levian closed his eyes and smiled contentedly, saying that it was his birthday at the time. The professor took off his glasses, placing them on the table, telling Hyunjin that the power of the invasion command was still too great. The protagonist looked at the professor in bewilderment, asking that even with his strength they could not win. The golden glasses were floating in the air. Gildred said that it was true, and in just half a year, the dimension he was in had turned into a lifeless desert. A crack was shining in the sky. The mage shouted that if they surrendered, then everything would end there. The fighter shouted that they were about to close the crack, and a little more was needed. The mages fought the invaders. Gildred watched in horror. The monster kicked the mage in the stomach. The invader grabbed the fighter by the throat, squeezing. The man in the cloak was thrown to the side, coughing up his own blood. The tentacles wrapped around the fighter's neck. Gildred thought that they should not give up. The tentacles killed mages on the battlefield. Gildred lowered his head, pursing his lips, telling Levian to listen carefully. Levian looked back at the professor, who had his back to him. The master said that only he would go into the crack. Clouds of dust and smoke rose from the blood-stained ground. The master said that at least he should survive. The mage looked at the professor with panic in his eyes wide. The master smiled slightly, saying that he would end his journey there. Gildred looked behind him, looking at the mage with a smile, telling him to escape through the interdimensional crack, adding that this was his first and last request. The master handed over his glasses to Levian, saying that this was all he could give him. The mage looked at the master with confusion, asking why he needed them. Gildred smirked slightly. He looked at Levian with a wide smile, saying that it was his birthday at that moment. Levian stood near the crack, holding out his hand to the professor. The master said that the crack was closed, and he should go to another dimension and make sure he could survive. Levian said that he couldn't do it alone. The master stood with his back turned, while Levian was sucked into the crack. A slight smirk was visible in front of the mage's eyes. The protagonist bared his teeth in fury, saying that these invaders were real bastards. The master pressed his hand to his chest as a yellow aura surrounded them. He told the leader that with this he would inherit his will completely and entirely. He would become the third after Hassassin and Seddon. Gildred smiled contentedly as his body began to evaporate with golden light. He said that all the emotions and anger he felt from his illusion of the past, he has no right to forget. The protagonist looked at the master in surprise. The spirit said that he had obtained all of Gildred's will, the truth of magic lives in him. Any spells would be useless before his magic. The protagonist told Gildred that he would not dare to forget. The protagonist smiled confidently, noting that this was their cherished wish. Hyunjin stood on the street next to Levian. The wanderer said that last night he dreamed of his teacher. The hunter looked at the wanderer with a smile. The magician said that although time did not pass in the dimension where he was, it was still difficult to believe that he became someone's past life. The hunter said that he also did not believe it, asking that who could have known that a person who knew him in a past life would appear. The wanderer said that he was sure that he and the teacher were very different people. He looked at the leader with a smile, holding out his hand, saying that if he was going to fulfill the teacher's long-standing wish, then he would help. The boys shook hands. They stood opposite each other, shaking hands. Hyunjin said that he would be glad to try. The boys all gathered together. Hyunjin said that they should have a good rest, and the next day they would go to work. The hunter looked behind him, looking at the wanderer, saying that he could stay there. Levian asked if this was true. Jinna crossed her arms over her chest, looking at the protagonist with displeasure. The leader said that they had many empty rooms, and he could choose anyone he liked. The wanderer bowed to the leader, saying that in that case he would accept his kindness with gratitude. The wanderer left the boys while they were standing in a circle. Teehee and Jinna looked at the protagonist with confusion. Jinna asked the blonde what she thought was normal that he was giving such a person a place in the guild. Teehee said that she was asking the same thing, asking what to do if he was actually an invader. The protagonist closed his eyes, smiling confusedly, telling them not to worry since he was trustworthy. Teehee asked what they should trust. Seddon asked Hyunjin why he didn't just ignore their words. The leader didn't understand where he got such words from. Jinna held her hair with her hand, looking behind her. She said that Hyunjin brought him for a reason after all, adding that she didn't want to bother her head with complicated things and she was sure he could handle everything. The leader waved his hand at Teehee as she ran away. The blonde said that it was time for her to run too, telling him to call her if she needed to. Hyunjin said of course, wishing her luck. The lights on the ceiling were glowing. Teeman noted that the leader had returned. The hunter turned his head to the side, smiling slightly, telling the CEO that it must have been a tough trip. Teeman looked at the leader with a serious expression. The hunter asked what or should I say the deputy leader of the guild. The deputy stood with his back to the hunter, saying that their dungeon management bureau had called that day. The leader asked about what it was about. The sky above the city was painted red. The deputy said that there had been unusual magical outbursts in every region of Korea. The hunter raised an eyebrow, looking at Teeman worriedly, asking if there had been any raids or dungeon exits. Teeman said no. He tilted his head, looking ahead with a wary gaze. The deputy said that the bureau initially thought it was a mistake in the surveillance system and the report came late. However, the situation was clearly true, and they reported it 10 minutes before his arrival. The hunter was clutching a sword in his hand. Seddon said that at first he thought it might be Levian magic, but now it felt completely different, noting that it was definitely the invaders. A beautiful sunset could be seen above the city. The girl walked along the corridor. Alina pressed her lips together. The leader looked straight ahead with a serious gaze. The boys followed Roscoe down the corridor. Roscoe said that he never thought that the corps commander would personally call him. The leader turned his gaze to the side, asking Alsace what he thought the commander of the invasion corps called him for. Alsace narrowed his gaze, looking ahead with displeasure, saying that it was probably because he had not killed the Chosen One, but had let him escape. Alina stood with her back turned, looking at the back of Roscoe's head, saying that in addition, 2 important soldiers had died during the operation. Roscoe clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that besides all this, if he stopped the Chosen One alone, all the laurels would go to him. The invader leaned his hand against the door, looking at the boys, telling them to wait there. The boys said that it would be done. The invader narrowed his angry gaze. The leader knelt down on one knee in front of the commander. He told the commander of the invasion corps in Serbil that he welcomed him, adding that at his request, Roscoe's command officer had arrived. Serbil looked behind him with a menacing look. Roscoe sat motionless when the commander addressed him. The invader said that he was waiting for his orders. The leader sat with his head down. The commander said that he had received a report regarding their chosen one. Inserbal's red eyes flashed, glaring at the invader, asking why the information about how quickly he was gaining power was hidden. The invader sat motionless in front of the commander. Inserbal said that no, he understood why they hid it, asking that if the progress was so great, then why, noting that he thought he, an officer, was aware of all of this. The leader looked at the commander in confusion, saying that he was aware of the situation, and would do everything in his power to correct this mistake, noting that he would not allow such a thing to happen again. The commander stared at the officer, saying that right, such mistakes were unacceptable, and no matter the damage, he had to get rid of the chosen one. The commander looked at his system, asking the officer that he knew that a dog that couldn't bark was useless. Roskell said that he would do exactly as he said. A dark aura appeared in the space. Inserbal said that there were reports of the Dimensional Alliance taking action. The commander was emitting black energy. He said that they would have to be dealt with before they made any serious moves. Roskell said that if it was the Dimensional Alliance. Inserbal glared at the officer, saying that was right, they were the fools looking for the fragments of the chosen ones. Roskell looked at the commander, who was enveloped in black energy. The commander said that there would not be another chance like this, adding that he should give the order for a general mobilization of the troops. The door to the office opened slightly. The officer came out to the boys. They asked the commander how everything went. Roskell looked askance at the invaders, telling them to get ready as they were heading to the ground. Yellow pollen was flying in space. A bright door appeared in front of the protagonist. A yellow glow was coming from the door. The protagonist noted that this was the one who determines fate. An image of his past life appeared in front of the leader. The leader asked if this was Deus. Deus looked at the protagonist, greeting him. The protagonist smiled happily, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Deus extended his hand, saying that he clearly wanted to ask something, noting that he would answer his questions. The hunter looked at the spirit with a serious expression. He said that he was first interested in how he could gain more approval from him. The spirit raised his index finger, saying that usually an increase in approval is possible by repeating a certain action or using protection. The spirit raised his hand as a blue thread flew past it. Deus said that in his case, it was the determination of his own destiny. A red string of energy ran through his hand. Deus said that in other words, the more he resisted destiny, the higher the level. The protagonist widened his eyes as he looked at the spirit. The spirit said that he was doing well, and his destiny was changing very quickly. Hyunjin asked if the destiny of destruction had changed. Deus narrowed his eyes. The hunter turned his back, looking at the sad Deus, saying that he still looked desperate. Deus said that he should continue to believe, since he had the strength, and destiny would take its course. The spirit presented images of the protagonist's past lives. He said that all of his previous 990,000 lives, in the process of all 990,000 destructions, they built a system of past lives, and they all shared their skills with him. The gold and purple string collided together. Deus said that he couldn't get all of that knowledge because there were skills that were mutually exclusive, but this time it was different. The spirit looked at the protagonist, who had strings swirling around him. He said that his strength was that he could get all of their skills, and that a war would soon begin, ending this fate. The sky turned red. Deus said that was right, the magical surges he felt that day. The spirit imagined the invaders, saying that the heads of the invasion command were already heading there. The boys gathered outside, looking at the sky. Hyunjin told Teeman to look there. A portal appeared in the sky, sparkling with lightning. The head said that the interdimensional gate had opened. The building was cordoned off with yellow tape. Teeman said that as he said, the cordon in this area had ended. There were fences by the stairs. Teeman said that because of this, the citizens of this area would not be attacked. The protagonist looked up at the sky, thanking the deputy. He wondered if all the senior invaders would come. Levian crossed his arms, looking straight ahead with a serious expression. He said that since the dimensional cracks were unstable, there was a high probability that a large-scale invasion would not happen, adding that it was not impossible to forcefully open such a crack, and the problem was that they seemed ready to take over this place at any cost. The protagonist grabbed his sword, thinking that was most likely. Different colored lines led to the protagonist. The leader thought that perhaps they wanted to get rid of him, the one who had inherited 990,000 previous lives. Deus said that he had a special skill that would allow him to obtain all the abilities of previous lives. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a confident look. The hunter said to be prepared. The boys stood with their backs to the rift in the sky. Hunter said that this battle would be decisive. Hanseok put his hands behind his head, looking away uncertainly, saying that he didn't know if they could win. Jinna told him not to be weak, adding that if they stopped the invaders, the main force of the invasion command would be destroyed. Sajin looked ahead worriedly, calling out to Hyunjin. Hyunjin slightly opened his mouth, saying that if they were defeated, it would be the end of their world. The boys huddled together, looking confidently at the rift. Purple lightning emanated from the portal. Suddenly, a bright light appeared from it. An invader's leg was visible from the gate. The silhouette of the enemy was floating in the sky. Alina looked at the protagonist with narrowed eyes, saying that he had more friends than last time. Alsace looked down in irritation, pursing his lips. The invaders descended to the ground. Alina said that they were not alone either, noting that in their world they called him an SSS-Rank hunter. More people appeared from the gate. Alina said that his name was Vladimir. Hansyok looked up at the sky in shock, asking what Vladimir was. Jinna asked that he was the Ice Blade of Russia. Vladimir landed on the ground, placing his fist on his chest. A combat rank hunter, Ice Blade Vladimir, having awakened as a Type 2, he has 2 specialties, one of which is mastery of cold magic at the highest level. The hunter raised his hand, enveloping it in ice, saying that he had lasted longer than he thought. The hunter stretched out his hand in front of him, enveloping the space in ice and cold, saying that all those who hinder the invasion will face death. The fighters bowed to Vladimir, standing behind him. Vladimir told the Alpha Group to follow the will of the invasion command. The Alpha Group said that it would be done. The protagonist stared straight ahead, said and told him to be careful. These guys are few in number, but they are studying unstoppable magic power. The leader said that it will not be easy, asking if he has seen his skills yet. A huge eye was visible above the opponents. The protagonist wondered if he was brainwashed. Jinna stared straight ahead with a menacing look, saying that brainwashing took place, as the leader said. The huntress put her hand to her side, looking at the invader, asking that she must be Alina. The invader said that she is smarter than she looks. Alina raised her hand, covering her face, saying that she thinks it will come in handy. Jinna smiled wickedly, waving her fire hand, asking that she calls herself an invader and is only capable of this much magic, saying that it is a shame. Alina chuckled slightly. She closed her eyes, pressing her palm to her chest, telling Alsace that she would deal with her. Alsace said that of course. The invader raised her hand in front of Vladimir, looking menacingly ahead. She said that the main weapons of the Chosen One are magic and vampirism, and they will have to deal with it themselves. The invader looked behind her, smirking wickedly. Vladimir said that he was in command of the invasion anyway. Vladimir extended his hand in front of the fighters, telling them not to interfere since he would deal with them himself and the others were left to deal with them. The fighter stood at the ready. The Alpha Group took a fighting stance. The fighter clutched his weapon in his hand. Vladimir adjusted his hat, holding his sword out in front of him. Hyunjin tightly clutched the sword in his hands, preparing for battle. Seddon said that in any case, he thought they knew about his abilities. The leader thought that it was worth considering his ability to restore mana. The protagonist stood motionless, looking at his opponent. He thought that if he looked ahead, there was a chance he would be at a disadvantage. The protagonist gripped the sword tightly in his hand. He lowered his head, saying that he would perform the operation again. Jinna raised her hand, creating a fireball in it. Hyunjin told Jinna to deal with Alina since she was resistant to the brainwashing of the captor. Jinna said that of course, since she understood why he did not oppose her. Tishik looked confidently ahead, while Hansyok was flustered. Hyunjin told the Alpha Group that he did not expect this, but he would leave it to the two of them. Tishik said that the Russian Alpha Group specialized in close combat, so there was a chance. Hansyok said that it sounded very unpleasant. Hyunjin turned to Levian. The Wanderer smiled maliciously, frowning, saying that his target was very visible to him. Hyunjin turned his back on the invader, asking what he knew of Alsace. The invader looked ahead in confusion. Levian widened his eyes, asking how he could forget him. The Wanderer remembered seeing the master being killed. The Wanderer was sucked into the rift as he extended his hand. Levian said it was him. The mage remembered the bloodthirsty expression of the invader. He grinned viciously, saying that he was the one who took his master's life. Alsace smiled bloodthirstily, widening his eyes, asking what fun was planned. The protagonist held his sword in front of him, saying that it meant that it would be so. The cold gaze of the leader was visible in the reflection of the sword. Hyunjin told Vladimir that he would fight against him. The boys and their opponents stood ready for battle. Hyunjin said it was time to begin. Vladimir swung his sword, using the skill Ice Zone. The buildings and ground began to be covered in ice. Sajin extended her hand in front of her, using the skill Shrine. A huge barrier blocked the boys from the ice attack. Vladimir stared at what was happening, said that their healer was much more useful than he thought. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, telling him to shut up. Vladimir took his sword, covering it in ice. He attacked the protagonist with his sword. The protagonist blocked the blow with his weapon. Seddon said that this was not a simple cold, and if he let it attack, then everyone there would freeze. The leader looked straight ahead in shock as his sword began to be covered in ice. He parried the hunter's attack. The protagonist jumped away from the enemy, asking what kind of intruder it was, adding that it would not be so easy to deal with him in close combat. Seddon said not to worry, if they let him attack, then there was an opportunity to absorb the attack with vampirism. The protagonist moved his hand with the sword to the side. Seddon said that of course, but that was absolutely not certain. Vladimir surrounded himself with an icy aura. He pulled his hand back, preparing to attack. Vladimir said that he was the enemy of the Grand Invasion Command and he would be destroyed. The hunter narrowed his eyes at his opponent. The leader extended his sword in front of him, saying that he had better get rid of the thought of surviving this battle. The spirit said that the valiant sword Seddon was with him. The sword would not break as long as his courage was steadfast. The protagonist's sword shone. The spirit said that Durandal was with him. A bright glow was hidden in the righteous sword. The protagonist sent a huge pillar of energy towards the enemy. Vladimir stood still as the magical pillar of energy was directed towards him using the skill Ice Wall. The leader smiled maliciously, telling him not to worry, there was nothing wrong with low-level magic. Ice walls lined up in front of the hunter. The pillar of energy broke through the walls. The leader asked if it was really an ice wall. Vladimir created ice spears, preparing to attack Hyunjin with them. The protagonist turned into a shadow and made his way through the ice stakes. The spirit said that the enemy's treacherous steps were leading him into pitch darkness. Even in bright light he would become a shadow. Hyunjin thought that a drawn-out battle would put them at a disadvantage. Hyunjin looked at his opponent with a serious look. The protagonist thought that his opponent was an SSS-ranked hunter, and he did not think that he would meet the most dangerous hunter in the world in battle. Vladimir stared at the protagonist, saying that he understood his skills and techniques, noting that hide-and-seek and fencing were commonplace. Vladimir slightly bent down, creating ice stakes, saying that from now on, he would fight him the way he knew best. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, calling for Lakiri. An image of Lakiri and his horse appeared in front of the protagonist. The spirit said that Lakiri's light would lead him into the distance, becoming a single flash of light to destroy his enemies. The hunter gripped his sword tightly. Seddon said that the cold erosion could be fatal, and if he attacked again, they would be finished. The protagonist thought he knew it. Ice spikes hit the protagonist's limbs. The protagonist ran through them on horseback. Vladimir looked at what was happening in confusion, asking what passed through. Hyunjin jumped off his horse and onto his opponent. Vladimir thought he should have died from that blow. The leader swung his sword at his enemy. Seddon said that was enough, noting that he should remember that the more he allowed himself to attack, the greater his resistance to the cold. The leader narrowed his eyes, holding the sword above himself, thinking that it meant he could just do it. Vladimir raised his head, piercing with his scream. The leader jumped to the side, asking what was that magic surge. Vladimir spread his arms out to the sides, freezing everything around him. Hyunjin thought it was the Ice Age. Hyunjin looked behind him, telling the boys to be careful and watch out for the ice zone. The boys looked at the scene warily. Hanseok asked what the ice zone was. Jinna noted that it was still frozen all around, asking what he meant. Ice spikes formed around the boys' black silhouettes. Sajin waved her hand, emitting a golden aura using the holy shield. A barrier formed above the boys, breaking the ice. The protagonist floated in the air above Vladimir, telling Sajin that she was good. He mounted his horse, moving through the air. The spirit said that the light of Lakiri would lead him far away, and for him to become a single flash of light and destroy his enemies. The hunter raised his head, saying that he was a real scoundrel. He pulled his hand with the sword back, preparing to attack, telling Hyunjin to go there. Hyunjin smiled wickedly, widening his eyes, saying that they said he was an SSS-rank hunter, asking what was the point. Vladimir looked at Hyunjin with displeasure, saying that he was impudent. The blades clashed with each other. Vladimir's fighters watched what was happening, asking what could help them. The fighter extended his hand, blocking the way, telling him to calm down as Vladimir would not be defeated, noting that they were told not to interfere, and he should stick to his role. Hanseok and Tishik glared at the enemies. The fighter said that they should deal with that little thing. Hanseok looked behind him, while Tishik was confused. Hanseok said that it was hard for him, asking that they could not just give up like that. Tishik said that he could not believe it, he was dealing with the hunters himself. Jinna fought with fire against Alina. Hanseok slightly opened his mouth, saying that they should try, and if they were careful, they might have a chance to win. The boys stood up in battle readiness. Hanseok said that it was time to move forward. Hanseok was gathering a stream of energy in his hands. He waved his hands, scattering a stream of magic to the sides. Tishik looked up in surprise, asking what it was. Hanseok said that his type of magic was air control. They stretched out their hands, creating purple projectiles. Hanseok said that if you get into the stream, you can fly. The boys hovered in the air when the projectiles flew towards them. The boys deftly dodged the projectiles. Hanseok said that looking at Jinna, he remembered about magic, and now, thanks to this, he can use completely different spells. Tishik looked at the hunter in bewilderment, asking what he was talking about. The hunter snapped his fingers, saying, for example, like these. Hanseok lifted the fighters into the sky with his air. Tishik looked at the satisfied hunter in shock, asking what he had done to create a gravity inversion using air manipulation. Hanseok said that he had rather imitated it. Tishik looked at the hunter in surprise, who had clenched his hand into a fist. Hanseok asked if they could end it right then. Tishik thought that he had become so good at magic in such a short period of time, and it was simply amazing. The brunette looked ahead with a serious expression, thinking that maybe he could achieve this too. The fighters floated in the air, creating projectiles. The fighter shouted that they needed to attack immediately. Tishik extended his hand, causing it to sparkle with lightning. The brunette looked at the enemy with a menacing look, using the lightning discharge skill. Hanseok grinned maliciously, using the hailstorm skill. The fighters were struck by a lightning discharge in a stream of air. A white cloud formed in the air. Tishik covered his face with his hand as Hanseok smirked contentedly. The leader's blade collided with the enemy's blade. The leader jumped away from his enemy. Vladimir was thrown to the side. The blonde looked behind him, asking if the Alpha group was all dead. The guys were standing on the ground around the dead bodies of the fighters. The blonde said that just 2 of them took down almost all of them, noting that he didn't think it would be like this. Hyunjin smirked contentedly, thinking that Lekiri was much more useful than he thought. The protagonist looked at the sword engulfed in blue light, thinking that he should continue in the same vein. Many swords appeared behind the leader as he used the sword hail skill. The swords flew quickly to attack the enemy. The blonde skillfully parried the protagonist's swords. He continued to fend off Hyunjin's attacks. Vladimir tirelessly parried the swords. He broke them into pieces. Vladimir didn't have time to fight back as Hyunjin's sword flew past him. The mask on the blonde's face cracked and he began to cough up blood. Vladimir leaned over slightly, clutching his face with his hand, thinking that the more attacks he took, the deeper they went and he needed to get back on his feet. Hyunjin jumped into the air, swinging at his opponent, saying that he wouldn't let him do that. Vladimir created an ice shield in front of him, parrying the attack. Vladimir glared at the leader, saying that from what he saw, he knew how to fight, noting that it was not bad. The leader thought it was ice erosion. He frowned in displeasure as his hand began to be covered in ice. Seddon told him to retreat better, as he could die. Hyunjin slightly opened his mouth. The spirit reported that Gildred's fully inherited will was blooming within him. The protagonist's blade began to break the ice wall. The spirit said that by the will of the Chosen One's persistence, any magic spell would henceforth become useless. The protagonist destroyed the wall in one fell swoop. The blonde looked at what was happening in bewilderment, not understanding how this had happened. A red, ominous aura enveloped Vladimir's body. The spirit said that Hyunjin was entering into a dangerous partnership with the enemy, and while it lasted, the pain was under his control. Hyunjin jumped up from the ground, saying that although he was a high-ranking hunter, he was still a human, and as one, he could not escape this pain. The blonde saw the protagonist's sword in front of him. Hyunjin said that this was the end. The blonde's eyes glowed red. He said that he would not be broken so easily. Purple energy gushed from the blonde's chest. Purple tentacles began to envelop the blonde. Vladimir slightly bent over, experiencing terrible pain. Alsace asked why he felt even more magical power. The invaders stood next to each other. Elena stared ahead, while Alsace was dissatisfied. Elena said that apparently everything was not so simple. Alsace said that he agreed. The hunters looked menacingly at their opponents. The invader said that that girl was not susceptible to brainwashing at all. Alsace said that that guy named Levian, his magic is very unusual. The invader turned her gaze to the side. In front of her eyes was the main character. Alsace stood with his back, looking at the invader's back. Elena told him to prepare that very thing so he can buy some time. Alsace looked at his hand, which was enveloped in a purple aura, thinking that this was all that was left. Alsace clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that they were looking down on them so much. The hunter stood ready to fight, using his magic. Alsace thought that not only the Chosen One had improved his skills over time. He stood motionless with his back, thinking that this might be the end for him. Elena smiled maliciously, her red eyes flashing. Alsace told Elena that they would try to stop all this, so let her start. Elena began to emit a red aura. Jinna wrapped her hand in fire, holding it out in front of her, saying that it was a magical surge. Levian said that it was mental magic. Alsace slightly bent down, holding his hand out in front of him. Jinna said that they had to stop them. The invader created a magic circle using the seal skill. The guys were caught in a magical purple cube. Fire flared up in space. Jinna broke the cube with her fire, telling Levian to step aside. A dark aura began to wrap around Alsace's face. Blood flowed from the invader's eyes. Levian shouted at Jinna to be careful. Alsace raised his hand, using the reverse gravity skill. The hunters were thrown aside by purple energy. Jinna opened her mouth, coughing up blood. The invader smiled evilly, waving his hand down, telling them to fall. A pillar of purple energy hit the hunters. Alsace raised his head. He lowered his gaze, where a blue aura appeared. Levian used the spell of the Magic Book of Life, Chapter 1. A blue magic symbol formed under the invader's feet. The mage held the book in his hands, emitting a blue aura using the skill Pieta. A wooden statue appeared from the ground, grabbing Alsace. Branches wrapped around Alsace's neck. The invader asked what he was doing, and how he tied him up like that. The mage stood with his back to him, watching what was happening. Jinna rose to her feet, saying that she meant that she was doing this. She smiled evilly, her hand on fire, saying that she was ending this, asking what was not visible. Alsace looked at the huntress in fear, baring his teeth. The huntress held a fire near the tree, telling it to burst into flames. The tree was engulfed in a powerful flame, in which a piercing scream was heard. A charred piece of paper fell to the ground. The tree quickly burned. The boys leaned over tiredly as Sajin ran towards them. The healer asked if they were okay, saying that she had set up a shield before falling. Jinna looked at Sajin in fear, telling her not to come closer. Elena surrounded herself with a red aura. Jinna said that the magic field was still active. The invader grinned wickedly, saying that it was too late. The huntress bared her teeth, looking ahead. The invader smiled bloodthirstily, her eyes wide. Elena smiled maliciously, telling them to forget. Red energy began to envelop the hunters. The hunters' eyes turned red, being under the influence of the red aura. The boys asked what this oblivion was. The protagonist grabbed his head with his hand, saying that they were bastards. Elena looked away with a cold gaze, telling Vladimir to finish. Vladimir lowered his gaze, saying that he would do it. The blonde threw ice stakes towards the hunters. The ice stakes pierced the protagonist. The protagonist gritted his teeth, bleeding, thinking that there was no magic left, although there should still be a lot. Hyunjin squinted in front of him, thinking that he had to make a decision. Hyunjin remembered the lines of energy connecting together. A golden aura surrounded the protagonist. Hyunjin thought that for the sake of Deus's protection. Vladimir bounced off the ground, heading towards the protagonist, asking that he surrender. Hyunjin gritted his teeth, begging Deus. A yellow aura touched the water. The spirit said that in response to his desperate pleas, Deus was interfering with his fate. Hyunjin looked at the enemy flying towards him. A yellow pillar of energy was directed at the protagonist. The spirit said that this was the coming of a previous life. The blonde jumped aside to the invader. Elena said that she thought that oblivion had already come. The blonde asked what kind of magic this was. Ares extended his palm, on which the protagonist stood. The spirit said that the forerunner of madness, Ares, was ready to fight by his side, asking if he accepted his help. The leader confidently looked at Ares, nodding approvingly. Yellow energy began to enter the leader. The spirit said that Ares had descended upon him. The leader looked ahead in surprise when his hair turned white. The spirit said that the level of health and mana would be restored due to the presence of a previous life that will unite and deifies him. Ares in the body of the protagonist held his sword in front of himself, menacingly looking at the enemies, asking who dared to stand in his way. Elena looked at the leader in shock, thinking that the feeling of fear was all-consuming. The invader imagined a vast ocean, thinking that the magic she felt before was only a grain in the abyss of greatness that had come. The leader stood with his back, looking at his opponents, saying that the one who stood in his way could not survive. Elena stretched out her hand in front of her, enveloping them in red energy, telling him to forget, using oblivion. The protagonist looked at the invader with a cold gaze, saying that such cheap tricks would not work on him. Vladimir clenched his hand into a fist, while Elena stood motionless. The invader thought that this meant that this was the power of the Chosen One. Vladimir bounced off the ground. He jumped on the leader, creating ice stakes, shouting for him to die. The leader opened his mouth. The protagonist reached out for the sword, saying that when the sword of light brought down its glory, let the scarlet flowers bloom. Multiple attacks cut Vladimir's body. Elena watched in confusion, thinking that Vladimir had already been killed. The invader bowed her head, touching her ear, telling Roskell that they were going back. The leader said that he would not allow it. He held the sword in front of him, saying that since you entered into battle with him, be prepared to die. Elena looked at the protagonist in horror, asking what he really was. Hyunjin widened his eyes, saying that what a meaningless question. Elena looked at the leader in horror when a sword appeared above her head. Hyunjin told her to die. The man asked in fear who the blonde man in the cloak really was. The blonde man with glowing eyes answered that the question was meaningless. And at that very moment the room was filled with a bright glow. The blonde screamed for the man to die. The white-haired guy's face was filled with horror. Lightning struck him and threw him aside. He screamed in pain and could not believe that the Chosen One was capable of such a thing. The blonde's blade and cloak shone brighter than the brightest light bulb. The defeated man thought in his dying moments that when he first met the guy, he thought that he could finish him off with one hand. It was getting light, the ashes were carried away by the wind, the man realized that all his allies were dead. He, dissolving in the wind, looked at the sky and mentally begged Sir Roskell to be careful. A moment later, nothing remained of his body and the blonde watched this from the side. The guy raised his head. He transformed back into Hyunjin and was clearly in shock. The protection of the hero's patron was removed. The guy stuck his sword into the concrete. He fell to his knees without strength and began to cough. The people around him started asking if he was okay. The brown-haired man grabbed his head and could only say that he felt like he was falling apart. But the guild members did not let him rest. They apologized and said that there was no time to waste because the souls had already been absorbed last time. The crystal lay on the ground, continuing to shine. They also added that they needed to pull themselves together and finish what they started before the guy lost his remaining strength. Hyunjin took the stone and asked if they were talking about protecting the voids. The guy squeezes the crystal tightly and hears the Bajimos open its empty mouth and absorb the soul of the invader. His mighty soul satisfied the eternal void. For this it receives a magical blessing. The guild members start grabbing their heads, feeling pain. One of them, squinting, asks what is happening. Hyunjin turns to them with a smile and screams. He is incredibly happy and continues to scream that it is over. The guy falls to the ground, the others run up to him in confusion. They ask if he is okay, to which the guy replies that the battle is over. Everyone looks at him in shock. The red-haired girl begins to get nervous and continues to ask what is happening, adding that she does not remember anything from the moment her mind was subjected to the invader's magic. Hyunjin is ecstatic at this moment. He replies with a smile that an oblivion spell was cast, and everyone should forget who they are and what they are doing here. The guild members ask about the battle, clarifying whether it is over, to which the guy, picking up the crystal, replies that the battle is over, he finished everything. The glass falls to the floor and breaks, dissatisfied exclamations are heard. The whole room is half destroyed and continues to think about how there was no suspicion that the Chosen One will be so strong this time. Rascal rushed forward. He remembered the face of Hyunjin and thought that at their first meeting on the artificial island Alina and the brown-haired man were more than enough. He remembered their suffering. Remembering how the Chosen One appeared, he thought that he was not prepared for the fact that everything would not go according to plan. He stopped and wilted, realizing what happened there. Sharply raising his head, he remembered his magic. The robot remembered the ancient scriptures and thought that perhaps this is the magic he read about. Imagining a fierce man with horns, he decided that this is the precursor of madness, Ares. He also thought that this is why with one swing of the sword the Chosen One cut through dozens of soldiers, imagining how this battle went. Shaking himself and lifting his chin, Rascal decided that due to the forced opening of unstable cracks, the losses of troops were great, and if they encountered the Chosen One, who carries such great power. He imagined in horror how this battle could end, rushed forward and finished by saying that the same nightmare would happen again. Hyunjin stood with his head down. He watched the burning spirit in front of him on the battlefield and thought that they finally met with real life. Ares was sitting in the lotus position. The guy stood quietly in front of him, and hearing that at least this way you need to stay calm, asked if he really was the forerunner of madness, to which the horned one answered whether he was really given such a good nickname. Ares raised his head and spread his hands, saying that the guy standing in front of him shows his chosenness, and if he opened the door and came here, it can only mean that he wants to become strong. To which Hyunjin desperately replied that if he does not become stronger, he will simply die. Ares only lowered his head and replied that the place of his stay was rolling into the abyss of destruction. But the guy did not give up and, looking at the horned one, insistently said that he wanted to avoid this. The forerunner of madness grinned and asked the guy if he should then ask him one question. He nodded in response and replied that he should not do this. The only thing he asked was to give him an explanation. Ares lowered his head. The guy's katana shone like during the battle, and the horned one told him that the end of hopeless despair was approaching, and in connection with this, he decided to grant the guy the right of a god. Everything around shone. He added that from now on everything would be at stake. The guy must be sure that he can stop what is happening. The fiery glow was replaced by blue lights, and Ares granted Hyunjin the power of a god, which previously belonged to him. The guy felt himself filling with this energy, and the horned one added that from now on he is a god, which means that he can control the magic stone of the invasion command. The brown-haired man asked in shock if it was true. Ares extended his hand and said that he would be glad to tell more, but there was no time at all, and also wished him a safe journey and victory. At that very second, the guy began to teleport. He did not understand what was happening, because he had never moved like that before, and it was as if he himself was thrown there. A moment later, he disappeared. Dews appeared on the battlefield. She asked if the guy had come. The horned one was surprised and could only say her name. She, approaching, continued that he had done everything very interestingly. Ares bowed before her, and she continued, saying that he, being the most distant from everything worldly, felt interest, although he knew what the punishment for this would be. She pointed her finger at the warrior, and he asked if she meant that he would calm down like Miller, to which he received the answer that he had calmed down forever. Ares grinned and said that it was simply inhumane, to which Dews replied that Hyunjin must create his own destiny. He knows that interfering with destiny, as in the case of Miller, is forbidden. She added that many of the previous lives have already disappeared, namely Hassassin, Seddon, Miller, Carthago, and Zildur, to which the warrior replied that it was necessary to pretend that they were the ones who irrevocably passed on destiny to Hyunjin. Dews became angry, screaming his name, but he continued his monologue, recalling the terrible events, and said that this was already the 990,000th time. Too many people died in this destiny, and he despaired because he hoped for too long. The priestess realized that he was talking about hopeless despair. Blue light began to appear around the warrior, and she added that after the reincarnation system is completed, they will have one goal. Extending her hand to the Horned One, she finished by saying that this goal is to destroy enemies and restore hope for a brighter future. They stood there, enveloped in light, and the warrior said that those who had disappeared could see the opportunity, but he felt the same. Hyunjin woke up. He thought that it was time to end this whole nightmare. The guild members pounced on him in surprise and fear, while Ares left, saying that it was time for him to go. He smirked and added that he and Dews would meet at the end of this fate. The priestess flew into the air. She narrowed her eyes and replied that they would definitely meet. The man listened attentively and said that he could not believe what was said. Roskell stood in front of him and was about to give a report on the defeat. The long-haired blonde asked if there was anything to tell him. The robot bowed his head and introduced himself. The man grabbed his beard and said that he did not expect Roskell and the 281st Squad to suffer such a terrible defeat. But he raised his head and tried to object, saying that the crack was unstable and the gate was also open. But the man interrupted him and furiously asked if that was why they lost most of their forces, and even if it was because of the crack, then weren't they really screwed up? He also asked who the main forces of the 13th Invasion Command were. Roskell put his hand behind his back and replied that it was Ms. Alina and Alsace, to which the man turned around and asked a second question: was their forces not enough to conquer the Earth? The robot replied that they were both victims of the Chosen One, and then the man's face changed, gritting his teeth. There was a huge screen behind him, and he continued, asking how the Chosen One managed to kill 2 level 5 invaders in such a short time. The man looked the robot straight in the eyes and added a question about the level of the Chosen One according to the existing information, to which Roskell replied that the use of the will of God was noticed. The blonde was very surprised and said that the situation was not the best, thinking that he could not be stopped until his will was revealed. Then he asked about the state of the crack. The robot bowed and replied that Alina was keeping it open, but this was not enough for the troops to pass. The man turned to the side and said with despair that the main command was currently waging a war with the Alliance and there were very few troops. He added that according to his information, the soldiers themselves were not in the best condition. The mark on his forehead glowed red and he added that he could not even request support since the crack was unstable. He summed it all up by saying that there was no other option but to open the crack wider and begin a landing operation. Roskell was taken aback. He said that the damage would be too great. The blonde replied that the Chosen One was getting stronger too quickly, they couldn't wait for the crack to open itself. He raised his hand in rage and added that before that they had to direct all their forces to destroy the Earth. The robot silently looked at its owner in horror. He clenched his metal teeth and replied that he would carry out the order. Then he left. Approaching the pink matter, he raised his hand and said that if magic were directed to control the interdimensional gates, the spell would work. Standing at the gates themselves, he asked the commander to reconsider his decision and said that this method was extremely dangerous. But the commander, without letting him finish, objected and asked if he knew who was left at the head of the command. The robot raised his head and heard that it was the two of them, no one else. The man added, remembering the Chosen One, that he clearly does not lose strength on the other side and even on the contrary, only becomes stronger. Roska stood dejectedly at the portal. The man pointed furiously at the crack and said that this was their last chance. He belligerently ordered all the forces of the 13th Invasion to begin a spatial landing on Earth. Night, the red-haired girl, scratching her head, says that it is time to end all this. She turns to Hyunjin and says that she does not know how many invaders are left there, but Alina was stronger than Vladimir. The guy, scratching his head, asked if they could stand up to such an opponent. The girl briefly answers that yes, quite yes. The whole team turns to the guy and adds with a smile that they now have SSS-Rank. The brown-haired man opened his mouth in surprise and asked when they managed to get it. The man in uniform embarrassedly answers that it happened when they were in battle with the invaders, they had something to do at that time. Hyunjin, shocked, asked again what he had said earlier. The officials shook hands under the flashes of the paparazzi and said that countries around the world had declared that they would provide any support to the Defense Alliance Committee. Sok and Jin looked at the medal they had been given for suffering enough in battle, pleased. Hyunjin had been receiving letters in the mail for months, which he could not answer. The guy was very embarrassed, while the general said that he had tried to contact him, but all in vain. He also added that he had solved the issue himself and all the guild awards had been handed out. Hyunjin put the katana in its case and said that they had done it quickly. He turned to the team, but their faces were covered in horror. A portal appeared behind the guy, but he did not see it and with a satisfied face suggested that they go home. The sword said that this was insanely strong magic. The guild members looked at the portal in fear and shouted that it was a crack and why they were returning so quickly. Monsters began to jump out of the crack. Shouts were heard that the invasion command was attacking. People looked at the sky, strewn with monsters, and thought about how many of them there were. The guys were scared. Fear was visible in their eyes, and then one of the guild members screamed in surprise that he felt some kind of surge of magical energy. The other replied that he felt it too. Then the brunette screamed in anger that this was not a surge from the invasion command. The red-haired girl, enveloped in fire, replied that this could not be a surge from another invasion. The fair-haired guy, running towards the enemy, added that he was already somewhere nearby. The monsters were flying towards the ground. The guy shouted that they were already very close, and his comrade, ready for battle, added that some were already here. A bright flash of light enveloped everything around. It filled the entire space and a shadow appeared. From this flash, feet began to appear, hovering above the ground. Hyunjin looked there in surprise. He heard someone say that they finally arrived. In a moment, everyone saw them, the shining elves. The brown-haired man was still speechless from surprise. The elf noticed him. She extended her hand to the guy and said that she was pleased to meet the chosen one. He stood in confusion. The shining elf continued and said that she was the consul of the Interdimensional Alliance, whose name is Assyria. The guy grabbed his head and asked again, and the brown-haired man standing behind him could not hold his jaw in surprise. The girl smiled and explained that they intended to confront all hostile forces, such as the invasion headquarters, and that they must have a hard time understanding all this. The monsters ran towards the elf, but her valiant ally waved his hand, and in a moment all the monsters were literally cut in half, while the girl continued to smile sweetly at the brown-haired man and said that they had arrived to help them. The monsters did not have time to fly to the ground, as they were immediately eliminated, while the consul was telling them that they would help destroy the 13th command that invaded this planet. Then an uninvited guest stepped up to them. He was surprised that the Alliance had found the chosen one. It was Roskell, who was rapidly approaching. The elves turned around and asked in surprise what the invader himself was doing here. The elf told him that she did not intend to rant for long and that the Alliance forces would arrive here now. To which the robot raised his voice and said with a grin that he would destroy the chosen one earlier, so there would definitely be no problems. But the girl was not one of the timid. She smiled and sarcastically added that the Iron One did not understand her, because she was literally giving him a chance to get out right now. At that moment, she pulled her hand back and her energy filled the space. The robot, perplexed, only had time to ask again what she said. Her energy transformed into a huge spear, and the girl said that despite the strength, it would be unlikely to defeat her and the chosen one at the same time. She smiled and did not miss the opportunity to add that he could also return to the fallen invasion headquarters. Roskell looked at her in rage. He did not play with fate and went back into the portal, saying that this was not their last meeting. Entering, he added that then he would definitely tear everyone apart and burn this place. A bright flash and the crack disappeared. The guild members watched this from the sidelines and did not understand if this was really all, and he left. Hyunjin scratched his head again and said that he expected a repeat of that difficult battle, but no, they left. Then he looked at the elves and asked if they really were an interdimensional alliance. The girl turned around and replied that it was so. They were confronting the invasion command and looking for the chosen one. The guy asked again in surprise about the chosen one. The girl smiled and suggested moving to a more suitable place for conversation. A bright chandelier hung on the ceiling. The guys were in some kind of library. The girl admired how old everything around was and said that it looked like holograms from the past. Then she excitedly cried out that she wanted to go on a trip to the past someday, and the brown-haired man, watching this, wondered from which century they came. The girl coughed a little while the guy said that he understood who they were, but did not understand how and why they found him. Then she looked at Hyunjin and said that they felt the magic of the chosen ones, whom they had met earlier in his magic. He asked again in surprise, repeating her last phrase. The brown-haired girl, with bulging eyes, heard that they were talking about the magic of 990,000 souls that are in him. She put her hands on the table and lowered her head and said that they had been looking for him for so long, and in the end he found them himself. The guy began to stutter and asked if they knew previous lives. One of the elves answered in the affirmative. The girl remembered how they traveled the universe, fighting the invasion, and said that they had been fighting side by side with the Chosen Ones for many centuries. She remembered how the Chosen One attacked the monster and added that they secretly helped many from all sorts of dimensions, but very few of them came into direct contact with them. Also in her memory, Hyunjin himself with his katana surfaced, and she added that the Chosen Ones are extremely rare. They had the power to resist the invasion command and its potential is limitless. The girl smiled languidly and continued to say that of course it was impossible to destroy the invasion command alone. The guy listened enticingly, and she continued to say that the Alliance, having encountered the command, traveled across dimensions in search of the Chosen One. It was already deep night outside the window. The girl added that the war was still ongoing, but the Alliance was able to reach the main forces of the command. She glanced sharply at the guy, frightening him, and said that the fierce war was nearing an end. The brown-haired man asked again about the fierceness and added that she told Roskell about the approaching army. The girl clenched her fist. She apologized and added that their number was not that great. The guy asked in surprise what this meant. The elves looked at him and said that they did not know how much longer this war would last, but the army on both sides had already thinned out greatly. And then the guy heard something shocking, that he was the key to ending the war. He raised his head and asked if this meant that the reason the invaders threatened to kill him was because they found him before the alliance. The girl thoughtfully answered that it was so, and if he survived, then they were doomed to failure. Then she remembered the last attack and said that too many monsters had broken into the land. The elf took out the treasured box, and the elf, looking at it, said that they knew how to help him correctly so that he would become even stronger. The elf held the box forward and said that it was a relic. Hyunjin cried out in amazement. He opened the box, red energy rushed out from there, and the elf added that they had recently found it. It was the blood of a reaper mired in blood. The energy enveloped the guy. He was scared. Sounds were heard from there. They kept saying that butcher's daggers thirst for the blood of the masters who once wielded them, and the butcher's dagger absorbs the blood of its owner. Also, the blood of the killer who took the most lives strengthens the dagger. That the butcher's dagger now has the same cutting power as the aura blade, no matter who wields it, as long as it is stained with blood. The blade literally soared and flew into the hands of the guy, and the elf added that many relics of his past lives are scattered across the dimensions. They turned their gaze to the guy and added that there are cases where the relics were in the hometowns of past lives, but many of them turned into debris at the moment when the dimensions were destroyed. Hyunjin looked at them and asked if he should go in search of relics, to which he received an affirmative answer. Here the guy thought and began to reflect on the fact that he had 990,000 past lives, and even if he could not find all of them, he would definitely find some. He cheerfully raised his fist up and thought that he would become even stronger than now. Remembering all his loved ones, he decided that he was obliged to protect them. A smile involuntarily stretched across his face. He slammed his fist on the table. The elf concluded that he had decided everything for himself, to which the guy answered in the affirmative and added that it would be extremely useful for him, although the task was not easy. The girl smiled sarcastically, extended her hand to him, and told him the wonderful news that they knew the location of some of the relics. He asked again in surprise and asked why the Alliance had not found them themselves. An empty bottle was lying in the box. The girl said that until they found a new chosen one, they could not mobilize the combat team to search for the relic. She took the bottle in her hands and added that the absence of the chosen one led to the fact that the search case was inevitably hidden in a distant drawer. The guy listened attentively and looked at her. The elf continued, saying that the search for this relic turned out to be a very difficult task for the Alliance. But now the chosen one was found, and it was high time to go search for the rest of the relics, even if there were too many of them. The brown-haired man clarified whether the search for relics was dangerous. The elves looked at him with a smile and noted that he quickly grasped the information. They also added that despite the knowledge of the location of the relics, a creature mutated under the influence of spatial magic was hiding there. The guy enthusiastically asked if they could start right now, but the elf, pointing to the console, said that due to some problems with movement, she needed to rest and regain her strength. The girl was a little embarrassed and said with a smile that she would need about 4 days. Hyunjin nodded and said that he understood them. He got up from the couch and said that first he would like to express his gratitude to them. The guy bowed and thanked the Alliance for saving him from the crack and the monsters. The girl replied with a smile that the main thing was that they found him. The guy raised his head and said that the guests could rest here, after which he called the deputy head of the guild. The guy in the shirt entered the room and he ordered him to allocate rooms for the elves to rest. The Alliance members approached the guy and he, pointing to the door, asked them to follow him. Hyunjin waved and, smiling sweetly, wished them a good rest. The corridor. A girl in a red cloak approaches the brown-haired man and asks if he called her. He asked her with a serious face when she thought the next attack would be. Levian thought about it and replied that it was too early to make assumptions. She had never managed to inflict such a strong blow on the invasion command. The guy lowered his head slightly and said that if he was not there. He turned sharply to the girl and continued, asking if they would be able to repel the attack then. The girl smiled, and the guy said that she knew him in past lives. He added, remembering one of his souls, that people from the Alliance also knew his story. Then he took out a dagger and added that they said that some of the past lives cooperated with them and fought with the command. Now he was going to find the relics of his past lives. He lowered his eyes and thoughtfully said that he did not know how long he would look for these relics. But this was the fastest and surest way to defeat the enemy, but while he was gone, the enemy could attack. The girl looked seriously at the brown-haired man and said that they would not be able to stand it for long. She took a step forward and added that they would need to return as quickly as possible. The guy smiled kindly and said that he would try. Someone was standing around the corner. The red-haired girl listened attentively. Days turned into nights. The guy looked into the distance and then he was called out. He turned around. The elf waved to him and the guy said that he was going to meet him. The girl stretched, joked that they were already going to kick them out and said that they had such a good rest that it even became easier on her soul. To which the brown-haired man replied that he wanted to find them in order to find out if they had rested. He lowered his head, coughed awkwardly, and asked if they could go looking right now. The elf extended her hand and replied that of course they could. At the same second, she extended her hand even more, releasing her energy outward. The consul added that everything would be ready now and asked to step back. The brown-haired man looked at this in surprise and asked the second elf where they were going now. He looked at him and replied that first to the homeland of Miller, where his magic reached the highest level. The guy looked at him in fear, and the elf added that there they would awaken the emblems that he left behind. Hyunjin watched everything that was happening and thought that he expected only approximate coordinates from the Alliance, but it seemed that they knew his life better than he did. The girl waved her hand and said that everything was ready. She pointed to a huge portal that had formed in front of them. They approached the portal and the elf said to follow the light. Hyunjin plunged into darkness. He looked ahead carefully, and then a bright light blinded him. He found himself in an incredibly strange place under a bright starry sky and asked where they were. An elf followed him and said that this was the Ravella's dimension and, judging by the landscape, they were in the central desert. The guy looked into the distance and thought that everything seemed so familiar. Then he realized, remembering that very day, that this was the place where Miller passed on his title to him. The elves looked around and said that they were lucky to be close to their destination and, fortunately, the interdimensional mutants had left this place. It was now safe and they could set off immediately. They set out and the elf added that they would now prepare everything. Stepping on dry ground, Hyunjin wondered if Miller had died here, resisting the invasion. He walked and thought that the burden he had left him was not an easy one and he would definitely end the war that was about to happen. In the distance, a tower was visible. The guy looked at the huge structure and was told that they had arrived. The brown-haired man was filled with enthusiasm and resolutely promised Miller in his thoughts to find the relic that she had left here. Looking at the tower, a voice said that he should start from here. The man waved his hand and said that he felt the magic of the relic, but only the chosen one could find it. The girl said that they would wait here together. Hyunjin touched the door with his hands and thanked her, adding that it would not take long. He opened the door. The guy entered a large stone room. His eyes widened in surprise. He felt a guiding thread and realized that he knew where to go. The brunette turned around. He saw a light in a pile of old armor. It was a small piece of blue cloth. The hunter asked if this was it. As he got closer, the light grew stronger and a voice in his head said that Seton Miller's magic had manifested. Hyunjin took the cloth. He frowned at it and realized that it was a relic of Seton. After a while, he went outside and the girl asked if he was done already. The brunette smiled and said that it shone right before his eyes. Assyria opened the system window with a smile and exclaimed that the sense of the chosen one immediately led him to the relic and they were very lucky that it helped them. The guy wondered why she was so inquisitive. The elf turned to him when he asked what the next goal was. She said that it was the darkness of Hassasin, adding that to be honest, they intended to head for it first, but that dimension. Hearing the sound, the man frowned. Dust rose in the distance and he noted that it seemed like they had been spotted. Hyunjin reached for his weapon and the sword said that it seemed to him like it was the interdimensional mutant they had talked about. The hunter mentally noted that it was most likely so and he could sense hostile enemy energy. Assyria furrowed her brows and loudly declared that they needed to hide because if they fought, there wouldn't be enough magic to move to another dimension. The brunette glanced at her and exclaimed that they had nothing else to do here, so they needed to move. As dust rose around them, the girl said that they needed to buy 10 seconds. As she counted, Hyunjin staggered from the earthquake, asking why the mutant was so huge and why this place had turned into a desert. The man looked at him and told him that all the spatial anomalies had been mixed up and ground into sand. Creating a blue seal on the ground, Assyria shouted that she was almost done. Huge worms were approaching them on the ground. The white-haired girl frowned and said that the crack was open. The huge worm opened its mouth. The heroes moved to another place. The brunette opened his eye and asked where they were. The man opened the compass and said that they had lost their way a little, but the relic was here. They were standing in front of a burning house. The elf said that the relics of Denchi, the one who could not protect them, were buried here. The guy froze with his mouth slightly open, thinking that if we are talking about Denchi. In his memories, the man fell to the floor. He raised his head and indignantly asked what he had done wrong, and what was happening now. The warrior put his foot on his back and said that this was the will of the commander and it did not concern him. The man raised an angry look and said that he would kill him. The executioner raised his sword, saying that he would wait for this moment. A pool of blood spread across the floor. Hyunjin stared into space, mentally noting that he had no idea what he was talking about. He smiled widely, thinking that everything was clear to him now. The brunette suggested that they quickly deal with this place, since they still had a lot to do. Running towards the house, he thought that he had to finish everything in this life. The hunter grabbed the helmet. He ran back with it, exclaiming that he took the relic so they can go to the next dimension. A bright light appeared as the girl opened a crack. They were transported to a blood-stained room, and Assyria told them that this was Fear's place. She asked what about them. Green humanoid monsters were standing to the side. The elf noted that it seemed that Fear's control over pain had weakened, and these creatures escaped from his control. Hyunjin extended his hand and awakened his aura, saying that he should return them back. A voice in his head said that a dangerous interaction with Fear was beginning. The brunette struck the monsters with a punch. He grabbed a small knife, then he took a few more items. Assyria once again created a blue seal on the floor. In the guy's hand was a small chest with a dark purple sphere. Many scraps of energy flew out of it. The hunter mentally noted that this way they reached the darkness of Hassasin. The heroes stood in a high room, and the girl said that she thought they had collected enough. Hyunjin thanked them for their help and said that thanks to them, he realized how hard the fate of his previous lives was. Assyria waved her hand with a smile and said that the war was not over yet, so it was worth leaving big words for later. She added that it was worth going for the last relic. The elf abruptly put her hand forward and began to conjure, and the guy mentally noted his passion for his work. She touched the gift in space with her hand and said that the next relic is Gildred's journal, and it rests in one of the forgotten dimensions. The white-haired added that they did not send a search party since it is not a priority now, but the invasion command would not be impudent about it since this is the possession of the Alliance. The girl laughed and suggested to go on a journey. A lamp was dimly burning in a cramped room. A man in a blue cloak looked at his interlocutor and said that the Alliance had finally found the Chosen One. The man replied that with the support of the Interdimensional Alliance, the Chosen One will soon achieve unprecedented power. The man raised his head. Looking at his commander, the man asked what they should do. The white-haired man glanced at him and replied that they would go after them right away. Roskell bowed and asked if he was sure. The commander said that the fact that the Alliance had found the Chosen One was a great opportunity for them. He froze when his subordinate asked if he had any plan. Imagining dark purple stones, the man asked what he thought they would ask of the Chosen One. Imagining crystals above the city, he noted that they would probably beg for the fragments of the already fallen Chosen Ones. Jihan and Levian looked at the large crystal, while the commander said that the Interdimensional Alliance and the Chosen One are still in other dimensions. The girl smiled wickedly and said that Hyunjin was right. She said that she did not know if they could withstand this attack. The elf with blue symbols on his face said that this was their best chance to destroy the Earth when the Chosen One left it. Roskell bowed and said that he would spread his order as quickly as possible. The man imagined various images of monsters. The commander ordered to send all the forces they had. The officer looked ominously from under his brows and agreed with his words. The young man wiped the book from dust. Assyria said that they found all the artifacts. The young man looked at the white book and said that this is Gildred's diary. The girl raised her hand and said that only the Chosen One can fully use the power of the relics. The boy looked back at her and asked how to use them. She touched the system window and said that if he followed the records, he should hold the relic in his hand and feel the magic. The boy lowered his head, repeating her words. He took out a shining artifact. Raising his eyebrows, he looked at it. Hyunjin closed his eyes. He clenched his fist, imprisoning the shining energy in it. The system announced that traces of past lives were found, and that the level of information exchange with past lives was increasing. An image of a piece of cloth appeared in his mind. The system said that the Sedan relic was obtained, and the power he left behind would now be with the boy until the end, and that with the last sword in front of him, there were no limits. Then the boy saw a golden ring. The system added that the darkness left by Hassasin was found, and from now on the true darkness will be with him, and the complete stealth will not be cancelled even when using magic. An image of a scalpel appeared in the boy's head. The system reported that the boy was freed from fear and pain by the dark knowledge left by fear, so no pain will threaten him from now on. A shining helmet appeared in the boy's imagination. A voice in his head said that he also accepted all the hardships in the Denchi helmet, so his fighting spirit will not fade in front of any adversity. The boy hovered in the darkness, surrounded by solar golden energy. He opened his eyelids, his pupils shone with a bright light. The elf lowered her head and thought about what the potential of the Chosen One is. The boy was burning with a fire-like aura. The girl thought that he was getting stronger very quickly. The boy looked at him in surprise. Assyria smiled, remembered the image of the young man and thought that she heard that this Chosen One is monstrously strong. But she could not even imagine that it was so much, because their first meeting he became much stronger, so they will be able to win this war. The guy looked down at the book lying on the table. He turned to the girl. The elf said that this relic was the last one. He agreed with her. The girl asked him if he was going to use it. Hyunjin took the diary in his hands and said that he thought it had its owner. The fragments of the crystal were floating in the air. Dark scarlet portals hung in the air above the city. Jinna put her hands on her belt and said that she had a feeling that they were going to rob an empty house, and that they thought that since Hyunjin was not there, there was no need to be afraid of them, so she did not like it. Levian adjusted his glasses and said that he thought the second squad had already arrived. However, apparently, both of them were not in full force. The girl looked at him and asked if he could tell how many there were, just by looking. The man replied that the dimension he was in was destroyed by the same creatures, so he was capable of it. She raised her head and thought that the man said that he would bring many more monsters next time. The opponents flew out of the portal. The girl thought that it was not surprising because Hyunjin weakened him significantly. Red energy swirled in the air. The girl frowned slightly and thought that she was afraid to imagine what would happen if they waited until the crack stabilized and their troops were landed. They were called out by the approaching Tishik. He said that he had just received a message from the association. Frowning, the man added that the World Association said that they had sent the maximum number of soldiers possible. Eric cut down several monsters at once. The man began to list the hunters who had arrived. The dark-haired man cut off the enemy's head. Tishik introduced him as Duke. Storm flew past the monsters at high speed, spinning them in a tornado. The man said that the association sent even him. Jinna looked at him and said that everyone who arrived was SSS-Rank. The man agreed and said that thanks to them they would be able to repel the enemy in Seoul. Levian raised his head and muttered something. He frowned and asked if everyone was ready. The guys took a step forward. The man added that even if Hyunjin was not with them, they should focus on what they needed to do. One of the hunters asked if it had to end like this. They stopped at the group of guys. Jinna said that she really does not like to try. The group looked up at the approaching monsters. The girl added that they had no choice. She created a fireball and offered to meet the enemy. Rascal put on a light shield. The monsters did not take their eyes off him. The man took a step forward. Inserble and Rascal looked sternly ahead. A bright light emanated from the portal. Levian opened the book and said that the enemy had finally appeared. A giant magic circle appeared above the city. The man added that this was their main enemy, the commander-in-chief of the invasion. The elf looked sternly at the city. Levian called him by name. The enemy commander lowered his eyebrows and said that, as he expected, the chosen one was gone. Only all sorts of trash remained. Hanseok frowned slightly and said that the elf came as if it were his home and was going to kill innocent people. Inserble put his hand forward. Dark energy began to form around it. The elf said that he thought there were a couple of useful people there. Suddenly, bright purple chains formed in space. The shackles bound Jinna. The chains also stretched for Hanseok. The rest of the hunters were also bound. The elf clenched the chains in his fist and said that the boys could very well become their soldiers, and that he would grant them power that no one could surpass. Looking at them ominously, he asked if they would follow him. Jinna broke the shackles and refused. The other boys also freed themselves. The enemy laughed loudly. Inserble put his hand behind his back and said that they had nothing more to say. He stretched out his hand to and said that each of them would die. Hanseok raised his hand and asked if they could handle it. The girl replied that it would not be easy. If everything turned into a protracted war, they would be at a disadvantage. Levian raised his head and agreed with her, after which he said that the invaders had an incredible number of monsters, and the magic that these two possessed was unknown to him in full. Jinna held her head and said that she did not like fighting such enemies. The girl opened her eyes slightly. She imagined Hyunjin's face and thought that she had asked herself countless times how much she had changed since that day. She mentally stood in front of her past self and added that she had wondered where all her unbending will came from, but she could not find an answer. She concentrated on Inserble, not thinking that perhaps this unfavorable battle would give her the answer. The girl pressed her foot hard into the ground. She rushed into battle, pushing off from the explosion, and said that she would confront the enemy, after which she urged her allies to fight as carefully as possible. The blonde girl frowned in confusion and asked her to stop, since Jinna could not engage in battle without reinforcement. Jinna raised her fist to strike and said that it was okay, since she could defend herself. Rascal looked at the overlord and said that she did not dare to attack the commander-in-chief without permission. The elf shut him up. The enemy commander looked at Tishik and Levian, then told Rascal to move against them. The man agreed with the order. The elf put his hand in front of him, creating a cosmic dark aura. The girl plunged into the cosmic wastelands. The man said that he wanted to see what she was capable of. He smirked and said that he was extremely curious about who defeated Lord Alsace. The girl frowned and thought, only imagine all the conquerors. A three-pronged spear appeared in front of the man. The girl noticed it. Inserble lowered the weapon down, creating a dark curtain. Jinna thought she was seeing it for the first time, then wondered why it was so dark. The girl noticed the approaching tip of the spear, shouting the words Autohi, that it was obvious to her what would happen next after the vision was broken. She moved to the side of the attack trajectory. The girl grabbed the shaft. She created an explosion, trying to pull the weapon out of the enemy's hands. The elf let go of the red-hot spear. The weapon disappeared from the girl's hand. The space around was covered with tongues of flame. The girl thought that the enemy would immediately attack. The elf looked down. He frowned. The next second, he noticed the girl's hand approaching. Jinna grabbed his face, frowned angrily, and activated the explosion. In an instant, the entire space was illuminated by a powerful explosion. A long whip twisted in the air. Rascal dropped to a lower stance, activating the power of mutation, after which he said that he was counting on a more merciful death for them, but the monster opened his mouth, stuck out his tongue, and with a cry finished the phrase by saying that a merciless death would come to them. Taeshik lowered his hands and asked what it was. Hanseok replied that it looked exactly like its name. The other replied that the tentacles were definitely not simple. Teeman looked back at his allies and ordered them to deal with the enemy. He looked around the group of guys and thought that if Hyunjin arrived in time, they would have a chance. Suddenly, Roskell appeared behind them, interrupting the man's thoughts about just holding out until the young man arrived. The guys looked around in fear, not understanding when he managed to do this. The girl turned around, not finding anyone behind her. She frowned. The enemy's tentacles stretched out from behind her. The girl said that the monster had disappeared again. She turned around, noticing the attack. The monster said that they needed to get rid of the healer. Levian put his hand in her direction, thinking that everything happened without a magical surge, after which he used the magic of creation, Gleipnir. Roskell was instantly bound by magic shackles. The guys dropped to the ground, preparing to attack. They dealt several blows to the monster, drawing blood. Hanseok put his hand in front of him. An aura swirled around it. A powerful tornado appeared in the air. The storm dissipated, leaving behind only fragments of the monster's suit. The guys looked at the crumbling ashes, saying that something was clearly wrong, and that everything could not just end like that. Levian and Jenna looked ahead in surprise, thinking that it was very simple. A bright red sphere appeared in the portal. The man said that it was a huge magical splash. The monster's tentacles rushed towards the target. Roskell said that it was the power of its regeneration. The wound on Alpha's forehead healed. The commander sternly asked if they were finished. The next second, he struck and directed an attack at the girl. Jenna tilted her head to the side, thinking that it was only a little while before the monster made a hole in her head. The elf created the dark spear again, asking her if she was surprised. He lowered the tip to the ground and said that although this increased it a certain amount of damage, it was insignificant, so she should not be arrogant. The girl frowned and clenched her teeth. She put her hands in front of her and activated Inferno. The man raised his hand and said that this was the conclusion. Jenna took a stance and created fires, activating the skill of the Ifrit. And Serbil extended his hand and used piercing power. The girl touched her face with his finger and cursed. Dark copies appeared in space. The man ordered them to pierce the girl's body. She created an amber flame. Tongues of fire stretched across the space. They engulfed the copies that appeared, destroying them. Jenna frowned, took hold of her brush and thought about whether she should have used this skill because he was not as strong as she assumed. She lowered herself into a stance and decided that she just needed to not let him get too far. The man attacked her again. The girl jumped up, dodging the danger. She thought that she needed to pin him down in close combat. Suddenly, magical chains surrounded her. Jenna created a powerful explosion. She made several dashes, pushing off the chains. The girl frowned sternly, putting her hand in front of her, and Serbil stood with a serious expression on her face. The next second, he smiled ominously and used banishment. The tip of a three-pronged spear appeared in front of the girl's face. She flipped in the air and used Inferno. Sharp hooks appeared behind her. She clenched her teeth, looking back tensely. The elf raised his hand with a spear. Dark energy hovered around him. The chains grabbed the girl. She thought that it was too late for her to do anything. She frowned sternly. Serbil attacked her, releasing a charge of magic from the spear. The attack struck the girl. Jenna powerlessly threw her head back. The man stretched out his hand, which was immediately surrounded by energy, and then used the power of suffering. Dark scarlet energy headed towards the girl. Jenna screamed shrilly. The man told her not to think that this was the end. The chains turned dark purple. They pulled Jenna's body. The girl thought that the enemy had more than one ability and that these chains were stronger than she imagined. The girl clenched her fist, creating a tiny amount of aura. She thought that she needed to get out. She looked ahead absent-mindedly, thinking that her mana concentration had dropped due to the pain. Suddenly, Jenna raised her eyebrows in surprise, hearing the words that in any case, this was not the end. Mana began to gather above her head. The girl wondered what it was. The man looked at her ominously and activated the power of destruction. She lowered her head with a smile. She looked at the enemy and smirked slightly. Fireballs appeared in space. The enemy's attacks illuminated the space. The girl used a piercing blow. The guys outside were lying on the ground. Sajin asked them for forgiveness. The girl looked at them pitifully, turning to the vice leader of the guild. Levian exhaled heavily and thought that they still could not cope. The monster looked at them sternly, saying that only they remained. His tentacles regenerated before their eyes. Roskell said that the woman who challenged the commander-in-chief. Jenna lay at the enemy's feet. The monster finished the sentence by saying that she was still breathing, but not for long. Levian squeezed the phone in his hand and thought he could last a day, but in just half of it he used up almost all his strength. Tears rolled down his cheeks. The boy thought that he didn't think he could keep his promise to the teacher. Hyunjin stepped onto the ground and apologized for being late. The boys looked back at him in surprise. The boy came out of the shining portal. The boy looked at Hanseok lying on the ground and said that they tried hard. He turned his gaze, looking at the steel ones, and said that he shouldn't have missed this. Levian extended his hand to him and addressed the boy by name. He took the boy's hand. Touching it with his forehead, he asked him to fulfill the teacher's wish. The boy looked down, agreed, and said that he could rely on him. Serbil and Roscoe looked at him. The boy said that only the two of them remained. He took out his blade. The monster said that no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to deal with them alone. The boy with a calm expression replied that it would be difficult for him. Memories of his comrades flashed through his mind. Images of past lives appeared above the boy. He crossed his arms in front of him and said that this was why he did not come alone. The commander-in-chief chuckled and said that the boy was very inspired. The man opened his palm, accumulating energy in it, and said that for him, living in his last life. A dark aura spread across the space. The man finished the sentence by saying that they would fight on a more familiar battlefield. The elf waved his hand, throwing a spear at the boy. The boy raised his sword above his head, dodging the attack. He used the light of Laikiri. Roscoe rushed into battle. The boy smirked slightly. The sword in his hand was covered in a shining aura. His face was half covered by a terrifying mask. The boy used the power of Reaper. The monsters suddenly stopped. His mind was pierced by animal fear. The young man held the blade in front of him. Shining beams appeared around it. The guy ordered the monster to get out of the way. Serbil opened his third eye wider. Hyunjin created a powerful beam with Durandal. A powerful explosion illuminated the space. The young man burst out of the smoke towards the monster. The guy threw his blade at it. Dark chains appeared around the weapon. The elf used immobilization. The young man looked back and thought that the enemy was trying to neutralize the sword first. The guy's weapon hung in the air. Serbil created magic swords and used Pierce. A shining helmet appeared on the guy's head, activating the Carthago shield. The dark blades were instantly destroyed. The guy lowered his head, hearing the Zovmich, who said that a hidden magical attack was approaching. Roscoe grabbed the young man with his tentacles and activated regeneration. Life energy began to flow through the tentacles. Hyunjin micro-cut the shackles with the imaginary blade. The monster's body was cut into two parts with one attack. In the cut, the young man saw a trident approaching. He put his hand forward, trying to use Gildred's defense. The trident hit his palm, throwing it back. The young man looked at his bruised hand and thought that the defense could not be used. The magic sword turned to him and warned that their magic was different from the usual. The elf frowned, looking at the enemy. The guy grinned and said that they pretended to be a terrible weapon, but in fact, one had already died. He opened his palm, gathering energy in it. Behemoth began to absorb the souls of the dead. The elf clenched his teeth. He frowned angrily, pulled the weapon over his head, and said that the guy could not hope for a peaceful death. Streams of dark energy reached out to the young man. He said that first he needed to close the distance. Using the light of Laikiri, the guy instantly overcame the enemy's aura. The men crossed their swords. The young man noticed that the enemy was fighting with a blade. The commander of the invaders frowned angrily. The young man wheezed slightly. Serbil swung his sword, pushing the guy back. Hyunjin thought that he needed to attack because he couldn't give the enemy a break. Dark scarlet streams of energy headed towards the elf. The guy activated his bloodlust again. He swung his blade. A shining wreath appeared above his head. The guy said that it was over. He delivered a powerful attack, burning the enemy's body. The commander squeezed the handle and said that he could not die like this. He spread his arms to the sides, dispelling the young man's attack, and shouted that the power was absorbing him. Streams of golden energy fell on the boy. The magic sword advised the boy to retreat. Carthago cast a protection on him. The appearance of the enemy changed. The invader said that he had no choice. The boy sank to the ground and looked at the enemy in surprise. The monster acquired a demonic form, taking on its true form. Hyunjin frowned. The magic sword reported that the commander's armor looked quite durable, so it could really be dangerous. The monster opened its eye and said that even after thousands of reincarnations, it could not stop them. A stream of energy swept past the boy in a spiral. The monster suggested that he surrender and calmly accept his fate. The boy looked down at the sword. Durandal said that the magical reaction was extremely unusual. Serbil spread his arms in all directions. A bright source of light appeared behind him. The sword reported that their enemy was a real disaster. The boy frowned tensely. The invader said that he didn't expect the boy to go that far. Hyunjin dodged the enemy's attack at the last moment. The monsters looked at him. The boy said that he didn't even have a reaction to mana. Gritting his teeth, he said that he didn't know it would be that bad. He was surrounded by streams of dark energy. The boy activated his bloodlust and thought that he should break through. He looked up, looking for an opening to attack. He looked to the side, finding the opportunity he was looking for. The boy looked at the approaching monster and thought that it was too late to do anything. Dark energy crashed into the emerging barrier of Carthago. The guy was shocked but looked at the spear pierced by the shield. The monster said that everything was going very well. The barrier began to crack and crumble. The boy was surprised that he had enough strength to break the shield. The boy's defense crumbled. He jumped back. The monster extended his hand to him, gathering energy. Dark scarlet blades appeared above the boy's head. Hyunjin rested his foot on the floor. He rose into the air, thinking that now was the best opportunity. Inserble put out 2 fingers, the blades pierced Hyunjin's body. Blood gushed from the boy's mouth. The monster approached him and asked if he had given up already. He lifted the boy's body on his hand, pointing his spear at him and said that, in that case, he would declare the end of his world. The boy weakly looked up at the monster's weapon and thought that he needed to move. The next moment, the boy's head was cut off. The boy was plunged into darkness and heard the voice of Deus, who said that there was no way he could resist it. The creature in the mask hung in the air in front of the boy. The boy recognized it. Hyunjin raised his eyebrows in fear and asked if this was the end, and if everything was in vain. Deus replied that this was the power of the invaders' commander, and that none of them could cope with him, not even Ares, the predecessor of madness from a past life. The boy looked at his trembling hand and said that he could not give up now. He raised his hands and added in a trembling voice that he had not yet done much, and everything could not end like this. The boy looked up in surprise, hearing the words that there was only one way left. He asked what the interlocutor meant. Deus looked into his eyes and said that he had not yet passed on his will to the boy. Bright illuminated the entire space. The creature added that if he gave the guy's power, his reincarnation system would end there, meaning that this would be his last chance. He raised his hand, gathering shining energy in his palm, and said that the guy would feel unbearable pain, which he had never experienced before. The sunny golden aura gathered into a vortex. Deus added that the guy would feel unbearable pain, which he had never experienced before, and his personality could be destroyed. After which he asked if the guy was ready for this. Hyunjin looked at him confidently and said that he was ready. The creature looked into his eyes and agreed, saying that it would entrust him with its power. Shining roots spread from the young man's feet. Deus said that it would grant him a blessing to break the established order and change fate. The system announced that in response to a desperate request, the Absolute Will would interfere with the fate of the world. The mask on Deus's face cracked. He said that his will would be the will of the boy, so he should stop at nothing. The boy smiled softly and thanked him. The system announced that the Jester of Fate was answering and offering to bet everything, and then asked if the boy wanted to accept it. Hyunjin glanced at the message and agreed. Cards swirled around the Jester. The system asked the boy to choose one of them. The Jester pulled out a card. It was a knight with an infinity symbol. The system congratulated the boy for receiving the infinite regressor card. A hand emerged from the darkness, collecting energy. The system said that the infinite regressor was calling out to the boy and asking if he was ready to endure eternal suffering. Hyunjin smirked slightly. Lowering his eyebrows, he voiced his answer. In the cosmic wasteland, the voice of the invader was heard, who said that even after hundreds of thousands of reincarnations, the boy would not be able to stop them. The monster spread his arms out to the sides. The energy above his head seemed to pulse. Inserble suggested the boy to surrender and calmly accept his fate. The boy held the sword in his hands and thought that this was the moment when the enemy revealed his true face. Durandal reported that the magical reaction was extremely unusual. The boy brought the sword out in front of him and thought that he managed to return. He swallowed slightly and thought that this time everything would be different. His blade was engulfed in shining mana. He used the power of Laikiri. The boy sank to the ground. He put the spear in front of him. 2 horses appeared behind him. The boy thought that he would be able to cope. With a few dashes, he crossed the wasteland, leaving a shining trail. The monster asked if this was Laikiri, then said that in the Amos dimension, the commander of the 8th Invasion Corps killed him, and although he was so fast that he was called the Spearhead like me, but the commander-in-chief opened his eye and finished the sentence by saying that it was not enough to kill the commander of the 8th Invasion Corps, called the fastest. The youth thought that this was a clear provocation. With explosive force, he pushed off the ground and added that his body did not move as he wanted. The boy prepared to attack, heading towards the enemy. The monster said that the boy was just a human. Hyunjin was lying on the ground, his blood spilled on the floor. The boy looked up absent-mindedly. The monster raised his hands, created magic blades, and said that this is the end. The youth plunged into darkness again. The system activated the blessing of the infinite regressor in exchange for protection. Hyunjin came back to life and heard the voice of the enemy repeating the words about reincarnation. A light aura hung over his back. The youth stopped the flow of his thoughts. He looked at his hand in confusion, not listening to the invader, and thought about the blessing of Laikiri. The guy abstracted himself from the surroundings. The system reported that in exchange for the blessing used, the guy will lose 1 random blessing from his past life. The youth thought that the power of Laikiri disappeared. A copy of the commander-in-chief hung in the air. He activated a piercing blow. The youth grabbed the sword and thought that he had enough thinking. He looked in front of him. The spears were heading towards him. The guy decided that he needed to concentrate on the battle, because he had already lost twice, but now, before taking risks, he needed to think everything through carefully. Danchi granted him his will. The dark copies scattered in the air. The monster said that he expected the guy to go from 1 blow, but he stood firm. The young man stood with his head down. Inserble asked if this was Danchi's blessing. Looking at the guy, he said that the person who gave him the blessing was losing to them in defense, so this power is too weak, and although the record of him was preserved in the past life system, but he imagined the image of a crying Denchi and finished the sentence by saying that the man still cannot protect anyone. The monster spread his arms to the sides and said that the guy should not rely too much on this defense because it will not help him. He directed the blades to attack. The guy jerked slightly. Carthago put a shield on him. The barrier blocked several attacks. The monster slightly tilted his head and said that he was familiar with this aura because Carthago was the first to succumb to them. The blades of the swords pierced the barrier. The young man's shield fell apart. The invader said that this would not save him either. Hyunjin made a dash, holding the sword in his hand. He gathered energy and swung his weapon. The blade cut his body. Hyunjin struck several times, deflecting the sword's attacks, and thought that dangers were pouring in from all sides, and there was no reaction from the mana to them. One of the swords also grew his pike. The boy thought that he did not even feel any movement. He blocked the attacks blow after blow. His stomach was also cut. The boy took the blade with both hands, raising it above his head, and thought about how to deal with this. Durandal reported a deadly attack from the front. The boy closed his eyes and blocked the danger. The spear turned in the air. The sword turned to the boy and told him not to let down his guard from behind. The enemy's spear pierced his body and cut off his hand. The boy screamed loudly. He grabbed his injured shoulder, wheezing quietly. The monster folded his hands behind his back, leaned forward and asked if the guy was giving up. Hyunjin smiled nervously and asked if the monster thought he had given up. Incerbal raised 2 fingers and said that if he didn't do it himself, he would have to end this world. Dark swords appeared in space again. The guy thought that it was too early for him to give up. He frowned deeply and decided to handle it next time. The swords pierced his body, the guy thought, and then that he would definitely finish off the monster. Hyunjin woke up again. The system announced the withdrawal of one of the blessings. The guy pulled the blade out of its sheath and provoked the monster. The blade of the sword began to shine. Seddon cast the thirst for justice on it. The monster waved his hand and said that it was useless. The young man's body split into 2 parts. The system again announced the withdrawal of the blessing in exchange for revival. Hyunjin died again like me, piercing the heart. Several guns killed the youth at 500 resurrection. Incerbal grabbed his neck at 1000 return. The dark sword pierced his chest at 2000 resurrection. The youth screamed loudly. The monsters stepped on his hand and said that he was too noisy. The boy was confused but looked up and said that it would not end like this, and that the monster might not think that this was the end. The invader smiled widely. The blade sank deeper into his chest after Incerbal said that this was definitely the end now. The system performed resurrection over and over again. The boy came back 5320 times. He was tired and frowned when he heard the words that even after 100,000 reincarnations he could not stop them. The boy took the blade with both hands, hearing the familiar words. He spun in the air, dodging the learned attacks. One of the blades cut off his hand. The boy frowned deeply and thought that his only goal was to kill the commander-in-chief. The bloodless berserker dulled his sense of pain. The monster raised his hand back, swinging his spear. The boy jumped, dodging the attack. The sword master gave him a brilliant sword dance. The monster laughed and said that the boy fought well, then told him to try to dodge the next one. Hyunjin was pierced through by the next attack. The boy gritted his teeth. He frowned deeply and raised his hand back, preparing to attack. Carthago cast a defense on him. The boy punched the monster's jaw. He frowned, thinking that he saw a chance. Blow after blow, he attacked the monster in hand-to-hand combat. Incerbal flew back a few meters. The boy lowered his head and summoned a sword. The blade, leaving a shining trail, pierced the monster's shoulder. The boy dashed forward, cutting his opponent in half. Blood gushed out of Incerbal's mouth. The boy smiled with a mad expression. The monster's body began to emit a bright light. It screamed loudly. Incerbal hit the ground with incredible force. The boy stepped on its body and pulled out the blade. "He saw your reflection on the blade," the monster exclaimed and said that he cannot lose. Hyunjin raised the sword above his head and said that this is the end. The blade of the blade cut through space, creating a bright flash. Fluffy clouds floated over the roofs of the buildings. The sun's rays penetrated the windows. Sajin asked the hero how he felt. The young man looked at the ceiling, or already on the bed. The girl looked at his face. The guy, without showing emotion, looked away. The girl said that today he was again looking into the void. She sat on a chair next to the bed and asked if he could hear her. Clouds were flying outside the window. The girl added that everyone was waiting for him and that they came to see him yesterday. The night sky hung over the city. Sajin paid attention to the time and said that she would return tomorrow. She went out the door. Jinna looked at her and asked how she felt. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She said that the guy did not even look at her, let alone answer, because he had been looking out the window for a whole month, after which she asked if he would really return. Jinna silently listened to her. She put her hand on her shoulder and said that the guy would definitely return. The boy woke up in his subconscious. He looked around and asked where he was. Clutching his head, the boy said that he did not remember anything. He plunged into the darkness of experiences and thought about who he was, what he did, what he should do, after which he finished the thought by saying that he could not remember anything. A gust of wind stopped his thoughts. Carthago's helmet glinted in the sun. The boy wondered what it was, after which he added that he did not remember anything, and that he felt like something was missing. The man appeared behind him and said that they finally met. Frowning slightly, he addressed the boy by name. Hyunjin turned to him and asked if that was his name and how the man knew him. The warrior lowered his head and introduced himself. Hyunjin looked at him in surprise and began his speech about the man standing guard over the empire. Carthago looked at him and said that he was a righteous shield. The young man rubbed his eyes in fear and said that something was wrong. The warrior exhaled slightly. The boy could not understand how he knew his name. The man put his hand to the side and created a spear, saying that it was natural. He grabbed the shaft and added that the young man felt correctly. Pointing the tip of the spear at the boy, he said that he was his past life. The young man raised his eyebrows in fear, listening to the words that Carthago was his first past life that appeared before him. If the young man had lost all the memories of his thousands of reincarnations, Carthago frowned and said that he would have to teach him again in the most familiar way the first things that he had already taught him. The young man sweated in fear, not understanding what this meant. He fell into the darkness of thought, wondering what it meant to have a past life of no reincarnation, what it meant that the man would teach him. Then he thought that he was at a complete loss and wanted to run away, but he had a vague feeling that he could not understand. He raised his eyebrows pitifully and realized that he felt melancholy. Carthago gave him his blessing. The man swung his spear and said that from now on, until his memory returned, he would beat the boy. A man appeared in the boy's hands. The man added that if there were no trials and suffering, there would be no result either, so if he needed the strength to meet his destiny, he should raise his shield and fight. Carthago attacked him, raising a cloud of dust. The boy covered himself with his shield. The man looked at him and asked if he remembered anything. The boy trembled in fear. The warrior swung his spear again and said that apparently not yet, which meant that he would have to continue. The young man blocked the blow with his shield. The next attack also hit the guy's defense. Hyunjin covered himself with his hands. His shield was thrown aside. The guy collapsed to the ground, blocking the attacks. The man stopped and said that his body remembered the old days. He struck 2 more blows and told the guy to remember and not forget anymore. The spear pierced the young man's liver. The warrior swung, pulled his hand forward and said that the young man had always won, so he can do it this time too. The wound on the young man's body healed. The man asked him not to succumb to oblivion. Hyunjin frowned. The man's plea rang out in his head. He opened his eyelids. Carthago turned off, told him to remember everything. The guy took out his blade. An aura raged around him, said and granted him a blessing. The warrior threw his spear. Hyunjin rose into the air, coming out of the shadows. Hassison granted him his blessing. His hand was wrapped in a dark red aura. Reaper granted him his blessing. The shackles bound the man's body. The young man crashed into him, knocking him down. The warrior looked at his opponent and said that he knew that expression. The guy frowned slightly, looking at his face. The man said that now he had regained his memories, and in the end he held the victory. Carthago began to crumble into golden particles. The young man called him by name. The man said that his role had come to an end. Deus granted the guy his blessing. Dissolving into thin air, the man said that now he would not be haunted by the regrets of his past lives. In the air above the young man, images of his past lives appeared, granting him their blessing. Streams of aura rose upward. The shield in his hand began to disappear. Carthago finally dissipated, finally saying that the guy really tried hard. The system announced that Hyunjin completely transferred the will of Carthago. Tears were running down his cheeks. He thanked all his predecessors. The system reported that 990,000 of his past lives were paying tribute for fulfilling his long-standing wish. Lamps illuminated the corridor. A bottle of water stood on the nightstand. The guy began to greedily drink from it. The door opened slightly, and a silhouette of a woman stood behind it. Sajin froze in place, seeing the guy who had woken up. She raised her eyebrows, blushed slightly, and asked if he really woke up. The young man hugged her. The girl burst into tears and said that she was very worried about him. Timin and Juwon looked at him in surprise, asking if he was feeling better. The guy replied that everything was bearable because there were no problems. The girl wiped away her tears and said with a smile that according to the doctor, his body was not badly damaged, so as soon as the guy starts, he can be discharged. The man asked if the leader wanted to be discharged immediately. The young man agreed. Hanseok looked back at the guy in surprise, noticing that he had woken up, then asked what condition he was in. He was told that the guy was completely fine. Seongjin and the gray-haired guy said that they would do without formalities, then greeted the leader. The guy thought about how, as they say, a month has passed since the battle with the Legion. Tishik touched his chest with a smile and said that he was glad that the chairman woke up. Teehee looked at the boy upset and said that she wanted to take a video, but missed the moment of awakening. The boy thought about how, according to rumors, after the death of the commander of the invaders, he had the highest level of magical response. Levian looked back at Hyunjin with a smile and said that they were all afraid that the youth would go down the same path as the teacher, so his awakening was a relief. The youth thought that the news had spread that the cracks that had appeared all over the world were beginning to heal, losing their strength. The dark-haired boy smiled widely and said that although he had not watched from afar, but it was surprising because Hyunjin had done a good job. The hero mentally said that since the invasion headquarters had collapsed, the aggression of the monsters would also stop. The hospital manager said that he did not know if the youth was satisfied with the service of the VIP ward. The elves looked at the young man. Assyria grinned and said that it was all thanks to him and that he had worked hard, after which she congratulated him on his return. The man thanked him. The young man thought that perhaps new threats would appear or there would be new enemies. A silhouette of a man entered the door. The guy thought that no matter what happened, he would not cope alone. Jinna with a calm expression asked if he knew that he had fallen in the end, and she had saved him. The girl smiled widely and said that now she knew what he was worth. The young man thought that 990,000 past lives would help him. The hero looked at her with a smile and asked if she was really saying that. He looked at his allies and decided that it was not scary now because there were those who would share this burden with him. The guy closed his eyes and smiled happily, thinking that he would move on for the sake of the future. A light mist swept through the abandoned building. The three-headed dog rushed forward at high speed. The heroes took his blade in a reverse grip. Making a dash, he struck the monster. The guy was low to the ground. The beast fell to the ground. Hyunjin wiped his forehead. Levian thanked him for his work. The young man said that he also wanted to express his gratitude. The dark-haired guy closed the book, looking at the hero with a smile. Hyunjin thought that everything quickly returned to normal in the restored world. The guys turned to the allies. The hero said that when the invasion headquarters collapsed, he thought that cracks would not appear again. The corpse of the beast lay on the floor. Levian said that after the death of the commander, the invasion disbanded most of its forces. The room was destroyed. The man added that there are those who did not do this, and that they can be considered the remnant. The hero turned to him and asked how big the remnant was. The man laughed and said that there were quite a lot of them. But that was nothing. Hyunjin thought that the threat was certainly not over yet. Levian looked at him and said that besides, due to the impact of defeating the last enemy, the hunters all over the world had regained their spirits. The youth said that the invaders said that there were too many monsters. The knights passed the magic stones to each other. Hyunjin crossed his arms and said that it would not end so quickly, and although the cracks had become smaller, they continued to appear. Levian replied that their work was not finished. The youth took a step forward and said that he thought they were done, so they could go, after which he thought that they were still doing well. The youth stepped onto the ground, coming out of the portal, and addressed the interlocutor. The dark-haired man looked back at him. The hero said that before the last battle with the region commander, he traveled through dimensions with the allies. Levian said that he remembered this, because the boy said that he was looking for relics of his past lives. The guy reached under his coat and said that it was true, and that he still had one of them. He handed the man a white diary and said that he thought it would suit someone better. Levian frowned in confusion, holding out his hand. The guy smiled slightly and said that, looking at the reaction, he thought there was no need to explain it. The man took the book with a trembling hand and said that he could not forget it. He looked at the diary in confusion. The next second, the man pressed it to his chest. Levian smiled slightly. Hearing the guy's words that he was now sure that this was the right choice, the man said that he thought it was not. The hero placed his hands on his waist. The man said that although the boy was giving it to him, he was still different from the teacher. Tears were streaming down his face. The man said that it was time for him to accept that they would not find any more traces of the teacher. Hyunjin extended his hand to him and said that it contained many useful spells, most of which he would no longer be able to use. The man looked up at him, hearing the words that he was sure that Levian would definitely cope with this. The sun was setting below the horizon. The guy said that the man was the only successor to Gildred. Hyunjin smiled widely, closed his eyes and said that he would leave the teacher's will to him. Levian also smiled and thanked him, adding that he was grateful to him more than for anything else. The sky darkened slightly. Hyunjin looked back, hearing someone addressing him. Sajin was hurrying towards him with a smile. She came closer to him and asked if the battle was over. The boy confirmed it. She held up a pink box with a smile and asked the guy to guess what day it was. The hero smiled awkwardly, saying that he didn't know. Hyunjin frowned tensely. The girl handed him the gift and told him to open it, then called the guy by his name. The magic sword addressed the hero and said that it seemed like a cold tone. The guy took the box in his hands. Lifting the lid, he found a beautiful cake. Hyunjin jerked in fear, thinking that his birthday was still far away, then exclaimed, realizing that it was the girl's birthday. Sajin frowned in displeasure. The guy scratched his head and said that he didn't even prepare the gift, then asked if she bought the cake herself. The girl put her hand on the lid of the box and said that the director gave her the cake. She remembered the angry woman and quoted her words that the guy 100% forgot, so she should take it and eat it. Sojin turned away and said that the director asked to ask him something. The hero grinned and said that it was expected. Fluffy snowflakes fell to the ground. The girl took a step forward and said that since the guy forgot and did not prepare a gift, she adjusted her hair behind her ear and asked him to fulfill a wish. Hyunjin raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked what it meant. The girl smiled. Standing in front of him, she asked him to give her some time today. The guy blushed embarrassedly, muttering something unrelated. He grabbed the back of his head. A large moon hung over them. The young man smiled and agreed with it. The guys walked forward along the street. The girl hugged him by the hand. The guy thought that this way they returned to their usual everyday life. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.